In the depths of despair, the youth Su Dong unexpectedly acquires a remarkable ability, the gift to perceive the aura emitted by treasures. Thus begins his journey of treasure appraisal and treasure hunting, transcending the limits of ordinary individuals. Gems glimmer, treasures radiate, and life unfolds as a grand performance, interweaving beauty and wealth. Chapter 1. Do not underestimate the poor youth. A sharp pang pierced Su Dong's heart. Were it not for dire necessity, he would never have sought financial assistance from his cousin. 2 years prior, a tragic car accident claimed both his parents, leaving Su Dong, then a mere high school freshman, to reside with his aunt, Huang Shuyu. Huang Shuyu, the sole sister of Su Dong's mother, lived with her husband, Zhou Qianqi, and their daughter, Zhou Lin, who was 5 years his senior. Having graduated from university, Zhou Lin worked as a junior employee at a local branch of the construction bank and was regarded as the family success. The accident was solely attributed to Su Dong's father, resulting in substantial financial compensation, a burden that Su Dong, the only child, had to bear. With no other family to rely on, his aunt and uncle took charge of managing the family's properties, including their home. It was precisely due to the substantial inheritance of 300,000 to 400,000 yuan that Huang Shuyu and Zhou Qianqi were willing to assume the role of guardians. However, after just over 2 years, their tongues grew sharper, often lamenting the dwindling funds and Su Dong's mounting expenses. They feared that if he succeeded in his university entrance exams, there would not be sufficient funds for his education. In all honesty, Su Dong's performance in his senior year was exceptional, and he was likely to gain admission to a prestigious university. Yet the better he performed, the more discontented his aunt and uncle became, reflecting the adage that not all relatives share the same bloodline. Zhou Lin often mocked Su Dong. Whenever Su Dong sought financial support for his academic needs, it was rare for his aunt and uncle to oblige. He found it easier to approach his cousin Zhou Lin for assistance. This time, in need of 200 yuan for exam preparation materials, he turned to her but was met with ridicule and, of course, no financial aid. Over the past 2 years, the family fortune had been liquidated, with his aunt and uncle managing the proceeds without Su Dong's knowledge of their usage. The more hardship Su Dong endured, the more determined he became. Yet he sensed that his patience was nearing its breaking point. As light rain began to fall from the sky, droplets cascaded from his hair, blurring his vision and chilling his face. Su Dong's heart felt equally cold. Life, indeed, was a struggle. However, if he wished to escape this wretched existence and pursue the life he desired, it would require his own efforts. Excelling in his studies might be his best escape. The books proclaim that one penny can thwart even the mightiest of heroes. How much more daunting for one who does not yet consider himself a hero. Wiping the rain from his face, Su Dong straightened his posture. Though the path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty, he resolved to carve out his own sky. Soon, he would turn 18, strong and capable, ready to seek a part-time job to earn some money. Yet, the need for study materials was urgent. If necessary, he could part with his prized Patek Philippe watch, a gift from his father on his 15th birthday. Despite facing financial hardships, he had never been able to part with it, as it was a cherished memento from his father. The Su family had long been engaged in the antique and pawn business. The ancient city of Tongcheng was rich in history, attracting many players in this field. A street dedicated to this trade still existed, its red bricks and green tiles standing out amidst the modern high-rises. Su Dong's father owned a small pawn shop, but following the accident, his uncle sold off its assets to cover debts, leaving Su Dong to manage the shop with limited experience, resulting in only mediocre business. Aspiring to earn a little money, Su Dong considered visiting nearby pawn shops or antique stores, as he had absorbed some knowledge from his childhood. He intended to pawn the watch to tide him over. The only possessions left to Su Dong from his parents were 2 items: the Patek Philippe watch, originally valued at over 10,000 yuan, and a small cylindrical black stone pendant hanging around his neck. This stone, procured by his father, was deemed worthless after testing it was not jade. However, it possessed a warm and comforting touch, making it a suitable accessory for a child, unlike more valuable items that could attract unwanted attention. Not far from the pawn shop, Su Dong could navigate the alleyways even with his eyes closed. However, he avoided the pawn shop familiar to his father, aware that people's kindness often fades with time. He feared that seeking help there would lead to ridicule akin to that he faced from his cousin. As he glanced around the street, the drizzle continued, with passers-by huddled under umbrellas, oblivious to his presence. He found himself entering a newly opened pawn shop named Nyogo Pawn Shop. The establishment was modest, distinctly different from conventional pawn shops, resembling a jewelry display with glass counters illuminating the items within. Su Dong observed an array of mobile phones, cameras, and jewelry, devoid of any antiques. Inside, there was only one employee, a middle-aged man in his 30s, slightly overweight, with a shiny forehead and slick-back hair tied in a small ponytail, exuding a unique charm. "Hello, do you have something to pawn?" he asked, glancing up from the Apple phone he was inspecting. Su Dong, recognizing the man's discerning eye, simply removed the watch from his wrist and handed it over. "Boss, I have a Patek Philippe watch that I've worn for 2 years. I wish to pawn it." The man took the watch, examining its exterior and craftsmanship closely before holding it up to his ear, listening intently and shaking it gently. From his inspection, it was evident that this was indeed a genuine piece, at least in terms of its exterior. However, the market was rife with counterfeit goods. Yet, even without dismantling the watch, the man could discern its authenticity. Patek Philippe watches had distinct sounds that indicated quality. If it were a replica, it would not meet the brand standards. After this thorough examination, the man was convinced of the watch's legitimacy. Su Dong refrained from elaborating on the watch's merits or its value, knowing that in the pawn business, the true worth of an item is determined through comprehensive assessment by professional appraisers. Moreover, Patek Philippe watches are considered luxury items, often sold at inflated prices in domestic markets. After a thorough inspection, the man looked at Su Dong and finally said, "Young man, this watch is indeed genuine. However, since you are here to pawn it, I presume you understand." "Boss, just tell me how much I can get for it," Su Dong interjected, relieved that the man was not employing the psychological tactics some pawnbrokers used to lower offers by, insinuating the item was stolen or of dubious origin. The stout man pondered for a considerable time before articulating, "What you possess is a design from 2 years prior now. Discontinued, however, it still holds intrinsic value. Comparatively, its worth cannot be measured against the retail price you paid. Its worth is approximately 1/3, around 3,000. Yet, should you decide to pawn it, I could only offer you 30% of that valuation. Do you comprehend?" "I understand." Su Dong nodded. Typically, pawnshops merely present an offer without delving into the intricacies of valuation. The stout man's detailed explanation indicated he did not perceive Su Dong as a mere thief, but was genuinely making an offer. "Will this be a dead pawn or a live pawn?" the stout man inquired again. He scrutinized Su Dong closely, remarking, "From your tone, it seems you possess a certain familiarity with the pawn business." Su Dong offered a wry smile. When it came to family matters, he preferred to remain reticent. After a moment's contemplation, he removed the small black cylindrical stone from around his neck and handed it to the stout man. "Boss, could you assess the value of this item for me?" The stout man accepted it with a grin, displaying a degree of fondness for Su Dong. As he examined the small stone, he gestured for Su Dong to take a seat, saying, "Please, sit down, it must be tiring to stand." Chapter 2. The Ominous Vision. The small cylindrical stone, warm and smooth in hand, was tied with a red cord. Not through a hole, but rather as if it were around a neck, creating a small circular groove at that point. The reason it was not considered to be a character was because the stout man felt it bore no resemblance to any script, even if it were pictographs or ancient seals. Su Dong was intimately familiar with this pattern. He had once applied ink and pressed it onto paper to examine it closely, and he could affirm it was neither a character nor a pattern, resembling more of a talisman, although distinctly different from the charms depicted in films and television shows. Su Dong swiftly picked it up and flattened it in his palm, discovering that the small stone was hollow, releasing a few drops of dark liquid, barely a trickle. He extended his right index finger to touch it, and the liquid clung to his fingertip, feeling somewhat cool against the skin. Uncertain of its nature, he hesitated, and in that brief moment, the liquid either evaporated or seeped into his skin, vanishing without a trace. "Rest assured, I won't hold you liable," Su Dong said with a wry smile. "I dropped this myself. Even if it were you who dropped it, I wouldn't ask for compensation. It's not of great value, merely a trinket. It was a gift from my father, so I hold a certain attachment to it." Su Dong Bao said, his heart stirred by emotion. The stout man was a stranger, yet such a promise was evidently a kind gesture. Although he had pawned the money, he reflected on the faces of his parents' friends during their lifetimes. What expressions did they wear now? And what about his own aunt, uncle, and cousin? What countenances did they display? After some time, Su Dong lowered his voice to inquire, "Boss, thank you very much. I wonder if you might need a temporary worker? I could come by to assist when I have the time." The stout man chuckled, replying, "Sure, I haven't hired any workers for this little shop. Business isn't busy, so it's manageable. I see you have some knowledge of this trade. If you're free, come lend a hand. Wages can be settled on the same day. You're still in school, right?" Su Dong bit his lip and nodded. "I'm in my final year at the first high school. My parents passed away in a car accident 2 years ago, and I now live with my aunt and uncle." The stout man was taken aback, staring at Su Dong for a moment before finally asking, "Are you of the Su family? Is your father Su Qinghua?" Su Dong was momentarily speechless, caught off guard. He had hoped to avoid encounters with acquaintances, yet he had not anticipated that the new pawn shop owner would know his father. It seemed the circle in Tong City was indeed small. Upon seeing Su Dong's expression, the stout man realized his guess was correct and quickly waved his hand. Never mind, never mind. Young Su, take this 1,000 yuan. Is this amount sufficient? If not, I can. Hearing this, Su Dong was certain that the stout man was familiar with his father. He accepted the 1,000 yuan and softly replied, Boss, I only need 1,000. I don't want any more, thank you. The stout man hesitated, sighed, and said, All right, 1,000 it is. Come help me out whenever you have time. I'm rather lazy by nature, and this shop could use someone to tidy up. Upon discovering that he was the son of Su Qinghua, the plump boy felt an immediate fondness for him. However, he also discerned that Su Dong possessed a strong sense of pride. The tattered, faded garments he wore suggested that his life was far from prosperous. It was evident that financial constraints plagued him. Yet, when dealing with a proud young man, assistance must be rendered discreetly, lest it provoke a contrary reaction. Su Dong felt a sting in his nose and moisture welling in his eyes. Not wishing the plump boy to witness his emotions, he lowered his head, murmured a thank you, and turned to leave. The plump boy hurried after him, pressing a folding umbrella into his hands. Su, it's raining. Take this umbrella, he called out, his voice echoing behind. Su, my surname is Nyo, like the old yellow ox, and my name is Nyo Xiangdo. Do come visit me when you have time. Whether it was the rain or the turmoil within, Su Dong felt dizzy, his vision darkening. He could only think that he must not fall ill. Illness was a luxury he could not afford. That night, Su Dong was plagued by peculiar dreams. At one moment, he was engulfed in flames, and the next, he found himself amidst icebergs, his body alternating between extremes of heat and cold. Suddenly, he beheld his parents before him, their faces alight with smiles, yet they remained silent, merely gazing at him. Tears streamed down Su Dong's face as he yearned to embrace them, but they turned away. And despite his desperate pursuit, he could not reach them. Their figures receded into the distance until they vanished entirely. Su Dong collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. His aunt appeared before him, scissors in hand, her brows furrowed as she scolded fiercely. What are you wailing about? If you wish to cry, do it outside. Do not disturb my home. As she chastised him, she lunged at him with the scissors. Startled, Su Dong raised his right hand to shield himself, only to feel the sharp point pierce his palm, eliciting a cry of pain as he sat bolt upright. Upon awakening and gathering his thoughts, he realized he had merely been dreaming. However, his aunt's reprimand was all too real. She stood before him, her expression stern. Why are you still dazed? You sound like a wailing ghost. Get up and tidy your room. At your age, it's shameful to be a freeloader. Su Zhongtimai Silin, waiting for his aunt to leave before he raised his right hand to inspect it. The memory of her stabbing his palm lingered vividly, and though there were no wounds or blood, he noticed a peculiar pattern etched into his palm. The pattern was pronounced enough to observe clearly. Yet Su Dong could not ascertain what it resembled. It appeared quite strange. Fortunately, it resided in the center of his palm, making it unlikely for others to notice. When he touched it, there was no pain, and scrubbing it vigorously yielded no results. Su Dong was truly baffled by how this pattern had manifested in the center of his palm. He recalled the small round stone he had discarded yesterday, remembering how the liquid within had splashed onto his index finger. Could the pattern in his palm be connected to that liquid? Yet, even if the pattern had somehow transferred to him, it was only his right index finger that had come into contact with it. How then did it appear in his palm? Lost in thought, he heard his aunt's voice scolding him from outside, prompting Su Dong to hastily dress and head out. He grabbed a mop from the bathroom to clean up, a task that had become a daily ritual for him. Auntie continued to murmur as she placed breakfast on the dining table, inviting Uncle and Cousin Jolin to join her. The three of them sat down to eat, completely oblivious to Su Dong, who was busy mopping the floor and cleaning. Leftover food was a commonplace occurrence for Su Dong. For him, the most fundamental aspects of life were to be well-fed, warm, and alive. Choices were luxuries he could not afford. After breakfast, Zhou Qianxi and Zhou Lin each departed for work, leaving Aunt Huang Shuyu to nag Su Dong once more before she took her small bag to play mahjong. It was only then that Su Dong settled for a cold steamed bun and congee for his meal. Today was the weekend, and there were no classes. He planned to visit the street vendors later to seek out affordable textbooks. The prices at the street stalls were astronomically lower than those at the bookstores, and he needed to be prudent with the hard-earned 1,000 yuan he had in hand. He also contemplated whether to assist the kind-hearted boss Nyo Xiangdo, whom Su Dong considered a good person. As he stepped outside, he remembered to return the folding umbrella that Nyo had given him yesterday, which was resting on his desk in his room. Just then, Su Dong was startled by a sudden flicker of light, causing him to tremble and nearly stumble. Chapter 3. The Prayer Beads. Su Dong paused momentarily and glanced out the window. The day was clear, the sun shining brightly. How could there be any flickering lights in broad daylight? His eyes then fell on his wooden pencil case, and to his astonishment, he discovered that a swirl of green mist still lingered above it. Unable to resist, he rubbed his eyes vigorously. When he opened them again, the green mist remained suspended above the pencil case, gently swaying as if it were a hat adorning the case. After several attempts to confirm this curious phenomenon, Su Dong finally concluded that the mist was indeed attached to the pencil case. He recalled that this case had been brought from home and had accompanied him day and night, yet he had never seen it emit such a mysterious green mist. What could be the reason? It surely wasn't a trick of the eyes. Su Dong checked his reflection in the bathroom mirror and confirmed that his vision was clear. How extraordinarily strange. Filled with wonder, he reached out to brush away the green mist hovering above the wooden case, but no matter how he waved, the mist remained firmly in place, refusing to disperse. Pondering the peculiar circumstances, he rose to search the entire room. Yet he found no other object exhibiting such an odd phenomenon. Could there be something hidden within the wooden pencil case? Su Dong's mind raced, and he speculated whether it concealed some kind of mechanism or perhaps a device that released colored mist. His curiosity piqued. He carefully inspected the pencil case from top to bottom and side to side. The wood grain appeared similar to ordinary wood, and it was coated inside and out with a light yellow varnish, looking nothing like an antique. The pen holder appeared quite ordinary, with no discernible issues on either its exterior or interior. Its structure was compact, and the gaps, touched up with paint, were nearly invisible. Not even a pinhole could be found, suggesting the absence of any concealed spray mechanism. Yet, how did that mysterious green mist materialize? While a spraying mechanism seemed implausible, perhaps there was some hidden trick within a box. Regardless, it was not an object of great value, and Su Dong would not hesitate to investigate. He promptly retrieved a small tool and gently tapped at it. After a few light knocks, a crack appeared at the bottom of the pen holder. Su Dong set down the screwdriver and carefully pried it open, revealing a circular base that resembled a thick 3-centimeter disc. As he examined this circular base in his palm, Su Dong was astonished to see that the green mist had indeed left the pen holder and now hovered around the disc. This revelation confirmed his suspicion that something peculiar lay within the base of the pen holder, and the enigmatic green mist was undoubtedly linked to it. The edge of the disc displayed a distinct demarcation. The lower section measured 2.5 centimeters, while the upper section was merely half a centimeter thick, indicating a thin cover atop it. Su Dong gently pried at the seam along the demarcation with the tip of his knife, and with little effort, the small cover popped open, revealing a string of deep brown beads. The circular base functioned as a small box, concealing this intriguing strand of beads. Upon closer inspection, Su Dong inhaled a rich aroma of sandalwood, which brought a sense of calm and tranquility. The beads bore a striking resemblance to the prayer beads worn by monks in films, crafted from wood. After counting, he found there were 18 beads in total. Although Su Dong was not particularly familiar with such bead necklaces, his childhood experiences in his father's pawnshop had sharpened his discerning eye. Each of the 18 beads shared similar patterns, uniform in size and deep in color, exuding a fragrant essence that suggested they were indeed of fine quality. It was clear that the person who concealed them had gone to great lengths to hide them. Su Dong suspected even his father might be unaware of their existence, let alone their potential worth. He glanced back at the base lid resting on his desk, noticing that the green mist had vanished from it, now lingering over the string of beads in his hand. It became evident that the appearance of the mist was tied to these beads. While Su Dong finally grasped the origin of the green mist, he remained perplexed as to why the beads emitted it. Should he consult Niu Xiangdong for clarification? Niu Xiangdong was known for his keen insight. Perhaps he could illuminate the mystery of the green mist. Additionally, Su Dong wished to have Niu Xiangdong appraise the wooden bead necklace concealed within the pen holder to ascertain its value. If it were worth several million, it could alleviate his current difficulties. Relying on his aunt's family for assistance with his education seemed an unrealistic hope. It would be easier to envision the sun rising from the west than to expect their help. He could only hope that this wooden bead necklace held significant worth. Despite having 1,000 yuan in his pocket, Su Dong hesitated to take the bus. He was aware of a shortcut that would allow him to reach his destination in mere minutes, while the conventional route would take over an hour. Upon citing the words Niu Gu Pawn Shop, a sense of warmth enveloped Su Dong. He could hear Niu Xiangdong's hearty laughter from the entrance. As he entered, he retrieved a string of beads and remarked, "Boss Nyo, could you take a look at this hand-carved chain for me?" In the presence of Nyo Xiangdong, Su Dong felt an inexplicable sense of ease, anchored by trust and fondness. However, he was taken aback to discover that he was not alone in the shop. There were 3 individuals present. To his astonishment, one of them was his uncle, Zhou Tianqi. Zhou Tianqi, initially wearing a smile, suddenly adopted a stern expression upon seeing Su Dong and demanded, "Su Dong, what are you doing here?" Su Dong's apprehension towards Zhou Tianqi left him momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, an elderly gentleman, whom Su Dong did not recognize, sniffed the air and fixed his gaze on the beads in Su Dong's hand. His eyes widened in surprise as he swiftly approached Su Dong. "Is that small leaf red sandalwood prayer beads?" Though Su Dong was not well versed in this matter, the old man's words suggested that the beads held some value. Yet, the presence of Zhou Tianqi made him feel profoundly uncomfortable. Nyo Xiangdong seemed to notice Su Dong's unease and cheerfully took his hand, saying, "Xiao Su, come sit down and talk. I am well acquainted with your uncle. We were just having tea over some small business today. This gentleman is Long Qiuxing, a venerable figure in the world of antiques. Please extend your greetings to Long Lao." Unaware of Nyo Xiangdong's familiarity with Su Dong, Zhou Tianqi hesitated to reprimand him, feeling somewhat out of place. Su Dong timidly greeted Long Qiuxing before quietly addressing Zhou Tianqi. "Uncle." Zhou Tianqi scoffed, about to inquire further, but Long Qiuxing interjected, "Young man, may I see your string of beads?" "Of course." Su Dong readily obliged, though he glanced nervously at Zhou Tianqi's piercing gaze, which compelled him to lower his head. Nyo Xiangdong observed this exchange with a slight frown, but refrained from speaking. Long Qiuxing, with his white beard and brows, exuded an ethereal presence as he examined the prayer beads, sniffing and scrutinizing them. After a moment, he looked up at Nyo Xiangdong and said, "Xiao Nyo, please bring me a basin of water." Nyo Xiangdong readily agreed, but Su Dong quickly interjected, "Boss Nyo, I'll fetch the water." Without waiting for a response, he hurried into the inner room. Upon entering, he found himself in a living room-like space with 2 doors. He opened each door to investigate. One led to a kitchen, and the other to a bedroom, which was empty, indicating it was unoccupied. In the kitchen, Su Dong searched for a plastic basin, filled it with a generous amount of clean water from the tap, and then carried it to the front of the store, pondering the purpose of this water. Was it for washing hands, or perhaps for a face wash? Chapter 4. The Light of Pearls and the Essence of Treasures. Su Dong was indeed mistaken in his assumptions. The old man Long had no intention of washing his hands or face. Instead, he submerged Su Dong's string of dark purple Buddhist beads into the basin of water. The beads did not linger on the surface for even a moment, sinking directly to the bottom. Long turned to Nyo Xiangdong and Zhou Tianqi, nodding as he declared, "These are small leaf red sandalwood beads, 18 in total. Are they truly sandalwood?" Zhou Tianqi was taken aback, staring at Su Dong and demanding, "Where did you acquire these beads?" His lips moved as if to say more, but after glancing at Long and Nyo, he ultimately refrained from speaking further. Long, however, fixed his gaze on Su Dong and inquired, "Young man, would you be willing to part with this string of beads? If so, please state your price." Su Dong's heart raced with excitement. Long's words indicated his recognition of the bead's value, and he was certainly open to selling. The question was, what price should he set? 5,000 or perhaps 3,000? After a moment of hesitation, he thought that asking for 5,000 might be excessive, fearing that Long and Nyo would consider him presumptuous and naive. Tentatively, he raised 3 fingers to indicate his price. Su Dong contemplated that 3,000 was a reasonable figure, mindful not to ask too much. As a minor student who had endured 2 years of hardship, he was cautious with money and did not dare to price items recklessly. Given his anxious disposition, he felt that even 3,000 might be too high. Long pondered for a moment, glancing at Nyo and Zhou before stating, "Little Nyo, little Zhou, if this were any other item, I wouldn't be so generous, but regarding this small leaf red sandalwood beads, you needn't contest the price with me. I believe the young man's asking price is reasonable, and I do not wish to take advantage of him. However, let us consider this. 30,000 is slightly on the low side, so I will raise it to 38,000. This price is not excessive, yet it is fair. Last year, a string of 19 small leaf red sandalwood beads sold for 37,000 at a friend's auction house in the capital. What do you think, young man?" Su Dong was momentarily speechless. Long believed his asking price was 30,000 and even offered 38,000. He was at a loss for words. Moreover, Long had mentioned that a string of 19 beads sold for 37,000, while his own string had only 18 beads. Yet Long was offering 38,000. This was clearly a fair price, albeit quite unexpected. The string of beads exuded a peculiar green mist, which had already intrigued Su Dong. Additionally, they were concealed within a pen holder. Who would hide something of such value if it were not precious? Suddenly, Su Dong recalled that he had come here to inquire about the reason behind the green mist emanating from Niu Xiangdong's beads. However, upon seeing Zhou Tianqi's displeased expression, he chose to remain silent, feeling an inexplicable disinterest in continuing the conversation. Seeing Su Dong silent for a while, Long Qiuxing smiled and asked, "Young man, do you find this price too low? Perhaps we can negotiate. How about you open a few numbers for me to examine?" Old Master Long chuckled heartily. "That sounds agreeable, as long as the young ones do not feel the price is set too low. Now, young one, please share your bank card number with me, and I shall arrange for a transfer." Su Dong was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head as he replied, "I do not possess a bank card." Zhou Tianqi interjected, "Old Long, allow me to clarify. This child is my niece's son. His parents tragically passed away in a car accident 2 years ago, and he currently resides with me. I serve as his guardian, and being a student, he is yet to acquire a bank card. Therefore, let him receive the funds through my account." Long Qiuxing paused in surprise, casting a glance at Zhou Tianqi before responding with a chuckle. "Ah, such a connection. I certainly did not foresee that. Very well, Xiao Zhou. Please provide me with your bank card number, and I will initiate the transfer immediately." Without further inquiry into Su Dong's feelings, Long Qiuxing accepted Zhou Tianqi's explanation, recognizing the necessity of managing the child's finances as his guardian. Niu Xiangdong wore a peculiar expression, but chose to remain silent. Su Dong, although feeling somewhat reluctant, refrained from voicing his discomfort. He dared not to offend his uncle, especially in the presence of Old Long and Niu Xiangdong. Moreover, considering that his uncle would be receiving the funds, he surmised that such a transaction would mitigate any future accusations of him being a freeloader. The prospect of acquiring 38,000 yuan was indeed enticing. If he succeeded in gaining admission to university, he could regard 30,000 as his own, with the remaining 8,000 allocated to his uncle. This sum would likely cover most of his university expenses, and should there be any shortfall, he could always seek part-time employment. The sudden influx of 38,000 yuan left Su Dong momentarily dazed, his mind racing. Zhou Tianqi promptly retrieved his wallet, producing a bank card to hand to Long Qiuxing. Upon receiving the card, Long Qiuxing dialed a number, reporting the bank details. The online transfer was swift. Within mere seconds of providing the account number, Zhou Tianqi's phone emitted a notification. Glancing at his screen, he smiled. "Old Long, the 38,000 has been credited. I extend my gratitude on behalf of Su Dong." Su Dong, lost in thought, stared blankly at the glass display case in the shop. Zhou Tianqi, noticing Su Dong's silence, was content to engage in casual conversation with Long Qiuxing, though internally he mused about Su Dong's unexpected fortune in discovering such a valuable treasure from the penholder. It was fortunate that Niu Xiangdong had summoned him for business today. Otherwise, the money would have fallen directly into Su Dong's hands. Had this young man held on to 38,000 yuan, he would undoubtedly have kept it to himself. While Zhou Tianqi entertained his calculations, Su Dong's reverie was not solely due to the 38,000 yuan. He had suddenly noticed a peculiar mist emanating from several items within the shop's glass display case. Surveying the merchandise, he discerned only 3 items cloaked in this mist, each a piece of porcelain, a dish, and 2 small teacups. Each piece bore a faint yellowish vapor, hovering 3 inches above, with the mist surrounding the teacups being more subdued, while that of the dish appeared slightly denser, resembling the green aura emitted by the prayer beads, albeit in a different hue. Su Dong was uncertain whether Niu Xiangdong, his uncle, and Long Lao Lao had noticed the colored mist. At that moment, he pondered if the misty objects held any value as precious items. Additionally, the matter of the Buddhist beads emanating green vapor had led Su Dong to summon Xiao Wei from next door for a glance, yet he observed nothing. This left Su Dong speculating whether this mist was visible solely to him or if others could perceive it as well. Contemplating deeply, Su Dong glanced at his uncle and Long Qiuxing, who were engaged in jovial conversation, and hesitated before asking, "Long Lao, Boss Niu, may I inquire about something?" "By all means." Long Qiuxing waved his hand with a smile. "Feel free to ask anything, young lad. I feel a special affinity with you, so go ahead." Upon hearing Long Qiuxing's invitation, Zhou Tianqi fell silent. Su Dong pointed towards the porcelain pieces displayed in the glass cabinet and said, "Long Lao Lao, Boss Niu, those porcelain items in the cabinet must be valuable, and I was wondering if precious items are often accompanied by azure or emerald mist." Long Qiuxing chuckled, gesturing dismissively. Your question is quite intriguing, dear boy. It isn't entirely unfounded. Historical texts do record that treasures possess spiritual energy. Thus, it is said that gems radiate light and treasures exude aura. The notion of pearl light and treasure aura exists for a reason. However, this remains merely a legend. Those who can perceive such auras are exceedingly rare. Su Dong's heart quivered at Long Qiuxing's words. Could what he saw be the treasure aura? If he truly could perceive such an aura, it was likely that he was the only one able to do so. If Long Lao Lao had also witnessed the yellow and green mist, he surely would have mentioned it. Niu Xiangdong and his uncle likely could not see it either, as they had remained silent. Though Su Dong had endured much suffering, his youth did not imply foolishness. At that moment, he kept his thoughts about the green and yellow mist to himself, determined not to reveal them. Should he indeed be the sole observer of the treasure aura, he would remain reticent. If he possessed such an ability, he would not fear a lack of livelihood, even if he were to be cast out by his uncle. However, whether he was the only one able to perceive the treasure aura still required validation. Niu Xiangdong laughed heartily. Little Su, you truly have an eye for detail. In my shop, I only display those 3 items to maintain appearances. The rest are modern electronic products. My shop cannot compare with others, as I deal in a hodgepodge of items just to make a living. Yet, at your tender age, you have keenly discerned this. Long Qiuxing, somewhat surprised, beckoned Su Dong over with a smile. Come here, young friend. As Su Dong approached, Long Qiuxing retrieved a string of dark beads from his wrist. Similar in hue to the Buddhist bead necklace he had just sold him. He also took a jade ring, resplendent in emerald green, from his left index finger. Smiling as he said, You truly have a discerning eye, my young friend. Now, take a look at these 2 items. What do you think? The string of beads exuded a pleasant fragrance, and they appeared quite similar to the ones he had seen earlier. The jade ring was particularly translucent, its warm hue enticing. Given Long Qiuxing's status, it was evident that these items were of no ordinary quality. However, Su Dong hesitated, as he had not observed any mist emanating from the 2 items. As for the differing hues of the yellowish tint of the 3 porcelain pieces and the greenish tint of the Buddhist beads, he remained unaware of the reasons behind it. Yet, it seemed that objects exuding some form of energy held greater value, which was indeed true. Upon noticing Su Dong's contemplation, Niu Xiangdong and Zhou Tianqi drew closer to examine the items as well. After a moment of scrutiny, both nodded in agreement. Niu Xiangdong placed the string of beads into the basin, where they momentarily floated before sinking into the water. In the 5th chapter, The Trouble Caused by Money, Niu Xiangdong retrieved the bead string from the water and carefully dried it with a towel before speaking. Old Long, the fragrance of your beads is truly captivating. They sink upon contact with water and possess a luster indicative of being made from small leaf red sandalwood. With 19 beads, their value should not be less than the piece that Xiao Su sold to you, correct? Long Qiuxing chuckled. Small leaf red sandalwood is indeed precious, often referred to as the king of woods. It is dense, sinks in water, and over time develops a lustrous quality akin to keratin. You perceive these characteristics well. Yet there is one aspect you have yet to mention, young one. What do you think? As he spoke the latter part, Long Qiuxing's gaze shifted to Su Dong, directing the question towards him. Su Dong pondered for a moment, his complexion slightly ashen, and stammered, I believe these 2 items are not valuable. What? That cannot be true, Niu Xiangdong exclaimed incredulously. What nonsense! Truly, a child who knows not the heights of heaven or depth of earth speaks without thought. The first remark came from Niu Xiangdong, while the latter was Zhou Tianqi's reprimand. Considering Long Qiuxing's esteemed status, how could the items he possessed be of inferior quality? Moreover, they had already undergone scrutiny by Niu Xiangdong and Zhou Tianqi. If these 2 items were deemed worthless, would that not be utter folly? Su Dong's assertion of their lack of value stemmed from his failure to perceive any energy within them. Of course, his thoughts were merely conjectural. After all, the notion of treasure energy was a rather ethereal idea, yet to be verified with certainty. Long Qiuxing appeared momentarily taken aback, staring at Su Dong for quite some time before finally responding. Do you truly believe so? For reasons unknown. As Su Dong observed the subtle changes in Long Qiuxing's expression, he felt a twinge of intuition and, after a moment's hesitation, nodded as if taking a gamble. I genuinely believe these 2 items do not possess significant value. Niu Xiangdong shook his head with a wry smile, while Zhou Tianqi could not restrain himself from chastising Su Dong once more for his foolishness. Yet Long Qiuxing nodded, letting out a sigh. Ah, young friend, your discerning eye is commendable. The reason these 2 items are indeed of lesser value which Xiao Niu and Xiao Zhou have not articulated, is that both are counterfeit. Mere high-quality replicas. Counterfeit? Niu Xiangdong and Zhou Qianqi were taken aback, exclaiming in unison, "That cannot be true." Long Qiuxing shook his head and chuckled. "Indeed. I have a friend abroad who has replicated it using cutting-edge technology. If you believe it to be genuine, you have been misled. Firstly, you must consider that my status precludes me from donning a counterfeit. Secondly, the beads bear a striking resemblance to small-leaf red sandalwood, even emitting a similar fragrance. The quality of the ring is remarkably high, with its hue and color barely distinguishable from top-grade jadeite. Furthermore, Xiao Niu has conducted tests, and the beads sink immediately in water. Among wooden materials, only sandalwood and mahogany possess such density. They too sink upon immersion, particularly the rare, small-leaf red sandalwood. However, it seems you two seasoned veterans have been outmatched by this young lad." Zhou Tianqi felt a flush of embarrassment. Being told by Long that his discernment was lacking was one thing, but being compared unfavorably to Su Dong was quite another. After all, he was also in this line of work, and to be outshone by a mere youth made him feel rather diminished. Niu Xiangdong, however, seemed unperturbed, while Long felt that Zhou Tianqi, as Su Dong's guardian and close kin, was beyond reproach. Who wouldn't relish hearing praise for their child as capabilities? Zhou Tianqi drove a second-hand Jetta, purchased for 30,000 yuan, and though he contemplated acquiring a new vehicle, his finances were somewhat constrained. His daughter, Zhou Lin, also wished to buy a car. She worked at a construction bank and desired a vehicle to enhance her stature. In truth, Zhou Lin's expectations were modest. She had seen a two-door new sale one, for manual version that she fancied, a beautiful white model. The total cost, including purchase and registration, was merely 80,000. While 80,000 is not an insignificant sum, the family's finances were rather tight. The pawn shop business was mediocre, providing just enough to scrape by. Zhou Lin's salary was modest, and it was a feat for her to cover her own expenses, let alone buy a car without parental assistance. However, a solution now seemed within reach. As Zhou Tianqi drove, he pondered how to acquire the 38,000 yuan Su Dong had just spent on that string of prayer beads. Once that money found its way into his bank account, he had no intention of returning it to Su Dong, but he needed to concoct a plausible justification for his actions. Su Dong, seated in the back of the vintage Jetta, found this to be his first experience in such a vehicle, as Zhou's family seldom invited him to partake in their activities. At this moment, Zhou Tianqi was too preoccupied with his thoughts of the 38,000 yuan to reprimand Su Dong. He envisioned allocating 8,000 for his daughter's car, while setting aside 20,000 for himself to purchase a mid-range sedan, anything to preserve a semblance of dignity, as this worn-out Jetta was hardly respectable. He often found himself awkwardly parking it during gatherings with friends. Additionally, he intended to reserve 10,000 for his wife, Huang Shuyu, without her approval. The car purchase plan would not come to fruition. The 38,000 would thus be perfectly apportioned, leaving no remainder, and of course, Zhou Tianqi had never contemplated setting aside a single yuan for Su Dong. Upon returning home and unlocking the door, he found Zhou Tianqi and Su Dong seated on the living room sofa. Zhou Tianqi was smoking, yet there was nothing amiss in his demeanor. Lowering his voice, he said, "Don't make a fuss. I have something to tell you. Today Su Dong came into some money." "He came into money? What fortune did he find?" Huang Shuyu stood in a daze, glancing at the door of Su Dong's room, and then asked Zhou Tianqi, "I must inquire, did you secretly give Su Dong money?" 38,000? Huang Shuyu was taken aback and hurriedly asked her husband in a hushed tone, "Is that true? What kind of pearl could sell for such a sum? Is there any doubt?" Zhou Tianqi pointed to his own eyes and said, "I witnessed it with my own eyes. By sheer luck, I happened to be invited by the owner of a shop where Su Dong sold the pearls to discuss business. Since Su Dong doesn't possess a bank card, I conveniently deposited his 38,000 into my account. With the money now in my possession, how could there be any doubt?" Huang Shuyu, unable to contain her excitement, planted a kiss on Zhou Tianqi's cheek and exclaimed, "Old Zhou, how clever you are today. 38,000. How shall we spend it? Keep your voice down." Zhou Tianqi gestured towards Su Dong's room and continued in a lower tone, "Dear, I have a plan for that 38,000. Zhou Lin has her eye on a car, so I'm considering spending 8,000 to buy it for her. I'll use 20,000 to upgrade my own vehicle. My current one is simply too old and shabby. A car is a matter of face, and without face, business becomes difficult. Wouldn't you agree? I have no objections to you getting a new car, especially since I'll be using it too. But it should be a $20,000 vehicle. I believe a car in the 13 to 14,000 range would suffice. We shouldn't leave ourselves without any funds." Huang Shiyu was not averse to her husband's plan for a new car, as he had been lamenting about it for a long time. In today's world, appearances and status were paramount, and their old Jeddah had indeed lost its luster. However, Huang Shiyu then quietly added, "Furthermore, if we are to accept this 38,000, Su Dong will inevitably request a reason, won't he?" Zhou Qianqi retorted fiercely. What reason could he possibly have? With no proof, I can assert that it has nothing to do with him. Once he graduates from high school, I'll send him off to work in another province. In a few years, he will be he, and we will be we. What connection will there be? Huang Shiyu shook her head, saying, "In this day and age, everything requires evidence and reason. You cannot simply act recklessly. After all, 38,000 has indeed been deposited into your bank account. I believe the best approach is to say that his father owed significant debts, and we lent him 40,000 to settle them, with this 38,000 serving as a partial repayment. He will have no means to refute us." Zhou Qianqi couldn't help but chuckle. "You truly are capable. Yes, let us proceed with that. He will have no evidence. Even if he reports it, there will be no way to investigate. Besides, he is merely a minor, while we are adults. Who will they trust, us or him?" Although Huang Shiyu and Zhou Qianqi spoke in hushed tones, Su Dong, who was behind the door, heard every word clearly. Chapter 6. The Break. On Sunday afternoon, classes were approaching, and Su Dong had made up his mind. He packed his belongings in his room and prepared to leave for school. Meanwhile, Zhou Qianqi and Huang Shiyu were still in the living room, excitedly discussing what car to purchase. As Su Dong stepped out, they paid him no mind, believing that he would not cause any trouble. They had found a reason and were prepared to swallow it, just as they had previously devoured the profits from Su Dong's family's assets. Otherwise, how could they have amassed their current wealth? Su Dong was still clad in his worn, faded attire, featuring a small tear at the elbow, yet he carried no backpack, as it would no longer serve a purpose. The entrance of the first high school was bustling with students and teachers coming and going. Upon entering, Su Dong noticed the office door was still shut, so he settled onto the stone steps by the playground to wait. A few boys were engaged in a game of basketball, and several girls, whom Su Dong recognized, were seated on the stone steps about 10 meters away, watching the game. He was aware that these couples were secretly enamored with each other. Such romances among high school students were nearly an open secret. Teachers generally turn a blind eye to these matters, deeming them not worthy of concern. The radio played a lively tune, and Su Dong's gaze inevitably drifted to the other side of the court. At the far end, a wooden bench was occupied by a figure amidst a backdrop of vibrant flowers, both red and blue, blooming profusely. Yet no blossom could rival the beauty of the person seated upon that bench, Musi. Regarded by the students and faculty of the first high school as the most beautiful girl in history, she sat there engrossed in her book. Despite her undeniable allure, Musi's demeanor was notably aloof. Perhaps it was her exceptional academic performance or her affluent background that fostered such a disposition. In any case, although many students fancied themselves in love, none dared to approach her. Rumor had it that Musi hailed from a wealthy family, with relatives holding positions in the Public Security Bureau. Once, a notorious figure from the streets, captivated by her beauty, attempted to confront her at the school gate to propose a relationship. However, Musi calmly made a phone call, and within minutes, a vehicle arrived, from which emerged several individuals who swiftly dealt with the aggressor's entourage. The once fierce group, known for their ruthlessness, clearly recognized their assailants and fell silent, each one bowing an apology to Musi after receiving their due reprimand. From that day forth, no one dared to provoke her. Nevertheless, youth is a time of dreams and fantasies, and many students harbored aspirations of striking it rich and marrying someone like Musi. Even Su Dong, who prided himself on his self-restraint, found himself secretly infatuated with her. He was acutely aware of the chasm that separated them, one soaring in the heavens while the other dwelled on the earth. Yet he kept his feelings to himself, recognizing that dreams, by their very nature, often remain unattainable. With a sigh, he reminisced about the campus, lamenting that he had no choice in the matter. Farewell, first high school. Farewell, youth. Farewell, Musi. As the office doors swung open, Su Dong no longer hesitated and approached. Inside the administrative office, the senior class teachers were busy at their desks. He made his way directly to that of his homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang Xuezhou. The teacher was tidying his cluttered desk when he looked up and said, "Go to your classroom. It's time for class." Su Dong was an exemplary student, known for his humility, and Mr. Zhang held him in high regard, often considering him a candidate for top-tier universities. Su Dong shook his head and with difficulty spoke, "Mr. Zhang, I won't be attending class anymore. I came to inform you that I intend to withdraw." Withdraw? Zhang Xuezhou was taken aback. ceasing his actions and fixating his gaze on Su Dong. After a brief moment, he pointed to the chair before him and said, "Please, take a seat. What would you like to discuss?" Su Dong forced a smile, shrugging his shoulders as he replied, "Teacher Zheng, I don't believe there is much to say. Everyone has their unspoken burdens, and every family has its own struggles. My circumstances do not permit me to pursue a traditional university education. Since that is the case, I might as well start working and earning money. Besides, education isn't the only path to success. In every profession, excellence can be achieved." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuezhou realized the firmness of Su Dong's resolve. The fact that he could address the topic of dropping out so calmly indicated a certain confidence in him. Furthermore, Zhang was well aware of Su Dong's situation. His parents had tragically perished in a car accident during his first year of high school, and he was living with his uncle and aunt. The financial difficulties were evident from his struggle to pay for textbooks and other expenses. Given Su Dong's exceptional academic performance, Zhang had even visited his home, but conversations with Huang Shuyu and Zhou Tianqi left him speechless. If Su Dong were to withdraw, he genuinely did not know how to proceed. Although they could manage through the final year, the prospect of university loomed large. Su Dong's admission to a top-tier institution seemed almost assured, yet the cost of university was no trifling matter. It was not merely a sum of 1,800. As a humble teacher, Zhang felt powerless to assist. Observing Su Dong's serene demeanor, despite his intention to withdraw, Zhang felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. After a prolonged silence, he inquired, "Have you truly made up your mind? Perhaps you should wait until after the college entrance examination to decide. Regardless of the outcome, it's wise to see what transpires. Who knows what opportunities may arise after the exam." Su Dong shook his head once more, offering a wry smile as he replied, "Teacher Zheng, I once shared your perspective. However, I now realize that for me, it is but a distant dream, an impossibility. I believe I found a path that suits me. Thank you for your understanding." Zheng sighed, recognizing that students like Su Dong were beyond his persuasion. It was a painful realization, one that he found deeply regrettable. After a prolonged pause, he finally said, "Su Dong, I understand that my words may not sway you, so I shall refrain from further discourse. In that case, pursue what you wish. However, do make time to keep up with your studies. I will reserve your spot at the school. You need not attend classes for the time being. As for your withdrawal, let us set it aside for now. You may still take the entrance examination in 2 months, and I will contact you with further details. At that point, you may make your decision. How's that sound?" Having made his choice, Su Dong felt less apprehensive about his uncle and aunt. Uncharacteristically, he pulled a chair closer and said, "Uncle, I have something to discuss with you." Su Dong's earnest demeanor astonished Huang Shuyu and Zhou Tianqi, as they had always seen him as somewhat timid, not at all like the assertive individual seated before them now. Huang Shuyu hesitated momentarily before asking, "What would you like to say?" "We also have matters to discuss with you." Su Dong, unfazed, shrugged lightly and replied, "Then please, aunt, you go first." Huang Shuyu had already conferred with Zhou Tianqi about what to say. With a stern expression, she began, "Su Dong, after your parents passed, there have been several matters we have not disclosed to you over the past 2 years. Your father borrowed 40,000 yuan from us. Previously, we refrained from mentioning it because you were in financial distress. However, you sold the Buddhist beads for 380,000 yesterday, thus we must address this matter. We intend to collect only 380,000 from you, considering our familial ties. The expenses you incurred while staying at our home, along with the 2,000 yuan that remains unpaid, will be forgiven." Su Dong snorted disdainfully and retorted coldly, "Aunt, I cannot agree with your assertion. 2 years ago, you purchased this house by liquidating my family's assets. How could you possibly have lent my father 40,000? Moreover, the proceeds from the sale of our family's assets are in your possession. I have not been living here without recompense. You may choose to withhold the 380,000 from the sale of the Buddhist beads, but I will not acknowledge that my father borrowed money from you." "You refuse to acknowledge it? You refuse to acknowledge it?" Huang Shuyu leapt to her feet, her face flushed with anger. "You ungrateful wretch! Is this the outcome of my 2 years of care? Very well, let's speak plainly today. You will soon turn 18 and become an adult. Go wherever you wish. Just do not linger in my home. I have cared for you long enough. Aunt, there is no need for you to urge me. I will leave." Su Dong struggled to maintain his composure. "I have already packed my belongings, and I have withdrawn from school. I will depart from your home now. If you choose not to return the 380,000, so be it, but do not insult my father." Huang Shuyu was immediately incensed, breathing heavily in fury. Zhou Tianqi slammed the table with a resounding bang and barked, "What? Do you wish to defy all reason and resort to violence?" At the Nyo Brother pawn shop, Niu Xiangdong sat alone, sipping tea while listening to music from a small radio, when he saw Su Dong enter with a tattered bag. He was momentarily taken aback before quickly asking, "Xiao Su, what brings you here?" In front of Niu Xiangdong, Su Dong, who had always been strong, felt tears welling in his eyes. Biting his lip, he said, "Boss Niu, please accept me. If you trust me, do not ask questions. I'm willing to work for you. If the business thrives, I ask for a modest wage. If it falters, I will accept nothing. I hope to transform the casual work you previously promised into a formal position." Niu Xiangdong was momentarily stunned, then reached out to take Su Dong's bag, speaking gently. "Xiao Su, I have sensed something of your situation. Since you did not elaborate, I shall not pry. You are always welcome here. The bedroom is vacant, and you may stay as long as you wish. However, you must continue your studies. If finances are an issue, I can assist you. Though I will not simply give you money, I will lend it to you." Chapter 7, A Stunning Revelation, Part 1. Su Dong understood that Niu Xiangdong was considering his dignity and sincerely wished to help him. With red-rimmed eyes, he shook his head and replied, "Thank you, Boss Niu. I feel I possess a mindset far removed from that of my peers, and I do not believe that education is my only path. If you genuinely wish to assist me, please accept me. I wish to learn and practice in the field of antiques." Niu Xiangdong pondered. Indeed, Su Dong exhibited a maturity far surpassing that of his peers. As the saying goes, children from impoverished families mature early. Yet, Su Dong's plight may well be even more arduous. While the destitute have familial bonds and the warmth of parental love, Su Dong possesses none of those comforts. Education is certainly not the sole path to success. Niu Xiangdong, not one to adhere rigidly to convention, contemplated for a moment before saying, "Young Su, it is commendable that you wish to pursue this. However, I have limited knowledge to impart, as I too am but novice. Here's what we shall do. You can assist me in the shop, and I shall ask Old Long if he would be willing to take you on as an apprentice. If Old Long agrees, even if you acquire merely half of his skills, that would suffice for you to achieve prominence." Su Dong was elated. "Boss Niu, I truly appreciate your kindness. I will work diligently to repay your generosity." "Let's not dwell on that," Niu Xiangdong sighed. "I share a bond with your father, and I was unaware of your circumstances. Now let us set things right. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me." Su Dong immediately shook his head in refusal. "I lack for nothing. I will just go to the supermarket shortly to purchase some essentials. I have yet to touch that 1,000 yuan. By the way, what about your 380,000? Upon mentioning money, Niu Xiangdong recalled the funds Su Dong had received from selling the prayer beads. Su Dong smiled wryly and shrugged. "My uncle and aunt have taken it, claiming my father borrowed 400,000 from them and still owes them an additional 20,000. Infuriating. Niu Xiangdong slammed his palm onto the chair's backrest. His brow furrowed in anger. Su Dong calmly replied, "Boss Niu, there is no need for such anger. Perhaps it is for the best that the ties have been severed. The prayer beads were a serendipitous acquisition, and it seems the heavens never intended for me to possess this fortune. What is not meant for me is ultimately inconsequential." Noticing Su Dong's unusual tranquility, Niu Xiangdong contemplated for a moment before continuing, "Young Su, while I shall not deter you from entering this field, I have a few words of advice if you're to work here. Please do share." Niu Xiangdong's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he stated earnestly, "Business must not be governed by emotions. As long as you are under my roof, you are to refrain from interfering in any of my business dealings. Focus solely on your responsibilities. Do you understand?" Su Dong was somewhat perplexed by Niu Xiangdong's sudden seriousness, but he nodded in agreement, acknowledging that as the boss, he need not interject in matters of his authority. However, one thing was clear to Su Dong. Niu Xiangdong's willingness to assist him stemmed from a connection with his father. The nature of that bond was not for him to inquire about, as he did not wish to appear as though he were seeking favors. He was determined to forge his own path in life. His greatest confidence lay in his newfound ability to perceive treasures, a skill he had yet to fully grasp, nor did he understand why it had suddenly manifested. Nevertheless, this ability was undoubtedly extraordinary in the realm of antique collecting. It likely surpassed even the prowess of esteemed figures like Long Qiuxing. However, Su Dong was acutely aware that his appraisal skills and knowledge were still woefully inadequate. This was an area in which he needed to cultivate himself. Relying solely on his ability to perceive the aura of treasures was ultimately unsatisfactory. No one could predict whether this extraordinary gift would suddenly appear or vanish. Acquiring genuine identification skills was the true mark of proficiency. In the afternoon, while Niu Xiangdong managed the store, Su Dong meticulously cleaned every room within the establishment. Only after ensuring that everything was spotless did he venture to the nearby supermarket to procure daily necessities, including blankets and pillows. Spending over 600 of the 1,000 yuan he had, the store remained unusually quiet, with no customers arriving, which left Su Dong feeling anxious. Niu Xiangdong, however, was unfazed. As the twilight approached, he instructed Su Dong to close the store and accompanied him out for a meal. Niu Xiangdong's vehicle was an Audi Q5, which whisked Su Dong away to a suburban farmhouse for dinner. The fare was not particularly exotic, consisting mainly of free-range chicken and wild fish. Yet the bill astonishingly totaled over 1,300 yuan. Su Dong had initially intended to pay, but upon seeing the exorbitant charge, he fell silent. Realizing that with only 300 yuan left, he could scarcely cover the cost. As he watched Niu Xiangdong's car disappear at the intersection, he finally locked the store door, took a shower, and attempted to sleep, but found himself tossing and turning restlessly. The changes of the past few days had been overwhelming. Lying in bed, he gazed at his surroundings, feeling as though he were in a dream. Despite having known Niu Xiangdong for merely 2 days, their camaraderie felt deeper than that of acquaintances of a decade. Moreover, he had severed ties with his aunt's family, fearing that they might never reconcile. As he lay there, he pondered the origin of his newfound ability to perceive the aura of treasures. It seemed improbable that such fortunes would simply fall from the sky. Surely, every phenomenon must have its cause and effect. After much contemplation, Su Dong inadvertently caught sight of the peculiar pattern on his right palm, sending a jolt through his body. Could this be the reason? Reflecting upon the sequence of events, he recalled the day he accidentally shattered a small stone in Niu Xiangdong's store. After picking it up, the liquid within had smeared onto his index finger, penetrating his skin. Subsequently, upon awakening that night, he discovered the mark on his palm. While he could not definitively ascertain the cause of the aura's emergence, he surmised it must be connected to that incident. Unable to sleep, Su Dong rose and returned to the store to test his vision. The display cases were filled with various objects, yet only 3 porcelain pieces radiated an aura, their faint yellow glow suggesting that, in terms of aura intensity, these items were not particularly valuable. However, he wondered why the auras of these objects varied in color. Contemplating the 3 porcelain pieces, he noted their light yellow hue. Did this imply that objects of the same category shared a uniform aura color? The Buddhist beads he had previously sold were green, crafted from small leaf red sandalwood, indicating that wooden treasures emitted a green aura, while porcelain exuded yellow. What other hues of aura might he encounter in the future? Aside from these 3 pieces of porcelain, there was no other exquisite item to be found in Niu Xiangdong's shop. Su Dong returned to his bed, yet despite his efforts to torment himself, sleep eluded him. He was apprehensive about rising early, feeling utterly fatigued and languid, but even with his eyes closed, slumber remained elusive. In a daze, he lost track of time until the sudden sound of the shop door creaking open jolted him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he was blinded by the bright daylight outside, prompting an involuntary exclamation as he hurriedly dressed. It was Niu Xiangdong who had opened the door. Su Dong blinked and rushed outside, his face flushed with embarrassment. Niu Xiangdong smiled warmly and said, "No worries. Go wash your face and brush your teeth. Last night, I spoke with Elder Long about your apprenticeship. He mentioned that you two are quite compatible, but whether he will take you on as a disciple is uncertain. He has a gathering later, and he asked me to bring you along. This will be your moment to shine." Su Dong felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. "Boss Niu, I'm not sure if I can meet Elder Long's expectations." Niu Xiangdong laughed heartily. "What are you worried about? If it works out, splendid. If not, so be it. You cannot force a melon to bloom. Just do your best, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. Besides, you've set yourself. There are many paths in life, and not every route leads to a dead end. All roads lead to Beijing." Reassured by Niu Xiangdong's words, Su Dong sighed in relief and promptly went to wash up. He straightened his attire before stepping out again. Niu Xiangdong noticed that although Su Dong's clothes were old, they were clean and tidy. The shop was also much neater than before, prompting him to remark, "Not bad. You carry yourself well, a true gentleman. If I had a daughter, I might consider you as a son-in-law." Su Dong's face flushed crimson at the thought. Could it be that Niu Xiangdong truly had a daughter who took a liking to him? While Niu Xiangdong was kind, his robust physique made Su Dong doubt the appearance of any hypothetical daughter. This train of thought conjured an image of Mao Siyu in his mind. If only he could one day marry her, it would be a dream fulfilled. "Kid, am I to infer that you're actually smitten?" Niu Xiangdong's voice snapped Su Dong from his reverie, and he felt his cheeks redden further under the scrutinizing gaze of Niu Xiangdong. The latter chuckled, "Just so you know, I do have a daughter, but I wouldn't part with her. She is only 6. Su Dong let out a sigh of relief. His concern was not about the appearance of Niu Xiangdong's daughter. He felt unworthy to judge any girl's looks. He was merely inexplicably longing for the image of his secret crush, Mao Siyu. Even if it was a dream, an unrequited love, it was still his first love. As they drove off, Su Dong took his seat in the passenger side. Despite his robust frame, Niu Xiangdong displayed impressive driving skills, his hands deftly maneuvering the wheel. Once they hit the road, he casually turned on the music, and the sweet melody of Teresa Tung's small-town story filled the air. Noticing Su Dong's my. Niu Xiangdong immediately quipped, "Are you finding me old-fashioned?" Su Dong chuckled, "Not all. I am not fashionable either. I find old songs quite melodious. Far more enjoyable than those meaningless pop tunes." Chapter 8. A Surprising Revelation, Part 2. For the past 2 years, Su Dong had felt an overwhelming sense of oppression and was shrouded in shadows of despair. However, after leaving his aunt's house, the gloom that enveloped him dissipated. Whether it was due to encountering Niu Xiangdong, a person who treated him kindly, or perhaps because he could now perceive the charm of Jinbao, he had begun to feel an invigorating sense of confidence. There's a saying that the strongest confidence stems from a foundation of formidable capability. With ability comes self-assurance, and with ability comes the respect of others. Although still a youth under 18, Su Dong was not plagued by thoughts of running away from home, even with only a little over 300 yuan to his name. Instead, he felt a sense of rebirth, as if he were growing increasingly resilient. Niu Xiangdong was unaware of Su Dong's transformation. He merely viewed Su Dong as an orphan left behind by a benefactor in need of assistance. Niu Xiangdong had been immersed in the melodies of Teresa Tung songs when he suddenly turned to Su Dong and asked, "Su Dong, do you harbor any resentment towards your uncle Zhou Tianqi and his family?" Niu Xiangdong smiled and nodded, adding from now on, "Don't call me Boss Niu, that feels distant. Just call me Uncle Niu." "Yes, Uncle Niu," Su Dong replied, choosing not to elaborate further. As Niu Xiangdong continued to drive, Su Dong gazed quietly out the car window. The weather was splendid. Beyond the glass, the sky was a clear blue, and it seemed as if the atmosphere brightened in harmony with his mood. The streets were bustling with traffic, and pedestrians hurried along the sidewalks. Yet to Su Dong, everything appeared so pleasant. Niu Xiangdong drove to a location that Su Dong had envisioned, a luxurious villa district. Even within the secluded lanes of the neighborhood, the gardens, lawns, and lakeside views spoke of an extraordinary level of refinement. The vehicle came to a halt in front of villa, and, upon exiting, Niu Xiangdong pressed the doorbell on the wrought iron gate. With a resonant chime, a middle-aged man in his 30s emerged to open the door, greeting Niu Xiangdong with a smile. "Boss Niu, Long Lao has been waiting for a while." As he spoke, the man cast a glance at Su Dong, causing an inexplicable tension to rise within him. It seemed that Long Xiaoxing was specifically waiting for his arrival, and he wondered whether this opportunity to become a disciple would proceed smoothly. Though Niu Xiangdong had advised him to take things as they came, Su Dong secretly hoped to receive Long Lao's teachings. Respectfully, Su Dong addressed the man, "Hello, Uncle Su." "Too formal, too formal." Su Sheng quickly waved his hand, inviting Niu Xiangdong and Su Dong inside. As they walked in, he continued, "I'm merely a humble driver. No need for titles. Just call me Lao Su." Su Dong, of course, refrained from calling him Lao Su and followed them into the villa. Upon entering, he was greeted by a grand living room adorned with antique decor, predominantly crafted from wood, with a magnificent wooden staircase spiraling to the second floor. Long Xiaoxing stood with his back turned, gazing at the wall, and Su Dong noticed 6 or 7 pieces of calligraphy and paintings hung on either side of the hall. Stepping into this grand space, Su Dong was profoundly awestruck. In the living room, there were no fewer than 20 objects exuding an aura of preciousness. This was the first occasion on which Su Dong had encountered such a multitude of treasures in a single location since discovering his unique ability to perceive their intrinsic value. In Niu Xiangdong's shop, there were merely 3 small porcelain items with a faint glimmer of preciousness, and the only other significant piece was the string of Buddhist beads Su Dong had acquired, which he sold for 380,000, crafted from the rare small-leaf red sandalwood for Long Lao. At this moment, Su Dong observed that nearly every item in the room radiated a richer aura than his string of beads. By this estimation, it seemed likely that the treasures in Long Lao's living room surpassed the value of the 380,000 beads. Although this valuation was predicated solely on Su Dong's observations and could not be deemed absolute. What further astonished and excited Su Dong was the revelation of hues he had never encountered before, alongside the familiar greens and yellows. He also discerned purples and reds emanating from the treasures. The scrolls and paintings adorning the walls exhibited an unfamiliar red aura, suggesting that such artifacts bore this distinctive color. Flanking the staircase were two towering porcelain vases, both of which displayed a yellow aura, yet far more pronounced than the three porcelain items he had seen in Niu Xiangdong's establishment. To Su Dong's surprise, some wooden furniture in Long Lao's living room also radiated an aura of preciousness, characterized by a deep green hue, notably more intense than that of the beads he had sold to Long Qiuxing. Among these pieces, one singular item caught his attention, a bowl-like vessel, entirely black on the exterior, resting upon the incense table. It contained a half-filled mixture of incense ash and several unburned incense sticks. Su Dong was well acquainted with such incense tables, commonly found in households, albeit with variations in the deities worshipped, some honored Guangong, others Xin Xiong, and still others Lao Jun. Su Sheng then beckoned to Niu Xiangdong and Su Dong, saying, "I will prepare some tea. Please, make yourselves comfortable." Long Qiuxing remained transfixed, gazing intently at a painting. And neither Niu Xiangdong nor Su Dong held any grudge against him for his apparent lack of courtesy. They quietly seated themselves on wooden chairs, awaiting his attention. Shortly thereafter, Su Sheng returned with tea, and Su Dong glanced around, noting the unusual sight of a man so robustly engaged in both driving and serving tea. Pondering whether Long Qiuxing's stature and wealth might not warrant the hiring of servants. Seemingly sensing Su Dong's thoughts, Su Sheng smiled and quietly remarked, "Long Lao enjoys tranquility. He lives here alone, his children not residing with him, and I fulfill multiple roles." Observing Su Sheng's adeptness in brewing tea with a set of purple clay teapots, Su Dong felt a surge of curiosity, noting that even the diminutive teacups, delicate as a thumb, radiated a subtle yellow aura. After completing the tea preparation, Su Sheng cheerfully invited, "Do give my craftsmanship a try." Su Dong, accompanied by Niu Xiangdong, took a small cup, the tea within shimmering with a clear ethereal blue, and even before tasting, he inhaled the delicate, fragrant aroma wafting from it. Su Dong's father was also a connoisseur of tea. Thus he possessed a certain understanding of its intricacies. Among such individuals, tea drinking transcends mere hydration. It has evolved into an art form and a source of enjoyment. To quench one's thirst is akin to hasty consumption, which cannot be compared to the exquisite experience of savoring tea. As the tea touched his lips, Su Dong felt a flicker of recognition and tilted his head to inquire, "Uncle Su, this is Long Jing, isn't it?" Before Su Sheng could respond, however, Long Qiuxing turned around with a chuckle and said, "Ah, young one, you possess knowledge of the tea ceremony at such a tender age?" Su Dong's cheeks flushed, and he shook his head, replying, "I am no expert in tea. It was merely that my father enjoyed drinking tea when he was alive, and I have sampled a few varieties. This flavor closely resembles Long Jing. I'm merely speculating, so please don't take it to heart, old Long." Long Qiuxing laughed heartily, noting that nowadays, young people are inundated with a plethora of modern beverages, with few inclined to appreciate tea. The art of tea tasting, much like antiquities, is seldom embraced by the youth. I perceive you possess considerable insight, and with a touch of ancestral background. Why don't you tell me which item in this room holds the greatest value? Niu Xiangdong glanced at Su Dong, who slightly nodded in understanding. Though Long Qiuxing spoke casually, his insinuation was unmistakable. This was a threshold for mentorship. If Su Dong could surpass it, he would be welcomed into Long Qiuxing's circle. If not, the prospect of apprenticeship would be moot. The willingness to accept him as a disciple bore no relation to Long Qiuxing's personal feelings towards him. Discernment required both vision and comprehension, which were independent of a person's integrity or sincerity. Su Dong set down his teacup and stood, surveying the surroundings. Given Long Qiuxing had delineated the criteria for entry, he felt no need for bashfulness. To enter this realm, Long Qiuxing was undoubtedly a formidable guide. When pondering which item in the parlor was the most valuable, Su Dong found himself at a loss, as several pieces exuded a similar aura of preciousness, albeit in varying hues, complicating his assessment of their worth. Among the peculiarities, the bowl emanating a unique purple aura stood out. Yet Su Dong could not ascertain if it was indeed the most valuable. Perhaps, in Long Qiuxing's perspective, as well as within this domain, the valuation of these objects transcended monetary worth. He had emphasized most valuable rather than most expensive, a distinction of significant importance. Could it be that the bowl radiating purple energy bore the greatest worth? Su Dong cast a glance at Niu Xiangdong. who was fixated on the painting that Long Qiuxing had previously observed with such rapt attention, suggesting that any item capable of captivating him must possess remarkable value. When Long Qiuxing presented his query, Niu Xiangdong instinctively considered that painting, though he was not entirely certain, merely conjecturing. Su Dong pondered and shifted his gaze towards the artwork. It was a landscape painting that, rather than exuding an ancient charm, possessed a refreshing modern aura. The aura of preciousness depicted in the artwork was relatively faint, and if judged solely by the delicacy of its essence, it did not seem particularly valuable. Chapter 9. A Surprising Revelation, Part 2. Niu Xiangdong was a shrewd businessman. Even with his limited understanding of appraisal techniques, his acumen in commerce, coupled with his scant experience in the realm of antiquities, had spared him from significant losses. However, when it comes to truly valuable treasures, Niu Xiangdong finds himself at a loss. Thus, when presented with the topic by Long Qiuxing, he could only speculate without the means to authenticate, relying solely on resemblance. Naturally, his attention gravitated towards the painting that Long Qiuxing had scrutinized for quite some time. Su Dong had not previously taken the time to evaluate the quality and intricacy of the items. He was solely focused on the aura of treasure they emanated. It was only upon observing that the painting lacked a robust aura that he began to analyze it more closely. The signature read Shirlu, a name Su Dong fortuitously recognized as that of a modern master painter who adopted this name out of profound admiration for Lu Sun. Was this painting the most precious of them all? Su Dong hesitated to assert such a claim, for he could not definitively determine whether the value of these items corresponded with the intensity of their aura. Nevertheless, he found himself somewhat inclined to rank them based on the richness of their aura. Initially, he felt a sense of tension, but then he recalled Niu Xiangdong's earlier words, to do his best and leave the rest to fate. Gaining Long Lao's favor was a matter of luck, and this was not his only path. Reflecting on Niu Xiangdong's advice, Su Dong achieved a measure of tranquility, deciding to follow his own intuition without overthinking. His decision was to assess the items based on the intensity of their aura, which was indeed a sound choice. Yet, he remained puzzled about the hue of the aura. He wondered if there were gradations of color. Lacking practical experience, he could not be certain, so he resolved to rely solely on the richness of the aura for his evaluations. With this criterion in mind, his attention naturally focused on the purple-hued bowl that emanated a distinct aura. Niu Xiangdong was aware that this was Long Qiuxing's test. Observing Su Dong's fixation on the purple-black bowl filled with fragrant ash instead of the painting, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Although he had spoken of doing his best, he secretly wished for Su Dong to receive Long Qiuxing's teachings. With the prestigious title of disciple under his belt, a life of prosperity would surely follow. The purple-black bowl exuded a notably rich aura, and among the displayed treasures, it stood out regardless of color, being the most prominent in terms of aura intensity. In the spacious living room, Su Dong meticulously surveyed the surroundings once more, ensuring he had not overlooked any items. Indeed, there were no other objects revealing an aura of treasure. Yet, as he gazed at Long Qiuxing, his attention faltered, and he was momentarily taken aback. While there were no overlooked treasures in the room, he suddenly noticed that Long Qiuxing himself emanated a remarkably dense blue mist. This was a phenomenon he had never encountered before. The reason for his initial oversight was that the mist emanated from Long Qiuxing, who was clad in a deep azure robe, causing the mist to blend seamlessly with his attire. Had he not examined him closely before, he would not have detected this presence. What could this blue mist signify? It could not possibly originate from Long Qiuxing's body alone. Su Dong fixated on Long Qiuxing, scrutinizing him without concern for propriety, determined to uncover the source of the mist enveloping him. A mist emanated from Long Qiuxing's body, which left Su Dong perplexed. He was acutely aware that this azure haze could not possibly be a natural emanation from Long Qiuxing himself. It was evident that he concealed some extraordinary treasure beneath his garments. Noticing Su Dong's rapt gaze, Long Qiuxing chuckled and remarked, "Youngster, I am but an old man. Certainly not a striking young lady. Why do you fixate on me? What I wish for you to behold are the most valuable artifacts in this hall, not this decrepit figure." Su Dong offered an awkward smile, pondering deeply. He hesitated to assert that Long Qiuxing possessed any treasure. Yet the intensity of the mist was undeniably more profound than that of other objects, and he had never before encountered such a captivating shade of blue. Should he trust his own instincts or rely on mere speculation? Regardless, he decided to take a chance. "Long Lao," Su Dong feigned contemplation. "Do you happen to possess anything of exceptional value?" Long Qiuxing paused, a peculiar glint in his eyes as he scrutinized Su Dong. before patting the various pockets on his attire, stating, "I assure you, my pockets hold no treasures. Do you believe me?" "I believe." Su Dong had yet to speak when Niu Xiangdong interjected with a hearty laugh. "When Long Lao speaks, it's as if gold clinks upon the ground. Who doesn't know that your word is your bond?" Su Dong comprehended Niu Xiangdong's insinuation. He was being subtly warned against doubting Long Qiuxing's words. "Nodin, Su Zong Ziplit." "Of course I trust your words, Long Lao. However, your claim pertains solely to your pockets, which does not preclude the possibility that you harbor something of immense value upon your person." As Su Dong continued, Niu Xiangdong discreetly tugged at his collar, signaling him to refrain from confronting Long Qiuxing. But Su Dong felt he had no avenue for retreat. Long Qiuxing appeared momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at his own attire, then gazing quizzically at Su Dong. "Youngster, I find it rather curious. You were instructed to identify the most valuable item in this hall, yet you insist on scrutinizing me. What could I possibly possess of such worth? This garment, perhaps?" Observing Long Qiuxing's enigmatic expression, Su Dong felt a sense of assurance. It was clear that something was amiss with the old man. His demeanor implied an unspoken acknowledgement of the truth. Long Qiuxing likely wondered how Su Dong had discerned this, as there appeared to be nothing overtly unusual. Naturally, the old master would keep his secrets of perceiving treasures hidden from view. Thus Su Dong needed to tread carefully in this exchange. After a moment of contemplation, Su Dong smiled and said, "Long Lao, while you may be well covered, a true gem cannot be concealed by mere fabric. A skilled observer can glean insights from subtle cues, just as a proficient appraiser can discern the finest details. I do not wish to sound like a vendor promoting their wares, but I firmly believe that the most valuable treasure in this room undoubtedly resides with you, Long Lao." Niu Xiangdong initially believed that Su Dong was merely flattering him, unable to discern which item in the hall possessed the most value. He remarked that Long Qiuxing was the true gem, thinking that the flattery had likely misfired. For Long Qiuxing was not one to accept such compliments easily. He suspected that the apprenticeship matter might have faltered, leaving him to awkwardly chuckle in the background. Naturally, Niu Xiangdong could not comprehend what Long Qiuxing intended to do, nor could he interpret the emotions displayed on his face. Long Qiuxing unfastened his clothing and removed his outer garment, revealing a dazzling array of golden brilliance beneath. What was this? Niu Xiangdong found himself momentarily dazzled, stepping closer to scrutinize the sight before him. Beneath the removed coat, Long Qiuxing shimmered with gold and jade, resembling a garment woven from scales of gold and jade. Su Dong was equally astonished. It was evident that Long Qiuxing concealed an extraordinarily precious item. He had not anticipated such a spectacle. After a brief moment of astonishment, he exclaimed, "Long Lao, is this a golden-threaded jade garment?" Long Qiuxing, though impressed by Su Dong's keen eyesight, chuckled and shook his head at the assumption. "Strictly speaking, this is not what you refer to as a golden-threaded jade garment. Such garments were traditionally worn by royal families after death, as it was believed that jade could preserve the body for millennia. I, being a living individual, certainly do not wear such attire." Su Dong's face flushed with embarrassment. Although he sensed that Long Qiuxing harbored secrets, the reality of what adorned him laid bare Su Dong's own superficial understanding. Acumen, appraisal, and experience, all are subjects of profound study. Only those with genuine depth of knowledge possess such capabilities, while he himself had merely relied on an unusual talent to cheat the system. Long Qiuxing, however, paid little heed to Su Dong's expression. He was astonished by Su Dong's discerning eye. Individuals with an aptitude for recognizing treasures were rare. Yet if one could perceive anomalies through layers of fabric, that indeed demonstrated a remarkable perception. This is known as a golden silkworm jade garment. Long Qiuxing continued after a pause. It vastly differs from the golden-threaded jade garment you mentioned. This ensemble is a family heirloom from the He family of Jiangnan, crafted from silkworm silk softened with golden threads, with an exquisite piece of jade at the heart. It is said to be resistant to water, fire, and blades, possessing health benefits. Of course, whether such properties are genuine remains a matter of speculation, as legendary tales often become embellished. Nevertheless, the combination of soft golden threads, protective jade, and masterful weaving renders this garment immensely valuable. As he spoke, Long Qiuxing sighed. "However, this item is not mine. It belongs to a friend who has entrusted it to me for gifting. Soon, it shall become someone else's possession." Su Dong, intrigued, playfully asked Long Lao, "This must be worth a substantial sum, yet you speak of gifting it so casually?" His thoughts tangled, still trying to grasp the situation. Long Qiuxing laughed heartily and waved his hand dismissively. My young friend, Niu, let us proceed to a banquet. Niu Xiangdong scratched his head, glancing at Su Dong, and pondered aloud, Long Lao, regarding Su Dong's apprenticeship. Chapter 10. The Union. Long Qiuxing forced a bitter smile, waving his hand and saying, Xiao Niu, please do not mention the matter of apprenticeship. While I had the intention when you first brought it up, you have impressed me several times since then. This old man, though aged, remains youthful at heart. I believe we are quite compatible and share similar aspirations. Let us not dwell on the teacher-student relationship, but rather cultivate a friendship that transcends age and engage in more exchanges whenever possible. Niu Xiangdong, overwhelmed with joy, clapped Su Dong on the shoulder and exclaimed, Su Dong, hurry up and thank Old Dragon. Su Dong was puzzled by Long Qiuxing's intentions, yet Niu Xiangdong, with his seasoned experience, understood. Long Qiuxing recognized Su Dong's remarkable insight, to the extent that it astonished him, hence his reluctance to take on the role of a teacher, but his willingness to forge a friendship. The term exchange could be interpreted as imparting knowledge to Su Dong, which, in essence, is even more valuable than a traditional apprenticeship. Su Dong quickly nodded and respectfully expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Old Dragon. Long Qiuxing waved dismissively, gazing intently at Su Dong. You are quite young, yet you possess an air of profound mystery. Where did you acquire such perceptiveness and knowledge? As the saying goes, a skilled master begets an exceptional disciple. Based on what you have demonstrated here, I cannot help but feel you are not without a remarkable background. Pray tell, who is your master? Upon hearing Su Dong's candid response, Long Qiuxing was taken aback and inquired, Who is your father? At that moment, he mentally rummaged through his thoughts, searching for any noteworthy individuals with the surname Su, yet he could not recall anyone of comparable stature. Su Buchuan? Long Qiuxing was momentarily stunned, then recollected, the owner of the Su family's pawnshop, Su Qinghua, who met with misfortune 2 years ago. Su Dong, with reddened eyes, nodded slightly, reluctant to discuss his parents in front of strangers. However, Niu Xiangdong spoke up, Old Dragon, regarding the calamity that befell Su Dong's father. It is not something anyone can claim to have avoided. I have recently gathered some information about it. You are familiar with Zhou Tianqi, are you not? What does Zhou Tianqi have to do with this? Long Qiuxing scrutinized Niu Xiangdong, recalling that the latter had invited him to his shop for a chat. And one of Niu Xiangdong's other customers was indeed Zhou Tianqi. Realization dawned upon him that this fellow had likely been scheming all along. After a brief pause, Long Qiuxing asked, half smiling, Were you plotting, Niu Xiangdong? Are you trying to lead me into a trap? How could I dare? Niu Xiangdong raised both hands in surrender, smiling wryly. Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to set a trap for you. However, this matter does appear to have been premeditated. I invited you to my place, mainly to seek a witness for future references. Who better than you, Old Dragon, to lend credibility in Tong City? Oomph. And you claim you haven't set a trap for me? Long Qiuxing scoffed lightly. Niu Xiangdong, slightly embarrassed, glanced at Su Dong and instructed, Su Dong, please wait outside for a moment. All right. Su Dong understood that Niu Xiangdong had private matters to discuss with Long Qiuxing, and he quickly exited with a sense of discretion. Once Su Dong had left the living room, Niu Xiangdong pondered for a moment before stating, Old Dragon, the truth is, Zhou Tianqi is Su Dong's maternal uncle. Until this moment, Niu Xiangdong had meticulously recounted the intricate details of the conflict between Zhou Tianqi and the Su family, his eyes flashing with fury as he spoke of Zhou's malevolence. That scoundrel! Long Qiuxing exclaimed, slapping his thigh with indignation. After a moment of contemplation, he lowered his voice and inquired of Niu Xiangdong, I recall that Su Dong sold the prayer beads for 380,000, correct? That sum was transferred to Zhou Tianqi's account. What became of that money? Needless to say, Niu Xiangdong scoffed. Su Dong is proud, and I did not wish to confront him directly. I had to extract the truth subtly. His departure from home signifies a severance from Zhou Tianqi's family. He arrived at my shop with merely 1,000 yuan, which he had earned working here. As for the 380,000, it has undoubtedly been devoured by Zhou Tianqi. Infuriating. Long Qiuxing slapped his hand once more, his disdain for Zhou Tianqi palpable. He paused, then fixed Niu Xiangdong with a penetrating gaze that made the latter somewhat uneasy. Niu Xiangdong managed a wry smile. Long Lao, why do you glare at me so? I'm not Zhou Tianqi. Long Qiuxing huffed. Do you think your cunning can elude my scrutiny? Very well. I surmise your intentions are for Su Dong's sake. I shall not interfere. However, should you choose to act, do so with diligence, or I shall not spare you. Yet, Long Xiuxing's words caused Niu Xiangdong to feel a bit anxious as he awaited the continuation. Long Xiuxing tilted his head in contemplation. Strange. Although Su Qinghua is of a lineage that has long been involved in this industry, the Su family has yet to produce a remarkable talent. Even if Su Dong were to inherit his father's legacy, his current discernment seems quite extraordinary. Nonetheless, talent is a perplexing matter. Long Xiuxing shook his head with a sigh and added, Xiaoniu, let us depart. I had not anticipated Su Dong's tragic background. At the entrance of the villa, Su Dong leaned against a hydrangea tree, entranced by the vibrant flowers and lush greenery of the garden, oblivious to the arrival of Long Xiuxing and Niu Xiangdong. As Long Xiuxing observed Su Dong, he noted the young man's striking depth and maturity, far surpassing that of his peers. With a touch of tenderness, he placed a hand on Su Dong's shoulder and said, Xiao Su, get in the car. He then gestured to Niu Xiangdong, handing him the car keys. You drive. Niu Xiangdong chuckled as he walked toward one of the 3 parked Audi A6 cars, opened the door, and invited Long Xiuxing and Su Dong to enter. Su Dong felt a twinge of embarrassment, while Long Xiuxing boldly pulled him into the vehicle, remarking, having Niu Xiangdong as my chauffeur is hardly a disgrace. As Niu Xiangdong drove, he laughed. What have I to complain about? Being a driver for Long Lao is my greatest honor, though I fear you may not require my services. Long Xiuxing chuckled and, unwilling to engage further in banter, removed his outer coat and took off the exquisite golden silk robe beneath. He then instructed Su Dong, please fetch that box by the door. Upon entering the car, Su Dong noticed an antique wooden box resting against the door. He could not identify the type of wood, but it emitted a faint green aura, indicating that this box was anything but ordinary. Long Xiuxing observed Su Dong, who was lost in thought while holding the wooden box, and remarked with a smile, I knew it would be impossible to deceive your keen eyes. This box is crafted from Wangwali wood that has aged for several centuries. Even this box alone is worth hundreds of thousands. However, it pales in comparison to the golden silkworm jade garment that it is meant to contain. Su Dong was aware that Wangwali is a type of rosewood, a term that encompasses various precious hardwoods. Nowadays, a set of ordinary furniture made from Huali or Huangdian can fetch astronomical prices in the millions, making it unattainable for the average household. The most coveted varieties of rosewood, such as Wangwali, small leaf zetin, and ebony, are beyond the reach of most wealthy individuals. One might say that even great wealth cannot guarantee possession of such treasures. Moreover, the high-end rosewood furniture sets currently available on the market, often priced in the tens of millions, are typically composed of lower quality materials like sourwood. Genuine Wangwali and ebony are virtually non-existent, as these types of wood grow slowly, requiring several centuries to mature. Long Xiuxing carefully folded the golden silkworm silk garment and placed it inside the wooden box. Su Dong was astonished. Although the garment appeared substantial, it folded down to the size of a small block of tofu, fitting effortlessly into the box without any sense of constraint. Long Xiuxing closed the box and tapped gently on its lid with his finger, seemingly in contemplation. Murmuring, the Qiao family has not seen the MOU girl in over a decade, but she is indeed a good child. Su Dong, perplexed by Long Xiuxing's musings, remained quietly gazing out the window at the passing scenery. Yet, internally, Su Dong was not entirely at ease. His excitement stemmed not from Long Xiuxing's words, but rather from the extraordinary ability he had unexpectedly acquired. After multiple confirmations, Su Dong was increasingly convinced of the authenticity of this power, which was formidable enough to rival even Long Xiuxing's prowess. Su Dong was acutely aware of Long Xiuxing's status and influence. Individuals of his caliber could effortlessly obliterate his uncle and aunt. During his time at his uncle's home, Su Dong had dreamed of becoming someone far more powerful and wealthy than his uncle. Yet, in light of his newfound ability and subsequent experiences, that aspiration now seemed trivial. The rift with his uncle's family had inexplicably brought him a sense of relief. Previously, he had yearned to witness his uncle and aunt beg for mercy. But now his ambitions appeared to have transcended anything he had once envisioned. Consider Long Xiuxing. While his uncle was preoccupied with calculating the expenses for a car worth 200,000, Long Xiuxing displayed no inclination to boast. Parked outside the villa were 3 vehicles, one a Rolls-Royce, another a Mercedes-Benz, and the Audi A for they were departing and was the least expensive among them. Given his uncle's character, he would undoubtedly prefer to drive the $600,000 Rolls-Royce to any gathering. Yet Long Xiuxing showed indifference as he chose to drive the $30,000 to $40,000 A4. This stark contrast alone illustrated the vast chasm between his uncle and Long Xiuxing. Chapter 11. Insecurity. Ultimately, they arrived at their destination, the Tongsheng Grand Hotel. Su Dong was certainly familiar with this place, which was arguably the most renowned establishment in Copper City. In Copper City, there were over a dozen 4-star and 5-star hotels, but the one that stood out most prominently was the Copper City Grand Hotel, a symbol of the city itself. The affluent and influential individuals of Copper City invariably chose the Grand Hotel for their banquets and weddings, as if only there could their status and identity be truly represented. Today, however, the atmosphere felt distinctly different. Niu Xiangdong drove to the entrance of the Copper City Grand Hotel, where 4 uniformed security guards were stationed to inspect incoming vehicles. Su Dong overheard one of the guards informing the owner of a BMW X5, "I apologize, sir, but today the Copper City Grand Hotel has been booked exclusively by Mr. Miao from Tianyuan, and we are not receiving external guests. Please consider another hotel." Su Dong felt a jolt of surprise. He recalled hearing the name Miao mentioned by Old Long earlier, though he had not known which Miao family was referenced. Now, upon hearing the guard mention Mr. Miao from Tianyuan, memories flooded back. Throughout Copper City, whether on bustling streets or in the media, advertisements for Tianyuan Company were ubiquitous. Particularly, the Tianyuan Tower in the Southern New District was a landmark, soaring to a height of 108 stories, making it the tallest building in Copper City and the headquarters of Tianyuan Company. The company's ventures were vast, encompassing nearly every lucrative project imaginable, such as real estate, infrastructure, electronic technology, biochemistry, and finance. The citizens of Copper City, regardless of their status, were well aware that the wealthiest individual was Miao Guanjing. Su Dong had seen Miao Guanjing on television. He appeared to be in his 40s. Old Long had mentioned that he was attending Miao's birthday celebration. And considering his age and status, it was likely that the guest was not Miao Guanjing himself, but perhaps a family elder. Despite Miao Guanjing's immense wealth and power, he was still relatively young, making it rather inappropriate for him to host a grand birthday banquet. Subsequent vehicles were permitted entry after being checked by the security guards. But when it was Niu Xiangdong's turn, the guard halted them once more. Just as Niu Xiangdong was about to explain, Long Qiusheng rolled down the window from the back seat and stated in a deep voice, "It's me, Long Qiusheng." The guard was momentarily taken aback. But upon recognizing Long Qiusheng seated in the back, his expression shifted, instantly transforming into a smile as he waved them through. "Oh, it's Mr. Long. Please, go right ahead." The host typically informed the security personnel about their guests, and in Copper City's circles of officials and businessmen, the guards were generally well acquainted with the prominent figures. They were well aware of Long Qiusheng's relationship with the host. At the entrance to the underground parking garage, a sign indicated that all spaces were occupied, as only guests attending the birthday celebration were being admitted. Vehicles flowed in like water, and Niu Xiangdong found a spot in the underground garage to park. Su Dong and Long Qiusheng exited their car, stepping out on either side. As they emerged, they noticed numerous vehicles filling the garage, and many individuals greeted Long Qiusheng with smiles and warm salutations. At this moment, Niu Xiangdong discreetly stepped back behind Long Qiusheng. However, everyone understood that those whom Mr. Long acknowledged were undoubtedly of significant stature. It was peculiar, though, as Long Qiusheng had a rather eccentric disposition and had never been seen bringing along his younger relatives to any public event. The elevator accommodates 12 individuals, and while many are eager to ascend, none rush to enter. They all patiently await Long Qiusheng's entrance. Long Qiusheng nods and steps inside, accompanied by Su Dong. Niu Xiangdong follows suit without hesitation, and soon others jostle to enter as well, each hoping for a moment in Long Qiusheng's presence, perhaps to catch a whisper of insider information from him. His words are akin to a monetary boon for many. With a maximum capacity of 12, the elevator cannot accommodate everyone, resulting in fewer passengers than usual, forcing those unable to squeeze in to wait for the next trip. Yet, even those who share the elevator with Long Qiusheng find themselves disheartened. He remains stern and silent, maintaining a firm grip on a young man's hand throughout, both before and during the ride. This only heightens the curiosity about the identity of this enigmatic young man. Su Dong, with one hand free, holds a Wang Wali wood box containing a golden silkworm jade garment under his arm. He pays no heed to the scrutinizing gazes and conjectures of those around him. His attire is remarkably modest, featuring a somewhat faded old jacket, tattered jeans with a hole, and a pair of clean yet worn sneakers. The hole in his jeans is not a fashionable design, but rather a sign of wear and tear, projecting an air of humble circumstances. However, due to Long Qiusheng's association, no one dares to underestimate Su Dong. He is likely either a direct descendant of Long Qiuxing or a scion with profound ties to the Long family. The elevator ascends from the underground garage to the third floor, which houses the Hotel S Club, catering to dining and large gatherings. I share your sentiments, Long Qiuxing sighs, remarking, during my recent trip to the United States, I did not encounter Qiaoda, but did meet his son, Chusheng. The reckless youth of yore has transformed into a formidable magnate. I also met Chusheng's son and daughter. Both are exceptional and courteous, demonstrating the same family values despite years abroad. The family rules remain steadfast, governed by Qiao Laoda's decisive voice. The marriage pact established between him and your second brother remains in memory, even though Qiao Chusheng's son, Qiao Jiejun, is 29 and still unmarried. He awaits this arrangement. The elder man reflects with a sigh, old 3, without even mentioning the bond we shared as brothers closer than blood. My name, Mao Yuanshan, carries weight. This marriage agreement must not waver. When the eldest departed, Chushing's son was merely 5, and my daughter was just born. 24 years have flown by, and we find ourselves aged. Long Qiuxing echoes a sigh before handing the Wangwali box to Mao Yuanshan, saying, Second brother, this is a gift from Qiao Laodao for the girl, Siqing. It should rightfully be considered a gift for you. Golden silkworm jade garment. Golden silkworm jade garment? Upon hearing Long Qiuxing's words, Mu Yuanshan could not help but be moved. He lowered his head and lifted the lid of the Wangwali wooden box, gazing at the shimmering golden silk garment, delicately crafted from silkworm threads. He gently touched it, seemingly lost in thought for a long while, before finally speaking. It has been 30 years since I last beheld this, hasn't it? Long Qiuxing shook his head, saying, Brother, why dwell on the past? Today is your birthday celebration and the auspicious day when your daughter is betrothed to Qiao Laodao's grandson, Jiajun. This is indeed a double blessing. Come, let us drink. Yes, a joyous occasion indeed. Let us drink. Mu Yuanshan closed the box, turning to hand it to a young girl nearby. As Su Dong caught sight of this girl, he couldn't help but tremble. She stood gracefully, her features exquisite, and to his astonishment, she was his classmate and the object of his secret affection, Mu Siyu. The sudden encounter left Su Dong somewhat flustered, even causing a flutter of anxiety within him. However, Mu Siyu appeared less than pleased, clutching the wooden box in silence. Despite her radiant beauty, her demeanor was icy, exuding a maturity that seemed markedly different from the Mu Siyu he once knew. Long Qiuxing and Mu Yuanshan walked side by side in the hall, with Mu Siyu silently following behind, the wooden box cradled in her arms. After a moment's hesitation, Su Dong trailed behind them, while others clustered behind. Observing Mu Siyu's enchanting yet frosty visage, Su Dong took a deep breath and leaned in closer, softly asking, Mu Siyu, what brings you here? The words, once spoken, struck Su Dong as foolish. Of course she was here, alongside Mu Yuanshan, who was clearly Long Lao's second brother and the grandfather of the affluent Mu Guanjing's daughter. Despite having shared several years as classmates with Mu Siyu, Su Dong had been entirely unaware of her lineage. Mu Siyu had scarcely formed friendships during their school years, and news about her was scant. The discussions surrounding her were always limited to 3 descriptors: beautiful, mysterious, and aloof. The faculty and students were aware of her family's wealth, yet none knew that her father was the prominent Mu Guanjing. Casting a sidelong glance at Su Dong, Mu Siyu coldly remarked, What business is it of yours whether I am here? I do not know you. An inexplicable pang of hurt struck Su Dong's heart. Her words felt like a sharp sting. Even in a mere classmate relationship, a simple greeting would not warrant such a response. This disdainful dismissal highlighted Mu Siyu's complete disregard for him, deepening Su Dong's feelings of inferiority. It was evident that he and Mu Siyu belonged to entirely different worlds. Chapter 12, The Theft. Following closely behind Mu Yuanshan, Mu Siyu's expression remained indifferent, while Su Dong, despite the physical proximity, felt an insurmountable distance between them. Nevertheless, Su Dong had resolutely wrapped himself in emotional armor, relinquishing any lingering fantasies about Mu Siyu. He no longer wished to approach her, acknowledging that this ethereal beauty was beyond his reach. Even a conversation would be unnecessary, lest he invite humiliation upon himself. Uncle, please, go rest in the inner chamber for a while. Everything is ready. A man clad in a pristine white Armani casual suit greeted Mao Yuanshan with a smile. He appeared to be in his late 20s, strikingly handsome and elegant. He then extended his greetings to Long Qiuxing, saying, Uncle Long, good day. Long Qiuxing nodded in acknowledgement and playfully remarked, Young Master Guantong has been thriving lately, hasn't he? The man chuckled softly, replying, Uncle Long, you jest. Compared to you, I feel as though I am merely toying with life. Although his words seemed humble, Su Dong discerned a sense of self-satisfaction etched across the man's face. Long Xiaoxing's compliment clearly brought him joy amidst the onlookers. Subsequently, the man turned his attention to Mao Siyu, inquiring with a grin, "Siqing, today marks your grandfather's 75th birthday. Why the stern expression? Leave your work persona at the door. While others may fear you as a formidable police officer, our family does not, haha." His words were evidently in jest. Su Dong was momentarily taken aback. Siqing? Was she not Mao Siyu? Despite her typically cold demeanor, she could not maintain her composure in front of this man, offering a wry smile before finally speaking. "Little uncle?" Mao Guantong chuckled, lowering his voice conspiratorially as he leaned closer to Mao Siyu. "Siqing, regardless of your thoughts, today is your grandfather's grand celebration. You must endure this day first." Mao Siyu moved her lips, but remained silent, her expression softening slightly, indicating her acquiescence. "I shall step away to the restroom. Siqing, do keep your grandfather company. Once the guests arrive, including the city leaders, your grandfather will need to make an appearance to receive his blessings," Mao Guantong advised before taking his leave. Su Dong observed as Mao Yuanshan and Long Xiaoxing retreated into the inner room. He and Niu Xiangdong followed suit, yet his mind was a swirl of confusion. No wonder the woman claimed not to recognize him. She was not Mao Siyu after all. With this realization, the feelings of inferiority he had previously harbored began to dissipate. If she were not Mao Siyu, then her unfamiliarity with him was entirely legitimate. Suddenly, Su Dong recalled their first encounter. He had sensed a newfound maturity in her. Now, upon closer inspection, he recognized that she was not merely maturing, but was, in fact, a few years older than Mao Siyu. Furthermore, upon careful observation, there were subtle differences in their features, although their resemblance was strikingly uncanny. It dawned on Su Dong that this girl, Mao Siyu, must share a close, familial bond with Mao Siyu. If not sisters, then certainly cousins, given their shared surname and the common character C in their names. It was likely that they were indeed full sisters. Moreover, he recalled that Mao Guantong had identified Mao Siyu as a police officer, while Mao Siyu was still in high school. Thus, it was clear they could not be the same person. It was merely a case of his preconceived notions leading him to mistake her for Mao Siyu. In the inner room, Mu Yuanshan and Long Xiaoxing were engaged in lively conversation on the sofa. As they exchanged cheerful banter, Mu Yuanshan's gaze fell upon Su Dong, who stood to the side. It dawned on him that Su Dong had been trailing closely behind Long Xiaoxing. Given his youthful appearance, he presumed Su Dong to be a grandchild or junior of Long Xiaoxing. However, Mu Yuanshan was well acquainted with all of Long Xiaoxing's descendants. Furthermore, Su Dong's attire was rather shabby, if he were indeed a scion of the Long family. It was rather disrespectful for him to appear in such a manner at Mu Yuanshan's birthday celebration. Who could this young man be? Mu Yuanshan found himself unable to deduce the answer. Yet, since Long Xiaoxing had invited him to enter the room, their connection must be significant. Thus, he pondered and inquired. "Oh, how could I forget?" Long Xiaoxing suddenly exclaimed, pulling Su Dong closer and introducing him with a hearty laugh. "Old Mu, allow me to present to you a talented young man, my dear friend across the years, Su Dong." "Greetings, Elder Mu." Su Dong stood up respectfully and greeted, wishing Mu Yuanshan blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity surpassing the southern mountain. Upon uttering his well wishes, Su Dong felt a twinge of embarrassment. He arrived empty-handed to celebrate Mu Yuanshan's grand occasion, which seemed rather disrespectful. However, Long Xiaoxing retrieved a small brocade box from his pocket, slightly larger than those typically found in jewelry stores for precious adornments. "Old Mu, Su Dong has brought a piece of bloodstone as a congratulatory gift. I have inspected it. Though small, its quality is exceptional, making it a rare treasure. It is indeed a humble yet heartfelt gesture." Long Xiaoxing chuckled. Su Dong was momentarily taken aback. When had he asked Long Xiaoxing to bring a gift? Yet, he quickly realized that Long Xiaoxing was merely saving face for him, gifting something of his own. When Long Xiaoxing declared the item satisfactory, it was a truth beyond doubt, and Mu Yuanshan would not scrutinize it closely. He accepted it and casually handed it to Mu Siqing, saying, "Child, please take this to the gift room." Such gifts at a birthday celebration were akin to those presented at joyous banquets. Guests offered red envelopes, and the hosts would never open them in front of the guests to inspect their contents, preferring to discreetly check once they were alone. While Mu Yuanshan found Su Dong somewhat intriguing, he did not dwell on it, considering the young man's age. Despite Long Xiaoxing's apparent regard, Mu Yuanshan did not take it too seriously. Niu Xiangdong stood by, wearing a forced smile, unable to interject. Mu Xiqing silently took the small gift box from Long Qiuxing and made her way to the gift room, stealing a glance at Su Dong as she exited. She had little impression of him, save for their brief encounter. However, she understood the significance of Long Qiuxing's relationship with her grandfather. Those held in such esteem by Long Qiuxing were indeed exceptional, though he appeared rather youthful. Before long, a gentle knock sounded at the door, followed by Mu Guantong entering with a smile. "Uncle, third uncle, my brother has brought several prominent business leaders from the city. You both should join them in the hall for some socializing." Although Su Dong was not part of the business world, he had heard that the prominent figures referred to were not merely local entrepreneurs, but rather high-ranking officials who preferred to be addressed as boss in casual settings, rather than by their official titles. "Third brother, come, let's go out and socialize." Miao Yuanshan chuckled as he invited Long Qiuxing to accompany him. As they walked, he remarked, "I am aware that you do not relish engaging in these superficialities, yet in the world we inhabit, one must occasionally bow to the demands of society. While we may choose to disregard such matters, the likes of Guanjing cannot afford to ignore them. You are his third uncle. You must lend him your support in maintaining appearances." Long Qiuxing replied with a smile, "I knew you would resort to such reasoning to coax me. Very well. I shall join you in indulging in food and entertainment, even if I do not wish to attend for your sake. I must do so for the respect Guanjing has shown me since my youth." At that moment, the hall was bustling with people. The moment Miao Yuanshan and Long Qiuxing stepped out, they were enveloped by a crowd. Su Dong, no longer trailing behind Long Qiuxing, took note of the well-known figures surrounding them, including Miao Guanjing, whom he frequently saw on local television news. The hall was filled with hotel staff, offering an array of delectable food and beverages. Su Dong helped himself to a plate, finding no particular preferences. The offerings were exquisite, far surpassing the meager leftovers he was accustomed to at his uncle's house. After savoring every morsel, Su Dong felt unsatisfied and was about to refill his plate when he caught sight of a middle-aged man passing by, prompting him to pause in astonishment. This man was unfamiliar to Su Dong, yet what captivated him was the aura of blue brilliance emanating from the stranger. This ethereal glow was reminiscent of the aura that had enveloped the golden silkworm jade robe, which Long Qiuxing had gifted to Miao Yuanshan, encased in a box of Wangwali wood. Su Dong observed that the blue mist mirrored the color, size, and intensity of the aura associated with the jade robe. He was perplexed, as the golden silkworm jade robe had been given to Miao Yuanshan and placed in the gift room. How could its aura manifest on this unfamiliar man? As Su Dong pondered this, the mysterious figure strode past him, heading directly to the restroom. His initial thought was that the man might be a thief. However, since the stranger was moving toward the restroom rather than the exit, he hesitated to raise an alarm. Should he alert security or inform Long Qiuxing and Miao Yuanshan? Su Dong deliberated, his gaze fixed on the restroom. There was no exit from there, so he felt reassured that the man could not escape. Within 2 minutes, the stranger emerged, yet Su Dong was taken aback again, for the blue aura had vanished from the man. Had the golden silkworm jade robe been stashed in the restroom? This speculation was quickly dismissed when he noticed that several individuals had exited the restroom, one of whom was radiating that same blue brilliance. Without a doubt, the golden silkworm jade robe had transferred to this person who, astonishingly, was none other than Miao Guantong. Chapter 13, The Eye of Insight. Mao Guantong is the beloved nephew of Mao Yuanshan and the younger uncle of Mao Xiqing. Why, then, does the ethereal aura of the golden silkworm robe manifest upon him? Su Dong initially presumed that a thief had pilfered the robe, but upon witnessing the azure glow enveloping Mao Guantong, he began to speculate whether this was perhaps a scheme orchestrated by their own kin. Su Dong's wariness eased somewhat, for it was indeed a matter pertaining to the Mao family. Perhaps they wished to keep such a precious item discreetly safeguarded. Why should he concern himself unduly? Having feasted sufficiently, he found the cacophony of the hall rather overwhelming and decided that a breath of fresh air on the expansive terrace would be far more pleasant, where fewer souls congregated. Most guests were engaged in idle chatter and revelry within the hall, while outside lay a grand terrace exceeding 500 square meters, adorned with lush greenery, vibrant blossoms, and a veritable sky garden. The air was imbued with the refreshing scents of flowers and foliage. Su Dong inhaled deeply, surveying the surroundings. Amidst the splashes of red and green, he noticed only a smattering of individuals. Not far from him, a gentleman was smoking, prompting Su Dong to retreat to the opposite side, for the acrid scent of tobacco was disagreeable to him. As he wandered, he spotted a cluster of charming gladiolus flowers, beside which was a slatted outdoor chair. Without a second thought, he approached and settled into the chair for a moment of respite. Surely, Old Long was preoccupied and would not trouble him. The hall was too noisy, and since he was already satiated, it seemed prudent to wait until their socializing concluded before rejoining the festivities. Just as he settled into the outdoor chair, Su Dong's gaze fell upon a swing-like chair nestled among towering flowers a few meters away, where a woman swayed gently. With delicate brows slightly furrowed and features reminiscent of a painting, it was none other than Mao Xiqing. Encountering this enchanting yet frigid beauty, Su Dong instinctively felt an urge to distance himself. Frowning, he promptly rose and turned in the opposite direction, seeking to put as much distance between them as possible. "Stop!" Mao Xiqing suddenly called out. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "Earlier, you addressed me as Ce, which indicates you mistook me for my sister, Mao Ce. I am her elder sister, Mao Xiqing. Pray tell, what is your connection to Old Long? Just a few days have passed, and I find it perplexing. How could you have gained such favor? Old Long rarely introduces juniors to his circle. You are the first. If you've only known him for a short time, how is it that he brought you to my grandfather's birthday celebration?" Mao Xiqing regarded him with curiosity, though she sensed that Su Dong was not being deceitful. After a brief pause, she inquired, "By the way, how do you know my sister, Ce? Classmates?" Mao Xiqing's intrigue deepened, and she asked incredulously, "You and Ce your classmates? But today is Wednesday. She hasn't even been granted leave to attend the birthday celebration. Why aren't you at school?" Su Dong shrugged lightly and replied, "I've already withdrawn from school." "Withdrawn? Whatever for?" Mao Xiqing expressed her astonishment. For the final year of high school is a crucial time for academics. How could he have made such a decision? Feeling somewhat disenchanted, Mao Xiqing scoffed. "We are not wild beasts. Why do you always wish to flee?" Mu Xiqing felt a sudden surge of indignation, her brows knitting together in a manner that suggested an impulse to strike. Just at that moment, her phone in her pocket rang. She shot a glare at Su Dong before reluctantly retrieving her phone to check the caller ID. Upon recognizing the caller, she pressed the answer button and brought the device to her ear, inquiring, "Uncle, what is the matter?" Her previously composed expression shifted to one of astonishment as she listened intently to the other end. "What? The golden silkworm robe is missing? Uncle, what do you mean by that?" Su Dong, overhearing her words, was taken aback. It was evident that her uncle, Mu Guantong, was the caller, and he was indeed in possession of the golden silkworm robe. Why would he tell Mu Xiqing that it was missing? Could it be that she and her grandfather were unaware of the situation? Was this truly a case of theft? If it was indeed a theft, then Mu Guantong would appear to be a traitor, colluding with outsiders. Su Dong found himself reluctant to speculate on the reasons behind this. But human greed was a well-known motivator, especially considering the extraordinary value of the golden silkworm robe. It was not surprising that Mu Guantong might succumb to temptation. However, realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Dong pondered whether he should inform Elder Long and Niu Xiangdong. Although he did not harbor fond feelings for the Mu family, he owed a debt of gratitude to Elder Long and Niu Xiangdong. If they were willing to offer assistance, he felt compelled to support them in return. Despite not witnessing the theft firsthand, he knew that the golden silkworm robe was currently with Mu Guantong, which served as compelling evidence. Being a police officer, Mu Xiqing's instincts kicked in, and she swiftly redirected her focus to the matter at hand, disregarding Su Dong as she turned towards the hall, continuing her phone conversation. Su Dong followed her into the hall, where Mu Xiqing quickened her pace towards the room designated for gifts. Originally a dressing room, the gift room had only one entrance and was about 40 square meters in size, lacking any concealment. Inside were 7 or 8 individuals. Upon entering, Su Dong recognized Long Xiusheng, Mu Yuanshan, and Niu Xiangdong among them, along with Mu Xiqing's father, Mu Guanjing, and Mu Guantong, as well as 3 unfamiliar men. Mu Xiqing immediately went to inspect the door lock and, upon closer examination, discovered that it had been tampered with. The lock itself showed no significant damage, only minor signs of forced entry, which would likely have gone unnoticed by anyone lacking her professional eye. The lock has been picked. It must be the work of a skilled thief. Have a hotel security retrieve the surveillance footage from this location. She promptly instructed the hotel manager. The dining department manager, a strikingly beautiful woman in her 30s, though slightly past her prime, exhibited a remarkable composure in response to Mu Xiqing's command. Without hesitation, she took out her walkie-talkie to contact the security department and requested the retrieval of the surveillance footage from that area. Mu Xiqing was momentarily taken aback, her gaze sharpening in an instant. If the malfunctioning camera was merely a coincidence, that would be one thing. However, the timing of its failure raises the question of whether it was deliberately orchestrated. If this was indeed premeditated, the situation becomes considerably more intricate. The ability to devise and execute such a plan indicates that this is no mere petty thief at work. Mu Yuanshan wore a stern expression, clearly displeased. Today marked his 75th birthday, coinciding with the confirmation of the marriage engagement between his granddaughter Siqing and the grandson of his sworn brother. On such a significant occasion, the disruption of the celebration, compounded by the theft of the bridal gift, the golden silkworm robe, left him in no mood for joy. Guangjing. Contact Chief Chun of the Municipal Bureau. I want the city turned upside down to retrieve the golden silkworm robe, and I demand the capture of this thief. Mu Yuanshan's orders were as heavy as lead, and his son, Mu Guangjing, shared his grim demeanor as he pulled out his phone to make the call. Su Dong cast a discreet glance at Mu Guantong, whose face betrayed no excess emotion. Yet his calmness suggested an absence of anxiety or fear. Su Dong gradually realized that Mu Guantong's involvement in the theft of the golden silkworm robe was far from impulsive. It was the act of a consummate professional. After the theft, the thief had not fled immediately, thus avoiding detection by other cameras. Instead, the items were cleverly transferred to Mu Guantong in the restroom, ensuring that he would raise no suspicions and would never be subjected to a search, rendering the golden silkworm robe safe in his possession. Moreover, the previously sabotaged camera in the gift room indicated that this entire affair was a meticulously planned operation, executed flawlessly. If not for Su Dong's unique ability to perceive the ethereal precious aura emanating from the golden silkworm robe, this scheme would have been utterly seamless. Long Xiaoxing furrowed his brow, attempting to reassure Mu Yuanshan. Brother, do not despair. The truth will eventually come to light. Observing Long Xiaoxing's concern, Su Dong contemplated for a moment before approaching him and whispering, Old Long, I believe I might know who took the golden silkworm robe. You know who stole the golden silkworm robe? Though Su Dong spoke softly, Mu Siqing, standing close by, overheard him. Without waiting for Long Xiaoxing to respond, she seized Su Dong by the collar and exclaimed, Who is it? Which person stole it? Chapter 14. The Truth. Mu Siqing was somewhat flustered, gripping Su Dong's collar in a manner unbecoming of a lady. Su Dong replied coolly, Release me. I am not the culprit. Must you always act so uncouth? While uttering these words, Su Dong's attention remained fixed on Mu Guantong. The latter maintained a calm and inscrutable demeanor, yet upon hearing Mu Siqing's inquiry, his expression faltered. His eyes fixated on her and Su Dong, revealing a mix of surprise and suspicion. Did this seemingly plain young man truly know who had stolen the golden silkworm robe? If one truly possesses knowledge, then perhaps they are aware that the golden silkworm robe is indeed upon the person of Mu Guantong, even if they are unaware of its presence on him. As long as they can identify the thief, capturing that individual would undoubtedly lead to Mu Guantong's exposure. A tempest of uncertainty surged within Mu Guantong, igniting an impulsive desire to flee and hastily alert the thief to vacate the hotel. Mu Siqing, taken aback, did not anticipate that this seemingly impoverished youth would repeatedly challenge her, causing her discomfort. Yet in this moment, no one focused on her unease. All attention was directed toward the pressing question of who the thief was and who had stolen the golden silkworm robe. Mu Siqing was not a capricious and unreasonable young lady. She simply encountered Su Dong at a time when her mood was sour, making him an unwitting target for her frustrations. Very well, reveal to me who has stolen the golden silkworm robe, she demanded, releasing her grip on his collar and softening her expression as she stepped back slightly. Su Dong noticed Mu Guantong discreetly retrieving his phone and attempting to sneak away. Swiftly, he moved forward to block Mu Guantong's path, declaring, Do not leave just yet. Upon seeing Su Dong obstruct his way, Mu Guantong's countenance shifted dramatically. The audacity to halt him indicated that Su Dong was aware of the details surrounding the theft and, more critically, recognized that the golden silkworm robe was in his possession. If he did not escape now, revealing the truth would lead him directly to ruin. Nevertheless, Mu Guantong, despite his inner turmoil, was seasoned and composed in the face of such youthful audacity. With a darkened expression, he retorted, Who do you think you are to block my way? Su Zhong, maintaining an air of calm, gazed at Mu Guantong and quietly said, I am not anything of significance, nor do I intend to impede your path. I merely wish to inquire about the sensation of wearing the golden silkworm robe. The directness with which Su Dong unveiled the truth caused Mu Guantong to tremble, as the gravity of the situation bore down upon him. Had the audience been inconsequential, he might have easily bribed them, but those present, including Mu Yuanshan, Mu Siqing, and Long Qiusheng were formidable figures. Their presence felt like a noose tightening around his neck. The critical factor was that this young man revealing the truth did not attempt to extort him in any manner. If it were extortion, perhaps a few million could have sufficed, yet this fool had not even afforded him that opportunity. However, Mu Guantong had no time to mock Su Dong as intelligence. He felt the eyes of 6 or 7 individuals in the gift room fixed intently upon him, sweat beading on his forehead as he forced a smile. Uncle Long Shu. Siqing, this fellow truly has a knack for jesting. Mu Yuanshan and Mu Siqing genuinely believed Su Dong was speaking nonsensically, but Long Qiusheng was startled. He recognized the veracity of Su Dong's discerning eye. This was no trivial matter. Mu Guantong, as the son of Mu Yuanshan's younger brother, was his own nephew, making it all the more difficult to believe that the golden silkworm robe was indeed upon him. However, Long Qiusheng had faith in Su Dong, so he stepped forward to speak on Su Dong's behalf. Guantang, are you jesting? Why not remove your coat and let us see? Miao Guantong's complexion turned ashen. Yet he stubbornly retorted, Uncle Long, whether I take off my clothes is inconsequential. What matters is that I cannot bear to have such a thing pointed at me, tarnishing my reputation. If I remove this garment today, how shall I show my face in Tong City tomorrow? Initially, Long Qiusheng had merely trusted Su Dong, but witnessing Miao Guantong's anxious yet defiant expression, he became convinced of his involvement in the theft. He coldly replied, Very well, if you desire to preserve your dignity, I shall accommodate you. Remove your clothing to prove that the golden silkworm garment is not upon you, and I shall publicly declare your innocence through the major media in Tong City, in addition to dealing with Su Dong on your behalf. Miao Guantong clung desperately to his pride, yet Long Qiusheng's words shattered that hope. His face flickered between ashen and pale, leaving him momentarily at a loss. His gaze fixed menacingly on Su Dong, wishing he could devour him whole. Miao Yuanshan, observing his nephew's expression, began to comprehend that Miao Guantong was likely entangled in the theft, filling him with an overwhelming sense of frustration and a grim countenance. Miao Siqing, who had always shared a close bond with her uncle, found it hard to believe, yet the look on his face was undeniably perplexing. Unable to restrain herself, she implored, Uncle, you told me that you have no connection to this matter. Remove your clothing for them to see. I do not believe you are involved. Miao Guantong opened his mouth but found himself speechless. He wished to declare his innocence, but could he truly strip away his garments? At this juncture, it seemed inevitable that the truth would be unveiled. Any further denial held no significance. Miao Guanjing, having remained silent until now, inhaled sharply. Noticing his cousin's ashen and pale complexion, he stepped forward, grasped the collar of Miao Guantong's coat, and yanked it forcefully. With a rip, the coat was pulled halfway off, revealing a glimmer of the golden silkworm garment beneath. No words could hold as much weight as the evidence before their eyes. As the shimmering fabric appeared, there was no need for Su Dong to utter another word. Miao Guantong stood there, his face ashen, akin to a lifeless statue. Is indeed you? Miao Guanjing scoffed coldly, his gaze fixed on Miao Guantong, stepping back with his hands clasped behind him. Miao Siqing, stunned for a moment, suddenly cried out, Uncle, why'd you do this? Why would you resort to such measures? Why did I do this? Miao Guantong suddenly sprang up, adopting a defiant demeanor. His voice filled with indignation. You question why I acted thus. Our family's business rests solely on your father's shoulders. My father and I have always been subservient. Our toil is for your benefit, our suffering for your enjoyment. You ask me why I did this? I refuse to accept it. I simply refuse. Miao Siqing was left speechless, glancing over at her father, Miao Guanjing. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Guantong, speak honestly. How have I treated you? Regarding our family's business. When my father entrusted it to me, it was not particularly thriving. I have painstakingly nurtured it to its current state. How can you make such claims? Moreover, Mu Guanjing sighed and added, Furthermore, Guantong, you are my cousin, and your father is my esteemed uncle. Whatever you desire, be it a house or money, I would willingly provide. Why resort to such measures? Mu Guantong retorted with a cold smirk. You are oblivious to the struggles of those without shoes. I have never asked you for anything because I have always felt inferior. You, the esteemed Mu, are surrounded by admiration, while I languish in the shadows. Though we share the same surname, our fates diverge. Why speak further? I have stolen the golden silkworm and the jade garment. Do as you will, whether it be punishment or execution. If I furrow my brow, it does not signify cowardice. Long Qiusheng, upon hearing Mu Guantong's defiant tone, snorted and withdrew, preferring not to involve himself in the internal matters of the Mu family. Mu Yuanshan maintained a stern demeanor and finally uttered a cold snort. though it was unclear to whom his words were directed. Afterward, he bitterly smiled at the others and said, "Third brother and esteemed friends, let's put this matter to rest for today. I implore you all to keep this under wraps. I shall host a gathering to express my gratitude another day. Today, on the occasion of my 75th birthday, we are here to celebrate. Let us step outside for drinks. I intend to leave this old frame behind without respite." Even if Su Dong had not encountered such circumstances before, he understood that Mu Yuanshan had no intention of pursuing the matter of Mu Guantong's theft of the golden silkworm and jade garment. Naturally, he would not report it, as Mu Guantong was his nephew. Family shame ought not be aired publicly. Since Mu Yuanshan and Mu Guanjing showed no inclination to investigate further, Su Dong found no need to mention the accomplice still lingering in the main hall. Mu Yuanshan pulled Long Qiuxing outside, seemingly resolved to indulge in revelry until inebriation. Long Qiuxing could only offer a wry smile and companionship, recognizing that Mu Yuanshan's forced cheer belied an underlying pain regarding Mu Guantong's actions. Su Dong sighed inwardly, contemplating a breath of fresh air on the terrace to ease his mind amidst the floral scents. However, as he took a step forward, he felt a firm grip on his wrist as Mu Xiqing tugged him outside, whispering urgently in his ear, "Come with me. I have questions for you." Su Dong attempted to resist, but found himself unable to break free. Despite Mu Xiqing's delicate appearance as a seemingly fragile beauty, her grip was surprisingly strong. Who said that attractive female officers were mere ornaments? Mu Xiqing dragged Su Dong into a small changing room, kicked the door shut, and swiftly locked it. She pushed him, causing him to stumble and sit awkwardly within a wardrobe. "Now, speak honestly. How did you know that the golden silkworm and jade garment were stolen by my uncle? Did you conspire with him from the outset? Is there some hidden truth?" Chapter 15. Masters Everywhere. "Fool!" Su Dong managed to exclaim after a long pause. "Is Mu Xiqing truly a police officer? If so, how could you be so naive? Even a fool would recognize that if he were truly allied with Mao Guantong, he would never expose her family." The anger flared on Mao Xiqing's face. It was exceedingly rare for her to be insulted so openly. She felt an urge to fiercely reprimand this boy who appeared far too mature for his age. Yet, despite her irritation, she managed to suppress her impulse. Glancing at Su Dong, whose lips curled defiantly, a sudden thought crossed her mind. Seeing Mao Xiqing's anger, Su Dong felt an inexplicable thrill. But when he caught a glimpse of her ambiguous smile, his heart skipped a beat. That expression clearly hinted at some mischievous intent. "What do you intend to do?" Su Dong felt a surge of anxiety, retreating into the wardrobe, yet there was no escape. He couldn't help but inquire, "You're a police officer. You can't just hit people, can you?" "Why would I hit you? I'm a law-abiding officer." Mao Xiqing promptly dismissed Su Dong's assumptions, playfully unbuttoning two of her collar buttons, revealing a hint of white at her chest, and teasingly asked, "Am I beautiful?" Su Dong was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend her meaning. To be honest, beautiful scarcely sufficed to describe Mao Xiqing. She was truly in a league of her own. With a playful demeanor, Mao Xiqing continued, "Since you think I'm beautiful, tell me, if I were to cry out assault, do you think dozens of people would rush in to give you a thorough beating?" She chuckled. "Well, a beating might be one thing, but given your youth, you certainly don't strike me as a deceitful rogue. If such an incident were to occur, wouldn't you be notorious thereafter?" Su Dong, momentarily stunned, found it hard to remain composed and glanced up at the ceiling. Mao Xiqing, aware of his thoughts, cheerfully remarked, "No need to search. This is a changing room, devoid of cameras or surveillance. The only monitoring is in the hallway and lobby. If I scream, you could jump into the Yellow River and it wouldn't cleanse your name. Here, it is just you and me. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know and I know. I assure you, they would never believe your words, but they would undoubtedly believe mine. Do you trust that?" Su Dong's expression darkened instantly. Mao Xiqing's words rang undeniably true. Without a third party to corroborate his account, anyone would side with her. Moreover, considering her striking beauty in such an intimate setting, it would be entirely expected for a man to offend a woman of her caliber. Conversely, if nothing happened, it would seem unbelievable. In his daze, as he saw Mao Xiqing part her lips as if to scream, he found an unexpected surge of courage. He leapt forward, covering her mouth in a panic, exclaiming, "Don't scream. I'll tell you everything. Just ask whatever you wish. Let go of your hand." Mao Xiqing, realizing her plan had worked, felt a mix of delight and indignation at Su Dong's sudden embrace while covering her mouth, feeling somewhat taken advantage of. Noticing the anger flickering in her eyes, Su Dong finally recognized the awkwardness of their position. his face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly withdrew his hand. Though Mao Xiqing was irked, the thought of having ultimately triumphed tempered her anger. With a huff, she inquired, "Pray tell, how do you ascertain that my uncle is the one who took the golden silkworm jade garment?" Mao Xiqing momentarily pondered, finding a semblance of truth in Su Dong's words. However, she quickly dismissed the notion, glaring at him in indignation. "You lie." Su Dong's heart raced, a twinge of guilt creeping in as he stammered. "How could I possibly be lying?" Mao Xiqing retorted, "You claim my uncle has an accomplice who stole it and transferred it to him in the restroom. Yet, I distinctly recall that you entered from the terrace simultaneously with me. You never entered the restroom, nor did you accompany the thief into the gift room. Neither the thief nor my uncle has ever revealed the golden silkworm jade garment. How could you know it was in their possession?" Her astute observation struck true. Su Dong was taken aback by her perceptiveness. She was far from a mere decorative figure. Caught in this contradiction, he found himself bereft of a plausible excuse. Su Dong stammered, striving to concoct a rationale. "My father is a pawnbroker, and I have learned a thing or two from him since childhood, such as how to estimate the worth of valuable treasures. Even if they're concealed beneath clothing, I could discern their value with a fair degree of accuracy." "Really?" Mao Xiqing replied, her skepticism wavering. Su Dong's assertion did not seem entirely far-fetched, for the golden silkworm jade garment was indeed a precious item. After a moment's reflection, she fixed her gaze on Su Dong and asked, "Now tell me, do I possess anything of value in my pockets?" Su Dong surveyed her attire and could not help but acknowledge her stunning beauty and well-proportioned figure. Yet, the denim pants adorned with two distressed holes lacked any telltale signs of concealed treasures, and her top bore no pockets. Therefore, it was reasonable to conclude that her pants held no valuables. However, he noted a wisp of violet mist swirling around her right wrist, albeit obscured by her sleeve. Understanding that he needed to provide her with convincing evidence to escape her scrutiny, Su Dong deliberated briefly before stating, "Your pockets contain no valuables. Yet I surmise you possess something of considerable worth on your right wrist. I venture to guess it is a jade bracelet. How do you know?" Mao Xiqing was genuinely taken aback. She wore a fitted blouse, obscuring any view of her sleeve's contents. The fact that Su Dong not only deduced the existence of a valuable item at her wrist, but pinpointed it as a jade bracelet was indeed astonishing. Could he possess the ability to see through fabric? In truth, Su Dong's accurate identification of the jade bracelet was partly speculative. Earlier, in the Grand Hall, he had observed guests of stature, affluent merchants, and dignitaries, each adorned with valuable trinkets. Particularly among the women, jewels, diamonds, and jade were commonplace. He had noticed a guest wearing jade jewelry, and the mist emanating from it bore the same hue as that which circled Mao Xiqing's wrist, albeit less pronounced. Evidently, the jade bracelet she wore was of considerable value. Mao Xiqing scrutinized Su Dong, her gaze sharp and intent, attempting to discern whether he was speaking falsehoods. However, his expression and eyes revealed nothing, and after a prolonged silence, she finally erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "You truly possess a flair for theatrics. You could consider a career in acting." Su Dong, inwardly relieved, recognized that if Mao Xiqing believed him to be acting, it was for the best. At least it meant he could keep the secrets of the treasure hidden, as such matters were best attributed to knowledge and discernment rather than any supernatural abilities. In the realm of reality, few would entertain the notion of extraordinary powers. Such scenarios were confined to the realms of fantasy, be it in films or novels. Although Mao Xiqing's demeanor was less austere than before, Su Dong remained an enigma to her. Just as he began to feel a sense of ease, Mao Xiqing abruptly inquired, "Did my sister see you mention anything about the bracelet?" This revelation caught Mao Xiqing off guard, prompting her to ask incredulously, "You've never spoken to Siyu? Not even a single word?" Su Dong nodded affirmatively, "No, never a word." Mao Xiqing, taken aback, burst into laughter once more. "Ah, I see. Do you harbor feelings for my sister?" Su Dong's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to the hue of liver, as the secret he had kept hidden was suddenly exposed by Mao Xiqing. How could he not feel embarrassed, especially since she was Siyu's elder sister? He feared she might divulge this to Siyu, leaving him utterly mortified to face her again. Observing the bashful Su Dong, Mao Xiqing initially intended to tease him further. Yet, upon noticing his modest attire and recalling his decision to drop out of school, a pang of sympathy surged within her. Reflecting on the time he had mistaken her for Siyu, she remembered her own unkind words and his visibly hurt expression. It seemed his pride was particularly fragile, and she resolved not to provoke him any further. What youthful heart does not experience infatuation? Moreover, this boy had not even exchanged a single word with her sister, clearly. It was merely a case of unrequited affection. There was no crime in liking someone, so why exacerbate his feelings of embarrassment? However, despite his tender age, his skills in identifying and appreciating antiques were remarkably impressive. Among the guests who had gathered to celebrate her grandfather's birthday were several seasoned experts, notably Long Qiuxing, a revered figure in the field. Mu Xiqing was quite familiar with Long Qiuxing, as he was a sworn brother of her grandfather and a distinguished authority in the realm of collectibles. Yet, even he had failed to notice that her uncle had pilfered the golden silkworm jade garment. How could this young lad possess such keen insight? Was it possible he surpassed even Long Qiuxing in prowess? Chapter 16. The Phone. Mu Xiqing pondered, gazing at the slightly bashful young man before her. His worn and faded clothing did little to detract from his inexplicable charm. From this, she surmised that his pride was considerable, and that his feelings for her sister were likely unreciprocated. Given his strong sense of self-worth, she felt it prudent to avoid further discussion on the matter. Mao Xiqing could not help but feel both amused and exasperated. It seems that many elementary school students now possess mobile phones, not to mention high school students like Su Dong. Yet, observing his expression, it was evident he was not fabricating his words. Considering his faded attire, it appeared he might indeed harbor some unspoken burdens. However, how could a young man favored by the esteemed Long be reduced to such a plight? This matter warranted a discussion with Long when time permitted. For now, there were other pressing issues to address. Mao Xiqing promptly inquired of Su Dong. There is another individual we must not overlook. Tell me, who is the accomplice that conspired with my uncle? Su Dong noted that, describing the man as a middle-aged individual in his 30s, clad in a blue suit and adorned with a black tie featuring star motifs. With this information, Mao Xiqing understood that while Mao Yuanshan and Mao Guanjing might spare Mao Guantong from repercussions, this accomplice was bound to face dire consequences. After clarifying the man's details, Mao Xiqing swiftly exited the room. Su Dong, panting, rose to his feet. The recent tension had been quite overwhelming. He realized that it was wise to avoid Mao Xiqing, a formidable figure. Peering into the bustling hall, Mao Xiqing had already summoned 2 plainclothes officers to apprehend Mao Guantong's accomplice and escort him to the local precinct. In a corner, Su Dong spotted Mao Guantong, despondently drinking alone, and in that brief span, he seemed to have aged a decade or two. Although Mao Yuanshan and Mao Guanjing would not turn him over to the authorities simply because of their shared surname, the exposure of this incident would undoubtedly diminish his standing within the Mao family. The patriarch, Mao Yuanshan, would abandon him entirely. A fate far worse than being taken to the police station. It could be likened to the downfall of a political figure. Mao Guantong's prospects had been irrevocably shattered. Yet, drowning his sorrows in alcohol would only deepen his despair. Soon, he was intoxicated, laughing and crying, lost in his own reverie, completely oblivious to Su Dong's presence. Meanwhile, the hall was filled with guests, a veritable feast of revelry. Long Qiuxing and Mao Yuanshan, flushed with drink, were visibly intoxicated. After finishing his drink, Mao Guanjing slammed his empty glass onto the table, commanding the waiter to refill it. Today, my father cannot indulge too much, but I, Mao Guanjing, shall ensure we drink until we can no longer stand. Within the Mao family, Mao Yuanshan was undoubtedly the patriarch. However, over the past decade, he had gradually stepped back, relinquishing authority to his son, Mao Guanjing, whose abilities had surpassed expectations. Consequently, Mao Yuanshan had ceased to intervene in business affairs, leading outsiders to perceive Mao Guanjing's influence and authority as far exceeding that of his father. Nonetheless, those closely acquainted with the Mao family or the seasoned figures of the previous generation understood that Mao Yuanshan remained the true head of the family. Over the past decade, Mao Guanjing's establishment has become remarkably solid. His reputation as the wealthiest individual in Tong City commands attention. A mere word or investment from him sends waves through the ranks of high officials within the city. It is no exaggeration to say that should Mao Guanjing stamp his foot, the city would tremble. The guests fortunate enough to share a table with him today are primarily the city's notable leaders and several prominent merchants from Tong City. Others lack the privilege to dine in his company. At his behest, nearly all attendees in the grand hall rise to drink in his honor. Long Qiuxing and Niu Xiangdong, both of advanced years, find themselves quite inebriated from the potent wines served at the banquet, leaving them disoriented. Niu Xiangdong, possessing a commendable tolerance for alcohol, is nonetheless somewhat intoxicated. Spotting Su Dong approaching, he jovially waves him over, urging Su Dong, come, let us drink. Su Dong's face flushes. After all, He is still a youth unaccustomed to such adult conversations, despite possessing a maturity and depth beyond that of his peers. The intimate topics exchanged between men and women bring a blush to his cheeks and a sense of shyness. The hotel rooms upstairs have been nearly entirely reserved by Mao Guanjing. After escorting the inebriated Long Qiuxing and Niu Xiangdong to their respective rooms, Su Dong carefully removes their outer garments and shoes, laying them on the bed before tucking them in under a light blanket and adjusting the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature. Only then does he retire to his own room. The hotel room is equipped with an array of amenities. After a refreshing shower, Su Dong reclines on the soft, comfortable bed. Yet, it pales in comparison to the warmth he felt in Niu Xiangdong's pawnshop room. Although that bedroom lacked the opulence of this hotel suite, it enveloped him in an inexplicable sense of comfort. As the saying goes, a golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own humble abode. No matter how splendid the hotel room, it is not his home. These past few days have transformed Su Dong's life dramatically. After experiencing the bitter and sweet facets of life, he now stands on the threshold of a promising future. Though his pockets contain only a few hundred yuan, his prospects shine brightly ahead. When the phone rang, Su Dong hesitated before answering. "Hello, who is this?" A soft, alluring female voice replied, "Sir, would you like some special services?" Special services? Su Dong was perplexed, unsure what constituted such services. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, "Is that a late-night snack?" "I'm not hungry, thank you." It was nearing midnight, and it was likely the hotel's dining service was checking if he desired a meal. Although the Mao family had covered the hotel accommodations, meals were not included. Dining in a five-star hotel can be quite costly, and with only a few hundred yuan left, he found it insufficient. Moreover, he preferred the more economical small eateries outside, where a mere 10 yuan would suffice for a hearty meal. Dining at the hotel would likely cost him hundreds without yielding any remarkable flavor. The woman on the line seemed taken aback by Su Dong's response, mistaking his words for jest. After a brief pause, she asked, "What do you mean by a late-night snack?" "I'm asking if you would like a lady. Why are you pretending to be coy?" Su Dong was momentarily stunned. "A lady? What I need a lady for? The bedding and towels are clean, right?" The other party was genuinely infuriated by Su Dong, gasping for breath before exclaiming, "Are you truly this naive, or simply pretending? I asked whether you wanted a lady, and you immediately mentioned delivering supper, then switched to changing towels and bedding. What on earth do you mean?" Su Dong found himself quite bewildered, replying in astonishment, "Aren't hotel ladies responsible for changing towels and delivering meals?" The other person could no longer restrain themselves, retorting, "I've never encountered someone as dense and unsophisticated as you, who cannot even grasp the meaning of lady. Allow me to clarify. Do you desire a beautiful companion for the night?" Suddenly enlightened, Su Dong's face flushed crimson. Although the other party could not see his expression, he felt as if his face could burst with embarrassment, rendering him speechless for quite some time. After all, he had been rather innocent during his time at school, and coupled with his self-imposed isolation and lack of friends, he had taken a while to comprehend the woman's earlier remarks. Truth be told, he understood perfectly well what she meant. After a moment of hesitation, Su Dong promptly declined, exclaiming, No, I do not want that." It was as if the telephone had turned into a thorny object, with a resounding snap. He cast it aside and retreated to a safe distance, resolving that he would never answer the phone again if it rang. Shortly thereafter, a few knocks echoed on the room's door. Su Dong's cheeks still burned as he stood up and inquired, "Who is it?" Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a familiar face, one that bore an enigmatic expression. It was Mao Xiqing. "You?" Su Dong was taken aback, exclaiming, "What brings you here at such an hour?" Mao Xiqing scrutinized Su Dong, a sly smile playing at the corners of her lips, her expression peculiar. Su Dong suddenly recalled the voice from the phone call, which seemed oddly familiar. He paused before asking her, "Was it you who called earlier?" Mao Xiqing could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, saying, "Well, look at you being honest. If you had truly taken her up on that offer, I would have come to expose you." Su Dong felt a chill run down his spine. It had indeed been Mao Xiqing who made that call. No wonder the woman's tone had been so strange. Fortunately, his youth and inexperience had steered him away from such temptations. Had he succumbed, this fierce woman would have been setting a trap. If she had caught him in the act, he would have surely faced dire consequences. It was fortunate that he genuinely did not understand the implications of the term lady. Had he made a casual joke, it might have led to trouble, as Mao Xiqing had intentionally laid a snare. If he had been aware of her meaning, even without any intention of pursuing such an affair, he could not guarantee that he would not inadvertently joke about it. Noticing Su Dong's wary expression, Mao Xiqing remarked nonchalantly, "Why are you blocking the door? Are you afraid I'll come in and devour you?" Or is there something scandalous hidden in your room? Well, then come in. Su Zhong, Feling Fu Sto, quickly moved aside to let her enter. Although she was well aware that there was nothing amiss in the room, he realized that if he did not cooperate with her a bit, she might hurl even more accusations his way. Once inside, Mao Xiqing had no intention of searching through the bathroom or the closet. Instead, she sat at the edge of the bed, her demeanor suddenly serious as she addressed Su Dong earnestly. Hurry up and change your clothes. We're going out. Su Dong was momentarily taken aback. After a refreshing bath, he intended to rest and had no desire to engage with Miao Xiqing. Yet, she approached him at this late hour, demanding his company. After a brief contemplation, he resolutely declined, stating, "That's not feasible. Both Old Long and Uncle Nio are intoxicated. I must remain at the hotel to attend to them. What do you need at this late hour?" Su Dong found it difficult to fathom Miao Xiqing's intentions. Regardless, he was certain that her motives were not driven by any affection for him. It was improbable that she sought to invite him to a lavish dinner or a casual movie outing. He pondered deeply, unable to decipher the purpose behind her insistence. Miao Xiqing's expression darkened slightly as she retorted, "I have extended you an opportunity. Here is another. Will you accompany me or not?" With a surge of determination, Su Dong replied, "I will not go." He had not committed any wrongdoing and thus felt no fear of her. However, observing her icy demeanor caused a flicker of anxiety within him. Would she resort to falsely accusing him of impropriety? His apprehensions were misplaced. Miao Xiqing did not reenact the previous scene. Instead, she produced a gleaming pair of handcuffs from the folds of her attire, swiftly securing his wrists with a decisive click. Throughout his life, despite facing numerous hardships following his parents' demise, Su Dong had never been handcuffed by the police. This was an unprecedented occurrence, akin to being treated as a criminal in the household of his relatives. "What are you accusing me of now?" Su Dong felt a wave of panic. Previously, Miao Xiqing had merely threatened him verbally, but her current actions left him bewildered and apprehensive. Would she be documenting evidence against him, intending to have him coerced into a confession at the precinct? Logically, it seemed unreasonable for her to target a mere individual like himself. Any action would bear its own consequences. Yet, he pondered whether he truly held enough significance to affect Miao Xiqing's life. Miao Xiqing, with a swift motion, retrieved Su Dong's jacket from the single sofa and draped it over his cuffed wrists, saying, "If you comply and come with me peacefully, you will not lose face. However, should you entertain any rebellious thoughts, I cannot guarantee your dignity will remain intact." Although Su Dong was reluctant, he had no choice but to acquiesce and follow her. Nonetheless, uncertainty gnawed at him regarding the intentions of this unpredictable police officer. As they descended in the elevator and made their way outside the hotel, Su Dong refrained from contemplating escape. After all, the conspicuous handcuffs rendered such an endeavor futile. He was no locksmith and could not free himself. Even if he eluded Miao Xiqing's grasp, he feared being reported by onlookers, landing himself in a dire predicament. Upon exiting the hotel, Miao Xiqing strode towards a black Captiva parked at the roadside. As Su Dong approached, he noticed a parking ticket wedged beneath the windshield wiper. Miao Xiqing glanced at it dismissively, opened the car door, and instructed, "Get in." Although it was nearly midnight, the streets were still bustling with a considerable number of pedestrians. Tong City, a medium-sized metropolis with a population exceeding 1 million, thrived with the revelry of affluent individuals and idle socialites, creating a lively atmosphere. Upon witnessing the throngs of people, Su Dong steeled himself, suddenly adopting a defiant stance by the car door. "Go ahead, accuse me as you please, if it pleases you. Just shoot me." Mao Xiqing, taken aback by Su Dong's audacious demeanor, paused momentarily before succumbing to a mixture of amusement and exasperation. She playfully kicked the vulnerable spot at the crook of his leg, prompting a yelp from Su Dong, who, bending his leg in response, was unexpectedly shoved into the car by her from behind. With a decisive slam, Mao Xiqing shut the car door, then circled to the front and entered from the opposite side. As she twisted the key to ignite the engine, she snorted, "I see you just crave a lesson. Is it that you only respond to force?" Su Dong remained silent, feeling somewhat reassured by Mao Xiqing's bold and assertive demeanor. He was relieved that the earlier commotion had not escalated in a public disgrace, yet uncertainty lingered in his mind regarding the purpose of this late-night excursion. Mao Xiqing drove with remarkable focus. Despite her delicate appearance, she maneuvered the substantial Captiva with deftness, weaving through traffic with ease. Su Dong found himself gripping the overhead handle, striving to stabilize his swaying body. Unfazed by his discomfort, Mao Xiqing drove with wild abandon, and after approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination. She parked the car, retrieved the keys, and jumped out, declaring, "We're here. Exit the vehicle." Breathless, Su Dong opened the door and stepped out, only to be momentarily disoriented, nearly losing his balance. "Don't act like a weakling. Are you really carsick?" Mao Xiqing jested, urging him to hurry along. Su Dong indeed felt a touch dizzy, but after a brief moment of composure, he surveyed his surroundings. The expansive parking lot was filled with countless vehicles, predominantly police cars, and prominently displayed on the building's entrance, just 20 meters ahead, were gleaming golden letters, Tong City Public Security Bureau. A jolt of surprise coursed through Su Dong. "We've arrived at the police station?" Yet, alongside this realization came a flicker of hope. Surely, Mao Xiqing would be less inclined to misuse her authority here, presenting an opportunity to lodge a complaint against her to her superiors. However, considering her tempestuous nature, it was wise to tread carefully around her, lest he find himself enduring further hardships. As they entered Mao Xiqing's domain, she paid no heed to the handcuffs binding Su Dong's wrists, urging him forward. Numerous uniformed officers greeted her with familiarity, paying no mind to Su Dong. In this environment, it was commonplace for handcuffed individuals to be escorted in and out. The attention she received was largely due to her beauty, which rendered her the center of admiration. At the elevator entrance, Mao Xiqing pressed the button for the upper floors, but the display stubbornly remained fixed on 12. Frustrated, she jabbed the button several times before muttering irritably and turning to Su Dong, gesturing, "Let's take the stairs." Su Dong remained silent, enduring the situation for now. He planned to lull Mao Xiqing into a false sense of security before seizing the opportunity to file a complaint when he encountered her superior. She insisted on taking the stairs, though he was uncertain which floor they were headed to. Ascending the staircase, Mao Xiqing moved with agility, having climbed 5 flights without appearing winded, while Su Dong found himself slightly out of breath. He wiped the sweat from his brow and inquired, "Which floor are we headed to?" This woman truly had a penchant for self-torture. Su Dong sighed inwardly, feeling irritated. They were headed to the 9th floor, not the 1st or 2nd, and yet she refused to take the elevator, not even waiting for it to arrive. If it were a casual stroll with breaks, that would be one thing, but Mao Xiqing showed no inclination to pause or slow down, urging him to hurry along. Harboring a bellyful of frustration, Su Dong intended to rest upon reaching the 9th floor, but Mao Xiqing gave him a gentle push from behind, cheerfully exclaiming, "Hurry up." Su Dong glanced at the signs on the doors lining the corridor, noting the titles of the offices, head of department, chief officer, and so forth. As they progressed, he observed the titles becoming increasingly prestigious. He was just contemplating lodging a complaint with Mao Xiqing as highest-ranking superior. For the higher the position, the more severe the repercussions for any grievances raised. His assumptions proved correct when Mao Xiqing finally halted before the door marked with the title of director. Without a moment's hesitation, she knocked and entered, announcing as she walked, "Director, who? I brought an expert." From the entrance, Su Dong heard a deep male voice from within. "You little rascal, did I call you in? Do you honestly think of me as a director in your eyes? I must be your subordinate instead." Chapter 18. The expert rushed into the fray. The tone of voice was unmistakably familiar, akin to a playful banter between a family elder and their child. Realizing this was indeed the director, Su Dong felt no need for pretense and entered with a composed expression. Mao Xiqing, beaming, addressed the man seated behind the desk. "Director who? It's quite troublesome to summon those seasoned experts at this late hour. I thought it best to bring in an acquaintance of mine. Don't let his youth fool you. His discerning eye rivals that of any seasoned expert." Director, who appeared to be in his 50s, possessing a dignified presence, and his strong brows and prominent eyes reminded Su Dong of the actor Chen Baohua. There was an innate authority to his demeanor. Director, who looked up at Su Dong, a hint of astonishment on his face. "Xiqing, is this your expert? What can someone of his age possibly know? Can he even ascertain that my teacup is made of glass?" Mao Xiqing chuckled lightly. "Director, who? I know you've fallen prey to the common fallacy. There's a saying that one should not judge a person by their appearance, nor the sea by a mere dip. He is a prodigy, a sworn brother of my grandfather, Long Qiusheng, who is highly regarded. I've witnessed his capabilities firsthand, whether you believe it or not. I am confident in his expertise in antique appraisal. Furthermore, there are no other options available at this moment. Let us make do for now. If he proves inadequate, we can always find someone else tomorrow." Director, who let out a sound of contemplation, his gaze towards Su Dong shifting slightly. Yet, he appeared far too youthful. What could someone so young possibly learn? However, Mao Xiqing would not speak recklessly. Her assertion indicated that this young man possessed some degree of capability. Young man, take a look at this, Director Who mused, retrieving a small, deep purple wine cup from the drawer below. He stepped away from his desk and beckoned Mu Siqing and Su Dong to a corner sofa for a discussion, carefully placing the small cup upon the glass coffee table. See if this is genuine or not. I refuse to look. Su Dong suddenly erupted, raising his hands in agitation, the handcuffs clinking ominously. Director Who, I wish to file a complaint against Mu Siqing for abuse of power and unlawful punishment. I am not a criminal. Why am I being cuffed? Mu Siqing, unfazed, retorted. Su Dong, you still have some bravado, don't you? I called you here to assist, to contribute to the nation. This is your honor. Why are you making such a ruckus? Upon hearing this, Director Who realized that Mu Siqing had employed a heavy-handed approach to bring him in, which explains Su Dong's immediate complaint. His expression darkened, and he declared, "This is unacceptable, Mu." Quickly removed the handcuffs and apologized to him. With a mocking laugh, Mu Siqing produced the key to unlock Su Dong, but was taken aback when he withdrew his hand, scowling. You can't just cuff me and then decide to uncuff me at will. Is there no law? Mu Siqing's brows furrowed in irritation. What? Do you wish to rebel? Whether you like it or not, the task must be completed. You are truly the one rebelling. Director Who interjected, taking the key to unlock Su Dong himself. As he released the cuffs, he said, Your surname is Su, correct? Young Su, I am here to unlock these cuffs. And on behalf of Mu Siqing, I sincerely apologize. I will also hold my subordinate accountable. Such behavior will not go unpunished. Initially, Su Dong had hoped to witness Mu Siqing face repercussions, but Director Who's eloquent and authoritative apology, coupled with his personal act of releasing the cuffs, left Su Dong with little choice but to relent, despite possessing the extraordinary ability to perceive precious energies. He was still a novice who had not encountered much of the world. Director Who, with his vast experience, skillfully bewildered him with just a few words. Faced with the sincere and dignified Director Who, Su Dong felt a twinge of embarrassment and softened his stance. Very well, since I'm already here, I will assist Director Who with this matter. This purple clay cup is indeed authentic. Unable to refuse, Su Dong acquiesced, also revealing the results of the earlier inquiry initiated by Director Who. The small purple clay cup emitted a faint aura of precious energy, though subtle. Its presence confirmed its authenticity and inherent value. Director Who pondered for a moment before addressing Su Dong, saying, Su, allow me to elucidate the matter at hand. We have uncovered a significant case of ancient artifact smuggling, involving several items of immense value destined for overseas markets. At present, we have apprehended 2 individuals. One is a local antiquities dealer, and the other is a Chinese American. We discovered several artifacts at the dealer's residence, the authenticity of which remains uncertain. The Chinese American was captured during their meeting, where only one artifact was present. Our immediate concern is to ascertain the authenticity of this item. If it proves genuine, we can proceed accordingly. However, should it be deemed a forgery, our window for detaining him is alarmingly brief, less than 5 hours. Without solid evidence, we are constrained to a 24-hour detention period. Su Dong quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Due to the late hour, the police were struggling to locate experts to authenticate the antiques. Originally, Mu Siqing had considerable connections, but today marked her grandfather's birthday, and many of the city's foremost antique appraisal experts were in attendance, indulging in festivities and rendered inebriated. Consequently, the police found themselves unable to enlist anyone's assistance. Mu Siqing had insisted on bringing Su Dong along, both as a last resort and because she had witnessed his capability in apprehending her uncle. Coupled with the endorsement of Long Xiuxing, she believed Su Dong possessed a modicum of genuine skill. Regardless of the irritation Mu Siqing caused him, Su Dong could discern that Director Who was genuinely anxious. If he were unable to assist, it would be one thing. But this was precisely the type of situation in which he excelled. Failing to lend a hand could potentially offend, and earning a favor from Director Who might prove advantageous. Allowing him to exert some influence over Mu Siqing and mitigate her propensity to create trouble for him. Very well, Director Who. I am willing to assist you in this endeavor, though I cannot guarantee with absolute certainty that I will fulfill your expectations. Nevertheless, let it be known that I do possess a degree of confidence, Su Dong conveyed, deliberately tempering his words. Seeing Su Dong's willingness, Director Who felt a sense of relief, albeit with tempered expectations, as he recognized Su Dong's youth and inexperience. The experts involved in this case were all over 50, and he had never encountered a young specialist in this field. After a brief contemplation, Director Who rose and nodded. Then let us not delay. We shall proceed to the conference room for the appraisal. Due to the nature of this special case, the artifacts discovered at the scene had not been transferred to the evidence room for safekeeping. Given the substantial financial implications and the extensive network of individuals involved, coupled with the city leadership's stringent oversight, Director Who himself assumed the role of leader for the expert group overseeing the operation. At the small conference room, a police officer stood guard. Director Who gestured for him to open the door, and the officer promptly retrieved the key to unlock it. Su Dong followed closely behind Director Who, while Mu Xiqing remained unusually quiet, refraining from engaging Su Dong in conversation. The conference room was modest in size, encompassing merely a couple of dozen square meters. At its center, a rectangular mahogany table stood, flanked by 4 wooden chairs on each side, with an additional chair positioned at the front. In the middle of the table lay an object, enveloped in crimson silk, its shape square and comparable to that of a thick 2-inch dictionary. The room was devoid of any other furnishings, save for the object on the table. However, Su Dong discerned no aura of preciousness emanating from it. None whatsoever. Director Who did not invite Su Dong to take a seat. Instead, he proceeded directly to unveil the object wrapped in red silk. Upon revealing it, what emerged was not an antique artifact, but rather a small square box. Director Who then opened the box and carefully presented the items contained within, placing them gently on the table before Su Dong. Xiao Su, take a look at this and ascertain its authenticity, if you would. In truth, without the need for meticulous inspection, Su Dong was already aware that the item was not genuine, as it lacked any semblance of precious energy. Nevertheless, he could not simply declare its falsity at first glance. He had to perform a semblance of scrutiny in front of Director Who. The object was a black bowl, adorned with fine, irregular patterns both inside and out. Its color reminiscent of polished ink, glossy and deep. Su Dong had never encountered such a bowl before. He could not articulate its characteristics, and thus was at a loss for any technical terminology related to authentication. However, he was certain it was a counterfeit, for it exuded no aura of preciousness. From Director Who's cautious demeanor, it was evident that if the item were authentic, it would possess staggering value. Su Dong feigned an earnest examination, scrutinizing it thoroughly before adopting a pose of contemplation. After a considerable pause, he finally shook his head, declaring, "This is a forgery." Chapter 19, a matter of utmost urgency. Though he had harbored such suspicions in his mind, both Director Who and Mao Xiqing appeared profoundly disheartened, simultaneously inquiring of Su Dong, "Is it truly fake?" It seemed that his own knowledge was insufficient, while Long Qiuxing, a master in the field, may have been lacking in comparative evaluative skills. His expertise in antiquities far surpassed Su Dong's by leaps and bounds. Take, for instance, the inky black bowl before them. Long Qiuxing would undoubtedly be able to identify its type, along with its various merits and shortcomings. In contrast, Su Dong could only assert that the item was a forgery. Although he could ascertain its authenticity, he found himself unable to pinpoint the precise reasons for its falsity. He could hardly claim that the bowl was fake solely due to the absence of precious energy. Could he? It was clear that he needed to diligently enhance his knowledge in this domain under the tutelage of Long Lao. With such foundational expertise, combined with his unique abilities, he could truly establish himself in this field and wield considerable influence. Director Who fixed his gaze upon Su Dong, his expression laden with doubt. "Are you absolutely certain that this is a forgery?" he inquired. Any hint of hesitation on Su Dong's part would only deepen Director Who's skepticism. Thus, Su Dong's resolute declaration of the item's falsity might bolster Director Who's belief, for who would dare to be so assertive without absolute certainty? Director Who cast a glance at the equally disappointed Miao Xiqing, his face a canvas of despondency. After a considerable pause, he sighed, "We have only 4 hours left. It seems we are unable to detain this informant any longer and must allow the tiger to return to the mountain." Su Dong pondered for a moment, hesitantly inquiring, "Director Who, perhaps I should accompany you to the residences of these 2 suspects and see if we might uncover anything?" Director Who tilted his head in contemplation, and after a few seconds, he looked up at Miao Xiqing and instructed Xiao Miao, "Notify the criminal investigation team to have Gao Yifei conduct a thorough examination of the 3 residences of the old dealer Huang Fa. Remember, we only have 4 hours. If we cannot extract valuable information from Huang Fa regarding his connection to Xiqing, we will have no choice but to release Xiqing." Su Dong hesitated once more. As the head of the bureau, Director Who would likely not accompany Miao Xiqing to the old dealer's residence, and judging by whose expression, he did not seem to harbor much trust in Su, likely not assigning him any significant role. I'll go with you, Miao Xiqing declared, already striding toward the exit. Su Dong, not having the luxury to contemplate further, quickly rose and followed her. If he wished to assist Director Hu and cultivate a rapport, finding evidence was paramount. Thus, he set aside any grievances he held against Miao Xiqing and resolved to accompany her to the old dealer's abode. Miao Xiqing waved her hand, neither agreeing nor disagreeing verbally, but her gesture clearly invited him to follow. Once in the elevator, she pulled out her phone to relay Director Hu's orders, informing that she would first investigate the old dealer's residence on the outskirts of the city. Su Dong chose to remain silent, believing it best to minimize conversation and allow Miao Xiqing to forget any prior disputes. Otherwise, a single remark might provoke an argument. Miao Xiqing had indeed given this matter considerable thought. In her estimation, the old dealer possessed 2 apartments in the city and an old house in the countryside, where he typically resided. The city apartments had been allocated to his 2 sons. Following the incident, the police had searched all 3 locations but had failed to uncover any significant evidence. The rumored national treasure intended for smuggling remained undiscovered, and although the informant and Xiqing had been apprehended, no tangible evidence had been secured against him. The only justification for continuing to detain and Xiqing hinged on the acquisition of evidence, which could only be obtained through a search of Huang Fei's residence. Without this evidence within 24 hours, they would be compelled to release him. Conversely, if evidence were found, they could detain him further under the charge of smuggling cultural relics. However, despite thorough searches of Huang Fei's 3 residences, no valuable artifacts had been uncovered, let alone the national treasure. Nonetheless, if one were to consider the concealment of antiquities, the countryside residence undoubtedly offered a more suitable environment for safeguarding such items compared to the urban apartments. Thus, Miao Xiqing's first instinct was to visit the rural house. After settling into the passenger seat of the Kopaki, Miao Xiqing drove with her usual fervor, yet Su Dong's feelings had shifted. Previously, he had felt humiliated and coerced. Now, he experienced a sense of freedom and willingness. Director Hu had personally removed the handcuffs, and thoughts of exacting vengeance on Miao Xiqing were far from his mind. Although Su Dong was merely an 18-year-old high school student, his heart was not particularly narrow. Despite Mu Xiqing's rough coercion, he felt anger but had no intention of retaliating against her. If he were to harbor resentment, it would be insignificant compared to the bullying he endured from his uncle. Aunt and cousin, Mu Xiqing, with her celestial beauty, possessed a coarse demeanor befitting her role as a police officer. She drove the hefty Captiva with fervor along the highway. And fortunately, Su Dong had learned from prior experience to fasten his seatbelt and grip the overhead handle firmly. The journey to the countryside transformed from a broad highway to a narrow road, shifting from a 4-lane thoroughfare to a 2-lane path, and eventually culminating in a single-lane rural road. It took a full hour to arrive. The residence in Huangfa village was a standalone dwelling, comprising 3 spacious rooms and 2 stories, alongside 2 aged wooden structures. Behind the house lay a mountain, while in front were rice fields and a vegetable garden, with a meandering stream several hundred meters away. Mu Xiqing parked the vehicle beneath an old locust tree, wide enough for 2 to embrace, situated 20 meters from the house. Upon disembarking, Su Dong glanced around, and a yellow dog lounging at the entrance barked ferociously, revealing its menacing white teeth as it charged toward him. Terrified of dogs, Su Dong quickly bent down to pick up a dry branch over a meter long for self-defense. Mu Xiqing, being familiar with this place, called out confidently, "Old Lady Huang, I am a police officer, here for a routine procedure." The 2 sons of Huang Fei, along with their wives and children, resided in the city, leaving only his 80-year-old mother to live in the countryside. Huang Fei's wife had passed away 3 years prior, and though Huang Fei was not particularly old himself, being just over 50, he had been a long-time antiquities dealer. Following the incident, the police had meticulously searched all 3 residences, but found nothing. It was inconceivable that a seasoned dealer like Huang Fei would possess no antiquities whatsoever. The pristine condition of the houses only raised suspicions. Yet, despite scouring every corner and crevice, the police had uncovered no evidence. With only 3 hours remaining, if they failed to find anything during this time, the connection with Xiqing would have to be released. After calling out twice, a tall elderly woman emerged. Her appearance was quite aged, with deep wrinkles etched into her face, suggesting she was no younger than 80, though her movements were surprisingly vigorous. Mu Xiqing then turned to Su Dong, instructing, "Su Dong, come inside and take a look. Keep your eyes sharp. Do not overlook any potential clues." However, she soon noticed that Su Dong seemed hesitant to enter the house. captivated instead by the scenic countryside. He gazed at the vegetable garden and the trees surrounding the house, even casting several glances at the old locust tree where they parked. Frowning, Mu Siqing urged him again, Su Dong, stop dawdling and hurry inside to search. We are running out of time. Su Dong hesitated, eyeing the fierce yellow dog at the old woman's feet, and finally whispered to Mu Siqing, Mu, perhaps you should call for backup. The situation here is not simple. Mu Siqing snorted and remarked, what is there to fear? An elderly woman in her 80s and a dog. Should that truly cause you trepidation? I'm not afraid. So why should a grown man like you be? Su Dong opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained. Mu Siqing, understanding his anxious demeanor, noted that the old woman and her fierce-looking yellow dog instilled a sense of dread in him. Upon arriving, he had immediately sensed something amiss, prompting him to urge Mu Siqing to call for assistance swiftly. Seeing Su Dong remain motionless, Mu Siqing tilted her head to observe him. She noticed his gaze fixed on the yellow dog beside the old woman, his face betraying a look of fear. Exasperated, she chastised him, coward. Afraid of a mere dog? How can you call yourself a man? At this rate, you won't even find a wife. Which woman would want to marry a man who cannot protect her? Su Dong's attention was wholly consumed by the yellow dog, his hands gripping a branch tightly in confrontation, sweat pouring down his forehead. The extent of his fear left Mu Siqing in a state of amusement. She chose to disregard Su Dong and strode directly into the house. The old woman regarded them coldly, and the yellow dog remained still by her side. Chapter 20. Discovery. Su Dong found himself perplexed, sensing a palpable malevolence emanating from the yellow dog that filled him with dread, his hands slick with perspiration as he clutched the wooden stick. Mu Siqing, no longer paying him heed, entered the modest dwelling. As she passed by the old woman and the dog, the latter, despite its fierce demeanor, remained motionless. Su Dong discerned that the dog's inactivity stemmed from the old woman's lack of command. Silent and seemingly frail, the elderly lady appeared to Su Siqing to be too old to be of any significant threat. She had clearly lost much of her agility and vision. Thus she seemed hardly worthy of concern. Nonetheless, Mu Siqing understood that the old woman harbored animosity, as she represented the police who had apprehended her son. Such hostility was to be expected, yet no matter how antagonistic the old woman might be, she had no choice but to submit to the lawful search conducted by the authorities. A top student at the police academy, Mu Siqing did not receive any special treatment due to her beauty. Rather, her intelligence and keen insight into criminal investigations distinguished her, particularly her exceptional observational skills. The 3 residences owned by Huang Fa had undergone meticulous scrutiny by Mu Siqing and her colleagues. This rural abode had been thoroughly examined. Walls, ceilings, the presence of a basement, and any hidden compartments had been investigated, yet yielded no findings. Now, during what she believed to be the final and most thorough inspection, she illuminated every room and took a small hammer to gently tap against the walls, listening intently. For any hollow spaces, the sound produced would differ significantly from that of solid walls. A hollow wall would resonate clearly, with a prolonged echo, whereas a solid wall would emit a dull, short sound. This time, Mu Siqing conducted an almost exhaustive inspection, first scrutinizing the 3 large cottages, followed by the 2 wooden-tiled houses. Yet, the outcome mirrored her previous inspections, utterly fruitless. The thought of Director who was anxiously awaiting their findings, intensified her impatience. An hour had nearly slipped away, and they had uncovered nothing, not even the slightest clue, leaving her no choice but to exit with a sullen expression. Outside the gate, the old woman and the yellow dog remained almost motionless. Mu Siqing glanced over at Su Dong, who was drenched in sweat, his face taut with anxiety as he confronted the yellow dog, clutching a wooden stick and bending slightly at the waist. Su Dong's disheveled appearance infuriated Mu Siqing, prompting her to stride over and reprimand him. What a disgrace. All right, we're heading to the city immediately. With no prospects of success here, she resolved to join her fellow teammates in the city, hoping for better fortune at the 2 residences there. However, Su Dong remained unmoved. His head tilted slightly in her direction, yet his gaze was fixed intently on the yellow dog. Mu, perhaps it would be wise to call for backup, he suggested, his voice deliberately lowered. With irritation, Mu Siqing retorted, what a mystery. How embarrassing. Let us go. It's just a dog. Are you so frightened that you can't even walk? Su Dong, still on high alert, whispered, we can't leave. I know where the yellow-haired antiques are hidden, but right now, we must deal with the yellow dog and the old woman. You know? Mu Siqing gasped, unable to restrain her surprise. Although she felt a flicker of hope, disbelief clouded her thoughts. After all, Su Dong had accompanied her to this location and had not even entered the house for inspection. How could he possibly have made such a discovery or known where things were concealed? The seemingly feeble old woman, upon hearing Su Dong's words, suddenly sharpened her gaze, fixing her cold and piercing eyes upon him. A surge of excitement coursed through Mu Siqing. The old woman's reaction unmistakably hinted at the existence of something hidden. Otherwise, she would not have reacted so astonishingly. Yet, Mu Siqing remained uncertain if Su Dong was merely attempting to lure her with falsehoods. Noticing Mu Siqing's deep contemplation, Su Dong's anxiety escalated, and he urged in a hushed tone, "Be cautious of the yellow dog. Quickly summon your colleagues. Once reinforcements arrive, we can retrieve the items." Mu Siqing studied Su Dong, observing his unwavering focus on the yellow dog. Even as he spoke to her, his eyes never wavering. His tone suggested he was not speaking idly. Could it be that he truly knew where the items were hidden? Though the situation felt peculiar. Mu Siqing pondered momentarily before retrieving her phone to contact her colleagues in the city. "Leader Gao, I am at the old residence in Huangfa Township. We have made a discovery here. Please come immediately." Leader Gao Yifei of the criminal investigation team, who was also searching the two residences in the city without success, was elated to receive Mu Siqing's call and promptly assured her that he would rush over. The two groups of anxious first-year students were in a state of desperation, knowing they had only a couple of hours left before they would have to release their search. Despite the late hour when news of discovery reached them, fatigue was forgotten as they hurriedly drove toward the outskirts. The headlights of their vehicle illuminated the direction, casting a bright glow on the walls of the house, while the yellow dog's eyes shone eerily in the light, enhancing the atmosphere of foreboding. The elderly woman glared at Su Dong, letting out a few cold chuckles before finally speaking in a chilling tone. "Young lad, do you think this old woman is easily fooled by her dim eyesight? My son is innocent, and you shall not deceive me with your talk of discoveries. You turn my house upside down, yet what have you truly found?" Su Dong held on to his wooden stick. Though nervous, he did not flinch at her intimidation. With a calm demeanor, he replied, "Grandma, you know very well whether your son is innocent. Moreover, I never claimed that the incriminating items were hidden inside the house. Even if you turned it inside out or dug 3 feet into the ground, it would be of no consequence if they were not here." Mu Siqing, momentarily taken aback, asked Su Dong with a hint of surprise, "Are you suggesting that the items are not concealed within the house?" As she spoke, she glanced around. Aside from the area illuminated by the car's headlights, the rest of the surroundings appeared dark under the moonlight, despite its brightness. She had previously searched within a 10-meter radius of the house and found nothing unusual. The elderly woman, still uncertain, retorted, "Young lad, I am not easily frightened. Do not speak empty words. Don't you policemen always say that facts and evidence must speak for themselves?" Though she initially doubted Su Dong's words, believing he was merely trying to intimidate her, his gaze shifted from the yellow dog to scan 2 directions, which caused her complexion to change dramatically, prompting a cough. Mu Siqing remained skeptical of Su Dong's assertions, believing he was attempting psychological manipulation on the old woman. However, regardless of whether Su Dong truly possessed knowledge or not, his words clearly had an effect on her. The expression of panic that flickered across the elderly woman's face did not escape Mu Siqing's notice, leading her to almost conclude that the yellow-haired individual had indeed concealed something illicit in the old house. Su Dong was fully aware of the situation. He had merely glanced at the 2 locations where the illicit items were hidden, indicating to the elderly woman that he knew their whereabouts. How could she not comprehend this? Upon exiting the vehicle, Su Dong had already noticed 2 spots emanating 6 different colors of treasure energy, with one particularly rich in a deep blue hue. According to Su Dong's experience, this indicated at least 6 precious items were present. Even in the moonlight, he could see them clearly. One location was at the old locust tree beside the parked vehicle, while the other was in a vegetable garden situated 70 or 80 meters directly across from the house. The cunning yellow-haired individual has concealed his treasures in 2 nearly undetectable locations. The old locust tree, with its lush foliage and sturdy trunk, harbors the valuables at a fork approximately 8 to 9 meters high on the main trunk. From below, there appears to be no anomaly whatsoever. Given the height of the concealment, it is evident that the yellow-haired man has taken precautions. Even if someone were to climb up, they would likely remain oblivious to any irregularities. It is presumed that he drilled a hole in the trunk, hid the artifacts, then sealed it and coated it with tree sap and bark, rendering the surface indistinguishable from a norm. How could one possibly uncover such a secret? Moreover, unlike fruit-bearing trees that might attract harvesters, This old locust tree has a thick, steep trunk that is difficult to climb, and the presence of insects deters even the most foolhardy from attempting a climb. Thus, the concealment of valuables is remarkably secure. The second location is excessively distant from the house, exceeding 70 or 80 meters, situated within a vegetable garden where the soil is frequently disturbed. To bury something in such an expansive field and expect it to be discovered is almost impossible. However, the old woman could never fathom that Su Dong would not need to search meticulously. Any glimmer of treasure visible to the naked eye would escape his attention. Although her son, Huang Fa, had hidden the treasures with utmost secrecy, they could not have anticipated that the treasures would emit a luminous aura. Chapter 21. The Rabid Dog. The old woman initially believed that the police would return empty-handed, dismissing Su Dong's opening remarks as mere attempts to intimidate her. Yet, when Su Dong accurately pinpointed the location of the hidden treasures, her previously unwavering composure shattered. Should the evidence be uncovered, it would condemn her son, Huang Fa, to a life of imprisonment during his twilight years. At over 50 years of age, the crime of smuggling national treasures is no trivial matter. Moreover, as a repeat offender, the concurrent sentencing of both new and old charges could easily result in a prison term exceeding a decade. What future could remain for a man in his 50s after such a lengthy incarceration? At over 80 herself, the old woman could not predict when her own time would come. Her son, Huang Fa, would be unable to provide for her in her final days. Given her advanced age, she feared little of the law. Thus, upon realizing that Su Dong was genuinely aware of the hiding place, she swiftly made her decision. Da Huang, go kill them. Though the yellow dog revealed a fierce demeanor, it remained at her feet until she issued the command. In an instant, it transformed. The yellow dog raised its head high, letting out a low howl, its entire body seemingly swelling with ferocity. Su Dong's anxiety intensified. This yellow dog, with its robust limbs and towering stature, was significantly larger than an ordinary canine. Its golden fur, visible under the light, was straight and uncurled, resembling a multitude of yellow needles. This was evidently no ordinary household pet. Its physique suggested a Tibetan Mastiff, yet its head bore no resemblance to one. As Tibetan Mastiffs have lion-like heads, while this yellow dog's face resembled that of a wolf. Altogether, it appeared to be a hybrid of a Tibetan Mastiff and a wolf dog. As Su Dong beheld the radiant aura emanating from the treasure, his sensory perception surpassed its previous limits. Much like his arrival here this evening, he sensed an ominous ferocity emanating from the yellow dog from the very start. Upon the old woman's command, the dog's malevolence erupted instantaneously. Su Dong, in that fleeting moment, braced himself, gripping the wooden stick with utmost strength, his gaze fixed upon the yellow dog. The creature, seemingly aware of Su Dong's defensive stance, let out a low growl before propelling itself forward with tremendous force, lunging directly at Mu Siqing. Mu Siqing, preoccupied with contemplating the veracity of Su Dong's words and whether he was attempting to extract information from the old woman, was caught off guard by the dog's lightning-fast movement. Be careful! Su Dong's alarm shout reverberated as terror gripped him. Although Mu Siqing had not initially heeded the presence of the yellow dog, her agility allowed her to react swiftly. A flicker of yellow passed before her eyes, and upon hearing Su Dong's urgent cry, she instinctively retreated. However, the dog's speed was astonishing. As Mu Siqing retreated a mere half-step, the dog's powerful forelegs were already upon her shoulders, its gaping maw revealing sharp, glistening teeth poised to strike at her throat. In a moment of panic, Mu Siqing uttered a cry, but was too flustered to mount a defense. The foul stench of the dog's breath invaded her senses, leaving her feeling helpless. With a snap, the dog's jaws closed, yet it bit only air. In her state of confusion, Mu Siqing glanced back to discover that Su Dong had seized the dog's tail, desperately pulling it backward, thus thwarting its lethal bite. The yellow dog's forelegs pressed against her shoulders, straining forward, while Su Dong clung tenaciously to its tail. Swiftly, Mu Siqing retaliated, delivering a powerful punch to the dog's left eye, causing it to yelp in fury and leap forward. Her blow, infused with considerable force, shattered the dog's eyeball, inciting an even greater rage. As the creature descended, it twisted around to attack Su Dong, who was still grasping its tail. "Oh my!" Su Dong exclaimed, terror coursing through him as he hastily relinquished his grip and raised the wooden stick to block the assault. The injured dog, fueled by rage, lunged at Su Dong with ferocity, crashing against the stick with such force that Su Dong was knocked to the ground. With a fierce growl, the yellow dog opened its jaws wide, snapping and breaking the branch Su Dong held, then lunged towards his throat. The yellow-haired man had taken a perilous path, raising this vicious dog as a means of protection. Mu Siqing had visited a few times, yet the dog had never exhibited such aggression, leading her and her companions to disregard it. This was undoubtedly due to the old woman's control, ensuring the dog remained concealed in its true nature, as there was no need for it to reveal its viciousness while the police remained oblivious to the hidden threats. Mu Siqing's recent actions had nearly exhausted her capacity for explosive energy. She could only watch helplessly as the yellow dog lunged for Su Dong's throat. Just moments ago, Su Dong had dragged her to safety by the dog's tail, yet now she found herself unable to save him in time. As Su Dong turned his head, the dog sank its teeth into his left shoulder, sending a sharp pain coursing through his brain. This dog, having undergone specialized training, knew that a bite to the shoulder was non-lethal. It released its grip momentarily, only to redirect its jaws towards Su Dong's throat. However, it was unprepared for a slender, pointed stick that thrust into its mouth, driving straight through to its abdomen. The yellow dog let out a chilling howl, rolling back in agony, writhing on the ground. The stick, measuring over a meter long, had penetrated deeply, leaving only a few decimeters visible outside its mouth. Su Dong had initially picked up the stick for self-defense against the dog. When the dog retaliated and bit through it, its sharp teeth inadvertently rendered the broken end even more lethal. Despite the excruciating pain, Su Dong mustered his strength to thrust the pointed stick into the dog's gaping maw, delivering a fatal blow. At that moment, Mu Siqing finally came to her senses. In a frenzy, she retrieved her handgun, disengaged the safety, and fired 5 rapid shots at the writhing yellow dog, emptying the entire magazine. To prevent any overreaction from the elderly woman, she hastily handcuffed her to the iron bars of a window beside the door before rushing back to check on the groaning Su Dong. Su Dong, how are you? Are you all right? The yellow dog had bitten deeply into his shoulder, leaving several holes in his shirt, and blood stained his entire left shoulder. Though the severity of the wound was not immediately apparent. Seeing the danger had passed, Su Dong exhaled a sigh of relief. But as he relaxed, the pain in his shoulder intensified, and he could not help but groan. What do you mean, all right? Why don't you try getting bitten and see how it feels? Mu Siqing couldn't help but laugh, a mix of amusement and exasperation. You, at a time like this, still want to argue with me? All right. I suppose I owe you one today. Now let me see your wound. As she spoke, she helped Su Dong sit up under the bright light of the Kopachi, where the blood on his shoulder was clearly visible, oozing profusely. She quickly unzipped his jacket and carefully lifted his left arm to remove it. With even the slightest movement of his shirt, Su Dong winced. Ouch. Oh, that hurts. Mu Siqing softened her touch, but remained unyielding in her words. Look at you. A grown man, crying like a little girl over a scratch. From now on, I'll just call you Su Xiaomei. Once the jacket was off, Mu Siqing was appalled to see Su Dong's shoulder drenched in blood, with 2 rows of wounds, particularly the 2 lower ones that were severely torn, one of which even exposed a bit of bone. This was no trivial injury, and it was no wonder Su Dong could not stifle his cries of pain. As Mu Siqing's heart tightened with pain, she felt a surge of emotion. Today, she had thoroughly offended this young man. It was precisely through his courageous actions that her life was spared. Just look at that ferocious yellow dog. Had Su Dong not risked his life to save her, she would likely be lying here now, her throat ripped open, a lifeless corpse. Su Dong, exhausted and in pain, had engaged in a fierce struggle with the yellow dog. And though his movements appeared minimal, the confrontation nearly drained all of his strength. After much effort, Mu Siqing managed to bandage Su Dong's wounds. But blood continued to seep from the tightly wrapped cloth on his shoulder, albeit at a reduced rate. The amount of blood lost was significant. Her hands were now stained crimson. Su Dong had previously been oblivious to his own bleeding shoulder, but seeing Mu Siqing's bloodied hands now struck him as horrifying, a sensation akin to a person with acrophobia peering over the edge of a precipice, leading to a sudden dizziness that caused him to faint. Mu Siqing felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. This man could be so proud and resolute at times. Yet at others, he exhibited a certain childishness, and, at times, he seemed unfathomable. Nevertheless, he was fundamentally a robust man, although she often chided him for being overly sensitive. Her words were insincere, yet she could scarcely believe that Su Dong would faint at the sight of his own blood that stained her hands, while the ferocious dog's deadly attacks had not intimidated him. However, Mu Siqing was soon enveloped by a wave of emotion, her eyes moistening. It was evident that he harbored a deep fear of dogs. Yet he had fought valiantly against the yellow dog to save her, a feat that is far easier said than done. Moreover, Su Dong was not a trained police officer like her. He was merely an ordinary man. Chapter 22. Achievement. Gao Yifei led 7 team members and 2 police SUVs to the scene. Although it was nighttime, the rural roads were deserted after midnight, allowing them to travel at high speed, reaching the residence of the elderly Huang Fa within half an hour. En route, Mu Xiqing had already made a brief call to notify them. Gao Yifei jumped from the vehicle and was met with a gruesome sight. Mu Xiqing was supporting the unconscious Su Dong as he sat on the ground, while a long and robust yellow dog lay sprawled nearby, a wooden stick lodged in its mouth. Both Mu Xiqing and Su Dong were splattered with blood, and the ground was soaked with it, with the dog's intestines protruding from its belly. The elderly Huang Fa, over 80 years old, was handcuffed to the iron bars of the window. Gao Yifei had searched this place several times and recognized the old woman. He could hardly fathom such a horrific scene. Mu Xiqing shook her head and urgently said, "Captain Gao, let me wake Su Dong first." She intended to convey that only Su Dong knew the location of the concealed evidence, but he was currently unconscious. Although she was uncertain if he truly knew, it was crucial to revive him to find out. Nevertheless, Mu Xiqing had a general understanding. Su Dong's fainting might be partly due to his fear of blood, but more significantly, it was due to excessive blood loss from his serious wounds. Otherwise, he would not have been unconscious for so long. The individuals present were the core detectives of the Criminal Investigation Team, renowned for their formidable investigative and operational abilities. However, none of them were medical professionals. They could manage minor injuries, but were utterly powerless in the face of the severity of Su Dong's condition. Fortunately, at that moment, Su Dong stirred awake. His eyes still closed, yet he could hear the conversation between Gao Yifei and Mao Xiqing. Sensing his movement, Mao Xiqing immediately noticed. "Su Zong, iyo uzewe?" she inquired, a blend of surprise and joy evident in her voice. Su Dong's lips trembled as he whispered in a tone so soft that only Mao Xiqing could discern, "Lean closer. I have something to tell you." Taken aback, Mao Xiqing was puzzled by what Su Dong might reveal. After a brief moment of hesitation, she leaned in closer. Su Dong whispered in her ear, "The items are hidden in 2 locations. One is in the old locust tree beside your parked vehicle, at the fork of a branch about 7 or 8 meters high. There's a hollow covered with tree bark glue. The other hiding spot is in the vegetable garden ahead, where the ground is a 3 to 4 meter expanse of seed film. The items are concealed beneath that. Bring people to excavate it, but do not mention that I told you. Just say you discovered it yourself." Mao Xiqing was momentarily stunned. Su Dong's words were both clear and perplexing. He had distinctly identified 2 hiding places, and if something indeed lay hidden there, it would be easily found. Yet, it was baffling how Su Dong could possess such precise knowledge. "I beg you, do not say that I informed you." Su Dong stento articulate, a groan escaping his lips. Mao Xiqing found herself at a loss, grappling with Su Dong's intentions. If these were indeed genuine hiding places, why would he not claim the discovery as his own? It was undoubtedly a significant accomplishment. Perhaps he was merely rambling, his mind muddled from the injuries inflicted by the dog. In her daze, Su Dong shifted his head and succumbed to unconsciousness once more, his strength utterly depleted. Realizing this, Mao Xiqing quickly beckoned 2 colleagues. "Lift him gently and place him in the vehicle. Be cautious, as his injuries are severe. We must rush him to the hospital for emergency treatment." As her colleagues carefully carried Su Dong to the car, Mao Xiqing recalled an important detail and added urgently, "Remember to instruct the doctor to administer the rabies vaccine." She was deeply concerned about the possibility of the dog being rabid. If the vaccine were administered within 24 hours, there would be no cause for alarm. However, failure to do so beyond that time frame could prove fatal. Watching her 2 colleagues drive away with Su Dong, she turned to Gao Yifei and said, "Captain Gao, take 2 people to the old locust tree and check for any hidden cavities of the first fork. The rest of you, grab excavation tools and follow me to the vegetable garden." Gao Yifei glanced at his watch. It was already 2:40 a.m. In just over an hour and a half, he would need to release Xiqing. He was uncertain of the value of Mao Xiqing's discovery, but at this moment, any finding was promising. There was still a glimmer of hope. If they could uncover illicit items, even if their authenticity remained in question, they could apply for an extension of detention for another 24 hours. Climbing the tree proved to be somewhat challenging, as no climbing tools were at hand. An officer ventured inside to retrieve a wooden ladder, which he propped against the trunk of the ancient locust tree. The 8-meter ladder aligned perfectly with the fork of the branches. Gao Yifei waved his hand and instructed another subordinate, Zheng Chong, ascend and investigate. "Be cautious and ensure nothing is damaged." Officer Zheng Chong acknowledged the command, equipped himself with a screwdriver and other tools, and ascended the ladder. He understood that Gao Yifei's caution against damaging anything pertained to the potential antiquities, rather than the venerable tree itself. As Zheng Chong illuminated the branch fork with his flashlight, he discerned some markings. Upon closer inspection of the robust branch, he discovered a circular crack approximately 30 centimeters in diameter, seamlessly filled with resin. Had it not been for his deliberate intent, who would have unearthed such a secret upon this ancient tree? Zheng Chong whistled softly, holding the flashlight in his left hand while prying the resin with the screwdriver in his right. After dislodging a circle of resin, he gently pulled it aside, revealing a dark opening beneath. Upon shining his flashlight into the cavity, he observed that it was significantly larger than the entrance, having been excavated into a square foot of space, which contained a small, black bowl. Captain Gao, there's a tree hollow, and inside lies a black bowl, identical to the one we discovered in the residence at Huangfa City. Zheng Chong carefully extracted the bowl and leaned over to inform Gao Yifei below. Excellent, Gao Yifei exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement, unable to resist the urge to retrieve his phone to report the findings to Director Hu. At that moment, colleagues from the vegetable field also called out in exhilaration. Captain Gao, we have unearthed something on our end. Overjoyed, Gao Yifei promptly dialed Hu, stating, Director Hu, Xiqing has identified a hiding location at the Huangfa Old Residence, and we've already secured the item. However, we cannot ascertain whether it is authentic or forgery. Director Hu could discern the excitement in his voice from the other end of the line, responding, good, regardless of its authenticity. We now have grounds to detain in Xiqing for another 24 hours, granting us an additional day. The elderly woman wore a grim expression, glaring at Mu Xiqing as if she were a predator, undoubtedly blaming the beautiful police officer and the young man who had been bitten by a dog for the predicament she and her son now faced. Unfazed by the old woman's animosity, an occupational hazard for someone in her line of work, Mu Xiqing remained indifferent, her focus instead captured by the astonishing and moving presence of Su Dong. During her grandfather's birthday banquet earlier that day, Long Xiuxing's unusual regard for Su Dong had puzzled her. However, after Su Dong assisted her family in recovering the stolen golden silkworm jade robe, her curiosity about him had piqued, though she had not yet assigned it significant importance. In the evening, Su Dong was brought to the bureau for expert appraisal, which felt somewhat like forcing a square peg into a round hole. Nevertheless, it was a last resort. Finding another expert at such a late hour proved impossible. Moreover, the experts known to the bureau were all inebriated at her grandfather's birthday banquet. Even if they were transported to the bureau, their capacity to function would be severely impaired. However, she never anticipated that this youth, whom she had often bullied and offended, would come to her aid in a significant manner. The discovery of a hidden cache of cultural relics at the Huang family residence was remarkable, although she could not fathom how Su Dong had made such a revelation. It was indeed he who had pointed it out. Furthermore, the seemingly frail Su Dong had saved her life at a critical moment. For reasons unknown at that instant, Mao Xiqing suddenly found herself concerned for Su Dong's safety. The matters of Huang, Fa, cultural relics, and the case all seemed to diminish into insignificance. In room 17 of the inpatient building on the 12th floor of Tongqing People's Hospital, Su Dong struggled briefly before opening his eyes, only to be met with a glaring brightness. He closed his eyes again, allowing himself a moment to adjust before reopening them. The light was not particularly blinding. It was merely dawn. This was a single-occupancy room, and a glance around revealed no one else present. As he moved, he felt a peculiar numbness in his left shoulder, which appeared to be entirely wrapped in pristine white bandages. The bloodstains and soiled clothing had been removed, and he was now clad in a hospital gown. It was evident that surgery had been performed. Su Dong vaguely recalled the experience, though it had felt dreamlike due to the anesthesia, a memory both clear and hazy at once. His right hand bore several needle marks from blood transfusions and 4 drips, while the sensation in his left shoulder was dulled. His mind was remarkably clear. No dizziness or fatigue lingered, and his strength had returned. Suddenly, a troubling thought struck him. Elder Long and Niu Xiangdong were still at the Tongqing Hotel. Would they be worried if they woke and found him missing? Lacking a mobile phone or their contact numbers, he had no means of reaching them. After a moment of exertion, he sat up, contemplating whether he could leave the hospital for the hotel. If he did not go, he could only imagine what Elder Long and Niu Xiangdong might say about his absence. Don't move. A melodic voice resonated from the doorway. Su Dong looked up to see Mao Xiqing standing there, holding a lunchbox and a bag of fruit, her youthful face adorned with a hint of irritation. I knew you would say that. Don't worry, I've already spoken with Elder Long. He is currently at the municipal bureau, she said, peeling an apple as she spoke. Su Dong responded with a simple, oh, lowering his gaze into contemplation. Noticing that Su Dong did not inquire about Elder Long's business at the bureau, nor did he ask about last night's events, the discovery of the hidden antiques, or their authenticity. Mao Xiqing sensed his apparent indifference towards these matters. However, it is rather peculiar that he had taken the initiative to accompany her yesterday, if his intention was to steal the limelight. He had nonetheless discreetly informed her of the location and insisted she refrain from disclosing that he was the one who discovered it. This seems to indicate a desire to avoid the spotlight. What could be the reason behind this? Moreover, Mu Xiqing was even more perplexed about how Su Dong had come to know the hiding places of those items. It should be noted that Su Dong had no connection to Huang Fei's case, nor was he acquainted with Huang Fei and his associates. Yet, how did he uncover this secret? Here, have an apple. Mu Xiqing peeled an apple and handed it to Su Dong. Upon seeing the poorly peeled fruit, Su Dong couldn't help but chuckle. It was a pitiful sight, utterly lacking in form. Looking at the trash bin by the bed, it was filled with bits of apple peel, each piece varying in size, none intact. Su Dong was adept at peeling fruit, doing so swiftly and thinly, yielding a single, unbroken strip of skin. Mu Xiqing, growing impatient, tilted her head to glance at Su Dong and teased, "Is your arm immobile, or should I feed you?" Observing Su Dong taking small bites of the apple, she couldn't resist mocking. "How should I put this? Eating like that makes you seem like a delicate woman. A real man should indulge in hearty portions." Su Dong was taken aback. How had eating fruit managed to provoke her? However, being ridiculed by a woman was always somewhat awkward. Mu Xiqing chuckled and said, "Don't be so sensitive. I merely enjoy jesting. By the way, thank you for saving me last night." Her expression conveyed sincerity, prompting Su Dong to shake his head and reply, "No need for thanks. Anyone would have acted similarly." Easier said than done. Mu Xiqing sighed, choosing not to dwell on the topic. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly inquired, "Su Dong, since there is no one else here, could you tell me how you discovered the hiding place of those antiques?" Su Dong was taken aback. The piece of apple he was about to eat pausing at his lips, and he struggled to find a suitable explanation. Mu Xiqing regarded him seriously, stating, "You'd better provide me with a convincing reason. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to consider you an accomplice of Huang Fei. There is no way you could possibly know the secret location of the antiques." Initially, Su Dong had been racking his brain for an explanation, but upon hearing the rigidity in Mu Xiqing's voice, he resolutely replied, "Do as you wish." Mu Xiqing was startled. Su Dong's stubbornness had resurfaced, leaving her feeling both exasperated and amused. It seemed that a direct approach would not work with this young man. "Never mind, I won't trouble you with my concerns." Mu Xiqing shifted the conversation, gazing at Su Dong with a smile, and suddenly asked, "Su Dong, do you like my sister, Siyu?" Su Dong was momentarily taken aback by her words. A piece of apple lodged in his throat, causing him to cough and redden with embarrassment. Mu Xiqing couldn't help but shake her head, saying, "What a disappointment. Just one little comment from me, and you react like this. I wonder how you'll manage when she comes to the ward later." Su Dong was astonished and coughed incredulously, asking, She is coming here?" Mao Xiqing nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, she sought me out for a matter, so I invited her here for a meeting. It will take no more than a few minutes." Su Dong suddenly became flustered, abandoning his apple, struggling to sit up and attempting to get out of bed. Mao Xiqing, exasperated, exclaimed, "What are you doing? You mustn't team move." Su Dong, equally agitated, retorted, his face flushed and voice raised, "I need to urinate. Do you expect me to do it in bed?" Mao Xiqing felt a rare blush creep to her cheeks, fully aware that Su Dong was making excuses, yet she found herself at a loss for words. In truth, Su Dong's injuries were not particularly grave. He had merely lost a significant amount of blood. Although the wound was somewhat deep, it remained a flesh wound. After undergoing surgery and receiving blood transfusions, along with essential nutrients and antibiotics, he had indeed awakened to find his condition not as severe as it initially appeared. Su Dong slipped his feet into his shoes and headed straight for the door. Mao Xiqing couldn't help but remind him, "The restroom is inside. What are you doing going out there?" Mao Xiqing felt a mix of irritation and amusement, just as she was about to follow him outside, when Su Dong suddenly paused at the doorway, becoming motionless. She quickly realized that her sister, Mao Siyu, had arrived, standing at the entrance and peering inside. Upon spotting Su Dong, she could not suppress her surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, what are you doing here?" Su Dong, taken aback by the unexpected appearance of Mao Siyu, found himself at a loss for words, stammering incoherently. Dressed in a delicate green ensemble, and white tennis shoes. Her hair tied in a ponytail and her face free of makeup, she exuded an ethereal beauty, unmatched in her simplicity. As both sisters appeared together, Su Dong distinctly sensed their differences. Mao Xiu embodied innocence, while Mao Xiqing radiated maturity. Although they bore a striking resemblance, their beauty manifested in entirely different ways. Mao Xiu peered inside, and upon spotting her sister, she stepped in, asking Su Dong, what are you doing here? The teacher mentioned you withdrew from school. Your grades were quite good, and you were on the verge of taking the college entrance examination. Why would you drop out? Su Dong stipet asai. And while Mao Xiu did not press for an answer, she entered and engaged in chatter with Mao Xiqing. Although Mao Xiqing responded with casual banter, her thoughts remained fixated on Su Dong. The perplexing question from the previous night lingered unresolved. Yet, she recognized that Su Dong was resistant to discussing it, and she would need to devise another approach to extract the information. Su Dong indeed felt a sense of shyness and discomfort. Despite having spent years as classmates with Mao Xiu, he had never spoken to her. Although he harbored feelings for her, his insecurity held him back. If not for Mao Xiqing revealing his affections, it is likely that no one else would have known, and he would never have confessed it himself. Upon hearing her sister's words, Mao Xiqing realized they would likely have the opposite effect. Despite Su Dong's quiet demeanor, his pride was exceedingly strong. Her sister, having endured little hardship, was like a flower sheltered in a greenhouse. Though her intentions were good, she could inadvertently wound Su Dong. As predicted, Su Dong felt a pang of inexplicable pain, his expression instantly cooling. If Mao Xiu had been someone he deemed inconsequential, it would not have mattered. Yet she was his longtime crush, and her words only deepened his feelings of inadequacy. Though Miao Xi had not endured much hardship, her intellect was remarkably sharp. Su Dong could sense the underlying resistance in her words. She paused momentarily, then shook her head, dismissing his presence from her thoughts. Turning to Miao Xiqing, she smiled and said, Sister, it is Brother Qin Fong who asked me to deliver a letter to you. I bet it must be a rather sentimental love letter. As she spoke, Miao Xi retrieved a white envelope from her bag, clearly sealed and untouched. Su Dong, standing nearby, felt increasingly disenchanted. It was evident that Miao Xi had completely disregarded him, making him desire to distance himself further from her. Miao Xiqing's expression darkened as she accepted the envelope but refrained from tearing it open. After a prolonged silence, she said softly, Why do you need to play the messenger? Are you not aware of my current situation? Miao Xi huffed in response, Sister, as long as you're happy, what does it matter? We live in modern times. Why resort to arranged marriages? Besides, you have never even met that Xiao Jiejun. How can you know what kind of person he is? What if he is blind or lame? Would you really marry him? Oblivious to Su Dong's presence, she continued without waiting for her sister's reply. Sister, Qin Fong is quite suitable for you. You know he has liked you since childhood. Moreover, he is handsome and capable. I heard from Dad that the Qin family's Fanyuan real estate has generated profits exceeding 2 billion this year, and at least half of that is attributable to Qin Fong's efforts. Among the youthful talents in Tongcheng, who could possibly surpass him? At the mention of social standing, Su Dong felt as though a heavy stone had lodged itself in his chest, rendering him inexplicably uneasy. Chapter 24. Heartache. In the face of reality, Su Dong felt increasingly despondent. Sometimes, the crushing of dreams by reality was a torment in itself. Miao Xiqing pinched her sister's delicate cheek playfully, chiding, all right. You're just a high school student. Do you not feel any embarrassment discussing such matters? You should hurry off to school. Miao Xi waved her hand dismissively, somewhat reluctant. Sister, must you always act so mature? It's only a 5-year age difference. Miao Xiqing replied without mercy. Only 5 years? A day is a day. Even if you were 5 minutes older, I would still call you sister. But you shall never have hope in this lifetime. With a huff, Miao Xi proudly tossed her head and flicked her ponytail, turning to leave. Only then did Miao Xiqing turn to Su Dong with a smile, saying, My sister is too naive. Her heart is kind, yet she assumes everything will go as she imagines. The world is not as simple as she thinks. Miao Xiqing paused, then scolded, What nonsense are you spouting? I have never listened to my father's words or followed his plans. He wanted me to take over his business. But I chose to become a police officer. Regardless of my current achievements, they're all earned through my own efforts. Though C is innocent, she shares the same stubbornness. She has never flaunted our family's status. Su Dong stood there in a daze, sighing heavily after a long while, feeling utterly disinterested, with no words left to express. Mu Xiqing pondered for a moment before suddenly recalling something. She lifted her gaze, fixating on Su Dong, and said, "There is something I forgot to tell you, Su Dong. The items discovered at the 2 hiding spots you mentioned last night have been identified by experts, including Long Lao, this morning. All 5 pieces are authentic, and, among them, the Northern Song Dynasty Oil Drop Glaze Bowl is a national treasure." Su Dong was momentarily taken aback, and after a while, he gathered his thoughts. Recalling the events of the previous night, he nodded slightly and replied, "It's good that the issue has been resolved. Congratulations." "Congratulations for what? You know full well that it is not my merit." Mu Xiqing huffed. "Director who said he wanted to commend me. To be honest, I have always aspired to achieve something significant, but I feel undeserving of this honor, and it leaves me feeling discontented." A heaviness settled in Mu Xiqing's heart. Su Dong was indeed upset. It seemed that extracting information from him would be increasingly difficult. Moreover, he had been injured while saving her, and now he was unwittingly giving her credit. She felt a persistent sense of guilt. All right, I shall say no more. Focus on your recovery. Don't even think about leaving. Wait until your injury heals before you are discharged. Otherwise, I will have to handcuff you to this hospital bed." As she spoke, Mu Xiqing mimicked the action of handcuffing at her waist. Su Dong understood her faux intimidation, yet he recognized that if he truly attempted to leave, she might indeed bind him to the bed. One could not predict her unpredictable nature. Mu Xiqing refrained from probing further into Su Dong's secrets, aware that further inquiries would only create an awkward atmosphere, preferring to wait for another opportunity. "Drink this porridge. I specifically bought it from a fragrant porridge shop. It's very nourishing." Mu Xiqing retrieved the porridge from the food container, seeing her actions as if she intended to feed him. Su Dong quickly sat up at the edge of the bed and said, "Just place it on the cabinet. I can eat it myself." Mu Xiqing let out a laugh, placing the porridge on the cabinet, then teasingly replied, "Did you think I was going to feed you? You're dreaming. Oh, by the way, yesterday you mentioned that the bowl was a counterfeit, and Long Lao confirmed it was indeed fake. Su Dong, your perception is quite impressive. It's no wonder I boasted about your expertise in front of Director Hu. I didn't expect someone so young to possess such remarkable discernment regarding antiques." Su Dong, unable to move his left hand, used his right hand to scoop up a couple of spoonfuls of porridge. The flavor was indeed delightful, and to be honest, he appreciated Mu Xiqing's praise. Although he could not reveal his secret, this was the only skill he could rely on, his most clandestine weapon. Even if he kept it to himself, the pride he felt within was undeniable. Mu Xiqing intended to stay with Su Dong for a while longer, but shortly after, her phone rang. She had just finished one call when another came through, and after answering several calls, she reluctantly departed in haste. Su Dong was contemplating how to persuade her not to linger by his side, as her presence made him feel quite uncomfortable. After Mu Xiqing left, Su Dong felt free to indulge in the porridge. Although he was advised against overeating due to his weakened state post-injury, he felt insatiably hungry and finished the entire container of porridge, followed by a large glass of water, feeling a warmth enveloping him, which was incredibly comforting. In the afternoon, a nurse came to administer in 4, and after Su Dong took a nap, he awoke to find that night had fallen. Mu Xiqing had not returned, and without any family to care for him, there was no one to bring him food. After washing his face in the restroom, Su Dong felt remarkably refreshed. His left arm was also mobile, though the bandage made it impossible to inspect the wound beneath. Nevertheless, he felt quite normal. His old clothes had been neatly packed into a bag and placed in the bottom compartment of the cabinet. He retrieved them and discovered over 300 yuan in his pants pocket. The garments were tattered with several holes chewed by a yellow dog and further torn when Miao Xiqing had bandaged his injury, stained with blood, beyond wearing. They were destined for the trash. Outside the hospital, a long line of taxis awaited by the roadside. Su Dong boarded one nearby, providing the address for Antique Street. The driver did not inquire further, but simply drove off, as such a prominent area in Copper City was known to all drivers, with the exception of minor local names and alleys. Upon arrival, Su Dong was surprised to find the shop still open. Inside, the lights were bright, and to his astonishment, he saw 2 individuals, Niu Xiangdong and, remarkably, his uncle Zhou Tianqi. Zhou Tianqi, who had been jovially conversing with Niu Xiangdong, was momentarily taken aback upon spotting Su Dong. He stared at Su Dong, exclaiming, well, you followed me all the way here. A grown man like you, healthy and capable. Why can't you earn a living? Are you here to beg for money? Don't even think about it." After his harsh words, Zhou Tianqi realized he was in Niu Xiangdong's establishment, not at home, and that such a display might cast an unflattering impression in front of outsiders. He quickly turned to Niu Xiangdong with a smile, explaining, "Brother Niu, this lad is my nephew, as you've seen before. He has always been lazy. never applies himself to his studies, and constantly asks me for money to squander. Just the other day, he threatened to run away from home, and now he has Shirley back here, desperate for cash. Such a person should never be given money. It would only harm him. He needs to learn the value of hard work and earning his keep. Niu Xiangdong raised his hands in surprise. Is that really true? Su Dong is such a person? Well, never mind. Zhou boss, let's find a restaurant to have a meal and chat leisurely. Absolutely. Zhou Tianqi responded with delight, pulling out a stack of cash and tossing a 5 yuan note in front of Su Dong, exclaiming, "Here, has 5 yuan for a quick meal. But don't expect to ask me for more money in the future." Niu Xiangdong, appearing somewhat embarrassed, interjected, "Zhou boss, let us not be too harsh. I doubt he came to ask you for money. He is working part-time for me. I took him out of pity the other day. Since you said so, should I dismiss him?" However, since Su Dong was seeking financial help, and was indeed Zhou Tianqi's own nephew, there was no need for such drastic measures. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Tianqi shook his head. Let it be. Let it be. Brother Niu, since you've given him work, at least provide him with a meal, but do keep an eye out for him. Be cautious with money and accounts. Zhou Tianqi had clearly set the stage, ensuring that if Su Dong were to steal money and abscond, it would not implicate him. Niu Xiangdong wore a smile, nodding as he gestured toward the exit. Thank you, Brother Niu. By the way, I noticed you arrived in a new car, so I'll refrain from driving and will ride in your new vehicle. As soon as Zhou Tianqi heard mention of his new car, he could not help but raise the car keys with a smile, exclaiming, "The Malibu. Its performance is quite impressive." After Niu Xiangdong and Zhou Tianqi left, Su Dong stood by the glass counter, feeling a chill in his heart. The joy he had felt moments ago vanished without a trace. He was indifferent to his uncle Zhou Tianqi's harshness, but Niu Xiangdong's words had wounded him deeply. Should he leave Niu Xiangdong's pawn shop without a word? Yet, Su Dong felt that if he were to depart, it should not be done stealthily. He ought to wait until Niu Xiangdong came to the shop the following day to clarify matters before making his exit. If he arrived with dignity, he should leave with the same. He could not possibly emulate Zhou Tianqi's lack of compassion and integrity. Chapter 25, Healing. After sitting idly in the shop for a while, evening descended and no customers arrived. Su Dong glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 8:45. He promptly began tidying up. However, performing any task with one hand felt awkward and cumbersome. Fortunately, the shop was quite clean, requiring only a light sweep before he locked up. After closing the shop, Su Dong washed his face and then retired to his bedroom to rest. Troubled by his uncle Zhou Tianqi's unexpected appearance, Su Dong felt particularly despondent. Lying still and lost in thought, not knowing how much time had passed, suddenly he jolted awake. Why should he wallow in such self-pity? Leaving his uncle's home was meant to signify his determination to become self-reliant and strong. Was it so easy to concede defeat after just a day or two? Absolutely not. Clenching his fist, he muttered under his breath that the more hardships he faced, the more resolute he must be in striving for success. The world was inherently fraught with challenges. How could he entrust his fate entirely to others? Even regarding Niu Xiangdong, he should not harbor such thoughts. What did Niu Xiangdong owe him? Nothing. Since Niu Xiangdong owed him nothing, what right did Su Dong have to expect kindness from him? Therefore, he had no business interfering in the dealings between Niu Xiangdong and his uncle Zhou Tianqi. In that moment, Su Dong suddenly felt a jolt. Hadn't Niu Xiangdong already stated his position when he agreed to let Su Dong stay in the shop? Now, Su Dong recalled Niu Xiangdong's words clearly. He had already articulated that once Su Dong was in his shop, personal matters were separate from business. Any matters concerning business should neither be discussed nor questioned. It became evident that Niu Xiangdong had anticipated potential future conflicts, hence his prior warning. Yet, Su Dong still felt a twinge of heartache and disappointment. He resolved not to dwell on unpleasant thoughts. Shaking his head, he endeavored to clear his mind, reminding himself that his departure from home was not an impulsive act. It was a manifestation of his newfound ability to perceive treasures, a gift that would enable him to be self-sufficient, even achieving outcomes he had never dared to dream of before. However, at that time, he did not comprehend, and even now he remained unclear about the nature of that dark liquid. Yet, the ability to see treasures had begun to catalyze his gradual transformation. Not only has his capability transformed, but also his mindset and certain subtle physical changes have emerged. For instance, Su Dong feels his body has improved significantly. Previously, he would become breathless after just a few minutes of running. Yet now he can sprint for several minutes without feeling fatigued or experiencing a racing heart. And his strength has markedly increased. Of course, This newfound physical prowess has led to another direct consequence, an increase in his appetite. Soon, he plans to visit a street vendor to acquire books on antique knowledge, since he can now accurately identify precious items without any assistance. It is essential for him to broaden his understanding of these treasures to safeguard his secret. This entails supplementing his knowledge related to these valuable artifacts, ensuring he can articulate his reasons for identification without revealing any inconsistencies. Initially, he had hoped to gain insights and mentorship from Long Qiusheng. But upon witnessing the sudden camaraderie between Liu Xiangdong and Zhou Tianqi, Su Dong realized he must strive to rely on himself rather than placing his aspirations in others. His own capabilities are paramount. Presently, if he were to leave Liu Xiangdong's side, he possesses a mere 300 yuan. Where could he possibly go? It seems he must leverage his abilities, remain vigilant, and secure a fallback plan for himself, accumulating some wealth so that even if he were to be abandoned or driven away, he would not find himself in a dire predicament. Perhaps it is best to enjoy a good rest. Succumbing to slumber, he drifted into a deep sleep until the thunderous knocking on the door roused him. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed the warm, reddish light filtering through the window. Dawn had arrived. Had he truly slept until morning? Su Dong was momentarily taken aback, then hastily arose to dress. It was only after bending down to put on his sneakers and tying the laces that he suddenly realized his left hand was moving. While he was dressing and putting on his shoes, he had utilized both hands in a manner indistinguishable from his usual actions, completely oblivious to the fact that his left hand had been injured and was previously immobile. Now, he found himself in a daze upon this realization. After a moment, he raised his left hand to inspect it and easily lifted it without any sense of awkwardness or pain. He intended to unwrap the bandage for a closer look, but the persistent knocking on the door was accompanied by a woman's voice calling, "Su Dong, open the door. I asked Liu Xiangdong and know you're inside. Hurry and let me in." It was Mu Siqing. Su Dong could not suppress a wry smile. Mu Siqing had indeed tracked him down, yet he was no longer concerned about her resorting to violence against him. Her visit was undoubtedly prompted by his escape from the hospital. Without even washing his face, Su Dong rushed to open the door. As he swung it wide, the irate expression on Mu Siqing's face was unmistakable. "You reckless fool. Do you not value your life? No matter how urgent, you must allow your injury to heal. Come with me to the hospital for a checkup." While she scolded him, she reached out to pull Su Dong outside, grumbling, "You don't even have a mobile phone. Finding you is quite a hassle. Officer Mu, you need not worry." Su Dong quickly shook his left arm to signal her, "Look, my hand is perfectly fine. It's merely a superficial bite, nothing serious. If there were truly an issue, I wouldn't be able to move it at all. Besides, it's my hand. I know how to protect it. Even if you urged me to leave the hospital, I wouldn't comply." Mao Siqing was taken aback, observing Su Dong's relaxed demeanor as he shook his left arm, devoid of any pretense. She recalled how, just the day before in the hospital, he grimaced at the slightest movement of his left hand. She had witnessed the extent of his injury firsthand, where the bite from the dog had torn through flesh, exposing bone. After losing so much blood, how could he possibly appear so unscathed after just one night? Su Dong, shaking his hand, genuinely felt no pain, smiling as he said, "Let me unwrap the bandage. My shoulder itches and I can't reach it. It's the perfect opportunity to take a look before I change the dressing later." Concerned about the potential for infection, Mao Siqing quickly urged him to sit down on a chair. "Sit still. I'll unwrap it. We must avoid disturbing the wound, or it could lead to complications." Su Dong raised his left arm, allowing Mao Siqing to carefully remove the bandage. The dressing was thick and abundant. She methodically unraveled several layers of gauze. Once the gauze was removed, she found a cotton pad adhered to his shoulder, holding her breath as she delicately peeled it back. The medication beneath had turned black, obscuring the dog bite wound with a dark, unappealing substance, leaving her uncertain about the state of the injury. As soon as the gauze was removed, Su Dong felt a wave of coolness and an itchiness that prompted him to reach out instinctively. Mao Siqing swiftly slapped his hand away, chiding, "You mustn't scratch it. Doing so could lead to infection. Do you have any alcohol or iodine?" Su Dong pointed towards the counter, where several small bottles of alcohol and cotton swabs were arranged. Mao Siqing promptly retrieved a bottle and a few swabs. "This is the alcohol you use to clean dirty items, not specifically for disinfection, but it will suffice as long as it can sanitize." She noted that the bottle was unopened. After twisting off the cap, she applied some alcohol to a cotton swab and gently began to clean the wound on Su Dong's shoulder, cautioning him, "Bear with it. The alcohol will sting when it touches the wound." She showed no mercy, teasing him about fainting at the sight of a little blood the previous night. Su Dong's face flushed a deep crimson. It was true that he had been startled into unconsciousness upon seeing the blood on Mao Xiqing's hands. He had always had a mild aversion to blood, but the embarrassment of having it pointed out so directly was overwhelming. In truth, Su Dong didn't fully comprehend that his fainting was a minor factor. It was primarily due to the severity of his injury. The significant blood loss leaving him weak and with diminished resistance. The culmination of these factors had ultimately caused him to faint at the sight of blood. Stealing a glance at Mao Xiqing, he noticed her expression of surprise, devoid of any mockery, which puzzled him. Following her gaze, he turned to examine his own shoulder. As Mao Xiqing cleaned the wound with the alcohol-soaked cotton swab, the dark medication was washed away, revealing the muscle beneath. Upon the yellowed skin, the previously gruesome wounds now bore only faint traces of white scars, with the two deepest gashes having formed black scabs. It was evident that the wounds had healed to a near-complete recovery, leaving Mu Xiqing astounded. The scabs had already formed. No wonder Su Dong had not uttered a sound while the alcohol was applied. It is only when the wound is fresh that the alcohol's action on the bacteria causes intense pain. Once the skin is intact, the alcohol loses its effect, and thus no pain is felt. Ah, how quickly these wounds have healed. It is no wonder that I felt no pain in my hand upon waking. Perhaps the blood had simply made it appear more horrific than it truly was. I insisted you shouldn't force me to stay in the hospital. There's really nothing serious. Mu Xiqing was momentarily taken aback. Last night, Su Dong's injuries had seemed severe, and she had indeed been frightened. However, she could not have imagined that his injuries were not as grave as they appeared, and the speed of his recovery was astonishing. Chapter 26, Acting. After Mu Xiqing cleaned Su Dong's shoulder of dried blood and medication with alcohol, she could see more clearly. The scab on Su Dong's shoulder came off easily, as if shedding a shell, revealing flesh that resembled a pink peach. This was a stark contrast to what she had observed the previous night. After a brief moment of shock, Mu Xiqing nodded and said, "Well, your injury indeed appears to be of no concern. You needn't be hospitalized." To be honest, Mu Xiqing had arrived in a fit of anger. Su Dong's act of escaping responsibility was a disregard for his own health. More importantly, his injury had arisen because of her, and she felt a substantial sense of responsibility. She recalled the attending physician's warning that Su Dong's injury was no trifling matter. Post-surgery, he had to be particularly cautious of infection within the first week. Otherwise, if an infection occurred, it could lead to amputation in severe cases. Mu Xiqing was troubled by the physician's words, but upon seeing Su Dong's injury now seemed trivial, she thought to herself that today's doctors were far too mercenary, eager to profit, downplaying serious ailments and exaggerating minor ones. Su Dong, despite not having seen the wound himself, harbored some concern. However, after the cotton bandage was removed, he felt utterly reassured. He tossed the bandage into the trash and, waving his arms, laughed. "This feels so much more natural. That thing was just for show. Even if there's nothing wrong, it makes one appear to have a serious issue." Mu Xiqing, with her head bowed in contemplation, eventually lifted her gaze to Su Dong and said, "Su Dong, the Bureau has recognized my contributions. After this case is completely solved, director who said I would surely be promoted. Yet, I understand that this merit is not mine alone. Have you never thought of claiming any credit? For cases like this, the Bureau typically rewards outsiders who provide crucial leads with tens of thousands in bonuses. Would you want that?" Su Dong waved his hand dismissively. He did not wish to refuse the money, but he knew it was unattainable. If Mu Xiqing were to explain the reasons, there would be countless aspects he could not clarify, ultimately raising doubts and speculation from Director Hu and others, leading to insurmountable troubles. Now, he has attributed the credit solely to Mao Xiqing, who must never disclose this secret. Only she harbors doubts about herself. As long as she remains silent, even if she inquires further, he can easily evade her questions. After all, the thoughts of an ordinary person are unlikely to wander into such peculiar realms. Who could possibly fathom the extraordinary abilities he possesses? Noticing that Su Dong displayed no hesitation, and recalling his discreet admonition from the previous night, Mao Xiqing understood that he genuinely wished to forego this recognition. Contemplating for a moment, she promptly retrieved a stack of money, which she did not count, and thrust it into Su Dong's hand, stating, "Su Dong, if you don't wish for others to know, then let us consider you my secret informant. I just received my salary and paid 2,000 at the hospital. Here remains another 2,000, which shall serve as a personal nutritional supplement from me to you. Is that acceptable?" Su Dong had no intention of accepting it, Yet after reflecting on Mao Xiqing's temperament, he hesitated but ultimately accepted the 2,000. This woman seemed to find solace in having her money accepted. Declining it would only stiffen their relationship. Familiarity, after all, is preferable to estrangement. Given her fiery disposition, a closer rapport would lessen the torment he might endure. Clutching the 2,000, Su Dong glanced at Mao Xiqing, who was bending over to examine the items in the glass display case. He then beckoned her to take a seat, saying, "Officer Mao, please sit. I will pour you a cup of tea." Mao Xiqing waved her hand dismissively, continuing to gaze at the items in the display. Su Dong retreated to the inner room to fetch water, tucking the 2,000 into his pocket. Pondering the contradiction of Mao Xiqing, a wealthy heiress, who insisted on living the frugal life of a police officer, earning merely 3,000 to 4,000 a month. He truly could not discern her motivations. Upon returning with the tea, Mao Xiqing accepted the disposable cup, feeling its warmth, and casually placed it on the coffee table before sitting down. She then asked Su Dong, "I heard from Old Long that you work here. Why have you stopped attending school?" Mao Xiqing smiled, adding, "Forget it. I shan't pry further into your affairs. Everyone has their own aspirations." Su Dong, putting everything aside, "Your expertise in antiques is astonishingly impressive. I dare say you rival the renowned experts we collaborate with at the Bureau. Previously, we have cooperated with many experts, yet none have dazzled me as you have. I would like to invite you to be my personal consultant. For any cases related to this field, I would seek your assistance for reference. As for compensation, I would offer you 2,000 each time. Does that sound agreeable?" Su Dong tilted his head, scrutinizing Mao Xiqing, yet remained silent for a considerable time. Mao Xiqing, biting her lip, chided, "Do you find it insufficient? Very well, I shall add another 1,000, making it 3,000. My salary is just over 4,000. You must allow me some living expenses. If such a case were to arise once a month, compensating Su Dong 3,000 would leave her with a little over 1,000, just enough to manage." Su Dong chuckled, 2,000 it shall be. I agree to be your secret consultant. However, I must forewarn you, as a secret consultant, you cannot disclose any of my matters to others, and I cannot guarantee that I will always be able to assist you. I can only promise to do my utmost." Mao Xiqing let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest as she remarked, "Fortunately, you are not asking for more money. If that were the case, I truly would be unable to provide it." Su Dong, perplexed, inquired, "Officer Mao, you are clearly a wealthy heiress, able to live a life of unparalleled comfort without engaging in any labor. Why do you insist on earning this meager salary for arduous work?" Mao Xiqing chuckled, though it was unclear whether her laughter stemmed from joy or discontent. She replied nonchalantly, "As you mentioned, everyone has their own perspective. My family is affluent, yet I desire to live independently through my own efforts. It is precisely because I rely on my capabilities that I can assert myself more confidently with my family. Alas, you wouldn't comprehend my situation." Noticing her melancholic demeanor, Su Dong suddenly recalled that Long Xiaoxing had once mentioned Mao Xiqing's engagement to the grandson of her family's sworn brother abroad, and he suspected she was reluctant to honor this betrothal. Perhaps a refusal to accept any financial assistance from her family stemmed from this reason. Regardless of whether her actions were deemed childish or headstrong, Su Dong felt a pang of sympathy for her. Wealth does not necessarily equate to happiness. Mao Xiqing sighed softly and, upon seeing Su Dong lost in deep thought, burst into laughter. "Why so serious? I'm not bothered by it, and, judging by your expression, one might think your family has arranged a betrothal for you too." Su Dong was momentarily taken aback before laughing softly. "How could that be? My parents have passed away, and I am virtually without relatives. Besides, as an orphan with nothing to my name, who would want to marry a penniless wretch like me?" Mao Xiqing intended to laugh, but upon hearing Su Dong describe himself as an orphan, she noticed the subtle melancholy in his demeanor, the faint sadness that lingered in his brow, which rendered her unable to smile. She inexplicably felt a surge of compassion for him. For a moment, both remained silent. Mao Xiqing sought to lighten the mood by introducing a different topic, but her phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the screen, she frowned and paused briefly before answering, not bothering to shield Su Dong from her conversation. "Qin Fong, what is it?" Upon hearing the name Qin Fong, Su Dong felt a stir of recognition. He recalled Mao Xiqing mentioning this name during their time at the hospital. He was evidently a wealthy young man well acquainted with her family, handsome and exceptionally talented, who was pursuing Mao Xiqing. Though Su Dong could not hear Qin Fong's words on the other end of the line, Mao Xiqing's expression remained unchanged as she replied coolly, "I cannot come. I am at work handling a case. You requested the city police special forces for security? Director, who has assigned me as well?" "Qin Fong." Surely this was your special request? Please do not attempt to throw money around. I have a particular disdain for those who use wealth to manipulate situations. Su Dong quickly grasped the situation. It was evident that Xin Fong was financially sponsoring the city police, prompting them to allocate officers for security at his event, and specifically requesting Mo Siqing's involvement. This was clearly an attempt to present a grand display before her, perhaps even to create an opportunity for himself. Nonetheless, given Mo Siqing's family standing, it was unlikely to be merely a display. It was certainly intended to showcase his talents and capabilities. Women like Mu Siqing cannot be swayed by money or ostentation. Only talent and capability may captivate her. The timeless adage that beautiful women are drawn to heroes holds true. The mere thought of Mu Si sends a pang of pain through Su Dong's heart. First loves are the most unforgettable and deeply etched into one's memory. Yet they can also be the most tormenting. The dreams of youth are often ephemeral. The one you cherish often favors another. The essence of a dream lies in its unattainability. Moreover, Su Dong cannot even claim this to be a first love. It is merely an unreciprocated affection. Mu Siqing huffed a few times before abruptly terminating the call, her indignation palpable as she glared at Su Dong. Noticing her unfriendly demeanor, Su Dong wisely refrained from speaking, wishing to avoid provoking this formidable woman further. However, Mu Siqing was evidently not inclined to let him off the hook. She spoke, "Su Dong, accompany me for a moment. I need your help to act in a little charade." No, I cannot go." Su Dong immediately protested, raising his hands in refusal without inquiring about her reasons. "I have to tend to the shop and attend to numerous matters. This isn't about assisting you with an appraisal. I'm not an actor. Seek someone else." Chapter 27. Appraising Treasures. Mu Siqing's brow furrowed, signaling her rising anger. Su Dong's heart raced as he observed her, intent on avoiding her wrath. He contemplated his words carefully, anticipating that if she were to escalate her behavior, he might have to retreat to avoid further embarrassment. Strangely, after a brief display of irritation, Mu Siqing's countenance softened. After a moment of contemplation, she proposed, "I will speak to Niu Xiangdong on your behalf, and in return for your company, I will offer you a reward of 500 yuan per day. What do you say?" Su Dong felt a stir of interest. Although Mu Siqing was attempting to entice him, her reasoning was not without merit. His unique ability to perceive treasures could indeed give him an advantage in such an opportunity. An old adage states that even the most skillful cook cannot prepare a meal without ingredients. Thus, despite his talent, without rare treasures, his abilities would be rendered ineffective, making him no different from an ordinary person. Hence, the treasure appraisal event she mentioned could provide the very opportunity he sought. "Very well, I shall accompany you." Su Dong nodded, adding, "However, I must decline the 500 yuan offer." Mu Siqing's face lit up with a smile, radiant as summer blooms. "How considerate of you. I am quite impoverished, and, if I truly had the means, I would offer you more." Su Dong couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. Such a beautiful heiress possessed a temperament reminiscent of a stubborn, ill-tempered man. He pondered whether children of affluent families often sought unnecessary endeavors. Let's depart swiftly. With Su Dong's acquiescence, Mu Siqing urged him to hasten, fearing he might change his mind. "Wait for me a moment. I need to change my clothes." Su Dong deeply, realizing that his attire had become soiled while tending to his wounds. He stepped into the inner room, deciding that even in haste, donning a dirty garment was unacceptable. Mu Siqing, with a radiant smile, gazed at the items displayed on the counter. Who could resist her enchanting beauty? Yet, unbeknownst to all, she was akin to a rose with thorns. Su Dong soon emerged, and Mu Siqing noticed he had not donned any new attire. The coat he wore was an old, faded garment. "Let's proceed," she said. Mu Siqing was not entirely aware of Su Dong's background or his current circumstances, but from her observations over the past 2 days, it was clear that he was a young man teetering on the brink of poverty, eliciting a sense of sympathy. What puzzled her was that Su Dong's knowledge of antiques seemed to rival that of experts like Long Qiuxing. With such formidable expertise, why remained he in destitution? Perhaps his youth was a factor. He possessed knowledge and skills, yet had not ventured forth to transform them into financial prosperity. The vehicle she drove was her Chevrolet Captiva, with Su Dong seated in the passenger seat, promptly fastening his seatbelt. Having previously experienced riding in Mu Siqing's car, he was determined not to suffer the same fate again. This gave Su Dong the impression that Mu Siqing was not particularly eager to reach the treasure appraisal event. The drive was leisurely, yet they arrived at their destination in approximately 20 minutes. Mu Siqing navigated the car into the underground parking lot of the building, a location Su Dong recognized as the renowned commercial hub of Tong City, Jinghua Plaza. This edifice boasted 7 floors, with the ground and basement levels occupied by shops, making it the most vibrant and bustling upscale commercial center in Tong City. The basement and ground floors housed a shopping supermarket, while the second and third floors were devoted to clothing. The fourth floor featured electronics, the fifth floor showcased jewelry, the sixth floor served as an activity center, and the seventh floor was dedicated to dining. Upon taking the elevator to the sixth floor, Mu Siqing pressed the button, and apart from herself and Su Dong, 5 men entered the lift. These men appeared to be unacquainted. 3 entered independently, while 2 seemed to be together, one slender and impeccably dressed in a suit, the other robust and clad in designer labels, including an oversized white Armani shirt. The latter sported a large head, a round face obscured by sunglasses, and around his neck hung a gold chain as thick as a finger. The corpulent man and his lean companion exuded an air of ostentation or perhaps a connection to the underworld. Once in the elevator, their eyes fixated on Mu Siqing's exquisite visage, while the other 3 men discreetly admired her, albeit with far less audacity than the duo. When one individual obstructed the rotund man's view of Mu Siqing, he brazenly shoved the interloper aside and moved closer to Mu Siqing, nearly invading her personal space. The elevator, designed to accommodate 12 individuals, held only 7 at that moment, allowing ample room. Yet, the plump man deliberately leaned toward Mu Siqing, indifferent to the gazes of the others. Had it been another young woman in such a predicament, Su Dong might have mustered the courage to intervene. However, the situation was different. It was Mu Siqing, as long as she did not seek trouble, would certainly not permit others to impose upon her. Su Dong quietly retreated to the back, content to observe the unfolding drama from a distance. The stout man appeared robust and unrefined, a figure reminiscent of the underworld, yet he found himself entangled with Mu Siqing, which foretold trouble for him. Nonetheless, Su Dong relished the prospect of witnessing Mu Siqing's humiliation. Mu Siqing shot Su Dong a fierce glare, fully aware of his intentions to see her falter. The burly man positioned himself behind her, his large hand reaching toward her waist. A smile involuntarily crept onto Su Dong's face as he anticipated Mu Siqing's reaction. Casting a sidelong glance at the surveillance camera nestled in the corner above the elevator, which was directly aimed at her, Mu Siqing furrowed her brow. If she reacted too strongly, there would be evidence captured, inevitably leading to complications. Had they not been in the elevator, it would have been a wonder if she hadn't left the man searching for his teeth on the floor. As the stout man's hefty hand sought to caress Mu Siqing's slender waist, he was met with an unexpected coldness instead of her softness. Startled, he looked down to discover that the outline of her attire revealed a concealed holster bearing a firearm. Recognizing the type, he realized without a doubt that this enchanting woman was a police officer. At that moment, the lean man muttered for everyone to move aside, not to obstruct Brother Ma. However, upon witnessing the stout man's sheepish retreat, a look of surprise crossed his face. Su Dong, witnessing the unfolding spectacle abruptly halt, felt a twinge of disappointment, especially as the stout man, attempting to maintain his bravado, referred to them as gentlemen. He couldn't help but scoff internally at the man, recognizing him as merely a bully who preyed on the vulnerable. In the elevator, only Mu Siqing pressed the button for the 6th floor, while none of the others chose to select any other floors. The elevator swiftly ascended, and with a chime, the doors opened. Mu Siqing stepped out with a mocking smile and her head held high. Su Dong followed closely behind her, while the stout man lingered momentarily, entranced by her departing figure. As several other men slipped past him to exit the elevator, Mu Siqing shot a sideways glance at Su Dong, who was hastening to catch up, and remarked with a scoff, "Are you disappointed for not witnessing the spectacle?" At the entrance of the hall, 5 or 6 security guards clad in uniforms stood watch, accompanied by 2 police officers who greeted Mu Siqing with cheerful smiles. The robust security personnel, clearly capable fighters, were inspecting the visitors' invitations with electronic devices in hand. Su Dong caught a glimpse of the invitations, which resembled high-tech bank cards. Such extravagant invitations hinted that today's treasure appraisal event was indeed remarkable. However, unlike Mu Siqing's assumptions, Su Dong harbored no fantasies of sudden wealth. After all, the attendees were either affluent or noble, and every item was likely to cost a fortune. He had neither the means nor the desire to partake in such a game. Come and witness the spectacle. It is merely a chance to broaden one's horizons. Mu Siqing exchanged a few words with the 2 police officers and then pointed to Su Dong, declaring, "He is my relative and has accompanied me." The security personnel, tasked with inspections, naturally did not impede Su Dong any further and welcomed him and Mu Siqing into the grand hall with affable smiles. Having heard Mu Siqing mention over the phone that this was an event, Su Dong anticipated an extraordinarily bustling scene, perhaps teeming with people and suffused with heat. However, upon entering the hall, he discovered that indeed, it was spacious, occupying the entirety of the 6th floor, encompassing at least 2,000 square meters. Though there were a fair number of attendees, around 300 to 400, the scene was far from the chaotic throng he had envisioned. The air conditioning provided a refreshing breeze, and the elegantly dressed men and women exuded a fashionable flair, all maintaining a decorous demeanor. Everything was orderly, devoid of any hint of chaos. As Su Dong surveyed his surroundings, he was not particularly enamored by the strikingly adorned women. Rather, his attention was captured by the myriad of gemstones radiating their brilliance. This venue indeed lived up to his expectations, offering a plethora of exquisite treasures. What captivated Su Dong most was the resplendent array of gemstones in various hues. In this hall, there were no fewer than 50 small boxes, each encased in bulletproof glass, showcasing a dazzling spectrum of gemstones. Curiously, in addition to the tightly secured display cases monitored by personnel, a long marble countertop in the center displayed a line of several stones. These stones varied in size, with the larger specimens resembling baskets and weighing at least 200 pounds, while the smaller ones were even less than the size of a basketball, with the majority weighing around 100 pounds. The surface of some stones exhibited green layers, some more pronounced than others, prompting Su Dong to ponder the purpose of displaying these stones. However, he began to suspect that among these stones, 2 emitted a blue aura, indicative of gemstones, one being the smallest, approximately 20 pounds and smaller than a basketball, exuding the most concentrated blue aura, while the other, weighing about 100 pounds, emanated a more subdued hue. The remaining stones displayed no trace of aura whatsoever. Su Dong was entranced by the stones. Those 2 emanating an aura were certainly treasures. Yet he found it peculiar, suspecting they might be jadeite raw stones, as it was said that the majority of jadeite materials originated from Myanmar. Strangely, the 2 stones radiating aura had minimal green on their surfaces, contrasting with the other stones that, despite their abundance of green, revealed not a scintilla of aura. Among those, 3 stones had particularly rich green surfaces, resembling the exquisite jadeite sold in jewelry stores, yet they exhibited not a whisper of aura. Su Dong was certain that those stones contained no jadeite, reflecting on the nature of these stones akin to gambling, where one might believe the most probable outcome would yield victory, only to find otherwise, while what seems destined for loss might unexpectedly lead to triumph. Upon entering the hall, Su Dong had not initially noticed Mu Siqing. Now, turning his head, he saw her conversing with a man in his late 20s at a display station several meters away. The man appeared vibrant and charismatic, exuding an air of sophistication that led Su Dong to wonder if he might be Qin Fong. "Mr. Qin, the time has come. We may begin." A strikingly elegant woman in a professional uniform approached the man with a wireless microphone. Indeed, this was Qin Fong. He nodded and whispered something to Mu Siqing before following the glamorous woman to the podium. Upon reaching the stage, Qin Fong brought the microphone to his lips, testing the sound before smiling and addressing the audience. "Distinguished guests, gentlemen and ladies, greetings to you all." Despite Qin Fong's claims of lacking prowess in hosting or eloquence, Su Dong was convinced of his oratory skill. With only a few words, he had captivated the audience, showcasing the essence of masterful marketing. Su Dong regarded Qin Fong with admiration, acknowledging his remarkable abilities. At this juncture, Qin Fong gestured to the elegant woman beside him. "Manager Zhou, please instruct security to open the display cases, allowing our esteemed guests to admire the masterpieces from the world's foremost jewelers." The striking woman nodded, swaying gracefully to the backstage to inform security to unlock the cases. As the boxes within the display cases slowly opened at the push of a button, the exquisite jewelry began to rise into view. Although still encased in glass, the illumination from above rendered the pieces vividly apparent. Each display featured a dedicated female guide, providing professional and detailed explanations to the admiring guests. Su Dong noted the repetitive nature of the introductions, mentioning designers from Paris and Italy, and highlighting brands that epitomized the pinnacle of global jewelry. The prices of these jewels were equally exceptional, with the least expensive items starting from over 100,000, while some reached a staggering 20 million. However, Su Dong's thoughts were not on the glamorous jewelry. His mind lingered on the raw stones. While each piece of jewelry shimmered with the brilliance of diamonds or gold, Su Dong found little interest in them, as their prices were clearly marked, and he was utterly impoverished, unable to afford even the cheapest. Even if he had wealth, he would refrain from purchasing such extravagant items. Conversely, the jade raw stones presented a different narrative. Each of the several stones bore a price tag, with the most expensive one, large and predominantly green, marked at 380,000, while the cheapest was merely 3,000, a staggering difference in value. The allure of cheaper items often promised greater profit. Yet even the least expensive stone was beyond Su Dong's reach, as he possessed only a little over 300. With Qin Fong officially announcing the commencement of the event, nearly all the women were captivated by the jewelry, leading their partners to view their preferred pieces. The attendees were predominantly affluent individuals and their families, who prioritized appearance over wealth. In such an environment, any item that appealed to the women was met with the men's readiness to spend lavishly, thus serving dual purposes of enhancing their status and pleasing their partners. Without a doubt, Qin Fong is a master of marketing, deftly capturing the hearts of both men and women, and reaping substantial profits. Observing the jewels being fiercely bid upon, Qin Fong couldn't help but smile subtly, gesturing amiably towards the glamorous woman, before making his way to the corner where the vigilant Mu Siqing was seated, ensuring there were no unforeseen occurrences. It was now his moment to make an impression on the woman he adored. It is said that 99% of women have an affinity for jewelry, relishing the extravagance with which men shower them. Thus, Qin Fong aimed to win Mu Siqing's favor through this very means. Siqing. These exquisite pieces are crafted by the world's foremost jewelry designers. Which one do you find most appealing? Qin Fong understood that Mu Siqing was unlike any other woman. Wealth and adornments might hold little allure for her. Therefore, he opted for a subtle approach, refraining from explicit declarations. Should Mu Siqing express her admiration for any piece, he would unhesitatingly procure it for her, truly catering to her tastes. However, Qin Fong found himself momentarily at a loss for words, as Mu Siqing's unexpected response rendered him speechless. Despite his eloquence, he felt his articulate prowess falter in her presence, and even his mind seemed less agile than usual. In truth, the venue was fortified with several security measures, the first at the elevator entrance of the building, the second at the event floor's entry guarded by security personnel and police, and the third within the hall, where numerous guards and plainclothes security operatives were stationed, with surveillance cameras monitoring every corner, ensuring that even the slightest anomaly would not go unnoticed. Where was Su Dong? Glancing around, Mu Siqing could not locate him and began to murmur to herself while searching. Su Dong was merely a shield she had reluctantly brought along to fend off Qin Fong. Indeed, Qin Fong was an exceptionally accomplished individual, revered within the upper echelons of Tong City, and the object of admiration for nearly all the socialites. Yet, his affections were singularly reserved for Mu Siqing, which prompted her sister, Mu Siyu, to frequently encourage her to consider Qin Fong. Regardless of how impressive Qiao Jiajun may be, they had never encountered him. Mu Siyu harbored a strong aversion to the notion of marriages arranged by parental decree, questioning the relevance of such practices in contemporary times. Naturally, Mu Siqing shared this disdain, no matter how admirable the individual from the Qiao family might be. She found the prospect distasteful. Scanning the vicinity, Mu Siqing spotted Su Dong, lost in thought by a cluster of stones, and felt compelled to approach him. Noticing that Mu Siqing seemed indifferent to him, Qin Fong was momentarily taken aback, then followed her gaze toward the area he had prepared for gambling on stones, where only a handful of 7 or 8 individuals lingered, as few possessed the expertise in stone betting and jade. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Fong decided to join Mu Siqing. The silhouette of Mu Siqing is undeniably captivating and exceptional. To speak candidly, there are hundreds of women present today, many of whom could be deemed beautiful, yet none can stand alongside Mu Siqing. When the beautiful are juxtaposed with the more beautiful, the distinction is clear. Thus, women often harbor a disdain for standing next to those who surpass them in beauty. As Mu Siqing approached Su Dong, she found him lost in thought, staring intently at a stone. With a playful laugh, she remarked, "What a fool! What is so remarkable about this stone?" In Chapter 29, The Value of Facade, Mu Siqing's tone was perfectly normal, yet to Qin Fong, it did not seem so. For over a decade, Qin Fong had pursued Mu Siqing, having developed an affection for this enchanting girl since elementary school. His family and relatives deemed them a match made in heaven, with both families hailing from prestigious backgrounds, well-matched in social standing. However, Qin Fong had never received a gentler or kinder expression or word from Mu Siqing. He never felt anger by this, attributing it to her pride, which he secretly admired. Had Mu Siqing been an easily attainable girl, his infatuation would not have been so profound. Now, however, witnessing Mu Siqing laughing and jesting with another man stirred an ire within him that he could scarcely contain. It was akin to a cacophony of flavors spilling from countless bowls of condiments. No matter how cold and haughty Mu Siqing might be, Qin Fong could endure it. But he could not abide her kindness towards other men. Su Dong remained blissfully unaware of the concealed animosity and ire surrounding him. He paid little heed to Mu Siqing's words, continuing to gaze vacantly at the stone. The other men inspecting the stones appeared to be in their 40s or 50s, and, judging by their expressions and actions, they seemed to be seasoned experts in stone appraisal. Yet, Su Dong regarded them with a sense of superiority. Despite their various methods and techniques, they were fixated on the stones with the most vibrant green surfaces, which, regrettably, lacked any visible precious quality, suggesting they were likely worthless. Among the numerous stones, only 2 exhibited signs of potential value, and Su Dong speculated that these were the only ones worth acquiring. Ironically, these 2 promising stones had the least green surface, which is why the experts overlooked them. Su Dong's mind began to race. If he could seize the opportunity to procure these 2 stones, especially the one exuding the richest precious aura, it would be a triumph. However, a stone remains just that, a stone. With its lack of vibrant green, it drew no attention, presenting Su Dong with a chance. It seemed that gambling was indeed unpredictable. The moments one feels most assured can often lead to the greatest uncertainties. With the odds stacked against him, one could wager and lose 9 times out of 10, unless cheating was involved. Who could claim absolute certainty? Though Su Dong now felt a measure of confidence, he recognized it bordered on deceit. As Qin Fong followed Mu Siqing, his exterior was calm and expressionless, yet a tempest of thoughts swirled within him. To covet the man who has captured Ma Siqing's heart, one must first consider the role of Qin Fong. In the Copper City, few dare to utter such words in his presence. Indeed, the city boasts a handful of remarkable individuals, known as the 4 young masters of Copper City, with Qin Fong being the second among them. However, he finds himself perplexed, for the young man before him is dressed in the most unadorned manner. Simplicity in attire is one thing, but the fact that he does not recognize this individual is quite another. Within the upper echelons of Copper City as society, there are virtually no strangers to him, unless the person in question is outside their social circle or is simply not from Copper City. Given his apparent familiarity with Ma Siqing, it is likely that his background is equally distinguished, perhaps a scion of a prominent family from another province or the offspring of a high-ranking official. Some individuals indeed possess the peculiar penchant for dressing modestly. Thus, a lack of ostentation does not necessarily imply a lack of stature. For this reason, Qin Fong refrains from taking hasty actions. He is known for his composure and cunning, executing his plans only after thoroughly assessing his adversary's circumstances. Should he discover that this individual is someone he cannot afford to offend, he would never make a move against him. Ma Siqing, noticing Su Dong still fixated on a particular stone, felt compelled to lean in for a closer look. The stone was oval, roughly the size of a football, predominantly grayish-white with a few green specks the size of chopstick tips, resembling tiny green beans embedded within. What could be so captivating about this stone? It is hardly an antiquity. Only then did Su Dong turn to Ma Siqing, pondering aloud, "This is certainly not an antique. I was merely curious and took a few extra glances." Ma Siqing scoffed, "You're being cryptic. Aren't you an expert? Go over there and examine something of value. Who knows? You might strike it rich enough to buy a house and marry." Su Dong replied nonchalantly, "I never harbored such fantasies. Earning a modest salary of 2,000 to 3,000 a month suffices for me." "You're being disingenuous." Ma Siqing thought to herself, doubting Su Dong's words. This man undeniably possessed a keen eye for appraisal. Those engaged in collecting antiques, be they novices or seasoned experts, typically had fortunes in the range of hundreds of thousands. For someone like Su Dong, making money was hardly a challenge. A monthly income of 2,000 to 3,000? She found it hard to believe. Su Dong indeed spoke off the cuff. He longed to stand tall and proud once more. Qin Fong narrowed his eyes, sensing that the young man did not share an especially close bond with Ma Siqing. Yet, he felt an inexplicable annoyance at her familiarity with him. Regardless of their relationship, he was determined to ensure that this individual faced a substantial downfall. Upon hearing Ma Siqing refer to the young man as an expert, Qin Fong seized upon the topic. Approaching her with a smile and casually inquiring, "Siqing, is this young man your friend? So youthful. You mentioned he is an expert. In what field does his expertise lie?" On the surface, Miao Siqing appears to be exuberant and carefree, with most people perceiving her merely as a playful heiress. However, in reality, Miao Xiqing is not frivolous. Rather, she is undeniably ambitious, possessing both perseverance and determination, and she holds her friends in high regard. Although she is not inclined to pursue a romantic relationship with Qin Fong, she does recognize him as a highly successful and capable business talent. In contrast, Su Dong is financially struggling. Thus, she considers introducing him to Qin Fong. As Su Dong also relies on his skills for his livelihood, and she does not fear that he would be marginalized. To her surprise, Qin Fong readily agreed without a moment's hesitation, showcasing his cunning nature. He consistently acquiesces to Miao Xiqing's suggestions before contemplating them, a behavior that naturally endears him to women. Qin Fong then turned to Su Dong, extending his hand with a smile, and introduced himself. I am Qin Fong, the general manager of Fengyuan Real Estate. May I inquire where Mr. Su is currently employed? If feasible, I will be delighted to invite Mr. Su to join my company. As you can see, I have just entered the jewelry industry, and my new company is in dire need of talent. If you're willing, we can certainly discuss favorable salary and benefits. Su Dong shook Qin Fong's hand, noting the apparent sincerity and allure in his words, yet he remained unmoved. It was not a lack of desire for financial gain, but rather the fleeting glint of malice he discerned in Qin Fong's gaze that prompted him to tread cautiously around such a person. Thank you, Mr. Qin, but I cannot claim to be an expert. I'm merely a small-time worker at a pawn shop, scraping by. You seek individuals of true capability, and I'm certainly not the candidate you need. Even if I were to compromise my integrity, it would only result in deceit and unearned compensation. To avoid being dismissed unceremoniously by Mr. Qin, it is best that I refrain from pretending to fit the bill. Qin Fong was taken aback. He had not anticipated Su Dong's unhesitating refusal of his invitation. Previously, he had never encountered such a situation, as his invitations were akin to those of an emperor in ancient times. Who could dare to decline? Naturally, Qin Fong did not believe Su Dong's self-deprecating description of himself as a mere pawnshop worker. Su Dong's outright rejection suddenly piqued his interest. Mr. Su, Miao Xiqing mentioned you are an expert. How about you evaluate the exquisite jewelry pieces designed by renowned artisans displayed here today and assess their value? In truth, Qin Fong was deliberately attempting to ensnare Su Dong, for the ultimate pricing of a piece of jewelry does not solely derive from the intrinsic value of the gem itself. Several factors contribute to the final pricing: the cost of raw materials, design expenses, and the premium determined by investors. For the average person, the costs associated with jewelry remain a mystery. A raw material costing $10,000 may ultimately be priced at over $1 million. Regular individuals can hardly fathom such figures. Within the opulent confines of high-end boutiques, where jewelry pieces are sold for hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions, ordinary people often feel uncomfortable merely lingering or gazing at such items. Conversely, the wealthy typically prioritize price over value, for to them, the most expensive items symbolize status. Thus, when Qin Fong sought Su Dong's assessment of the jewelry's valuation, it was inherently a matter devoid of any standardized measure. In the 30th chapter, Gambling on Stones, one must acknowledge that Su Dong's discerning eye would certainly not fall prey to Qin Fong's machinations. However, in terms of cunning and other realms of insight, Su Dong was significantly outmatched by Qin Fong. Yet, Su Dong had no desire to inspect the jewelry adorned with exorbitant price tags, often reaching into the tens or even hundreds of millions. To him, regardless of how fashionable or unique the designs were, they held no significance. He neither wished to purchase nor admire them. What truly captivated him were these stones. Su Dong glanced at Qin Fong, the imposing figure radiating authority, who was also gazing intently at him. Mr. Qin, those jewels are already clearly priced, and I have no intention of joining the fray. Su Dong Vima, diverting his attention from Qin Fong and casting his eyes upon the array of stones. I am indeed interested in witnessing the excitement surrounding these stones. Qin Fong could not suppress a chuckle. This young man was truly something. From a moment he noticed how Mu Xiqing regarded Su Dong as distinct from others. Qin Fong had resolved to bring about Su Dong's downfall. Luring him into the world of stone gambling was merely the initial strategy. However, enticing someone onto a treacherous path always requires a plethora of traps and temptations. Little did he anticipate that Su Dong would proactively express a desire to engage in stone gambling, although uncertain whether Su Dong would participate in the gamble. His evident enthusiasm for it brought Qin Fong considerable satisfaction. Generally speaking, individuals with a penchant for gambling, regardless of their self-control, are akin to those addicted to narcotics. No matter how disciplined they may be, the presence of temptation can shatter all restraint. If Su Dong relished gambling, even if he had never engaged in stone betting before, Qin Fong felt confident in his ability to entice him into the fray, leading him toward financial ruin. Qin Fong, being an astute individual well-versed in the nuances of gambling, understood a fundamental truth. Irrespective of one's skill level, as long as one continues to gamble, victory remains elusive. In the realm of gambling, there are ultimately no winners. To truly win without incurring losses, one must abstain from gambling altogether. With a smile, he feigned contemplation. Mr. Su, do you have an affinity for stones? Perhaps it would be wise to observe for now, to watch others partake before making any decisions. Su Dong nodded. All right, let's take a look first. Though his words were casual, a sense of apprehension lingered within him. He fretted that the vibrant blue stone might be purchased by someone else, as it bore a mere price tag of 3,000, a sum that, to these individuals, might equate to the cost of a modest meal. Yet for him, it posed quite the dilemma. Even at such a low price, he found himself unable to muster that amount. Observing Su Dong's interest in the stones, Qin Fong cheerfully beckoned to a group of individuals examining a particularly verdant stone. Brother He, General Zheng, General Huang, how are you finding it? Have you settled on anything? Qin Fong laughed heartily. Brother He, you have indeed captured my thoughts. With the grand opening of my new store, I had hoped to invite everyone for a thrill. Honestly, what could be more exhilarating than gambling on stones? Brother He, do refrain from jesting. Am I not aware of what others do not? Qin Fong, with a smile that belied his true feelings, remarked, you acquired a piece of stone for 170,000, cut it twice to reveal a vibrant green, and then sold it for 765 million. This record is truly unprecedented within our Copper City faction. Who in this circle is unaware of your illustrious reputation? He Buffon. At that moment, Su Dong, even with just a fleeting glance, absorbed every expression and movement of those around him. He Buffon, with a beaming smile, waved his hand dismissively, saying, Brother Qin, you need not extol my virtues in front of such an audience. Look around. Old Zheng and Old Huang are present. Your words do not merely praise me. They serve to chastise. Su Dong scoffed inwardly, recognizing He Buffon's duplicitous nature, his face reveling in flattery while his words professed denial. Yet, his statements unmistakably conveyed his enjoyment and pride. Qin Fong chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at Su Dong before addressing He Buffon. Brother He, have you found anything that piques your interest? He Buffon, non-committal, responded coolly, Brother Qin, I must admit, your eloquence and salesmanship are truly commendable. The price you've set is daunting, and to pit us against one another is quite the spectacle. Alas, my purse is rather light today. I am but a humble man. Qin Fong laughed heartily. Brother He, given your name, feel free to name your price. I shall accommodate you. No need for immediate cash or transfer. Let us settle it later, shall we? He Buffon, appreciating Qin Fong's deference, stroked his chin and mused, perhaps not. I, He Buffon, am not one to engage in credit transactions. It seems I must concede today. I will accept whatever price is deemed fair. Brother He, how can you say such things? Qin Fong responded with a grin, then turned to the unusually quiet Mao Xiqing, saying, Xiqing, this stone gambling is quite legal, you know. Despite your role as a police officer, you cannot arrest us for this, haha. He Buffon, now serious, addressed Mao Xiqing, Miss Mao. It is indeed rare to see you outside of your uniform. It's fortunate your father, President Mao, is not here today. Otherwise, we would have no chance at all. She was well aware that He Buffon was referring to her father, Mao Guanjing. He Buffon's words held truth, had her father been present. His assertive and affluent demeanor would have compelled him to seize any coveted item in sight. He Buffon glanced at the others, unabashedly indicating his interest in a particular stone. Pointing to number 7, President Qin, this stone is priced at 680,000. If no other bidders emerge, I shall take it. However, his words bore little sincerity, as the other individuals were nearly encircling the stone. This piece, the size of a large basket, exhibited a smooth surface adorned with 4 or 5 streaks of vibrant green, reminiscent of a colossal watermelon. Among the several stones, this one ranked third in terms of green hue, while 2 others boasted broader green areas. Yet their concentrated color was not as pure as this stone's. However, regarding the pricing, that particular chunk of stone, immense in size and reminiscent of a large water buffalo, weighing between 5 to 6 tons, boasted a surface rich in deep green hues, exceedingly enticing. The magnitude of the jade concealed within this colossal stone was unknown. Thus the price was set at an astounding 20 million. Naturally, due to the exorbitant price, several individuals who coveted it refrained from making an offer. As it was far too steep, Buffon shared this sentiment. The second stone was also priced at over 2 million, prompting him to opt for the third stone, which was priced at a mere 680,000. This stone featured a belt-like band of green, its color appealing, and in his view, it was the best value for the price. However, Buffon's thoughts aligned with those of several others, and as soon as he made his bid, they all flocked around him, each making their offers. 69,000. I bid 70,000. 72,000. Buffon frowned. He had anticipated the others would follow suit in their bidding. Yet, the individual he truly feared was not among them, but rather a diminutive old man named Tai Qingjin, a prominent figure within the antique circle of Tongqing. Tai Qingjin was renowned not only for his exceptional appraisal skills, but also for his wealth exceeding 100 million. If he set his sights on something, he would cling to it like a viper. He was also known by the moniker Iron Rooster, for despite his immense fortune, he was notoriously stingy, meticulously calculating every expense, from the wages of his antique shop employees to household costs, leaving no penny unaccounted for. This frugality extended even to himself. He never donned brand-name attire or indulged in luxuries, owning merely a handful of tattered garments and driving an old Fukong. On the streets, few would suspect this ragged old man to be one of the wealthiest individuals in Tongqing. Buffon's true concern lay with Tai Qingjin. He felt no trepidation towards the earlier bidders, as they could not match him in either financial strength or cunning. However, if Tai Qingjin made a move, it indicated his interest in the stone, and Buffon feared he might lose it. Fortunately, after the initial bids, Tai Qingjin remained silent, allowing Buffon to breathe a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to increase his bid, to his surprise, Tai Qingjin ominously declared, 72,100. Buffon's heart sank, akin to being stabbed by a knife. Tai Qingjin's bid was lower than any previous offers, where two bidders raised the price by 10,000 and one by 20,000, yet the wealthier and more cunning Tai Qingjin merely added 1,000. Yet, it was this seemingly insignificant increment that left Buffon feeling distressed, for it signified that the Iron Rooster had indeed taken an interest in this stone. Chapter 31. Buffon's duel with the Iron Rooster. Tai Qingjin's intervention disrupted Buffon's plans, leaving him somewhat frustrated. Beside them, Qin Fong wore a subtle smile, clearly pleased. The more fiercely these individuals competed, the greater his delight, for the potential gains would correspondingly rise. The original price of these dozen or so stone materials was merely half the marked price, indicating that he had effectively doubled the original cost. If this were merely a sale, such a price would still be acceptable. Yet this was a game of gambling on stones. In this realm, whenever someone coveted a popular stone, the final transaction price would often exceed the original by several multiples, sometimes even soaring to dozens or hundreds of times the initial value, all due to competition. In this contest, Qin Fong played the role of the opportunist, the ultimate benefactor, which rendered his spirits exceedingly high. Additionally, he yearned to see Su Dong revel in this madness, for the allure of wealth is intoxicating. Who does not desire to amass fortune, and great fortune at that? Buffon initially intended to raise the price significantly on his second call, as he understood the temperaments of Lao Huang and Lao Zheng well. Engaging them in a tug-of-war over 10 or 20,000 would prompt them to slowly escalate the bids. However, should an opponent raise the stakes dramatically, from 500,000 to 1 million, or even higher, they would hesitate, deterred by the sting of such a steep increase. Another reason they might shy away from further bidding was the fear that their adversary might continue to escalate the price. If they were to add another 10 or 20,000 at a high price, only to find their opponents ceasing to bid, they would feel they had incurred a significant loss, compelled to purchase at an inflated cost. Yet, this strategy was effective against Lao Huang and Lao Zheng, but not against Tai Qingjin. Nevertheless, Buffon found himself somewhat flustered by Tai Qingjin's entry into the fray, causing him to lose his usual sharpness. In a moment of frustration, he blurted out, 1 million. Lao Huang and Lao Zheng were indeed taken aback, momentarily stunned by Buffon's sudden bid, leaving them to ponder whether they should raise the price further. Observing their silence brought Buffon a measure of relief, though he remained wary of the stoic Tai Qingjin, who seemed unperturbed and expressionless. Amid Buffon's growing concern, Tai Qingjin slowly resumed the bidding, 1,001,000. Buffon was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Even if he desired this stone, Could his opponent not elevate the price a bit more? Having raised the bid to 1 million, Tai Chungjin had the audacity to add merely 1,000, which felt entirely like a provocation. He Buffon had initially held a healthy respect for Tai Chungjin, but this irritating increment drove him into a frenzy, rendering him reckless. 1,500,000. He Buffon shouted, his face flushed with anger, and he raised the price once more in a fit of rage. Old Huang and Old Zheng decided to refrain from participating in the ongoing battle. In their perspective, the psychological limit for this stone was merely within 1 million. Anything beyond that was deemed unworthy. He Buffon, with a face twisted in anger, was clearly embroiled in a fierce contest with Tai Chungjin. This was precisely the scenario they dreaded, as such confrontations only led to a frenzied escalation of prices, often resulting in a Pyrrhic victory, where the true losers were the gamblers, while the genuine victor remained the house. Nonetheless, as long as they refrained from joining the fray and merely observed, the more tumultuous the spectacle, the better. As the saying goes, in the gambling arena, those who remain aloof are untroubled by the stakes, for the outcome bears no consequence for them. They simply relish the excitement. At that moment, He Buffon was utterly blinded by rage, having raised the bid by 500,000 while defiantly glaring at Tai Chungjin. With an air of nonchalance, Tai Chungjin stroked his goatee and calmly declared, 1,501,000. He Buffon, his eyes ablaze, shouted back, "You miser! Today, I shall stand firm against you. 2 million. Tai Chungjin furrowed his brow, shrugged his shoulders, and seemingly resigned, replied, "If you wish to hold your ground, then so be it. The price is yours. I cannot afford it." Taken aback, He Buffon turned to glance at Qin Fong, who smiled and cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "Brother He, this stone belongs to you." He Buffon stood dumbfounded, his expression darkening as he mentally cursed Tai Chungjin's ancestors. This old dog had set a trap for him, presenting an initial stance of unwavering resolve, only to withdraw once the price soared. The base price of 680,000 had escalated to 2 million, nearly tripling and leaving He Buffon in a dire predicament. In his impulsive fervor, He Buffon had not considered the ramifications of those two 50,000 increments. He merely sought to engage Tai Chungjin in a battle to the bitter end. Yet, after raising the bid twice, Tai Chungjin had retreated. Within this circle, He Buffon was acutely aware that whether gambling stones or competing for collectibles, one must follow through on their word. Once a price is set, it must be honored, for retracting a bid could jeopardize one's standing in the industry. Though He Buffon could afford the 2 million, and it would not cripple him financially, the very nature of gambling is uncertainty. How could one guarantee victory? The most assured victor in this scenario was, in fact, Qin Fong. He Buffon glanced at him. Qin Fong wore a smile that radiated satisfaction. With a scowl, He Buffon took several deep breaths and stole another glance at Qin Fong. He dared not act out in his presence, nor could he renege on his commitment. He resigned himself to the lesson he had purchased for 2 million, blaming Tai Chungjin, that despicable old rogue. With no other recourse, He Buffon retrieved a checkbook and pen, begrudgingly writing a check for the sum of 2 million. He handed it to Qin Fong, offering a wry smile as he said, "Mr. Qin, let us proceed. Now that the gamble is made, who would wish to see the outcome?" Qin Fong nodded with a smile, then clapped his hands, summoning 2 individuals from behind him. These were Master Ma Dongsheng from Tengchong and his son, Ma Chao. Qin Fong promptly introduced the pair. Upon hearing the name Ma Chao, Su Dong felt a sense of familiarity and intrigue. The renowned figure from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Ma Chao of Shiliang, is celebrated as one of the 5 tiger generals, alongside Guan, Zhang, Zhao, and Huang, and is among his 2 favorite heroes, the other being Zhao Yun. After Qin Fong introduced him, Ma Dongxing's son, Ma Chao, bowed slightly in a customary manner, greeting, "Good day, esteemed gentlemen." Qin Fong waved his hand, instructing, "Master Ma, please assess how to cut this stone material belonging to Mr. He." Ma Dongxing nodded. He had scrutinized the 10 or so stones Qin Fong had procured countless times before, thus requiring no further inspection. He addressed He Buffon, stating, "Mr. He, we generally follow 2 protocols when cutting stone. Either the owner delineates the cutting lines, which we follow, or we, as cutters, decide the cutting path based on our experience and skill. How would you prefer to proceed?" While He Buffon considered himself somewhat discerning regarding stone inspection, he acknowledged that in the realm of cutting, he was outmatched by the decades of expertise possessed by Ma Dongsheng. "Very well," Ma Dongsheng affirmed, then continued, "Mr. He, our standard is that regardless of whether the stone gambles on rising or falling in value, and irrespective of the quality of the cut, we as cutters bear no responsibility for any losses incurred. Of course, I assure you on my reputation that I shall not cut recklessly. Buffon nodded in understanding, responding, I comprehend. Master Ma, please proceed with the cutting. In the stone industry, the renown of a cutting master holds immense significance. The more precious jade they successfully unveil, the greater their acclaim and remuneration. A cutting master must exercise utmost caution, for damaging a piece of premium jade would spell the end of their career, as no one would engage a cutter known for ruining jade. Ma Dongsheng said no more, gesturing for his son, bring the stone over for positioning. Ma Chao had prepared his tools and skillfully utilized a semi-automatic forklift to transport the stone to the cutting machine's frame, meticulously positioning it as directed by his father. Ma Dongxing, a skilled cutter with a keen eye, adheres to numerous intricate practices, such as determining the optimal cutting direction and the thickness of the initial cut. These decisions hinge on experience. A single misstep could tarnish a lifetime of reputation. After decades of cutting jade, Ma Dongsheng understood that the chances of successfully extracting jade from raw materials were exceedingly slim, with only a minuscule fraction yielding quality jade. Furthermore, this success relied on the authenticity of the original stone. Otherwise, even a lifetime of effort might not yield a speck of jade. Since beginning his apprenticeship at the tender age of 16, Ma Dongsheng, now 54, has spent 38 years in the trade, during which he has only unearthed one exceptional piece of old pit glass jade. That jade, crafted into a watermelon platter by the master carver who delay, was sold abroad for a staggering $27 million, and since then, its whereabouts have remained a mystery. The remaining jadeite, of a higher grade, has been frequently mined by Ma Dongsheng, who has unearthed high-quality ice jade several times, but such finds have become increasingly rare in recent years. Jadeite is a nearly non-renewable gemstone, akin to petroleum, formed over millions of years through the Earth's movements. For every piece extracted, one less remains, inching towards depletion. Furthermore, today as stone cutting represents the first task undertaken by the Ma father-son duo since arriving in Tachong. Thus Ma only allowed his son to assist with the laborious tasks, while he himself executed the intricate cutting. Chapter 32, 10 million. Ma Dongsheng meticulously observed the surface of the jadeite, tracing the trajectory of the greenish streaks for quite some time before determining the precise point to make his incision. With a coarse oil-based pen, he marked a line, subsequently securing the stone in place according to this guideline. The circular blade, embedded with synthetic diamond particles, gleamed anew under the illumination, intermittently reflecting dazzling glimmers of light. Ma aligned the blade with the line he had drawn and pressed the power button on the cutter, which emitted a resonant hum. With unwavering hands, Ma Dongsheng maintained perfect control over the cutting machine, which remained steadfast without the slightest shift, accurately following the path he had delineated. As the blade penetrated the stone, the sound became piercingly sharp. Amid the flying stone dust and noise, the crowd watched intently as Ma expertly maneuvered the cutter. After approximately a minute, the din of the machine subsided, and Ma halted the device, the noise diminishing rapidly to silence. No one uttered a word. Ma Chao quickly handed over a damp towel, which Ma Dongsheng used to wipe the cut surface clean of debris. A low exclamation escaped his lips. Once the airborne dust settled, the onlookers focused on the stone, revealing a vibrant green patch on the cut surface, larger than a palm. This green appeared to ooze forth, reminiscent of a canola field in early spring, alive with color and vitality, evoking a sense of comfort. Haha, the stakes have risen. I bet on it. Amid the astonished crowd, Buffon suddenly leaped up, almost frantically laughing and shouting. Among those observing, Tai Qingjin, Lao Huang, and Lao Zheng were knowledgeable about jade. The original surface green of Buffon stone was relatively decent, and the price marked at 680,000 was quite inflated. It was estimated that the initial cost in Tengchong was merely around 1 to 200,000. Marking it at 680,000 was somewhat playful, especially given the distance from Tengchong, a hub for jade and raw materials. In such a scenario, rarity elevates value, and even tofu could command meat prices. Ultimately, the stone was driven up to 2 million by Buffon, a figure that significantly exceeded the psychological price range of the others. Even in gambling, no one wished to recklessly squander money. 2 million is no trifling sum, and an ordinary person might not even encounter that amount in cash throughout their life. Even Buffon himself felt he was at a loss, harboring resentment toward Tai Qingjin for opposing him. Yet he had not anticipated that Ma Dongxing's first cut would reveal such an astonishingly vibrant green. Iron Qingjin's face was a picture of astonishment. His intention had merely been to stir up trouble for Buffon, causing him to suffer a setback. He believed that when the time came for He Bufon to take decisive action, he would refrain from confronting him directly. Within the gathering, He Bufon was the only one capable of posing a genuine threat to him. Thus, he aimed to diminish He Bufon's arrogance first. However, to his surprise, his trap had indeed ensnared He Bufon, but fortune smiled upon him unexpectedly as a stroke of luck fell from the heavens. Although the cut's surface revealed a hint of green, the richness of its oiliness and the vibrancy of its hue were utterly enchanting, leaving one to ponder the hidden treasure within the stone. From this perspective alone, Iron Qingjin surmised that He Bufon's purchase price had doubled. Such a vast expanse of green was undeniably beautiful. Unable to contain his admiration, He Bufon began to praise it, reaching out to caress the stone, exclaiming, "There must be a substantial piece of exquisite jade within." This statement was undoubtedly intended to amplify the allure, yet truthfully, everyone present, including Lao Huang, Lao Zheng, Iron Qingjin, and Qin Fong, wore expressions of envy. Iron Qingjin, fixated on the cut's surface, pondered deeply. Noticing that He Bufon showed no intention of stepping aside from Ma Dongsheng to continue his work, he finally inquired, "Young He, are you considering selling this piece?" He Bufon chuckled, meeting Iron Qingjin's gaze. "That depends on whether anyone is willing to meet my asking price. If the offer falls short, I might as well make a few more cuts myself to extract the jade and sell it for a higher price." Iron Qingjin understood the implication behind He Bufon's words all too well. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Young He, we are familiar with one another, so let us dispense with the pleasantries. I won't be swayed by your tactics. How about this? I'll offer you 4 million, and you invest 2 million. In the blink of an eye, that doubles your return. Does that sound fair?" "Humph." He Bufon let out a soft scoff from his nose, replying coolly, "Forget it. I think I shall make a few more cuts myself." His tone clearly expressed his dissatisfaction with Iron Qingjin's offer. Iron Qingjin's expression darkened. He mused that He Bufon was being excessively greedy. His offer of 4 million was by no means insignificant. After all, He Bufon had only purchased the stone for 2 million, having fallen into his trap. Realistically, the raw stone's value should not exceed 1 million. Yet now, after a single cut, its worth had surged, and since it belonged to He Bufon, Iron Qingjin found himself powerless to act. Among the onlookers, only Mu Siqing and Su Dong, who had been observing intently, felt perplexed. Mu Siqing, lacking understanding of the situation, watched as bids of hundreds of thousands and millions were made, yet these were merely pieces of green-streaked stone. Was it only moments ago that Ma Dongsheng made a single cut, and suddenly Iron Qingjin was offering 4 million? What was going on? Were people simply overflowing with money? Su Dong's thoughts, however, diverged from Mu Siqing's. He found it strange and baffling that when he had previously examined the stones, He Bufon's piece exhibited no trace of valuable energy. Based on his assessment, it should have been deemed worthless. Yet, who could have anticipated that, after Ma Dongsheng's cut, such exquisite green would emerge? Had he misjudged the stone's potential? Or perhaps he could only comprehend treasures like antiques, and this stone could hardly be classified as one? This left Su Dong in a state of bewilderment. A capability he once felt assured about now seemed to elude him. Perhaps there were too many uncertainties for him to grasp, and this ability was not as extraordinary as he had imagined. He Bufon declared his intention to continue cutting, yet he refrained from urging Ma Dongsheng to proceed. Instead, he awaited someone to offer a higher bid. If no one was willing to surpass the current price, he would still sell it to Tai Qingjin, seizing the rare opportunity to pocket 2 million. He could not bear the thought of incurring a 2 million loss. Tai Qingjin was a speculator. Before the cutting commenced, the value of the stone was merely speculative. Only upon revealing green would its true worth be realized. Based on the current cut, there was an 80% chance of encountering pure, exquisite jade, and the volume of jade within, judging by the green surface revealed so far, would certainly not be insignificant. Should high-quality jade emerge, a valuation of 7 to 8 million would be well within reach. In terms of the utmost price he could fathom for this stone, 6 million would be the ceiling. With a stroke of luck, if it were fashioned into finished jade pieces, profits could range between 8 to 15 million. However, without truly seeing the volume of genuine jade revealed, he could not ascertain how many pieces could be crafted. Everything remained shrouded in conjecture. "My heavens!" Mao Siqing exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment. "Isn't it just a stone? It's not made of gold, yet it's valued at 6 million? I could toil my entire life and still never attain 6 million. Although Mao Siqing hailed from a wealthy family, that wealth belonged to her family rather than herself. She had never witnessed such madness. How a mere stone could be elevated to an astonishing price of 6 million in such a short span. Clearly, these individuals were not deranged. Then there was Buffon, who also fell into contemplation. Tai Chungjin truly desired this stone, and the 6 million price tag undoubtedly aligned with his psychological threshold. Yet, he too was a shrewd businessman. He would extract every last drop of profit. Still, he worried that raising the price might provoke Tai Chungjin. If he decided to withdraw entirely, would result in significant loss for Buffon. It was evident that Lao Huang and Lao Zheng lacked the audacity for such ventures. As Buffon pondered, he was on the verge of conceding. I'll offer 10 million. Suddenly, Qin Fong, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Almost everyone was taken aback by Qin Fong's unexpected bid, especially Mao Xiqing, who could not help but exclaim, "Qin Fong, have you lost your mind?" Qin Fong smiled and replied, "I am not mad. I believe this stone is worth 10 million. Lao He, are you willing to sell it to me?" Unbeknownst to them, Qin Fong's bid was solely intended for Mao Xiqing. Her family would not lack for money, and Qin Fong understood that money alone could not sway her. The only way to move her was to appeal to her sensibilities. With Buffon's stone exhibiting such fine color, should jade be revealed, with his capabilities and connections, selling it for a few million would pose no challenge, thus ensuring he would not incur any losses. As the bidding for the jade stone reached an astonishing 6 million, Qin Fong contemplated that if he were to raise his offer further, it would surely create a stir among the onlookers. A figure of 10 million would undoubtedly serve as a significant milestone. Ultimately, the outcome of the bidding unfolded exactly as Qin Fong had anticipated. Mao Xiqing was taken aback and even urged him to reconsider his decision, questioning his sanity. After all, to captivate a woman's heart, does a man not need to exude a unique charisma that others cannot emulate or dare to imitate? Chapter 33, The Ghostly Green. Qin Fong deliberately sought to impress Mao Xiqing, demonstrating his willingness to lavish wealth for a beautiful woman. Iron Xingjin was caught off guard by Qin Fong's sudden intervention. This unexpected turn of events was beyond his expectations. Qin Fong was basking in the glory of his achievements and was the most favored and capable descendant of the Qin family. Reluctant to engage in a fierce contest, he recognized that Qin Fong's youthful exuberance might not easily be subdued, and a battle could ensue, leaving both parties exhausted even if one emerged victorious. Stealing a glance at Qin Fong, Iron Xingjin noticed his gaze fixated on the lovely young lady from the Mao family, and he understood the situation, shaking his head slightly. He had previously promised to support Qin Fong, who was determined to claim victory. With Qin Fong's offer exceeding his limits, Iron Xingjin chose not to prolong the confrontation. He would allow Qin Fong to proceed. After all, the outcome of the stone was still uncertain. Who could predict its true value until it was fully opened? While glancing at Su Dong, Qin Fong cheerfully addressed Mao Xiqing. "Xiqing, I have long wished to present you with a unique gift. Yet I sought to avoid anything too commonplace. After much contemplation, I believe I have stumbled upon a splendid opportunity today. This stone exhibits a remarkably pure color, and it is likely to yield a fine piece of jade. I would like to craft a few exquisite pieces of jewelry from it for you." Mao Xiqing was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head resolutely in refusal. "No, thank you. I am constantly in pursuit of my endeavors. I am certainly not someone who should adorn such precious jewelry. One careless moment could lead to its destruction. I cannot afford to replace something worth millions, and I would be unable to sleep peacefully wearing it. I must decline." Qin Fong's expression darkened. Mao Xiqing's blatant rejection, devoid of any consideration for his feelings, left him somewhat embarrassed. Perhaps she spoke the truth. But who would believe that the eldest daughter of the Mao family would genuinely worry about damaging a few pieces of jewelry? To spend 10 million for Mao Xiqing yet fail to sway her affections? Perhaps it was best to focus on opening the jade first. Qin Fong could not afford to show anger towards Mao Xiqing and did not wish to lose face before the crowd, so he swiftly redirected their attention. "Master Ma, please continue." Although he had yet to transfer the 10 million to Buffon, Qin Fong's reputation left no room for doubt. Buffon was well aware that Qin Fong was more than capable of fulfilling his financial obligations. He remained silent. "Very well," Master Ma agreed, adjusting the position of the stone. Given that the jade had already revealed such promising green, he needed to proceed with extreme caution. Typically, the next cut would not be made from the previously exposed side, but rather from an untouched angle. Even if he were to cut from the original location, he would avoid using a machine for the next incision. After the jade had revealed its green hue, one must tread carefully to avoid damaging the stone. Opting instead for a fine diamond sand, will to grind it gently. Ma Dongsheng had no intention of using a fine grinding wheel, for that would be too slow and tedious. This kind of on-site work demands swiftness, and few are willing to wait patiently, as everyone yearns to witness immediate results. The incision was made on both sides of the stone, and Ma Dongsheng aimed to unveil the other side of the jade. The more jade revealed, the greater the excitement it would evoke, including his own. The pinnacle of joy for a stonecutter is when he successfully reveals exquisite jade with his own hands. Qin Fong observed that the crowd's attention had indeed shifted back to Ma Dongsheng, eagerly anticipating his next move. The value of this stone had soared to an astonishing 10 million. One could only wonder how high it would rise with another cut. Ma Dongsheng estimated the next incision based on the first, executing the procedure with the same precision as before. The spectators were intently focused, while his son, Ma Chao, brought over a basin of clean water in which a white towel was submerged. If the onlookers had been uncertain before, they now understood that Ma Chao's intention was to dust and cleanse the cut surface of the stone. With the power activated, the noise of the cutting machine erupted, akin to the previous incision, yet the atmosphere had transformed. The crowd, undeterred by the swirling dust, remained fixed on Ma Dongsheng's work, eagerly awaiting a moment of astonishment. As the noise subsided, Ma Chao handed the damp towel to Ma Dongsheng, who meticulously wiped away the dust. The spectators strained to pierce through the lingering haze of dust. Yet Ma Dongsheng remained silent. Qin Fong felt a twinge of anxiety, though he skillfully masked his emotions, maintaining an air of calmness as steadfast as a mountain. Once the dust settled, clarity emerged. The freshly cut surface of the stone was smooth and grayish-white, devoid of any trace of green. Qin Fong couldn't suppress a flicker of disappointment. The enchantment of the first cut had not been replicated. Although somewhat disheartened, he reminded himself that this was merely a superficial incision. The stone was still thick, and it was just the beginning. Others in the crowd mirrored his disappointment, though it was not their wager at stake. Everyone hoped for a more thrilling outcome, akin to the allure of a lottery's grand prize, which few could attain but all wished to witness. Qin Fong remained silent, refraining from issuing commands. Yet Ma Dongsheng understood implicitly that without the revelation of green, he must continue his endeavor. Thus, he assessed the thickness and position of the cut and resumed his work. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts for cuts, 5 cuts. He continued to slice through the stone 5 more times, yet still, no green emerged, and Qin Fong's expression grew increasingly grim. The stone has been cut halfway, and by this measure, Qin Fong's gamble of 10 million is already a loss. Even if the remaining stone yields jade, it cannot possibly be worth that sum. Furthermore, given the current situation, no one is confident that jade will emerge. Many even harbor a growing belief that the likelihood of finding jade is increasingly slim. Ma Dongsheng, too, felt a twinge of anxiety, not out of concern for himself, but because he was the craftsman hired by Qin Fong, setting aside his own desire to uncover exquisite jade. He wished for Qin Fong's fortune. After all, a happy and fortunate master would benefit him as well. On another level, this predicament reflected Qin Fong's oversight and miscalculation. Above all, he dreaded losing his reputation. With no other option, Ma Dongsheng continued to cut the stone. Regardless of Qin Fong's disappointment, his work must persist. However, based on Ma Dongsheng's years of experience, the probability of discovering jade had dwindled from 80% to a mere 10%, or perhaps even lower. As the crowd watched intently, Ma Dongsheng made 4 more cuts, and as he had anticipated, no green emerged from the stone. It was a lost gamble. How unfortunate that the first cut revealed such vibrant green. The onlookers began to murmur softly. The remaining thickness of the stone was less than 3 inches, making it nearly impossible to find jade within. If jade truly existed, it would certainly show green on this side, yet the cut surface appeared dull and gray. Devoid of any hint of green, Qin Fong stared at the stone's surface, his gaze cold, his hands trembling slightly beneath his sleeves. He restrained his emotions, striving to maintain his composure. Tai Changjin sighed inwardly. Was this his fate? This stone bore ghost skin green, a term referring to the surface layer or initial cut that displayed a striking green hue. Yet these greens were merely jade's superficial coloration. In truth, the stone contained no jade, just a fleeting illusion of color. Qin, it's a lost gamble. Ma Dongsheng could no longer bear to cut further and whispered to Qin Fong. Qin Fong gestured, making an effort to keep his voice calm and gentle. Continue. Cut until it's finished. Ma Dongsheng nodded, refraining from further comment, and resumed his work. At that moment, he felt no excitement or anticipation, only the act of laboring. 1 cut, another cut, and yet another. The first 2 cuts yielded no green, and as he made the third, The blade penetrated only halfway before the stone suddenly shattered into fragments. The remaining thickness was merely an inch, and the stone could no longer withstand the force of the cutting machine. It fractured at the midpoint. Qin Fang's brow twitched, and with the stone's collapse, his hopes were dashed. The spectators fell silent, aware that speaking now would only provoke Qin Fang's ire. Tai Qingjin gazed at Qin Fang, his heart laden with uncertainty. He pondered whether to remind Qin Fang of the payment now, or to wait for a more opportune moment to broach the subject. Without a doubt, Qin Fang was currently in a foul mood, akin to a volatile powder keg. Anyone who dared to provoke him risked igniting an explosive situation. As Qin Fang lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings, the hesitance in Tai Qingjin, the pity and astonishment in Mao Xiqing's expression, particularly the latter, suddenly jolted Qin Fang into a state of clarity. "Zhou Yan, bring me my bag." At this juncture, Qin Fang managed to maintain his composure. Even if he had to put on a brave face, he would do so. He beckoned the striking woman over. Zhou Yan, his secretary, had been promoted to manager of the planning department following the establishment of the Tongsheng Jewelry Project Department. Upon hearing Qin Fang's voice, Zhou Yan hesitated, a sense of foreboding washing over her. The fact that he did not address her as manager Zhou indicated that the atmosphere was tense. In accordance with Qin Fang's previous demeanor, calling her by her first name signified displeasure. Chapter 34, Jealousy. Zhou Yan approached nervously, handing over Qin Fang's briefcase. He opened it, retrieving a checkbook and a pen, swiftly filling out a check for 10 million. He handed it to He Bufan, saying, "This is a check for 10 million. Take it." He Bufan was taken aback, feeling both surprise and delight. He was astonished by the dark, menacing expression on Qin Fang's face as he offered the substantial sum, fearing that accepting it might incite Qin Fang's wrath. Yet, 10 million was too significant to refuse. Regardless of any potential animosity, the money was undeniably his. A gamble must be honored, and should their positions be reversed, would Qin Fang not expect him to pay? Delighted, He Bufan realized he had finally struck gold. After deducting the 2 million principal, he had netted a staggering 8 million, an amount that would require years of arduous labor in his business to acquire. Trembling with anticipation, He Bufan accepted the check. Even after presenting the check, Qin Fang struggled to suppress the pent-up frustration within him, unable to express it openly in front of others. He could only breathe heavily in agitation. Mao Xiqing sighed, reflecting on the tumultuous ebb and flow of the situation. She had never witnessed such a gambling style, particularly one that was ostensibly legitimate business, where one's perception was paramount. Initially, she intended to caution against impulsively gambling on stones. But considering Qin Fang had already lost 10 million, what was done was done. Further words would serve no purpose. Moreover, given Qin Fang's volatile temperament, she feared that any comment might provoke him to lash out at others, so she resolved to remain silent. However, she recalled Su Donglai, a fellow who possessed remarkable insight. Why had he not taken the plunge to purchase a stone? Perhaps he was waiting for the right moment, much like He Bufan, who could potentially earn hundreds of millions in an instant. It was no wonder that people were so fervently captivated by stones. Indeed, Mao Xiqing had never anticipated that the odds of gambling on stones were heavily stacked against success, with a mere 1 in 10,000 chance of striking it rich. It was sheer fortune that allowed Ma Dongsheng to cut through to emerald on his first attempt. However, it was precisely that initial cut revealing ghostly green that led to a significant loss for Qin Fang. Tai Qingjin breathed a sigh of relief. Had Qin Fang not intervened and thwarted him, he would have been the one to bear the financial brunt. Of course, had Qin Fang chosen not to act, Tai Qingjin would have only lost 6 million at most, which was still a considerable sum. Noticing the silence and the serious atmosphere among the crowd, Mao Xiqing turned to Su Dong with a smile and said, "Su Dong, aren't you the expert? Why not try your hand at a stone? You might just earn a tidy sum, perhaps even 100,000. Initially, Mao Xiqing spoke in a half-joking, half-serious tone, without any intention of mocking anyone. Yet, to Qin Fang's ears, her words felt like a sharp jab, as if she were ridiculing him for his 10 million loss. Qin Fang cast a sidelong glance at Su Dong, unable to bear the sight of Mao Xiqing's radiant smile directed at him. His anger intensified, and he could not help but respond coldly. "Oh, so you are indeed an expert? Why not give a shot? Everyone seems to be in high spirits. Which stone catches your eye? Just look at how Mr. He made 10 million in a flash. It's practically found money." At this moment, Qin Fang directed all his pent-up frustration towards Su Dong, hoping to lure him into a gamble on the stones, confident that he could ruin him in the process. Mu Siqing had initially been astonished by the spectacle of stone gambling, caught up in the excitement, and had jokingly suggested that Su Dong try his luck. However, upon hearing Qin Fang's words, she immediately felt it was inappropriate. These stones often cost tens of thousands, far beyond Su Dong's means. As expected, Su Dong hesitated, mulling over his response for quite some time before addressing Qin Fang. Mr. Qin, I am not an expert at all. More of a layman, really. I have barely 300 yuan to my name. Even the cheapest stone you have costs several thousand. How could I possibly afford that? Perhaps you could sell me that stone for 300 yuan instead? Su Dong's words left everyone present momentarily dumbfounded. It took a while for them to comprehend that he was indeed attempting to bargain, suggesting a price of 300 yuan for something that was clearly worth thousands. Qin Fang glared at Su Dong, his eyes nearly blazing with fury. 300? Was he mocking him? Yet, seeing the seriousness on Su Dong's face, Qin Fang let out a cold, mocking laugh before finally managing to utter a few words. Fine, I'll sell it to you for 300. The stone was the cheapest one, priced at just over 3,000. If it was merely a game, he was curious to see what Su Dong would do next. Furthermore, Mu Siqing had witnessed the pitiful state of this country boy. Would she still regard him with any respect? 300 yuan was certainly a trivial sum, and as Qin Fang considered this, he felt a sense of satisfaction. It was the perfect opportunity to expose Su Dong's various shortcomings for Mu Siqing to see. Su Dong felt a surge of joy. He truly had no money for anything else, but he was determined to acquire that one stone. The recent demonstration by Ma Dongsheng had confirmed that his judgment and analysis were sound. That particular piece of material, though inflated in value to 10 million, ultimately held no treasure within and was, in truth, a worthless stone. Within this seemingly unremarkable stone, a rich azure radiance emanates, suggesting that, should one's abilities be deemed adequate, this stone may indeed harbor genuine premium jade. Otherwise, such a vibrant aura would not manifest. As for whether Qin Fang's demeanor conveyed any disdain towards him, Su Dong was utterly indifferent. It mattered not what Qin Fang thought of him. Upon receiving Qin Fang's assent, Su Dong retrieved the contents of his pocket. He possessed a total of $347.50, comprised of two $100 bills, one $50 bill, one $20 bill, five $10 bills, seven $1 bills, and a solitary 50-cent coin, which he presented in a substantial handful. Su Dong first placed the two $100 bills and the $50 bill into his left hand, while his right hand organized the five $10 bills, subsequently offering the total sum of $300 before Qin Fang. Mr. Qin, here is $300. Please count it. Qin Fang, maintaining a stoic expression, seized the money without a glance, turning to his associate Ma Chao and instructing, Ma Chao, take this $300 and buy yourself some cigarettes. Ma Chao accepted the money with a subdued thank you, recognizing the volatile mood of his boss, Qin Fang, and wisely choosing to comply without further provocation. Su Dong, however, was unconcerned with whom Qin Fang bestowed the money. His sole aim was to acquire the stone openly. Once the seller agreed to the transaction and accepted his payment, he felt assured that any potential value the stone might yield thereafter would be beyond Qin Fang's reproach. The gathering crowd continued to swell, with many jewelry enthusiasts drawn to witness the stone gambling, although they harbored little faith in Su Dong's purchase for $300. Their excitement was instead fueled by the recent news of Buffon's astonishing $8 million profit, a spectacle that invigorated their imaginations with visions of millions, even tens of millions in renminbi. Observing Su Dong's evident delight, Qin Fang could not suppress a scoff, questioning, now that you have acquired this material, shall we have Master Ma unveil it here? The audacity of Su Dong's remark, that it was merely a matter of $300, left Qin Fang momentarily speechless, akin to a slap to his face. Was he not the one who had haggled fiercely just moments ago? Now, he had the audacity to downplay the sum to a trifling $300? Master Ma, please proceed with the unveiling. Qin Fang, seething with indignation, gestured for Ma Dongsheng, pondering the likelihood that the esteemed Mao Siqing could ever be attracted to someone so unrefined. It seemed improbable. Perhaps Su Dong was merely an acquaintance. If Mao Siqing were to take a liking to such a common object, it would bring disgrace upon the Mao family and tarnish his own reputation. The mere thought that a woman he failed to win could be pursued by this unknown, impoverished youth was utterly intolerable. Ma Dongxing nodded, and without waiting for his son Ma Chao to intervene, he bent down to grasp the stone, placing it upon the cutting machine's platform. The stone Su Dong had selected was relatively small, likely weighing no more than 100 pounds, allowing Ma Dongsheng to handle it without significant effort. The stone was unremarkable in size. Ma Dongsheng examined its surface, which was smooth, with one side exhibiting a cleaved facet, clearly a fragment split from a larger rock. The surface bore a mere 2 or 3 pea-sized green particles, and given this hue, Qin Fong's asking price of over 3,000 was exorbitant. Based on Ma Dongsheng's experience, he held this stone in contempt. The cutting line was determined solely by intuition. He had no expectations in his heart. With such poor coloration, it was virtually impossible to yield quality jade. He recalled how Qin Fong had just wagered 1 million on a stone that revealed exquisite green upon the first cut, only to be met with a starkly opposite outcome. Naturally, the stone belonging to Su Dong was even less likely to yield a miracle. A crowd of 20 or 30 onlookers had gathered, as the individuals betting on this stone were unfamiliar with Su Dong, and with a paltry stake of 300 yuan, there was little room for fantasy. They engaged in animated discussions regarding the nuances of stone gambling. Ma Dongsheng made the first cut along the thicker side, the incision measuring about 1.5 centimeters in depth. As the machine roared to life, a cacophony and a cloud of dust erupted, causing most onlookers to recoil several meters back to avoid the swirling debris tainting their noses and clothing. However, Mu Siqing watched with excitement, completely oblivious to the intricacies of jade stone knowledge. The only scene etched in her mind was how He Bufan had swiftly earned 1 million. She genuinely hoped for a miracle from Su Dong's stone, though it was unlikely to match He Bufan's astonishing gain. If it could at least fetch 5 or 10,000, that would be a triumph. Any amount exceeding the initial 300 would signify profit. Chapter 35. Wealth breeds willfulness. No one paid heed to Su Dong's inconspicuous stone, least of all Ma Dongsheng. After the initial cut, without waiting for the dust to settle or bothering to wipe it with a damp cloth, he merely brushed it with his hand, preparing to make the second incision based on his spatial measurements. After all, this stone was not expected to yield jade. He was simply fulfilling his duty, one cut at a time. Upon closer inspection, although dust still lingered, a distinct spring-like green emerged from the cut surface. Ma Dongsheng was taken aback, his heart racing. Could it be that this unassuming stone had revealed green? Once the dust settled, he wiped the surface clean with a damp towel, and indeed, there lay a patch of green larger than his palm. Astonishingly, the first cut had yielded green. The other spectators, aside from Su Dong and Mu Siqing, remained oblivious, murmuring amongst themselves. However, Tai Changjin casually glanced towards Ma Dongsheng, and upon catching sight of that brilliant green, he involuntarily gasped. Another green emergence? Mu Siqing, though unfamiliar with the stone gambling trade, had recently witnessed He Bufan's audacious purchase of a stone for 2 million. Initially, she thought him mad, but when that stone revealed green on the first cut, it was snatched by Qin Fong for a staggering 10 million. Little did they realize that Qin Fong's 1 million investment had turned into a complete loss. The stone was played with such breathtaking intensity that it could easily cause those with weak hearts to faint on the spot. Although she had never participated, having witnessed the entire process, she grasped the essence of the game. It was evident that once the stone revealed color, its value was assured. However, this depended on the owner's decision to continue cutting. Much like He Bufan's earlier experience, if one chose to cease at the right moment and resell, substantial profits could be made. Yet, greed could lead to peril. If they pressed on in hopes of uncovering even greater value, the outcome could be disastrous. Should jade emerge from within, the worth would soar, but if, like He Bufan's stone, the final cut yielded nothing, it would be rendered utterly worthless, evaporating 1 million in mere moments. Mao Siqing could hardly fathom how exceptionally fortunate Su Dong was, mirroring He Bufan's experience, as the first cut revealed a stunning color. Although she lacked expertise in discerning the quality of jade hues, the vibrant green of Su Dong's stone exuded a pleasant aura, suggesting it could not be of poor quality. While she could not differentiate between the shades, Qin Fong and Tai Qingjin certainly could. Ma Dongsheng stared in astonishment before glancing at Su Dong. This stone belonged to him, and now it had revealed green. The decision to make a second cut rested solely with him. Tai Qingjin and Qin Fong approached closely to examine the green hue at the cut surface. Qin Fong even reached out to touch it, feeling its warmth and smoothness, as if it were exuding moisture or oil. This green was no less impressive than that of He Bufan's stone, perhaps even surpassing it. However, the cautionary tale of He Bufan loomed large. After soaring to remarkable heights, his stone plummeted to worthlessness, dropping from hundreds of thousands to a mere pittance. Given this precedent, even though Su Dong's stone displayed such exquisite green, no one dared to voice a bid. Uncertainty lingered in their minds, despite the current allure of the color. Who could predict whether it would mirror He Buffon's fate? Tai Qingjin finally broke the silence. Young man, are you considering selling this stone? To Tai Qingjin and Qin Fong. Su Dong, a relatively unknown figure, seemed poised to flip the stone for a high price, having purchased it for merely 300. It would be foolish not to sell. Otherwise, if further cuts rendered it worthless, regret would come too late. Su Dong pondered deeply. This stone radiated an abundance of treasure energy, suggesting it must contain valuable jade or emerald. Unlike He Buffon's stone, which lacked such energy and failed to yield jade, his stone surely harbored something of worth. Should he seize the moment and sell, or continue cutting to unveil the ultimate outcome? Iron Qingjin recognized that Su Dong's hesitation was not about whether to sell, but rather about what price to set. Thus, he continued, "Young brother, this is a gamble. You saw how bossy wagered on that stone, which, despite revealing some green, ultimately yielded nothing. Your material has shown green, yet until the stone is fully cut, no one can predict the outcome. I offer you 1 million. Would you consider selling it to me?" In truth, given the quality of He Buffon's stone, Su Dong's material, based on its current hue and texture, was certainly worth more than 1 million. Their typical psychological valuation should hover around 2 million. Nevertheless, Qingjin's mention of He Buffon's stone served as a subtle warning to others, discouraging them from bidding high. Although Su Dong had never engaged in stone gambling, he recognized that his material bore a striking resemblance to He Buffon's in color. Even without Qin Fong's aggressive offer of 10 million, the standard price for such a stone should range between 5 to 6 million. Since his stone was comparable, he estimated it to be valued at 4 to 5 million. Qingjin's offer of 1 million was undoubtedly a significant underestimation. Su Zongzet Pondekan Li, Matsta Ma. Please proceed with the cutting. Since Qingjin had already pressed the price down so drastically, there was no reason to allow him to profit further. Knowing that there was something valuable within, it was perhaps better for Su Dong to take the gamble himself, wagering on the quality of the jade inside. Qin Fong was also aware of Qingjin's attempts to lower Su Dong's price, but having just suffered a loss of 8 million, he felt apprehensive about further investment. Though he masked this anxiety, however, he was inclined to take a chance. Gambling on stones was akin to betting money. When one sees a promising hand, who wouldn't want to raise the stakes? I'll offer 1,500,000. Will you sell? Seeing Su Dong still wavering, Qin Fong added an additional 50,000 to his bid. Qingjin frowned. Without Qin Fong's intervention, he was confident he could secure the stone for just over 1 million. However, with Qin Fong stepping in again, he felt hesitant to push back, especially considering the might of the Qin family. Moreover, since Qin Fong had just incurred a significant loss, had it not been for this interruption, it might have been Qingjin who faced the loss. Ultimately, he decided to grant Qin Fong a favor. With a slight sigh, Qingjin chose not to raise his bid further. Continuing to do so would lead to a fierce confrontation, which would benefit neither party. Old Huang, Old Zheng, and others were not inclined to compete with Qin Fong, nor did they possess the means to wager several million. They could manage a few 100,000, but anything over 1 million was beyond their capacity. He Bufon could afford such risks, but having just gained 8 million from Qin Fong, he was quite pleased and unwilling to take further chances. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Fong fell silent upon witnessing Tai Qingjin's demeanor, which suggested he was no longer inclined to engage in a bidding war. This realization eased his mind. Casting a glance at the others, he noted that none dared to challenge him, and he estimated that the deal could likely be sealed at 150,000. Yet, a twinge of regret struck him. Y&T he called for 105,000 instead. Su Dong chuckled softly, asserting never mind. I believe the jade I can extract from this material is comparable to that of Boss He. If this can fetch 10 million, why should mine be valued at only 150,000? Let's continue. Master Ma, no need for anyone else to bid. Let us cut the stone all the way through. Qin Fong and the others were momentarily taken aback. Su Dong was not selling. Mu Siqing exclaimed in astonishment. Su Dong, you won't sell for 150,000? That's a fortune. With your current salary, could you ever earn that much without eating or drinking until old age? Her meaning was clear. She urged Su Dong to take the offer, a legitimate and substantial profit of 150,000. Opportunities like this were rare. Miss this chance, and he might find himself unable to secure even $150 later. Su Dong stubbornly replied, No, I want to sell. Mu Siqing was momentarily speechless, her frustration evident. However, Qin Fong chuckled. Impressive, Mr. Su. Wealth allows for such audacity. I must admit, I underestimated you. By your accent, you seem to be a local from Tongqing. May I inquire as to which family you hail from? Remaining unfazed by the prospect of 150,000 suggested that he came from a notable background. Listening to Su Dong's tone, Qin Fong speculated whether he belonged to a prominent family of officials or merchants. Yet, there were no renowned families named Su in Tongsheng, unless he were from elsewhere. But his impeccable local accent was indeed puzzling. Chapter 36. The source of glass. Both Qin Fong and Tai Qingjin were left in a state of astonishment. Su Dong continued speaking, leaving them momentarily speechless. After all, I only spent $300 on this. Even if I incur a loss, it will only amount to 300. It's not that I am capricious due to wealth. Master Ma, please proceed with the cutting. Ma Dongsheng nodded. Very well. I shall continue. As the green material emerged, Ma Dongsheng followed the previous procedures, repositioning the stone to prepare for the incision from the opposite side. Su Dong's piece was not large, significantly smaller than the one he Buffon had wagered on, roughly the size of basketball, necessitating a much smaller incision than before. After making the first cut from both sides, the crowd's attention was riveted on Ma Dongsheng's actions. He cut down, and, as the dust settled, he quickly wiped the surface with a damp cloth and scrutinized the exposed cut. The surface appeared grayish-white, devoid of green. A collective sigh of disappointment echoed among many, who thought it akin to Buffon's previous stone. This fool chose to let the stone become waste rather than profit from a clear 150,000. What a foolish decision. Qin Fong remained expressionless, uncertain whether to feel relieved or disappointed. Mu Xiqing could not help but display a look of regret, inwardly chastising Su Dong for his indecisiveness. Observing how they, like Niu Xiangdong, could earn over 1 million cleanly and without risk, he stubbornly chose to forego this opportunity. Just look, the second cut yielded no color. Su Dong, however, remained silent, refraining from instructing Ma Dongsheng to halt the operation. Naturally, Ma Dongsheng continued to cut the stone. As this young man seemed undeterred by the prospect of failure, he would not relent until he had reduced it to mere fragments of waste. As he made another incision, measuring 1.5 centimeters in thickness, Ma Dongsheng's excitement had considerably diminished. The outcome of the previous piece still reverberated in his mind. How could this one fare any better? Moreover, through his extensive experience, he understood that those who gamble on stones in hopes of sudden wealth have odds akin to those of a lottery. While the likelihood of uncovering ordinary jade was somewhat higher, profiting a mere 1,000 or 800 hardly constituted a fortune. With the second cut executed, Ma Dongsheng continued to wipe away the dust with a damp cloth and inspect the stone. The onlookers, shrouded in dust, could not discern clearly when suddenly Ma Dongsheng exclaimed in astonishment. The crowd presumed he had inadvertently cut his own hand, given the intensity of his cry. Straining to see through the haze, the spectators focused intently on Ma Dongsheng, only to find that he had not injured himself. Rather, he was fixated on the cut surface of the stone, his aged eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. What was happening? Tai Qingjin could not resist moving closer. With a mix of surprise and joy, Ma Dongsheng exclaimed, "It's Jade, beautiful Jade has emerged." What? Jade had appeared? Qin Fong was equally taken aback and hurried to the front. The emergence of Jade was an entirely different matter from merely revealing green. The latter indicated that green was infused within the stone, but did not guarantee the presence of Jade. The revelation of Jade, however, confirmed the actual presence of jadeite within the stone. Typically, a skilled cutter would not hastily make deep cuts to avoid damaging the jade inside. As the crowd gathered closer, they beheld that on the cut face of the stone, approximately at the center, a jade tip emerged, roughly the size of a small wine cup, exhibiting hues of white and green. Ma Dongsheng wiped it clean, revealing that the jade tip was untouched by dust, resembling a large piece of glass encased within the stone, with only this corner exposed. Tai Qingjin gazed in astonishment and remarked, "Is this glass like jade?" He touched it, feeling its cool, moist surface, and, after a brief pause, he exclaimed in delight, "Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful." He repeated the word wonderful thrice, leaving one to question whether he was praising the quality of the exposed jade or Su Dong's fortuitous luck. Mu Xiqing, unable to discern the quality, anxiously asked Tai Qingjin, "Old Tai, do you think this stone is profitable or a loss?" Tai Qingjin sighed, "It is undoubtedly profitable. My dear Mu family girl, your friend is quite fortunate. This exposed segment is jade, albeit just a small tip. Yet, I believe the overall piece must be significantly larger. Moreover, judging by the transparency and moisture of this tiny section, it is of exceptionally high quality, akin to glass." Mu Xiqing was perplexed, unable to grasp the essence of Tai Qingjin's lengthy discourse. What she truly wished to ascertain was whether the stone was indeed worth 1,500,000. And what, pray tell, did glass ground signify? Surely it could not imply a literal glass surface? Ma Dongxing's heart still trembled. The cut he made was slightly too thick. It ought to have been thinner. He believed it unlikely that this stone would yield true jade, which is why he had not taken seriously. Who would have anticipated that this cut would reveal the jade's very essence? Remarkably, it was executed perfectly. Had he cut a mere fraction more, he would have marred the jade's quality. Had he cut less, the jade's essence would not have revealed itself at all. It was an exquisite stroke of fortune, and this only heightened Ma Dongxing's trepidation. Had he damaged the jade with that cut, his reputation would have been irreparably tarnished. Though Qin Fang's venture into gambling had faltered, he still possessed the discernment to evaluate jade quality, especially with the esteemed Tai Qingjin present. He was certain that the exposed jade was indeed of glass ground, leaving no doubt that this stone had produced something extraordinary. Unable to restrain herself, Mu Siqing implored Tai Qingjin once more, "Old Tai, how much is it worth?" Tai Qingjin stroked his chin, chuckling softly as he shook his head. It was old Zheng who sighed and remarked, "The stakes have risen. This brother is indeed fortunate." Mu Siqing retorted, "Can't you specify exactly how much it's worth?" Tai Qingjin replied, "Young Miss Mu, the precise value eludes even the most experienced among us. Allow me to elucidate. If little Sue's stone produces green with the first cut, I would wager 1 million. That is a gamble, as no one can ascertain whether true jade will emerge thereafter. President Qin has wagered 1,500,000, which is still a gamble. Master Ma has now made 2 additional cuts, revealing genuine jade of superior quality. Then its value transforms entirely. Of course, if we consider only the visible portion, even if it is high-quality glass ground, it would not command a significant price. At most, it could be fashioned into a ring, fetching a maximum of 300,000 to 400,000. Yet we all understand that this stone likely harbors more jade within, and at this juncture, the gamble lies in determining the volume of jade concealed within the stone. That is the real wager. Hence, when you inquire about its value, I cannot say for certain. No one can. Mu Siqing finally comprehended, yet after a moment's contemplation, she questioned Tai Qingjin again. Given its current state, it must still be worth 1,500,000, correct? Laughter erupted from old Zheng, old Huang, and the others. Even Tai Qingjin could not suppress a smile. Only Qin Fang's countenance grew dark. Prior to this, he had lost 8 million without such a grim expression. His initial intention was to see Su Dong falter, yet unexpectedly, he had haggled for 300, only to purchase the worst stone, which fortuitously turned out to be a striking piece of glass jade. Was this not sheer luck? At this moment, Ma Dongxing's terror subsided, replaced by an overwhelming wave of joy. As a professional in this field, his greatest anticipation was to unveil a remarkable piece of jade, a gem of immeasurable worth, fulfilling a long-held aspiration. Of course, the likelihood of such a treasure was exceedingly slim. However, even the discovery of a quality jade would bring a sense of accomplishment and joy. Although this particular piece of jade may not be classified as extraordinary, it was nonetheless of high quality. The true size of the jade remained uncertain, and one could only wonder if the other sections possessed the same caliber as the visible portion. Until the entire stone was fully revealed, no one could ascertain the overall quality, as many stones exhibit varying grades. One segment might be pristine, while another could be riddled with impurities. Mu Siqing cast a glance at Su Dong, her irritation mounting as no one had divulged the potential value of the jade. Su Dong, however, seemed unfazed by her excitement. Indeed, it was a classic case of the emperor's impatience contrasted with the eunuch's indifference. If he had no desire to profit, why should she concern herself with the matter? Su Dong examined the exposed corner of jade, stroking his chin in contemplation. This gesture drove Mu Siqing to distraction, lacking facial hair. He resembled neither a sage nor a seasoned expert. Unbeknownst to Su Dong, Mu Siqing's thoughts were tumultuous. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and said, "Master Ma, I believe it would be prudent to continue cutting, starting from the other 2 sides. I am eager to uncover the true dimensions of this jade." Tai Qingjin sighed inwardly. Despite having already revealed jade, he was unwilling to cease cutting and let others take on the risk, instead opting to gamble on the jade size. Nonetheless, the current situation differed significantly from when only green was cut. Now that jade had been revealed, its existence within the stone was assured, and thus its value was also confirmed. The only uncertainty remaining was the extent of the jade. Su Dong's refusal to relent in his pursuit was commendable. Ma Dongxing nodded and waved his hand at his son, Ma Chao, instructing him, "Fetch another basin of clean water." Ma Chao complied, carrying out a basin of murky water, his heart racing with anticipation. Qin Fong observed Su Dong discreetly, unable to discern whether this man was profoundly calculating, genuinely naive, or merely playing the role of a fool to ensnare the unsuspecting. Chapter 37. Molding Clay. At this point, Ma Dongxing had entirely cast aside any concerns regarding Qin Fong's influence. After unveiling such exceptional jade, his singular focus was on realizing his ideal outcome, disregarding all other matters. Regardless of whether Su Dong would eventually sell the jade, Ma Dongxing understood that his responsibilities remained unchanged. He would continue to be the one to cut the stone. What he had not anticipated was Su Dong's remarkable composure at such a young age, remaining impervious to the allure of wealth, wholly dedicated to the task at hand. The stone has been cut on two sides. The first side revealed a green hue that can no longer be cut, but merely polished. The other side, which has yielded jade, is also beyond the point of cutting and can only be meticulously carved with precision. The remaining surfaces consist of two sides and two ends, amounting to 4 directions in total. At this juncture, Ma Dongxing has reduced the thickness of his cuts, no longer daring to take the same risks as before. The onlookers held their breath, eyes wide, intently focused on Ma Dongxing's every move. At this moment, Ma Dongxing altered his cutting strategy, instructing his son, Ma Chao, to spray water in front of the cutting machine, creating a mist that would suppress the dust. After making 3 cuts, approximately 5 centimeters thick, a segment of jade emerged from the stone. Upon cleaning and inspecting it, Ma Dongxing noted that this piece was slightly larger than the previous fragment, yet its quality remained consistent. He proceeded to cut the other 3 sides, resulting in jade being revealed from each. One side was cut to a thickness of 1 centimeter, another to about 5.5 centimeters, and the last to 4 centimeters. Overall, the remaining piece was roughly the size of a large bowl, resembling a basketball with a 3 to 4 centimeter thick outer shell removed. The jade now began to take shape. Although several areas still bore remnants of stone, the general form of the jade was discernible. Experts like Tai Qingjin could easily estimate its value, and since the quality of the exposed sections was nearly uniform, it was unlikely that the central part would differ significantly. The potential worth of this volume was clear to Tai Qingjin, Qin Fong, and others present. Su Dong was determined to extract the jade, and at this point, the chances of deception were minimal. Once the jade is cut, the raw value wouldn't vary dramatically. Tai Qingjin sighed inwardly, realizing there was little left worth gambling over. Any purchase now would primarily yield profits from labor and design fees, as he was not engaged in the production of jade or jewelry, and thus lacked the desire to contend further. Conversely, Qin Fong was keenly interested. As he had just entered the jewelry industry, he understood that success in this field hinges on 2 essential elements: superior raw materials and adept designers, with raw materials being of utmost importance. Exceptional resources are increasingly rare, whether jade, diamonds, or other precious metals and gems. Each discovery represents a loss in nature's finite bounty. Given Su Dong's previous actions, no one was quite sure of his intentions, and this uncertainty prompted Qin Fong to ponder, as his desire to see Su Dong falter seemed to be thwarted. However, there would be ample opportunities to ensnare him in the future. For now, he decided to let him enjoy this moment. After a brief pause, Qin Fong addressed Su Dong. "Mr. Su, your fortune is shining. The outline has largely emerged. Are you inclined to keep it for yourself or consider selling it?" The crowd tensed, eager to ascertain the potential sale price. Qin Fong nodded and inquired, "What is your asking price? Whether it be high or low, your intent is what matters." Su Dong's response left Qin Fong momentarily taken aback, a flush creeping onto his face as he thought, "Is this fellow, Su, mocking me? Exactly 10 million, no more, no less." It dawned on her that just moments ago, he had rashly lost 10 million. Ma Xiqing could not help but exclaim, though she quickly covered her mouth to avoid drawing attention. This fellow truly dares to set such a price. Although it was of no concern to her, she felt a sense of anxiety for Su Dong, wondering if others would mock him for his audacious valuation. Tai Qingjin glanced at Qin Fong, who seemed unfazed, summoning the assistant Zhou Yin and promptly writing out a check for 10 million. "Mr. Xu, here is a check for 10 million. You may cash it at the bank immediately, and it will be transferred to your designated account within 24 hours. Qin Fong handed the check to Su Dong, understanding that this gesture was intended to preclude any further bidding from them. Su Dong's offer was not exorbitant. It merely reflected the raw value of the jade, which should approximately be worth around 12 million. Thus, there was a slight margin of deception. But he preferred not to engage Qin Fong in a contentious dispute over a mere 2 to 3 million. Xu Dong had only made a rough estimate. He was unfamiliar with the jade market and had merely speculated based on the earlier high-stakes gamble among Qin Fong and others. Nevertheless, the sum of 10 million brought him immense joy, even considering that his parents' business had peaked at a similar valuation. However, this was merely the first sum he had earned, especially since he had previously lost over 300,000 to his uncle. This newfound wealth bolstered his confidence, instilling a belief that with such abilities, greater opportunities for wealth would arise. Perhaps in the future, he would be less interested in monetary gain, as it might become increasingly effortless. Instead, he might seek to comprehend the nature of his abilities. Yet, the figure of 10 million still felt like a fantastical dream to Xu Dong, and holding the check left him momentarily dazed. Qin Fong observed Xu Dong's stupor and then glanced at Ma Xiqing, who appeared even more bewildered. Jealousy surged within him. He had spent 10 million to impress Ma Xiqing, yet she remained unmoved, while this individual named Xu Dong elicited such astonishment from her. Seeing Xu Dong lost in thought with the check, Ma Xiqing couldn't help but feel delighted for him. She patted his shoulder and smiled. Xu Dong, it turns out you are quite composed. I was worried about you, but thankfully you didn't heed my advice. If you had, you would have only 150,000 rather than this 10 million. At this, she placed a hand on her forehead and exclaimed, "How foolish of me. You are the expert. Why should I worry for you?" Reflecting on Xu Dong's previous actions, Ma Xiqing silently berated herself for still viewing him as an ordinary youth. She had been blinded by his earlier display of purchasing the stone for merely 300. He had clearly been playing a role. It was truly a pity that he did not pursue acting. Musicking had not anticipated that her recent discussions would increasingly infuriate Qin Fong. The comparison of 10 million was nothing less than a mockery of his plight, as it implied he had been outmaneuvered by Xu Dong. Both amounts were identical, yet one represented profit while the other indicated loss. How could one truly compare them? Nevertheless, he could not afford to lose his composure publicly in such a setting. He had ample opportunities to deal with that scoundrel Xu. Ideally, he would first ascertain the latter's true character before taking action. If he provoked Qin Fong, Xu would be left bewildered by his own demise. "What are you doing here, Xu Dong?" Xu was abruptly roused from his thoughts, glancing up to find that it was his uncle, Zhou Tianqi, who had called him. Qin Fong recognized Zhou Tianqi, possessing a vague recollection of him operating a modest pawn shop in the antique street. Given Zhou's financial status, he was not typically qualified to be in such company. However, today's guest list featured individuals primarily from the antique trade, explaining Zhou's invitation. Yet, Zhou appeared to be quite familiar with that Xu fellow. What was the nature of their relationship? Seeing the questioning and disdain in Zhou's eyes, Xu felt a chill run down his spine and responded coolly, "I no longer reside with your family. Why do you concern yourself with my whereabouts?" Zhou was taken aback, not expecting such a blunt retort from Xu, especially with Qin Fong and others observing. Xu had publicly undermined his authority. Zhou's expression darkened as he glanced around for Niu Xiangdong, pondering that even if Xu had come here, it was likely under Niu's influence. Niu had been particularly chummy with him of late, and it seemed prudent to remind him to send Xu away. Initially, Zhou had considered sparing Xu, but the latter's incessant defiance was intolerable. He was no longer deserving of mercy. A multitude of schemes flashed through Qin Fong's mind, yet his demeanor remained impassive as he casually inquired, "Boss Zhou, you seem quite acquainted with Mr. Xu. How do you know each other?" Zhou's face flushed, and he awkwardly explained, "Mr. Qin, this young man is my sister-in-law's son. His parents perished in a car accident 2 years ago, and he has been residing with me since." At this point, Zhou hastily refrained from further disparaging remarks about Xu. Discussing him in such a manner before a crowd would surely paint him in a negative light. Upon hearing that Xu was indeed Zhou Tianqi's nephew and an orphan with no formidable backing, Qin Fong's heart swelled with delight. Zhou's words confirmed several crucial points. First, Xu was an orphan without powerful connections. Second, he lacked financial resources. And third, Zhou himself held no regard for him. From these observations, it became evident that dealing with this young man would be as effortless as molding soft clay. He could be shaped as Qin Fong desired. Chapter 38, The Closed-Door Disciple. It appeared that Xu was bereft of any substantial support or wealth. Even if he had such resources, they would amount to nothing more than Zhou Tianqi. Given Zhou's lackluster character, Qin Fong felt empowered to manage him as he pleased, as evidenced by Zhou's obsequious demeanor towards him. "Boss Zhou, I must admit, I never anticipated that you and this young Su were relatives. It will be delightful to gather together at some point. A smile adorned Qin Fang's face as he spoke to Zhou Qianqi with a beaming demeanor. Yet his mind was calculating how to ensnare Su Dong, with Zhou Qianqi undoubtedly serving as the most advantageous entry point. Regardless of whether Mu Siqing and Su Dong shared a mere ordinary connection or something more profound, Qin Fang felt a significant sense of relief. Mu Guanjing, the second-generation leader of the Mu family, now wields considerable influence, and the family's prominence has reached its zenith. However, as with all things, there comes a time when prosperity wanes. Under Mu Guanjing's stewardship, the Mu family's fortunes have flourished. Yet there appears to be a lack of successors to carry on the legacy. Mu Yuanshan is a formidable individual, and his son Mu Guanjing has surpassed him. But Mu Guanjing has only 2 daughters. Both are intelligent and beautiful, yet the elder daughter, Mu Siqing, harbors no interest in the family business, instead pursuing her own passions with a stubborn resolve. Mu Guanjing, having indulged his daughters since childhood, finds himself unable to contend with their obstinacy and allows them their freedom. The younger daughter, Mu Siyu, is still in high school, leaving the family's business future uncertain. Consequently, Mu Guanjing is inclined to seek a capable young successor to inherit the family legacy. This intention is quite evident. He aims to secure a son-in-law for his daughter Mu Siqing, as it is commonly said that a son-in-law is akin to a son, and this seems to be his only recourse. Given Mu Siyu's youth, the responsibility naturally falls upon Mu Siqing. Mu Guanjing had indeed favored Qin Fang among the younger generation, as he truly stands out. However, in recent years, the elder has revived discussions regarding a marriage pact established with his sworn brother long ago, which has become a source of vexation for Mu Guanjing. The elder's wishes are not to be disregarded, and Qin Fang has also heard of this matter, understanding that Mu Guanjing holds a favorable view of him. Yet, he perceives the engagement with Mu Siqing as rather tenuous, considering they have not met in over 20 years. How could the fate of Mu Siqing's life be entrusted to someone she has not seen in 2 decades? Qin Fang has been contemplating how to leverage Mu Guanjing as a breakthrough point, intending to persuade the elder, while not overly fixating on Mu Siqing herself. Since the elder is the ultimate decision-maker, there seems little reason for him to be overly concerned about Mu Siqing. Moreover, Mu Siqing has always treated him with indifference, neither warm nor cold. Although Qin Fang feels some frustration, it has not yet reached an intolerable level. However, witnessing the affectionate interactions between Mu Siqing and Su Dong is indeed difficult for him to endure. Yet, upon learning of Su Dong's identity, he felt a sense of relief. Regardless of the nature of Mu Siqing's relationship with this individual, it is evident that she could never marry him, the greatest obstacle being his social standing. The Mu family is not one that someone like Su Dong could aspire to associate with. There is no need for Qin Fang to devise any strategies. Even the Mu family's core is beyond Su Dong's reach, let alone any other connections. Qin Fang believes he can confidently and boldly take measures against Su Dong. Engaging with such a powerless and inconsequential figure, he can act as he pleases, for he doubts Su Dong could ever create a significant disturbance. Zhou Tianqi, with a hesitant demeanor and a forced smile, found himself feeling somewhat anxious. He could not fathom why Qin Fang would take an interest in his relationship with Su Dong. What indeed was the nature of his connection with Su Dong? Logically, Qin Fang and Su Dong were worlds apart, leaving him utterly bewildered. In truth, Zhou Tianqi felt a twinge of fear at Qin Fang's cunning expression. It was too sly for comfort. After a moment of scheming, Qin Fang lifted his gaze to Zhou Tianqi, who seemed lost in thought, and realized his distraction. With a cheerful demeanor, he patted Zhou Tianqi on the shoulder and said, "Boss Zhou, my apologies. I was lost in contemplation. Let us dine together in the private room later and discuss business." Zhou Tianqi was momentarily taken aback by Qin Fang's unexpected invitation. After a brief pause, he was overwhelmed with joy, eagerly nodding, "Absolutely. I would be honored by President Qin's invitation." Given Zhou Tianqi's standing, he was not typically in a position to engage with someone of Qin Fang's stature. His attendance at this event was merely a fortuitous result of the pawnshop's reputation. In terms of status, he was far beneath Qin Fang. Yet Qin Fang had invited all the owners of pawnshops and antique stores in Tongsheng, regardless of their rank, as if sending out a mass message. Thus, when Qin Fang extended his invitation to Zhou Tianqi, the latter was elated. Establishing a connection with Qin Fang could potentially open doors to lucrative opportunities. Qin Fang chuckled again, gesturing to the crowd and clasping his fists together, saying, "Everyone, please enjoy yourselves. I must attend to some matters and will excuse myself for a moment." At that moment, Qin Fong lost interest in further provoking Su Dong to gamble on stones. Instead, he contemplated setting a trap to deal with Su Dong, recognizing that there was no need to undermine him through gambling, especially since he had just lost his momentum due to two ill-fated stones. The earlier enticement to gamble was based on his confidence that his influence and financial power would easily secure a victory over Su Dong. Who could have anticipated Su Dong's extraordinary luck? Zhou Tianqi had lost $1 million on a second-hand stone, while Su Dong had only spent 300 but walked away with $1 million in profit. For an ordinary person, $1 million was a lifetime's worth of sustenance, and it was a sum that Qin Fong had inadvertently bestowed upon Su Dong. This gift of $1 million was both a reluctant necessity and a source of frustration for Qin Fong. Had he refrained from purchasing that stone, others such as Tai Qingjin would certainly have seized the opportunity, and their bids would have surpassed his. The $1 million he offered was, in fact, slightly lower than its worth. Others refrained from competing with him out of respect for his influence and apprehension following his recent loss. Now that Su Dong had received the $1 million, Qin Fong was determined not to let him off easily. That sum, with interest, must be returned. He would not be satisfied until Su Dong faced dire consequences. Su Dong raised the check in his hand and said coolly, "What am I here for? Certainly, the aim is to earn money. Having made 10 million, one might wonder what to do next. 10 million? Upon hearing Su Dong claim such a sum, Zhou Tianqi nearly rebuked him, ready to chastise him for lying. But he hesitated as he noticed Tai Qingjin approaching Su Dong to greet him, leaving his words unspoken. Tai Qingjin, with a contemplative smile, remarked to Su Dong, "Young Su, it appears I misjudged you today. Your discernment is commendable." His choice of words was significant. While others praised Su Dong's fortune, he uniquely acknowledged his keen insight. Su Dong felt a chill run down his spine. Tai, with eyes as sharp as an owl's, could surely see through any pretense. He quickly mustered a smile and replied, "Old Tai, you jest. I am merely a naive youth without any real discernment, just acting recklessly. With only 300 yuan to my name, my stubbornness sometimes leads me to disregard all caution. Had I not been fortunate, I would have been reduced to living on steamed buns and gruel for at least half a month." Tai Chengzin, evidenti un convin, scutin Su Zong Tao Gu Fun. Meanwhile, Mu Siqing came to Su Dong's defense, saying, "What do you mean by luck? Su Zong, zo not belit zo sai." They say excessive humility breeds arrogance. How could someone revered by Long Qiuxing and Long Lao be lacking in merit? Long Lao. Mu Siqing's words instantly astonished the crowd, especially Tai Qingjin, who exclaimed, "Mu girl, are you implying that Su has some connection to Long Lao? Could he be one of Long Lao's disciples?" Mu Siqing wasn't entirely certain of Su Dong's relationship with Long Qiuxing, but she knew he had appeared alongside Long Qiuxing at her grandfather's birthday celebration. Furthermore, it was evident that Long Qiuxing regarded Su Dong with great admiration. In her estimation, he was likely one of Long Qiuxing's prized disciples. Although Mu Siqing lacked knowledge in the antique trade, her familiarity with Long Qiuxing, a towering figure in the field, led her to believe that Su Dong's remarkable abilities must have stemmed from his teachings. After all, how could such a young man possess such extraordinary talent without guidance? Tai Qingjin also speculated that Su Dong might indeed be Long Qiuxing's disciple, though he had never heard of it. However, he knew that in the realm of gambling, coincidences were rare. As the saying goes, 9 out of 10 bets are deceit. Without trickery, it was impossible to secure a winning hand. Chapter 39, Brushrack Mountain. Su Dong contemplated offering an explanation, but ultimately chose silence. After all, Long Lao did treat him differently than others. He decided to tacitly accept the title of disciple to prevent further speculation from Tai Qingjin and others. Moreover, he reasoned that even if this information reached Long Lao's ears, he likely wouldn't take offense, as he had not explicitly claimed to be his disciple. Tai Qingjin's face broke into a broad smile as he pulled Su Dong aside, quietly suggesting, "Young Su, there isn't much more to see here. How about we go grab a meal? It's on me, and you can choose the place, all right?" Su Dong was momentarily taken aback. He had only just become acquainted with Tai Qingjin and had exchanged scarcely a few words. Although Tai Qingjin's gambling style was rather stingy, it must be said that he was indeed a man of considerable wealth. When he made an offer, aside from Qin Fong, no one else dared to compete with him directly. Su Dong noticed how Tai Qingjin cast a sidelong glance at He Bufan, a wealthy individual in Copper City, yet still a cut below Tai Qingjin's standing, who dared not speak up after being slighted. How could such a prominent figure lower himself to display familiarity with someone like him? What could be the meaning behind this invitation to dine together? Su Dong pondered this scoffed. To him, Tai Cheng-jin was akin to a cunning old fox, and he could hardly believe that he would extend a hand of assistance out of pity like Niu Xiangdong had done. Observing Su's efestito, Tai Cheng-jin juke, Zhang Su. I am but an old man, and you are a grown man. Do you truly fear that I might sell you out for this meal? Oh no, that is certainly not my intention. Su Dong flushed and quickly clarified, Old Tai, it should be I who invites you. However, to speak candidly, Su Dong was not particularly eager to dine and converse with Tai Cheng-jin. Despite the man's wealth, he clearly harbored a deep-seated cunning. As the saying goes, a fly does not alight on an egg without a crack. Tai Cheng-jin, a man of such guile, suddenly seeking closeness with someone as impoverished and without connections as he surely had ulterior motives. Could it be that he had taken notice of the 10 million cash Su Dong had just acquired? Come now, let us not dwell on such trivialities. Tai Cheng-jin interrupted Su Dong's attempts to decline, cheerfully stating, I, for one, enjoy befriending those who pique my interest. Friendship knows no bounds of age. Young Su, you are quite perceptive for your age, and I have heard that you are a disciple of Long Lao. This makes me even more eager to befriend you. As for me, I may not be an expert, but I possess some knowledge in the realm of discerning and appreciating certain artifacts. Engaging with someone of your caliber would surely be mutually beneficial. Hearing Tai Cheng-jin's words, Su Dong suddenly realized that the old man was likely seeking to extract his expertise. Momentarily at a loss, he searched for a reason to refuse Tai Cheng-jin, yet he hesitated to do so directly, fearing it might offend him. Just as he found himself in a quandary, Mao Xiqing approached, blocking Su Dong's path, her expression a mix of amusement and reproach. Su Dong, there are still matters in the bureau that require your assistance. Why do you wish to slip away? It seems that now that you have money, you wish to learn mischief, sneaking off as if plotting something nefarious. Su Dong, disregarding her mockery, quickly nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, yes. I had forgotten you had matters to attend to. I shall go at once. Tai Cheng-jin's expression darkened as he addressed Mao Xiqing. What do you mean by implying that I have a reputation for mischief? What sort of person do you take me for? Unfazed by Tai Cheng-jin's ire, Mao Xiqing merely shrugged. How would I know what sort of person you are? I can't possibly keep watch over you 24 hours a day. Iron Cheng-jin was utterly speechless with rage, while Su Dong secretly found it amusing. However, he quickly replied, Iron Lao, I sincerely apologize. I hope to have the opportunity to dine and converse with you another time. Today, I simply forgot about the matter that Hu Ju mentioned earlier. Upon hearing Su Dong's words, Iron Cheng-jin's expression softened, though traces of annoyance lingered. That girl Miao is truly reckless. Nevertheless, since you, young Su, have stated you have matters to attend to, I shall not impose. Let us find another occasion to gather. Su Dong readily agreed, eager to navigate through the current urgency, after which he would no longer concern himself with it. Miao Xiqing, however, paid no heed to Iron Cheng-jin's demeanor, dragging Su Dong away and leaving him fuming. Exiting the building's elevator, Su Dong inhaled the fragrant scent of the flowers and trees outside, invigorating his spirit. Although the lobby was spacious, the crowd made it feel confined, and no ventilation system could compare to the fresh air of nature. Miao Xiqing retrieved her car keys, pressed the unlock button, and after opening the door, gestured for Su Dong to enter. The afternoon sunlight cast a gentle glow on Miao Xiqing's face, rendering her indescribably beautiful from this angle. Su Dong found himself momentarily entranced. This scene felt strikingly familiar, reminiscent of when he had secretly admired Miao Xiyu from a distance. The beauty had been breathtaking and unforgettable. In truth, Miao Xiqing bore a striking resemblance to her sister, Miao Xiyu. Otherwise, Su Dong would not have mistaken Miao Xiqing for Miao Xiyu upon their first encounter. Apart from their age difference, both sisters possessed an unparalleled beauty, making Miao Xiqing's every gesture subtly evoke Miao Xiyu's presence in Su Dong's mind. Have you never seen a beauty before? Hurry and get in. Miao Xiqing chuckled, noticing Su Dong's dazed expression. It was, after all, a source of pride to have a man captivated by her beauty. Furthermore, she did not regard Su Dong as an adult. He was merely a high school student, akin in age to her sister. After their recent encounters, her perception of him had shifted from indifference to a budding fondness, an unnoticed transformation. However, Miao Xiqing remained oblivious to the fact that Su Dong's earlier infatuation was not directed at her, but rather at Miao Xiyu. Embarrassed by Miao Xiqing's playful reprimand, Su Dong hurriedly entered the car from the opposite side, fastening his seatbelt and gripping the overhead handle. Miao Xiqing could not suppress a laugh, exclaiming, Don't be so amusing. Just sit back and relax. I'll drive slowly. No need for you to feel like you're on a roller coaster. Su Dong's cheeks flushed as he attempted to cover. I just happened to get a bit carsick. After driving for a while, Miao Xiqing turned a corner, heading directly along Shijiang Road. Where are we going? Su Zhong Yin Gui. Noticing they were neither heading to the city bureau nor the antique street. Come with me to a place first. Mao Xiqing drove with utmost seriousness, conversing as she maneuvered the vehicle. The criminal investigation and anti-drug team has a significant operation tonight. Due to a shortage of personnel, they have reassigned our major case team members, including you. I have already submitted a request to Chief, and he has arranged for you to have the status of a consultant expert, complete with identification and a salary that surpasses that of our formal officers. Moreover, this consultancy role does not require a rigid 9-to-5 schedule. You will only be called upon when necessary, which should not interfere with your work at the pawn shop. Mao Xiqing's words momentarily caught her companion off guard. Initially inclined to scold her, she reconsidered, finding an odd charm in Su Dong's assertions. Indeed, every parent aspires for their child to achieve greatness, and every student hopes that diligent study will lead to a prosperous future. However, the truth remains, an individual's ultimate accomplishments hinge upon personal capability. Attaining knowledge merely lays a foundational framework. It is not the decisive factor. Struggling to comprehend, she sensed a hint of Zen in Su Dong's discourse. It appeared that children from impoverished backgrounds matured quickly, exhibiting greater maturity in their words and actions than their more privileged peers. The banks of the Shijiang River were breathtaking, adorned with verdant strips of greenery flanking the wide, 4-lane asphalt road. Mao Xiqing gradually accelerated, yet the driving experience diverged from the congested urban streets, where weaving through traffic often led to delays. Here, the road was expansive and straight, allowing the car to glide smoothly, producing a satisfying hum without the jarring bumps of the city. Deciding to refrain from further inquiries, Su Dong felt no apprehension regarding any potential schemes from Mao Xiqing. Her primary need was simply assistance in solving cases, devoid of any ulterior motives. Through their recent interactions, Su Dong had garnered insight into Mao Xiqing's character. She was indeed principled and kind-hearted. In stark contrast to the vast majority of wealthy heirs, she possessed a distinctive demeanor. Initially, her somewhat tomboyish nature was disconcerting to him, as he perceived her as proud and aloof. Yet, he soon discovered that beneath her seemingly indifferent exterior lay a fervent heart. He appreciated her forthrightness, finding it far more admirable than the ostentatiousness exhibited by many spoiled heiresses. As they continued their journey, Su Dong realized they were heading towards Bija Mountain and could not help but exclaim, "Officer Mao, aren't you quite busy? How do you find the time for leisure?" Mao Xiqing's expression dimmed suddenly, and after a lengthy pause, she replied, "Today marks the birthday of a relative of mine. We still have ample time before the evening operation, and whether we will even participate remains uncertain, pending Chief Hu's orders." "Oh," Su Dong responded thoughtfully, then added, "Given it's a relative's birthday, bringing me along might not be appropriate, would it?" Mao Xiqing shook her head dismissively. "It's of no consequence. I'm merely stopping by to say hello. Besides, weren't you previously entangled with the Iron Old Man? Consider this my way of rescuing you." Su Dong suddenly recalled past events and sheepishly touched his forehead, saying, "Indeed, I do not wish to dine with Old Tai." Mu Xiqing snorted and remarked, "I am far more aware of who Old Tai is than you. Regardless of whether your fortune in betting on stones today netted you 10 million through luck or some secret skill, I am certain that Old Tai believes you possess genuine techniques. He is merely coveting the prospect of earning 10 million in one stroke. Who wouldn't be envious?" Su Dong fell into silence for a moment before responding, "I relied on luck, as you well know. That stone was just a stone. I am not clairvoyant. How could I possibly know there was jade within?" Mu Xiqing pouted, neither affirming nor denying. "Never mind. Whether you possess any skills or tricks is of no concern to me. I could never master your ways. If I truly wish to learn, wouldn't T Old Long gladly teach me?" As long as Mu Xiqing refrained from probing further, Su Dong felt a sense of relief. He turned his gaze to the scenery outside the car window, noticing that they had reached a small road on the outskirts, where the landscape was even more picturesque than the greenery along the Shi River. On one side lay lush green mountains, while on the other were vegetable fields and rice paddies. The car's air conditioning was on. Otherwise, Su Dong would have liked to roll down the window to feel the countryside breeze and breathe in the fresh air, which surely surpassed the chaos of urban life. Su Dong nodded in agreement and lowered his window, unexpectedly discovering that Mu Xiqing shared a similar fondness. Baijiashan, located to the north of Tong City, is a mere 20 kilometers from the urban area, yet Su Dong had only visited in his childhood and never returned in adulthood. He had heard that many devout individuals frequented it, The visitors primarily sought to pray and pay their respects at a temple atop Bijayashan, which had once been bustling with monks before liberation. However, after liberation, the monks dispersed, leaving only an elderly monk whose age was unknown. Su Dong had seen him as a child, and although he had not been back to Bijayashan since, he had heard that the old monk still remained. Those who visited the old temple on Bijayashan were not there to converse with the old monk, for he never engaged in dialogue. He either chanted sutras or meditated, spending most of his days tending to a few plots of land behind the temple, growing vegetables and grains to sustain himself. The expansive courtyard of the old temple featured a winding stone dragon, not crafted by artisans, but formed by nature itself. The dragon's head, body, tail, and feet were all present. Legend has it that an ancient monk, upon discovering this stone dragon, chose to build a small temple on Bijayashan, which evolved into the grand temple it is today through the passage of several dynasties. Visitors to Bijayashan predominantly sought to venerate this stone dragon. Su Dong had heard tales in his youth of the dragon's miraculous powers, said to cure ailments with a mere touch and to dispel misfortunes through worship, which explained the throngs of visitors. Could it be that Mu Siqing's relatives were at Bijayashan to pay homage to the stone dragon? The small road leading up the mountain reaches only halfway. Beyond that, one must ascend via a steep stone staircase. For hundreds of kilometers around Tong City, there are no significant mountain ranges, with Bijia Mountain being the only notable peak, its summit standing at an elevation of 898 meters. From the end of the small road, there remains over 800 meters of steep ascent, making the climb quite arduous. Mu Siqing parked her vehicle in a flat area at the mountain's waist, where two other off-road vehicles were also stationed, indicating that the number of visitors today was rather limited. Observing Su Dong as he gazed around, she inquired, "Su Dong, will you accompany me up the mountain? Or will you wait for me here? Up the mountain again?" Su Dong responded, his surprise evident. "Are you going to visit the stone dragon?" "No." Mu Siqing shook her head. As she opened her mouth to speak, tears welled up in her eyes, and the words she intended to say faded away. She waved her hand and softly added, "Never mind, just wait here for me. If you get bored, you can listen to music in the car or take a nap." Seeing Mu Siqing hand over the car keys, Su Dong hesitated but then shook his head, declaring, "I will go up the mountain with you. I visited the summit when I was very young, and I would love to see it again." Mu Siqing nodded without uttering another word and began her ascent, with Su Dong following closely behind. Typically, girls would pause for rest after climbing about 100 steps on such a steep path, but Mu Siqing, possessing remarkable stamina, climbed nearly 300 steps before finally resting on a stone step. Su Dong was already panting, his forehead beaded with sweat. At that moment, he noticed that Mu Siqing, who had also succumbed to exhaustion, had a flushed face with a few strands of hair clinging to her forehead, making her appear particularly endearing. Observing that the stone step on which Mu Siqing sat was relatively wide, Su Dong decided to climb a couple of steps to sit beside her, not out of any ulterior motive, but because sitting behind her would be disrespectful given the steepness of the staircase. Sitting below would also be awkward, so he chose to sit alongside her. The sky was a brilliant blue, completely devoid of clouds. As Su Dong gazed upward, then looked down, he could see the winding roads below, with a large portion of Tong City visible from his vantage point. By this time, Mu Siqing had calmed her breath. She reached out to pluck a tender leaf from a nearby branch, inhaling its scent. Noticing Su Dong's silence, she could not help but speak again. "Su Dong, I always feel you resemble my uncle." Mu Siqing sighed softly. "He is a remarkably intelligent and cultured man, yet he is also a romantic at heart. My aunt married him just over 3 years ago, but she fell ill and passed away. My uncle was heartbroken and mourned her for a year before renouncing the world to live in seclusion at the old temple on Bijia Mountain, keeping company with the elderly monk. No one in the family could dissuade him." At that moment, Su Dong understood why Mu Siqing had come to the old temple on Bijia Mountain. It was to visit her uncle. Such profound devotion was indeed admirable, and Su Dong found himself contemplating his own feelings. If he were in a similar situation, could he exhibit such unwavering loyalty for Mu Siqing? Perhaps he could, for he considered himself to be a person capable of deep affection, despite only harboring a secret crush, and even though Mu Siqing remained unaware of his feelings. He felt a profound conviction that he would never love another. "Since childhood, my aunt has always showered me with affection and protection. My uncle, loving her dearly, has also shown me great kindness. I distinctly remember that in the years following my aunt's passing, I made it a point to visit my uncle several times each year. However, ever since he retreated to the mountains, he has not uttered a single word. My visits have become mere glimpses of a man who grows frailier with each passing year, deepening the ache in my heart. As Mao Xiqing spoke with sorrow, Su Dong listened intently, reflecting on the unbearable pain he felt when both his parents perished. In those dark moments, he contemplated following them into the afterlife, and that grief remains vividly etched in his memory. While Mao Xiqing expressed her longing for her aunt and uncle, she turned to Su Dong and was taken aback to see his eyes glistening with unshed tears, an unexpected sight that elicited both amusement and exasperation. This young man, she mused, was either genuinely emotive or simply adept at feigning sorrow. Mao Xiqing had not anticipated that Su Dong's thoughts would drift to his own grief, leaving her in a position where she wished to laugh but found herself unable to. "Let us proceed," she declared, rising and instinctively brushing off the dust from her attire before continuing her ascent. This time, they climbed with renewed vigor, and Su Dong noted that the scenery atop the mountain had remained largely unchanged since his childhood, save for the trees around the old temple, which had grown both larger and more abundant. Following Mao Xiqing into the temple, they descended several stone steps leading to a spacious courtyard, adorned with smooth, polished blue stones. Surrounding the courtyard stood 5 or 6 venerable pine trees, and before them loomed a temple structure with grand wooden doors wide open. Even from 50 meters away, Su Dong could discern a figure seated cross-legged within the hall. Mao Xiqing quickened her pace, while Su Dong looked up once more at the temple, initially sensing something amiss. A closer inspection revealed the source of his unease. He had perceived a faint golden light emanating from the temple's roof, initially mistaking it for sunlight filtering through. Upon closer examination, he realized it was not sunlight, but rather a rare aura of treasure. A wave of astonishment and curiosity washed over him. Since acquiring the ability to perceive such auras, he had encountered many precious items, each emanating a limited aura that corresponded to its size, color, and value. Yet, the aura now radiating from the entire temple was unprecedented in its magnitude. What kind of extraordinary treasure could account for such an expansive aura? "Su Dong, please wait for me outside for a moment," Mao Xiqing called out, having assumed he would accompany her inside. She wished to shield her true emotions from him, and seeing him lost in reverie while gazing at the temple's pinnacle eased her concerns. It appeared that Su Dong, still bearing the essence of rural simplicity, was as awestruck as a child wandering into a grand garden for the first time. Su Dong casually responded with a grunt, his gaze fixated on the summit of the temple, while Mao Xiqing waved her hand and entered on her own. At that moment, Su Dong was entirely oblivious to what Mao Xiqing had said. His attention was wholly captivated by the immense, unparalleled aura of treasure emanating from the temple's apex, leaving him in profound astonishment. What kind of extraordinary artifact could produce such a vast and potent aura? Or was it something beyond the realm of imagination? Lost in thought, Su Dong eventually surveyed his surroundings. The expansive courtyard of the temple was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence, while the slanting rays of the sun cast a golden veil over the temple and the trees. Mao Xiqing had already entered the hall to converse with her uncle, and Su Dong had no intention of paying his respects. It mattered little to him whether it was considered impolite, especially since her uncle remained silent. The allure of that aura was too compelling to resist. Su Dong did not harbor intentions of thievery or acquisition. He simply yearned to behold the true nature of that extraordinary object, pondering what kind of treasure could exude such a powerful and rich aura. However, given its preciousness, it was likely that the guardian of such a treasure would not readily display it. Moreover, should he rashly inquire about viewing the artifact, the owner would surely find it peculiar and be bewildered by how he had come to know of it. After a moment of contemplation, Su Dong decided it was best to abandon the idea. The more valuable the item, the more securely it would be concealed, and he resolved not to gaze in the direction of the hall entrance. Instead, he meandered slowly towards the right side of the temple, intending to appreciate the surrounding scenery. The walkway beneath the eaves was paved with stones, and as Su Dong treaded softly in his rubber-soled sneakers, the vast courtyard remained impeccably clean. Not a single leaf had fallen. As Mao Xiqing had mentioned, the temple was home to only her uncle and an elderly monk, and while sweeping wasn't particularly laborious, the expansive grounds posed a challenge, especially with just 2 individuals attending to it. In the center of the courtyard, the naturally formed winding stone dragon appeared just as it had in his childhood memories, though its surface was now exceedingly smooth, likely polished by countless hands. The stone dragon, while somewhat resembling the mythical creature, lacked the defined features of a head, body, horns, or feet, sharing only a vague similarity. Su Dong ambled along the stone path towards the rear of the temple, where a tall courtyard wall enclosed a small garden, where vegetables such as greens, cabbage, and garlic were cultivated. Observing this, Su Dong suddenly felt a sense of proximity to the monks residing in the temple. They too were mere mortals, akin to ordinary people with the same fundamental needs. Beside the vegetable patch stood a stone table flanked by 2 stone benches. Su Dong approached and seated himself on one of the benches, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation, his mind still preoccupied with the aura of that treasure. Pondering the nature of the remarkable artifact, no matter how he tried, he could not conjure a clear image of its form. In his imagination, he envisioned it as something monumental, perhaps a grand golden Buddha statue or another impressive figure. Within the temple, it seemed likely that such a relic would be the only thing of considerable stature. As he pondered, a faint, almost imperceptible sound suddenly reached his ears. Su Dong found it rather peculiar. The temple was eerily silent, devoid of any other presence. It felt as though someone was whispering from a corner, which indeed struck him as strange. Straining his ears, he sensed that the sound resembled a monk's chant, delicate as a gossamer thread, elusive and impossible to pinpoint. Where could it possibly be emanating from? Perplexed, Su Dong rose to his feet, determined to trace the origin of the sound. However, upon reflection, he realized that aside from the old monk and his uncle, there were no other individuals present in the temple. Could it be emanating from within? Glancing ahead, he contemplated stepping into the temple, yet hesitated, suspecting it might merely be the old monk reciting scriptures. The sound, however, was so ethereal and erratic that he could not discern its source. Caught in a moment of indecision, his curiosity got the better of him, and he walked briskly towards a corner. There, indeed, stood a wooden door, its deep red paint weathered and peeling. Despite the chipping and cracks, the door remained remarkably sturdy and substantial. The craftsmanship of old was undeniably superior. Once, procuring quality timber was a simple task, unlike today, where fine hardwood is scarce and exorbitantly priced. Even ordinary rosewood furniture commands a fortune, let alone the rarer varieties. The door stood ajar, and Su Dong hesitated, weighing the prospect of entering against the fear of being mistaken for a thief. Just then, the once elusive sound seemed to gain clarity, and upon listening more intently, he discerned that it was indeed emanating from within the room beyond the door. Realizing there was someone inside, he rationalized that entering would not constitute an intrusion. He could simply greet the occupant and perhaps even witness some extraordinary treasures, even if he did not encounter any valuables. The sight of various gemstones of different colors would serve as a remarkable testament to his journey. "Is anyone there?" Su Dong called out, unable to restrain his curiosity. Before stepping inside, the interior revealed a storage room cluttered with agricultural produce, potatoes, corn cobs, a few eggplants, and cucumbers, among others. Toward the back, another door beckoned. Without further hesitation, he ventured through it, calling out once more, "Is anyone there?" At this point, nothing could deter Su Dong from his resolve to explore further, for the space was suffused with the very aura of treasures he had glimpsed atop the temple. Upon entering, he found himself in a meditation room, which housed only an old monk and 2 cushions. Su Dong stood in stunned silence. The old monk sat with eyes closed in quiet contemplation, and the rich aura that enveloped the temple emanated directly from him. Clad in a thin, blue monk's robe, the old man appeared unable to conceal any significant treasures. Yet the intensity of the aura raised questions about the nature of the source that produced such profound energy. Though the old monk's eyes were closed, his appearance seemed unchanged from the first time Su Dong had encountered him over a decade ago. Su Dong had first met the old monk when he was around 7 or 8 years old. At that time, the monk's robe was stained and disheveled, his white eyebrows contrasting with his black beard. His skin was rosy and warm, reminiscent of an infant, and he appeared no older than 35 or 36. Now, after at least 16 or 17 years without a sight of him, Su Dong calculated with astonishment that the monk's face bore little significant alteration, as if the relentless march of time had no hold over him whatsoever. "Master," Su Dong began hesitantly, unsure of how to address him. Calling him old monk felt disrespectful, while old gentleman seemed inappropriate. In his uncertainty, he settled on master. Suddenly, the old monk opened his eyes, and Su Dong was taken aback by the depth of their gaze. As a child, he had perceived the monk as tall and unkempt, with bright eyes. Yet now, those very eyes seemed like a bottomless black abyss. "Come here," the old monk beckoned, inviting Su Dong to approach. Dazed, Su Dong shuffled forward, and the monk pointed to a mat before him, instructing, "Sit down." Without a moment's thought, Su Dong complied. The monk placed his hand on Su Dong's head, and though the boy was uncertain of the monk's intent, he suddenly felt the warmth of the monk's palm radiating like a branding iron. A wave of heat surging from his scalp directly into his mind, leaving him in a dizzying haze. It was akin to the sensation of intoxication or the disorientation of being at sea or in an airplane, lost in a fog. With the distant sound of the monk's chanting echoing in his ears, whether it was speech or song, he could not discern, nor could he understand the content. Su Dong felt enveloped in warmth, utterly confused, with nothing but confusion remaining in his thoughts. Time slipped away, and Su Dong eventually found himself enveloped in a profound sense of comfort, too languid to think, even reluctant to open his eyes. Until suddenly, the call of Mao Xiqing pierced through the haze. Su Dong, wake up! Su Dong, wake up! Startled, he opened his eyes to a golden expanse, the slanting rays of the setting sun illuminating his surroundings. He realized he was lying beside a stone dragon in the courtyard, with Mao Xiqing's radiant face bending down to call him. Su Dong, momentarily stunned, sprang to his feet and looked around, bewildered. "Where's the old monk? Where's Baobaoki?" he inquired. Mao Xiqing, with a playful reprimand, replied, "What kind of dream did you have? Old monk? Baobaoki? You seem to be the one acting like a child." Su Dong felt a surge of confusion, recalling distinctly that he had walked along the eaves to the back, entered through the wooden door, and that the old monk had seemingly given him a massage on his head, leaving him in a delightful stupor. How was it that he awoke in the courtyard? Could it be that he had merely dozed off here and dreamt? No, no. Su Dong shook his head, voicing his thoughts aloud as he turned toward the entrance and asked Mao Xiqing, "Where's the old monk? Is he not in the temple? Have you finished your conversation with your uncle?" Chapter 42. Seeking Trouble. Su Dong ran his fingers through his hair and cast a glance towards the temple's grand entrance, pondering aloud, "Strange, Officer Mu, I wish to see the old monk." Mu Xiqing furrowed her brow and replied, "My uncle mentioned that the old monk passed away a month ago. Now, he is the only one left in the temple." The news of the old monk's demise took Su Dong by surprise. Turning back to gaze at the temple, he found himself lost in thought, unable to discern whether he had just experienced a dream or reality. If the old monk had indeed departed from this world, then he must have been dreaming. As he scrutinized the temple anew, he suddenly noticed that the aura of treasure which had previously emanated from it had vanished without a trace. Where had it gone? Su Dong chuckled softly. Perhaps it's possible to be foolish, but to renounce worldly ties and become a monk, I fear I have not yet reached that state. My earthly attachments are too strong for me to leave and become a monk. How peculiar. Su Dong scratched his head in confusion, grappling with an understanding that eluded him. Caught between the realms of dreams and reality, unable to distinguish between the two. "Let's go, of course," he said with a smile, continuing on his way while contemplating that he must have dozed off against the stone dragon, though he could not recall how he had managed to sleep there. The ascent had been exhausting, and now, descending, his feet felt light and unsteady. Mu Xiqing paused briefly to tap her legs, stating, though the climb was tiring, it felt substantial. "The descent, while easier, renders my feet weightless and ungrounded." Su Dong, however, felt none of this. His mind was muddled, still entangled in the strange dream he had experienced in the temple, and he could not shake off the confusion that lingered like a knot in his heart. Upon reaching the parking spot halfway up the mountain, he noticed that the other vehicles were nowhere to be seen, leaving only Mu Xiqing's Kapachi. She retrieved her car keys and pressed the unlock button. Su Dong entered from the opposite side, fastening his seatbelt. As Mu Xiqing drove, he felt a throbbing in his head, a drowsiness enveloping him, and soon he leaned against the headrest and fell asleep. "Hey!" Mu Xiqing called out, but Su Dong did not respond. Amused yet exasperated, she thought, he can't be that tired already. How could he fall asleep as soon as he got in the car? I can't even wake him. In a haze, Su Dong felt an intense heat enveloping him, as if he were being scorched by fire, and he could not help but moan. He seemed to hear Mu Xiqing's voice calling to him from nearby. Yet his eyelids felt as heavy as if burdened by iron weights, refusing to open. Time passed, and the heat gradually subsided, replaced by a sensation akin to floating in cool ocean waters, so soothing that he finally managed to open his eyes. What greeted him was the exquisitely beautiful face of Mu Xiqing, her expression etched with concern. Su Dong struggled to ask, "Have we arrived at the hospital again?" The surrounding facilities and the intravenous apparatus hanging nearby made it evident that he was indeed in a hospital. Mu Xiqing, initially wearing a worried frown, lit up with joy upon seeing him awake. "Oh, you're awake?" At that moment, Su Dong felt invigorated, and his body seemed free of any ailment. He stirred slightly and sat up, saying, "How could I possibly catch a cold when I'm perfectly fine? My body is not that fragile." Since the tragic demise of his parents in a car accident, Su Dong had endured the elements at his uncle's home for the past 2 years, frequently exposed to wind and rain without any issues. Even when he caught a cold, his relatives tended to ignore him. He was never permitted to fall ill, and fortunately, his health had always proven resilient, as he had never truly been sick. Mu Siqing, both exasperated and irritated, attempted to prevent Su Dong from rising. "You are still receiving intravenous treatment. Please refrain from moving around until the doctor arrives for an examination." Although she perceived Su Dong's body as delicate, she remained cautious. The attending physician arrived with a nurse to conduct an examination, and Su Dong had no choice but to comply. As the doctor examined him, he inquired about Su Dong's physical sensations, to which Su Dong shook his head in response, indicating that he felt no discomfort. Indeed, as he claimed, there was no pain or unease. Rather, he felt more invigorated than ever before. After checking his blood pressure and other vital signs, the doctor turned to Mu Siqing and stated, "Fortunately, there are no issues. It seems he merely caught a slight chill. After receiving a bag of fluids, he should recover without any significant concerns." Mu Siqing exhaled in relief and glanced at Su Dong's complexion, which appeared rosy and vibrant. His eyes sparkling with vitality. He seemed perfectly fine. "I don't need any more fluids. I'm completely all right." For some inexplicable reason, Su Dong found the intravenous medication uncomfortable and decided to remove the 4-line abruptly. "Ouch!" The nurse gasped in surprise, but by the time she attempted to intervene, he had already pulled it out, causing blood to seep from the injection site on his hand. In a flurry, Mu Siqing rushed to staunch the bleeding, while Su Dong casually pressed his finger against the wound, saying, "It's nothing. A little blood from the foresight is no more than a minor scrape from a thorn." The nurse glanced at the nearly full 4 bag and asked the attending physician, "Dr. Chun, should I reinsert the 4? There is still plenty of fluid left," including 2 more bags, one for inflammation and another for nutrition. Having just conducted a thorough examination, Dr. Chun confirmed that Su Dong's indicators were indeed satisfactory. Noticing Su Dong's strong aversion to further 4 treatment, he nodded and said, "Let it be. If he doesn't wish to continue, then we shall not insist. I truly believe there is nothing serious at hand." Seeing that Dr. Chun had made this decision, the nurse relented. However, the doctor added, "If you wish to discharge him, the paperwork will have to wait until tomorrow when the office reopens. It cannot be processed now." "That is perfectly fine." Su Dong eagerly agreed, while Mu Siqing, hearing the doctor's assurance, felt it unnecessary to insist on his hospitalization. Yet, recalling Su Dong's stubborn nature, she couldn't help but feel both amused and frustrated. Previously, he had sneaked out of the hospital. Such a grown man, afraid of hospitalization and needles, behaved like a child. In truth, Mu Siqing had not anticipated that Su Dong was not afraid of injections or medication, but genuinely felt well. Sitting at the edge of his bed, he leaned down to search for his shoes. Remembering they were on the shelf, Mu Siqing decided against informing him, recognizing his obstinate demeanor. Su Dong searched for a while, but found nothing, feeling a bit awkward as he glanced left and right. Observing the pouting expression of Mu Siqing, he hesitated to inquire her. Su Dong was aware that Mu Siqing was upset and thought it best to wait until her temper cooled before asking her anything. However, while observing her, he suddenly noticed a faint wisp of azure mist emanating from her head. Su Dong was taken aback. Could it be that Mu Siqing was concealing some treasure atop her head? Yet, considering her neatly combed black hair, which was tied back in a simple ponytail without any adornments, not even earrings dangling from her lobes, he found it implausible that any treasure could be hidden there. Upon further inspection, he became increasingly convinced that there was no treasure concealed upon her head. It struck him as odd. If she were carrying something valuable, the aura would surely emerge from where it was hidden, not from above her head. The fact that it was emanating from her head implied that this mist was rising from within her very being. Su Dong was astonished and perplexed, turning to glance at the doctor and nurse. To his astonishment, he saw that they too were emitting a soft azure mist. After a moment of stupor, he realized that this mist was likely not some treasure's aura. It was improbable that Mu Siqing, the doctor, and the nurse were all concealing the same treasure. As the doctor and nurse moved to examine the patient in the adjacent bed, Mu Siqing approached Su Dong and whispered, "Su Dong, why are you staring blankly? Do you want Dr. Chun to suggest sending you to a psychiatric hospital for an evaluation?" Su Dong, startled and enlightened, quickly shook his head with a smile. "Mu Siqing, Her curiosity piqued, cast a suspicious glance at the nurse, whose face was largely obscured by a mask, revealing only her eyes. She leaned in and quietly asked Su Dong, "Are you infatuated with the nurse's beauty?" Su Dong's face flushed with embarrassment, and he indignantly retorted, "How can I determine if she is beautiful when her face is covered?" Mao Xiqing chuckled and said slowly, "Should I ask her to remove her mask so you can see for yourself?" Su Dong, failing yi sapda, found himself at a loss for words. He had no intention of engaging in such trivial matters, yet Mao Xiqing seized the opportunity to needle him, nitpicking his words as if searching for a flaw in an egg. After the doctor and nurse had exited, Su Dong, with a hint of irritation, remarked to Mao Xiqing, "You just love to spout nonsense. What does it matter to me if the nurse is pretty? I have no inclination to see what she looks like. If I truly wanted to see someone beautiful, why would I need to look at her when I have you?" Although Mao Xiqing often appeared carefree and boisterous, her mind was keenly perceptive. She immediately grasped the implication of his unfinished sentence and, with a playful smile, replied, "Oh, so you think I am beautiful?" Su Dong spat again, attempting to retort Mu Xiqing, yet found himself unable to utter any words that would betray his conscience. It is likely that only a blind person would dare to claim Mu Xiqing's lack of beauty, for those with clear sight would never utter such nonsense. However, Su Dong simply thought Mu Xiqing was excessively proud. Acknowledging her words would only serve to inflate her ego further. Mu Xiqing chuckled with satisfaction and quipped, "What does a young brat know about beauty?" In terms of age, Mu Xiqing felt a sense of superiority over Su Dong, yet he was undeniably more mature than his peers. She nearly forgot the significance of age when she was with Su Dong, naturally treating him as an equal, even fostering a sense of camaraderie. Nevertheless, despite this bond, Mu Xiqing had no intentions of romantic involvement with Su Dong, so she let the light-hearted banter end there. "Well, since you seem to have nothing pressing, let us go out for a bite," Mu Xiqing suggested, but abruptly halted when it came to the notion of treating him. With a playful laugh, she added, "No, I'm quite impoverished. It should be you, the newly minted millionaire, who treats us. Come, let us indulge ourselves. After all, we've been excused from our mission by Director Hu, so it's the perfect opportunity to lighten your wallet." Upon hearing the mention of food, Su Dong's stomach grumbled in agreement. He indeed felt quite hungry. Having just earned a substantial sum, he was hardly concerned about any financial repercussions. Mu Xiqing retrieved a pair of shoes from the cabinet and handed them to Su Dong, saying, "Let us get going. I'll handle the discharge paperwork tomorrow." He awoke feeling invigorated, hardly resembling someone who had been ill. He recalled the peculiar sight of Mu Xiqing and several doctors and nurses, all seemingly enveloped in a faint green mist, leaving him puzzled about the situation. As he strolled along the bustling sidewalk, observing the passers-by, Su Dong found himself engulfed in confusion. Remarkably, each individual appeared to be surrounded by a subtle, ethereal mist. Surely, such treasures could not be possessed by all. Was it possible that his vision was deceiving him? Rubbing his eyes, he scrutinized the scene anew and confirmed that indeed, every person bore a faint mist above their heads. Bewildered, he turned his gaze to the surrounding objects, only to discover that everything exhibited a slight haze, varying only in hue and intensity. Previously, he had only perceived the distinct colors of precious gems, but now it seemed as if all things were shrouded in an aura, distinguished only by their subtlety. Su Dong gazed in a daze, pondering whether his ability to perceive this aura had evolved. Observing Su Dong's hesitance, Mu Xiqing could not help but feel exasperated. "You're being so stingy. It's merely a matter of treating someone to a meal. Why the delay? Forget it, I want to eat." Su Dong was taken aback, and with a wry smile replied, "I was simply lost in thought. It's not reluctance. It's just a meal, after all. Is it such a big deal?" Mu Xiqing's expression softened slightly as she fixed her gaze on Su Dong and inquired, "Su Dong, what is the matter with you today? You seem particularly odd, quite unlike your usual self." Su Dong, taken aback, quickly shook his head. "What's different? Am I not still myself? Come on, I'm starving. Let us dine together, and today, the choice is yours, my treat." "Of course," Mu Xiqing replied without hesitation. "I would feel remiss if I didn't extract a hefty sum from you. We must indulge in an exceptionally lavish meal." Upon hearing the term exceptionally lavish, a sense of apprehension washed over Su Dong. Coming from a wealthy family, Mu Xiqing's standards far surpassed his modest means. The prospect of dining in a high-end establishment, where a meal could easily cost tens of thousands, daunted him. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it. Rather, he felt it was not worth such an extravagant expenditure. Nevertheless, he had little choice but to brace himself for this impending indulgence. After leaving the hospital, it was already past 7 in the evening. Mu Xiqing drove her Chevrolet Captiva at a steady 40 miles per hour along the street. Su Dong hesitated to inquire about their destination, his mind conjuring a plethora of opulent dining establishments he had heard of in Tongqing. However, to his surprise, Mu Xiqing's route diverged from those luxurious locales and headed toward the old district in the north. Su Dong was quite familiar with that area, having spent his primary and secondary school years there. In recent years, development had largely bypassed the northern district due to the abundance of old buildings, making demolition both difficult and costly. Mu Xiqing parked the car alongside the road where parking lines were marked. After exiting the vehicle, she waved to Su Dong, who was still gazing around in confusion. "Get out. What are you dawdling for?" Once outside, Su Dong, still perplexed, asked, "Which restaurant are we heading to?" "Surely, there are no good dining options around here?" With a playful lift of her elegant chin, Mu Xiqing smiled. "Just follow me." Naturally, Su Dong had no choice but to accompany her. As Mu Xiqing walked ahead at a leisurely pace, he followed closely behind. Not far along, they arrived at the entrance of the 12th middle school. Observing the students in their uniforms bustling in and out, Su Dong felt a wave of nostalgia. His 3 years of secondary education were spent at this very school, and it had been over 3 years since he left. During his time there, he had been a privileged youth, and reflecting on those days brought him a sense of happiness. In stark contrast to the hardships he had endured over the past 2 years, Su Dong was surprised to learn that Mu Xiqing had also attended the same school. Though he remained silent to avoid her perhaps elevating their connection by referring to him as a senior. As they walked, Mu Xiqing remarked, "I haven't visited 12th middle school in so many years. I wonder if any of my teachers are still here." Su Dong thought to himself, "I hope she doesn't suggest visiting teachers or classmates. I certainly lack the time to accompany her on such a nostalgic tour." Fortunately, Mu Xiqing did not voice such intentions and continued walking straight past the school gate, unexpectedly turning into a wonton restaurant just outside the school. Su Dong paused, glancing up at the restaurant sign, which felt remarkably familiar. He must have visited it at least 90 times during his school days. This establishment may seem like an ordinary wonton shop, yet for the students of the 12th middle school, it holds a unique charm. Although it is a modest venue, the students are not affluent. They gather here primarily for its hearty portions, delightful flavors, and, most importantly, its affordability. The proprietor, Mrs. Zheng, a woman in her 40s, single-handedly manages every aspect of the restaurant, serving as owner, employee, and even dishwasher. Her kindness towards the students has earned her the affectionate title of Zheng Ma among the students and teachers of the school. As Mao Xiqing entered the wonton shop, she called out cheerfully, "Zheng Ma, 2 bowls of wontons." Su Dong couldn't help but chuckle quietly, relieved as well. This was Mao Xiqing's idea of a lavish feast. Inside, Zheng Ma was busy preparing wontons. With class about to commence and the shop relatively quiet, she took a moment to fill the dumplings. Upon hearing the familiar voice, she looked up and, seeing the beaming Mao Xiqing, was momentarily taken aback. She quickly set aside her dough, rose, and warmly welcomed her, saying, "What brings you here today?" "Xiqing, please have a seat." Mao Xiqing smiled back. "Zheng Ma, do you still remember me? It's been 6 or 7 years since I last visited. Zeng Machakod. How could I forget? You and Ce are the 2 most beautiful girls in this school. Almost half the boys who come here for wontons talk about you sisters. How could I not remember? And who might this be? Is he your friend?" As Zheng Ma conversed with Mao Xiqing, her gaze shifted to Su Dong, who stood nearby. Grinning, she scrutinized him, initially mistaking him for Mao Xiqing's boyfriend. Hearing Su Dong's affectionate address of Zheng Ma, she felt a flicker of confusion. After observing him for a moment, she shook her head in mild exasperation. "Oh dear, my memory fails me. I simply cannot recall." In Chapter 44, The Salt Shaker, Mao Xiqing tilted her head, scrutinizing Su Dong. His demeanor seemed peculiar. Could he have also attended this school, considering that he was in the same class as her sister? Mao Ce, it was plausible he had once been a student here as well. After all, he had spoken to Zheng Ma with such familiarity. Zheng Ma, with a habitual sigh, promptly moved to the stove to prepare the food. Su Dong observed Zheng Ma, noting her slightly fuller figure and the increased gray in her hair, and felt a pang of nostalgia. No one can escape the passage of time. Mao Xiqing, glancing at Su Dong with a playful smile, teased, "The way you called Zheng Ma just now, it sounded even more natural than how you address your own mother. You must be a former student of the 12th middle school. Otherwise, how could you be so familiar? I can confidently say I am your senior. In ancient times, you would be my junior. In the present, I am your elder sister in academia." Let us not dwell on formalities. Just call me senior sister from now on. Given this connection, you must endeavor to assist your senior sister in solving significant cases in the future. Su Dong was momentarily taken aback, offering only a wry smile, realizing that she had seen through him. However, it was not surprising. Mu Xiqing was indeed in this line of work, her perceptiveness surpassing that of ordinary people. Observing Zheng Ma's somewhat clumsy gestures, Mu Xiqing sighed softly. Ah, Zheng Ma has aged considerably. Su Dong also sighed, suddenly fixing his gaze on Mu Xiqing with a teasing smile. Did you not say you would mercilessly squeeze me for money? Why then have you brought me here to enjoy wontons? Mu Xiqing huffed lightly, replying, perhaps you've become too complacent with your earnings? Do not think that just because you earn a lot, you can squander recklessly. Even mountains of gold and silver can be depleted. Indeed, Su Dong chuckled. It seemed that while Mu Xiqing often appeared fierce and formidable, her heart was, in fact, quite kind. She spoke of extorting him, yet all she truly desired was a bowl of wontons. This form of extortion could be repeated 1,000 times without concern. Truth be told, Mu Xiqing was quite different from many of the affluent second-generation individuals. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, Su Dong couldn't help but smile. Initially, he had misunderstood her and harbored resentment. He only sought to distance himself from her entanglements while solving cases together. Yet now, his impression of her had completely transformed. She did not flaunt her wealth, nor abuse her privileges, which was indeed rare. What had once felt like mere obligation had evolved into a genuine desire to assist her. In a short while, Zheng Ma brought over 2 bowls of freshly cooked wontons. Mu Xiqing picked up her chopsticks but paused, closing her eyes to savor the aroma, exclaiming, "How fragrant!" Glancing at Su Dong, who was lifting a piece of wonton to his mouth, she smiled, reaching for the vinegar bottle on the table to add some to her bowl, stating, "Whenever I eat wontons here, I always add a bit of vinegar. I love the taste." Su Dong couldn't help but chuckle at her remark, finding it amusing that one would insist on adding vinegar to something unappealing. However, he understood that her statement was a mere slip of the tongue. Noticing her glare, he merely smiled in silence. After taking a bite of the wonton, he felt no need for vinegar, finding it slightly salty instead. Su Dong promptly stood up, heading straight to the stove while saying, "Zheng Ma, I prefer my food to be well seasoned. Please add some salt." Zheng Ma quickly brought a bowl of salt over, saying, "At my age, my hands are not as nimble as they used to be. I may have added less salt than necessary. Feel free to add more, but don't overdo it." "Zheng Ma, regardless of your cooking, it's just my preference for stronger flavors," Su Dong quickly denied, wanting to burden Zheng Ma, reaching for a spoon to add salt. However, when his eyes fell upon the salt bowl in Zheng Ma's hands, he was momentarily stunned. The bowl of salt she held was inconspicuous and dark, resembling a bowl, but actually a small basin emanating a faint azure aura. Although he had felt something peculiar since leaving the hospital, the auras he had encountered thus far had been very faint, starkly contrasting with this evident treasure. The sudden appearance of this aura made the difference unmistakable. Based on his previous experiences, Su Dong was nearly certain that Zheng Ma's salt bowl was a valuable item. After adding a small spoonful of salt, he turned to Zheng Ma and said, "Zheng Ma, since I prefer a stronger flavor, perhaps you could place the salt bowl on the table? I will try to adjust it to my liking." "Certainly." Zheng Ma casually handed the salt bowl to Su Dong and turned back to the stove to attend to her tasks. Su Dong shook his head and then focused intently on the salt bowl. The bowl appeared dark due to a heavy layer of grease. Yet a delicate pattern adorned its outer rim. It was filled halfway with salt, making it impractical to turn it over to inspect the bottom without spilling its contents. After a moment's contemplation, Su Dong took a paper towel to wipe the rim of the salt bowl. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it wasn't particularly dirty. Its color merely gave it an antiquated charm. Mao Xiqing chided, "Su Dong, Zheng Ma has always been quite particular about hygiene. Is it really necessary to wipe the salt bowl in front of her?" She continued, "It's merely a salt bowl. What is so peculiar about it?" Su Dong chuckled softly, remaining silent as he continued to gaze at the bowl. Although his knowledge of ceramics was limited, the bowl emanated an aura of rarity, suggesting it was no ordinary item. While he could not discern its worth, it was evident that it possessed significant value. Before long, Zheng Ma brought over a plate of fried eggs, saying, "Xiqing, make sure to eat well with your friend. There is nothing fancy here, just wontons and these fried eggs. That won't do." Upon hearing Zheng Ma's offer, both Su Dong and Mao Xiqing exclaimed in unison. Zheng Ma laughed. "What is the big deal? It's just a few yuan's worth. If I were to run this as a long-term business, I would normally charge. But since I won't be here much longer, I'm merely using up what's left." Mao Xiqing's expression suddenly froze as she noticed the aging lines on Zheng Ma's face. A lump formed in her throat, and after a long pause, she asked, Zheng Ma, they're going to demolish this place. Why not rent somewhere else to continue your business? Zheng Ma smiled wryly, Siqing, as an old woman. I neither have the capacity to manage a larger establishment nor the capital to do so. This old shop is barely hanging on. After paying rent and utilities, I only make a couple of thousand a month. If I were to rent a place elsewhere, I wouldn't even cover the rent. Though Mao Siqing was a wealthy heiress, she understood that Zheng Ma, despite her poverty, was no beggar and did not require charity. Even if she had money to spare, Zheng Ma would undoubtedly refuse it. However, upon hearing Su Dong's suggestion, a spark of curiosity ignited in her heart, prompting her to urge him on, wondering if he truly had a viable plan. Su Dong smiled and pointed to the salt jar on the table, saying, Zheng Ma, this salt jar appears to be an antique. While I am not fully aware of its true value, since you are not inclined to continue the shop, I have two suggestions. First, I can purchase the salt jar from you for 100,000 yuan. Given my uncertainty regarding its actual worth, this is a guaranteed offer. If you believe it holds greater value, I can assist in connecting you with expert buyers. Whatever price it fetches would be entirely yours. Zheng Ma was taken aback, staring at him for a moment before pointing to her ear and asking incredulously, are you saying this salt jar is worth 100,000 yuan? You're not joking, are you? I assure you, I'm not deceiving you. Su Dong replied, shaking his head affirmatively. However, Su Dong also contemplated that having just earned 10 million, it would not be a significant sacrifice to offer 100,000 to help Zheng Ma resolve her predicament. Yet, given Zheng Ma's character, she would certainly not accept charity. She would not allow herself to be perceived as a beggar. Thus, engaging in this gamble might prove beneficial. If, by chance, the item were not worth 100,000, then the second suggestion would be rendered futile. Transactions on Taobao carry risks. The outcome hinges on discernment and luck. Viewing this transaction as a personal trial could serve him well. Zheng Ma, momentarily taken aback, shook her head with a wry smile and remarked, Child, how could such a plain salt jar possibly be worth 100,000? Your parents' money likely did not come easily. Do not engage in foolishness. Chapter 45. The Authenticity of Antiques. Su Dong appeared too youthful, proposing a sum of 100,000, which left Zheng Ma incredulous. However, since Su Dong had arrived with Mu Siqing, Zheng Ma had heard some rumors about her status. Anyone associated with Mu Siqing, regardless of their youth, likely possessed some wealth. Yet money from such affluent individuals was not easily acquired. If he carelessly squandered his funds, he risked incurring the ire of his family, which could lead to dire consequences for him. Moreover, Zheng Ma was not one to covet ill-gotten gains. Everyone strives to earn a living. Yet those who are not greedy do not dwell on dreams of sudden wealth. Often, unexpected fortune signifies calamity. How many have faced ruin due to a stroke of luck? Su Dong spoke earnestly, yet he had not anticipated that his words would frighten Zheng Ma. Upon hearing Su Dong's declaration, Mu Siqing paused briefly before joyfully inquiring, Su Dong, are you serious? Su Dong recognized Zheng Ma's skepticism and suddenly realized that his abrupt statement had overwhelmed her. It exceeded her comprehension. Of course I am serious. Su Dong replied with a wry smile, raising his hands in a gesture of sincerity. I may not boast about other matters, but when it comes to antiques, artifacts, and rare treasures, I believe I possess some degree of discernment. Mu Siqing's realization dawned upon her. Indeed, he was an expert in appraisal. Reflecting on her own cases, it was Su Dong who had inexplicably discovered the artifacts hidden by Huang Fa and provided the clues necessary for solving the case. Zheng Ma, Mu Siqing exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Rest assured, he is not one to speak lightly. He is a connoisseur of antiques. If he asserts that this salt jar is indeed an antique, then it is undoubtedly so. However, since it is an antique, I suggest we raise the price to 200,000. Zheng Ma, let us seal the deal. Su Dong could not help but chuckle ruefully. Mu Siqing was indeed generous with others' money. She felt no pain in spending what was not hers, and, given her background, the concept of financial hardship was foreign to her. Zheng Ma, being a kind-hearted person, had always intended to assist her, and since Mu Siqing had spoken, Su Dong felt compelled to acquiesce. Ultimately, Mu Siqing was well aware of his recent windfall of 10 million. Otherwise, she would not have been so magnanimous in offering to part with such a sum. Very well, let it be 200,000, he conceded. Su Dong addressed the perplexed Zheng Ma with earnestness, saying, Zheng Ma, let me reiterate my proposition. If you wish for a more secure approach, then sell it to me outright for 200,000. Thereafter, any gains or losses will be mine to bear. However, if you aspire to earn a greater sum, and are wary of potential losses, we could wait until I find a buyer to ascertain its true market value. I assure you, I will not deduct any brokerage fees from that amount. Seeing Su Dong's serious demeanor, which was devoid of jest, Zheng Ma felt a sense of gravity in his words. Moreover, given that no one typically jested with her, and with Mu Siqing echoing similar sentiments, she was acutely aware of Mu Siqing's reputation for both beauty and diligence during her time at school. If Mu Siqing was now asserting the salt jar's significance, could it indeed be a rare antique? Noticing Zheng Ma's contemplative expression, Su Dong stoked the flames of curiosity further. Zheng Ma, this salt jar is an ancient porcelain piece. Although I am still uncertain of its precise value, I am unequivocally convinced of its worth. Zheng Ma gazed intently at Su Dong. His eyes possessed a depth that was distinctly different from others, revealing an earnestness that fostered her trust. Meanwhile, Mu Siqing wore an encouraging expression, seemingly anxious that Zheng Ma might decline the offer, which led Zheng Ma to a sudden realization. Could it be that they were willing to gift her 200,000? The talk of antiques seemed merely a ruse. Having operated her wonton shop for a decade at the number 12 middle school, the salt jar had occupied her premises for just as long. Who had ever come to her claiming her jar was a treasure? Moreover, if it truly were a valuable item, one would not so easily disclose its worth, likely taking it without offering a single cent. Why then did this young man feel compelled to elucidate its antiquity? Zheng Ma pondered deeply, observing Su Dong's eager expression, before breaking into a smile. Young man, enough of the flattery. If you genuinely desire this salt jar, take it. I shall not ask for a single cent. Both Su Dong and Mu Siqing were taken aback. Su Dong, in astonishment, exclaimed, Zheng Ma, I assure you, this salt jar holds value. Do you not believe me? Mu Siqing opened her mouth but found no words, instead sighing at Su Dong, unsure of what to say. After a moment of contemplation, Su Dong addressed Zheng Ma once more. Zheng Ma, let us proceed this way. Regardless of your belief, I shall take the salt jar for now. Please provide me with your bank card number, and I will transfer 1,000 yuan to you at that time. Is that agreeable? Upon hearing Su Dong's words, Zheng Ma grew increasingly convinced that Mu Siqing and Su Dong genuinely intended to compensate her. When Su Dong softened his stance, offering only 1,000 yuan, she chuckled and said, You child, speaking of tens of thousands, nearly frightened me to death. Very well, take the jar, and let the 1,000 suffice. Forget it. If you do not want the money, then neither shall I. Su Dong waved his hand dismissively, casting a wistful glance at the salt jar once more. Zheng Ma found herself genuinely puzzled. Could it be that Su Dong truly had an affinity for the salt jar? The young man, Zheng Ma, pondered for a moment before saying, How about this? If you truly desire this salt jar, let's not speak of 1,000 yuan. I shall part with it for merely 100. Does that suit you? Su Dong hesitated briefly, then nodded in agreement. That works, but we have no cash on us. Zheng Ma, please allow me to note down your bank card number, and I shall transfer the amount to you shortly. Zheng Ma waved her hand dismissively, acquiescing to Su Dong's request. She retrieved her bank card from the cabinet for him to jot down the account number, realizing that it was necessary to indulge him in this manner. Regardless, she could hardly believe that Su Dong and Mao Siqing lacked even 100 yuan. It was more likely they intended to transfer her 1,000. But today, having encountered Mao Siqing, she felt a sense of joy and decided not to dwell on such matters. After Su Dong noted the bank card number with a ballpoint pen at Zheng Ma's counter, he finished his wonton and departed with Mao Siqing. Feeling a bit shy, Mao Siqing refrained from pulling out money from her pocket. Just moments ago, Su Dong had mentioned a 100 yuan transfer, and if she revealed cash now, it would be rather obvious. She suspected Su Dong had ulterior motives, but with Zheng Ma present, she found it inappropriate to inquire directly. As they left, Zheng Ma transferred the salt from the jar into another bowl and carefully repackaged it in 2 plastic bags, weighing it to ensure accuracy before handing it to Su Dong. He and Mao Siqing expressed their gratitude and bid farewell to Zheng Ma's wonton shop. It was only after they exited the alley and turned a corner, out of sight from Zheng Ma's establishment, that Mao Siqing seized the corner of Su Dong's clothing and whispered, Su Dong, tell me, is this salt jar truly an antique? Su Dong shifted slightly, replying, Do not tear my clothes. Whether the salt jar is an antique is a matter for later discussion. For now, we must make a trip to the bank. Mao Siqing inquired in surprise, What do we need to go to the bank for? To transfer money, of course. What else? Are you really going to transfer money? She pressed, eyeing him intently. How much do you intend to transfer? Su Dong shrugged. Did you not command me to transfer 200,000? Really? Mao Siqing could not suppress her laughter, thinking he was jesting, despite his serious demeanor. Su Dong gets the ahet. There's a construction bank just over there. As they walked, Mao Xiqing chuckled, wondering if he was truly serious. She questioned the worth of the salt jar, pondering whether Su Dong's promise of 20,000 was merely a playful jest. Even if it were a joke, it still touched her heart. Upon turning the corner, they reached the main road, with the first shop on the right being the construction bank. Although the main hall had long since closed, the 24-hour self-service point remained open, featuring 3 brightly lit ATMs, with only a young girl withdrawing cash inside. Upon their entrance, the girl glanced back warily at the sound of footsteps. However, her demeanor relaxed upon seeing Mao Xiqing's smiling face accompanying Su Dong, as her beauty served as the greatest assurance that they were not there to commit robbery. Su Dong inserted his bank card without concern that Mu Xiqing might glimpse his password, directly pressing 6 digits to check his account balance. The screen displayed an available balance of 1,000,147,989 yuan, although he was already aware of his 10 million yuan fortune. Seeing the precise figure on the bank's machine stirred a wave of excitement within him. He counted the amount several times in silence until he was certain of its accuracy before proceeding with the transfer. Upon seeing Su Dong input the transfer account number, Mu Xiqing recognized that the account belonged to Zheng Ma, as the account name displayed was Dong Mei, her real name. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Dong transferred 200,000 yuan, and after a few seconds, the screen indicated a successful transaction. He lifted the plastic bag in his hand and declared, "Let's head to Long Lao. We need to find a buyer for this." Mu Xiqing was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, "Is this salt jar truly an antique?" Chapter 46, 2 million yuan. Mu Xiqing pondered for a moment before continuing, "Oh no, I initially intended for you to find an excuse to assist Zheng Ma. After all, you just earned a windfall of 10 million. Donating 20,000 would be a mere trifle. But if that salt jar is indeed an antique, wouldn't she end up at a loss?" Su Dong, both amused and exasperated, replied, "Who says Zheng Ma would necessarily suffer a loss? I merely intended to help her secure a pension, which is why I proposed 10,000 for the salt jar. But then you added another 10,000, making it 20. I had no choice but to acquiesce. As for the actual worth of the salt jar, I cannot say for certain. Aren't we on our way to Long Lao now?" Mu Xiqing paused, her expression slightly awkward as she raised the car keys. "Going to Long Lao is fine. Let us go, get in the car." As Mu Xiqing drove, a smile played on her lips, and Su Dong wondered what scheme she was concocting now. After a while, Su Dong looked out the window and queried, "Where are we headed? Aren't we supposed to go to Long Lao?" The direction was evidently not toward Long Qiuxing's residence. Being from Tong City, Su Dong could easily discern the route, realizing it was completely contrary to where Long Qiuxing lived. Su Dong was momentarily stunned, contemplating that if Long Lao were not at home, visiting his house would be futile. Given Mu Xiqing's assertion, it was likely she knew Long Lao's current whereabouts. After some time, Su Dong asked, "Are we going to the bureau, to your workplace?" Su Dong nodded, refraining from further inquiries, as long as they were meeting Long Lao. His mind was preoccupied with the salt jar, uncertain of its true value, but its aura suggested it was worth something. The loss could not be significant. Mu Xiqing could not suppress her glee, primarily because giving Zheng Ma 200,000 would ensure that this kind-hearted woman would have some support in her old age, thus accomplishing a good deed. However, she also realized that she had indeed extracted a considerable sum from Su Dong. Initially, the idea of extraction was said in jest. It was supposed to be just a casual outing for some wontons, a trivial expense. Yet it unexpectedly resulted in her truly siphoning off a substantial amount of money from him. There lingers a tinge of guilt towards Su Dong, however, considering he has fortuitously amassed a fortune of 10 million, a loss of 200,000 pales in comparison, merely a plucking of a single hair, neither injuring sinew nor bone. Upon arriving at the municipal bureau, Miao Xiqing inquired with a colleague at the reception desk and discovered that Elder Long had proceeded to the evidence storage room. Promptly, she led Su Dong to the evidence room. Situated on the topmost floor of the public security building, the 9th floor housed the evidence storage. Accessing the evidence room required signing in at the monitoring station. A police officer, noticing Miao Xiqing, greeted her with a smile. "Qingge, it's been a while, hasn't it? I missed you. What brings you here today?" Miao Xiqing shot him a glare. Enough with the banter. "Is Elder Long inside?" The officer chuckled. "Indeed. He is in room 7, inspecting jars and vases." Nonetheless, he meticulously examined the items Su Dong was carrying, recorded them, and then scanned both Su Dong and Miao Xiqing with an electronic device before permitting them entry. Miao Xiqing huffed and Once the officer entered the password to unlock the iron door, stepped inside, with Su Dong silently following suit. The officer cast a few curious glances at Su Dong and then glanced at the signature book where Miao Xiqing had signed for the young man. The name Su Dong was unfamiliar to him. Evidently, he was not a newcomer to the bureau. The entire 9th floor comprised evidence storage rooms, with a corridor running through the center and small offices lining either side, labeled as Storage Room 1, Storage Room 2, and so forth. Stopping at Room 7, where Miao Xiqing knocked. Every evidence storage room was under surveillance, and, typically, when an officer entered to retrieve or inspect evidence, another officer would accompany them for oversight to prevent any loss. However, Miao Xiqing and Su Dong entered without an accompanying officer because Elder Long was already present in the storage room, where another officer was stationed. Given they were headed to the same location, there was no need for additional supervision. Moreover, both the corridor and the evidence room were equipped with comprehensive surveillance, monitoring every movement of those who entered. The door was opened by the officer in the evidence monitoring room, who had been informed by colleagues. Thus he displayed no surprise upon seeing Miao Xiqing. With a cheerful demeanor, he stepped aside, gesturing for them to enter. "Qinggu, please, go right in. Elder Long is inside." Hearing her colleagues refer to Miao Xiqing as Qinggu, Su Dong mused that the nickname suited her perfectly. Indeed, this strong woman could certainly be called brother. However, upon seeing Miao Xiqing, Long Qiuxing suddenly realized, "Xiqing, you brought Su Dong along, didn't you? Ah, splendid. Su Dong, come take a look at these porcelain pieces." Su Dong carefully set down the small bag he was carrying and smiled. "Elder Long, I also have something to discuss with you. I recently acquired a piece of porcelain and would like your expert opinion on its value." Long Qiuxing paused in surprise before straightening his posture and walking over. "You acquired a piece of porcelain? What is it? Huh? Do you really need me to assess it?" Upon the entrance of Ma Xiqing, the officer's gaze remained fixated upon her. It was only after a few words exchanged between Long Qiuxing and himself that he realized another individual accompanied Ma Xiqing. The officer was taken aback by Long Qiuxing's tone. He could hardly fathom that there existed someone in Tongqing with sharper discernment than Long Qiuxing himself. Shifting his attention to Xu Dong, the officer's astonishment deepened. The youth was remarkably young. Surely, Long Qiuxing must have been jesting, for why else would he speak so highly of someone so youthful? Long Qiuxing, however, paid little heed to the expressions of those around him. His sole desire was to ascertain the nature of the porcelain Xu Dong had procured. The packaging was exceedingly simplistic. Porcelain, being a delicate and precarious collectible, demands utmost care. Every collector knows that the preservation and transport of porcelain necessitate a packaging that guarantees absolute safety. Yet, Xu Dong had merely utilized 2 ordinary black plastic bags to encase the porcelain. Was this a sign of negligence or indifference? Logically, Xu Dong was known for his discerning eye. Thus carelessness seemed implausible. Given his current financial situation, indifference appeared equally unlikely. Initially, based on the exterior of the plastic bags, Long Qiuxing presumed the porcelain to be of an ordinary caliber. However, upon opening the bags and beholding the shape of the salt jar, he was taken aback. The evidence storage room was already brightly lit, and Long Qiuxing carefully cradled the salt jar, scrutinizing its lower rim and base under the light for quite some time. After a thorough examination, he gently placed it upon a table in the center of the storage room and employed a magnifying glass to inspect the surface. Xu Dong, lacking expertise in porcelain, refrained from speaking recklessly for fear of revealing his ignorance. Regardless of its age, the salt jar undoubtedly possessed value, albeit varying in degree. Hence, he was not overly concerned about Long Qiuxing's forthcoming analysis. It was Ma Xiqing who leaned in closer to inquire, "Long Lao, how much is this salt jar worth?" "How much?" Long Qiuxing chuckled, then turned to Xu Dong, asking, "Xu Dong, how much did you pay for this?" He playfully tapped Ma Xiqing's head, teasing, "You little rascal. Calling me Long Lao in public and Grandpa in private. How is it that you came here with Xu Dong?" Ma Xiqing's cheeks flushed, recalling her past grievances with Xu Dong. She felt a pang of embarrassment, something she would never disclose to others. With a playful reproach, she replied, "I invited him to assist the Bureau in identifying the evidence." Long Qiuxing nodded approvingly. "Indeed, you have chosen well. Xu Dong is quite the prodigy." Xu Dong's face turned slightly crimson, yet he swiftly nodded, stating, "Yes, Long Lao. I intend to resell it and seek a buyer. However, the only person I know and trust, who also understands porcelain, is you. I would like to ask for your opinion on what price I might expect if I were to sell it." Upon hearing Long Qiuxing mention that it was a Song Dynasty Jianyao oil spot glaze, Xu Dong felt a wave of reassurance wash over him, regardless of its worth. It It was now confirmed that the piece was indeed authentic. Long Xiaoxing pondered and remarked, "This jar is known as the partridge cup. Judging by its black glaze and the crystalline patterns of the oil drop glaze, it is indeed a fine specimen. While we generally regard porcelain that reflects ancient glazing techniques with utmost reverence, if one were to quantify its worth in monetary terms, I would appraise it at 2 million yuan." Chapter 47. Covert Operations. 2 million? Mao Xiqing nearly leapt from her seat, her mouth agape in astonishment. Su Dong had given Zheng Ma 200,000, which included an additional 100,000 she had contributed. She had long felt guilty towards Su Dong, but now, with Long Xiaoxing declaring its worth to be 2 million, any guilt seemed utterly misplaced. Rogue. Mao Xiqing turned to glare at Su Dong, unable to contain her indignation. Long Lao had claimed Su Dong was a connoisseur, and in her confusion, she had assumed there were items of which he was unaware of their value. Little did she know, Su Dong's offer had merely skimmed the surface of its true worth. Although Su Dong was equally surprised, he recognized the authenticity of the jar. It was simply that he had underestimated its value. Nonetheless, hearing Long Xiaoxing assert it was worth 2 million left him quite taken aback. As for Mao Xiqing branding him a rogue, Su Dong could only smile wryly and feel a sense of resignation. It seemed the label of rogue was firmly affixed to him, as he had no means to defend himself. With Long Xiaoxing's esteemed opinion of him, coupled with Su Dong's several commendable displays of expertise, Mao Xiqing had already concluded he was an appraisal expert. If he were truly an expert, how could he possibly be oblivious to the worth of such a salt jar? To claim ignorance of the jar's value would surely not convince Mao Xiqing. She found it tedious to seek justification for his actions. So, she decided to let her perceptions be. If she wished to see him as a rogue, so be it. After a brief pause, Mao Xiqing inquired further, Long Lao. You mentioned the oil drop partridge jar earlier. Is it designed to hold oil, or does it dispense oil? Truly lacking in knowledge. Long Xiaoxing couldn't help but chuckle reproachfully. You, my dear, are rambling. Very well. Allow me to enlighten you about the origins of oil drop glaze. This glaze dates back to the Tang dynasty and flourished during the Song dynasty, particularly renowned for its products crafted at the Jianyang kiln, which later came to be known as Jian kiln. The black glazed porcelain produced at Jian kiln is varied and rich in diversity, with celebrated varieties including rabbit hair glaze, oil drop glaze, and more. Among these, oil drop glaze is synonymous with partridge glaze, resulting from natural crystalline formations due to kiln variations, as well as artistic enhancements such as white spots, rust patterns, and gilded decorations. The diversity of black glaze decorations is prominently manifested in the artistry of tea bowl glazes. During the Song dynasty, tea drinking and tea competitions were all the rage. The affluent classes and literati of the time engaged in poetry and tea drinking as fashionable pursuits, leading to the popularity of privately operated kilns like Jian kiln. In a tea record authored by Song scholar Cha Xiang, it is noted that the wares produced at Jian kiln are deep black, adorned with patterns akin to rabbit hair, with a slightly thick body that retains heat exceptionally well. It is stated that all tea must be brewed in a warm cup, as a cold cup will cause the tea to sink. The rabbit hair wares are thick and retain heat, making them particularly suitable for this purpose, referring specifically to the Jian kiln's rabbit hair cups. The ceramic clay from Jian kiln is rich in iron content and contains a considerable amount of sand, resulting in a substantial and coarse yet resilient body. The hues of the porcelain products range from black, purplish black, gray black, to reddish brown. Its advantages lie in its high iron content, which facilitates heat absorption, and the thick body interspersed with minute pores that effectively retain the warmth of tea. When discerning Jian kiln porcelain, one can note that it feels relatively weighty, and the exposed base typically exhibits a layer of light red, brownish red, or deep black, a transformation caused by the precipitation of iron elements in the clay under high temperatures, marking it as a distinctive feature of Jian kiln ceramics. Long Xiaoxing's discourse captivated Su Dong, who found himself enthralled, realizing that a single conversation with the esteemed elder was worth more than a decade of study. The depth of knowledge possessed by Long was not easily acquired. Such proficiency could only be attained through extensive reading and countless experiences in authentication. However, Mu Xiqing and her police colleague appeared utterly uninterested, akin to listening to an esoteric lecture, with the male officer's gaze lingering on Mu Xiqing's face, indulging in her beauty, while she remained astounded by the 2 million price tag, making Long Xiaoxing's explanations seem like an exercise in futility. Long Xiaoxing did not intend to showcase his profound knowledge. He spoke casually, prompted by Mu Siqing's inquiry and without perceiving Su Dong as a rival or junior in the collecting realm. He regarded Su Dong merely as a peer, thus making Su Dong the sole beneficiary of Long Qiuxing's insights. This knowledge, combined with Su Dong's innate ability to discern treasures, could only be described in 4 words, like a tiger gaining wings. Su Dong was thoroughly absorbed in the conversation, but Long Qiuxing suddenly paused, smilingly asking, Su Dong, if you truly wish to sell, would 2 million suffice? If not, we can negotiate further. Mu Siqing believed that during the stone gamble, Su Dong relied largely on luck. Perhaps as discerning, I played a role, but the majority was sheer fortune, allowing him to make a windfall of 10 million. And now he had effortlessly earned another 2 million without breaking a sweat. This was bound to irk her. To be candid, she had faced countless dangers and overcome innumerable challenges in the criminal investigation team, shedding rivers of sweat, and in a month had only earned a few thousand yuan. While she professed not to care about money, the comparison with Su Dong left her feeling quite unsettled. Upon hearing Su Dong's words, Mu Siqing was momentarily taken aback. Realizing that he was not as bad as she had presumed, despite his financial struggles, he did not seem as greedy as she had imagined. Long Qiuxing had spent his life dealing with such matters and was indifferent to Su Dong's circumstances. If one possessed a good heart, it was reasonable to offer a bit more to the seller. In this era, it is the strong who thrive while the weak struggle. The weak earning a small sum is trivial, whereas the strong can effortlessly accumulate substantial wealth. Long Qiuxing carefully placed the salt jar on the table and then addressed Su Dong. Su Dong, you've arrived just in time. Cool, take a look at some porcelain we have on hand and assess their authenticity. Long Qiuxing gestured around the storage room, indicating the iron shelves that were welded together. Each shelf boasted multiple layers, resembling bookcases, yet they were broader, thicker, and sturdier. Su Dong had noticed several wisps of precious aura emanating from the storage room upon his entry, albeit their intensity was rather feeble, suggesting that their worth was not substantial. On the eastern wall, a few bags of various hues were sealed in plastic and bore labels. Some contained a white powder, others granules of varying colors, and some appeared as jade-like crystalline sugar. These items also released an aura, yet it was certainly not of the precious kind. Since leaving the hospital, Su Dong had perceived an aura around everything, differentiated only by its color and intensity, and it starkly contrasted with the precious aura of rare treasures, being markedly faint. Mu Siqing noticed Su Dong's attention fixated on this row of items rather than the porcelain, and promptly introduced them. Those are heroin, marijuana, cocaine, and methamphetamine. Su Dong had harbored such suspicions, and her confirmation piqued his interest further. He recalled her mentioning a covert operation by the city bureau that evening aimed at eradicating drugs. A thought struck him. If he could discern the aura of these narcotics, might it assist the police in locating them? Contemplating this, Su Dong resolved to discreetly observe the auras emanating from those substances a few more times, committing to memory their colors and intensities. Forepreparation is the key to safeguarding oneself. Qingge, this friend seems unfamiliar. Is he your acquaintance? A police officer, noticing Mu Siqing's attention was primarily on Su Dong, scrutinized him for a moment and, feeling somewhat displeased, inquired, Qingge, is this your friend? He looks quite young. Where does he work? Su Dong's youthful countenance and unfamiliarity led the officer to surmise that he was likely not a police officer, prompting further questions directed at Mu Siqing. This officer, in his late 20s, wore a wedding ring on his left hand, which made Su Dong feel a twinge of disdain. This man was either married or involved with someone. Yet his gaze had not strayed from Mu Siqing. Although not overtly lascivious, this behavior was a common flaw among many men. Nevertheless, he addressed Mu Siqing as Qingge, despite being slightly older, which struck one as rather distasteful and nauseating. Nice to meet you. The officer offered a casual response before turning back to Mu Siqing. King Yi, you're a key member of Chief Hu's team. Isn't there an operation tonight? Why aren't you participating? Chapter 48, The Dog's Nose. Thus, during this major operation, the narcotics team took precedence, and the criminal investigation unit, to which Mu Siqing belonged, faced considerable pressure. However, Mu Siqing, being merely a junior officer, was not in a position to assert her competitiveness. Captain Wu Hongsheng of the criminal investigation team and Captain Chun Xiufeng of the drug enforcement team are indeed at odds with one another. Director Hu Qingshan tends to favor the promotion of the younger generation. Wu Hongsheng, an experienced officer at 54 years of age, possesses ample wisdom but lacks a certain vigor. In contrast, Chun Xiufeng, at the age of 38, is a formidable former military personnel with exceptional skills as a special reconnaissance soldier, both in physical prowess and intellect. While Wu Hongsheng is undoubtedly capable, Chen Xiufeng's remarkable abilities have overshadowed him, leading to the criminal investigation team's continued suppression. Mao Xiqing's relationship with Director Hu is delicate due to familial ties. Yet Hu Qingshan is aware that her family does not wish for her to progress significantly in her career. Thus, he discreetly imposes limitations on her, ensuring that his intentions remain undetected. Hu Qingshan, a cunning fox, adeptly manages Mao Xiqing, restricting her advancement while maintaining the facade of a principled, impartial director. Mao Xiqing's position within the municipal bureau is precarious. Her background naturally commands a different level of respect among her colleagues. Additionally, her beauty and status as a wealthy heiress make her the object of admiration. To many, she represents a fortune, and marrying her would mean a life devoid of struggle. Filled with luxury, one male colleague in the evidence room eagerly seizes the opportunity to engage Mao Xiqing in idle chatter, while Su Dong, engrossed in his observations of the emitted auras from the evidence, pays little mind to their conversation. His abilities have evidently strengthened. Previously, he could only perceive the radiant aura from precious artifacts, but now he can also discern the faint emanations from ordinary objects, albeit much subtler. It seems the tales of supernatural phenomena are not entirely fanciful. The aura of valuable items arises from the convergence of the essence of heaven and earth over countless millennia. Thus, even before their transformation, these ordinary items possessed a faint aura. Su Dong's newfound ability to perceive these subtle emissions marks a significant evolution in his powers, likely stemming from his experiences at the old temple on Bijiao Mountain, though he remains uncertain whether it was reality or mere dreams. Meanwhile, Long Qiuxing's attention is focused on the porcelain artifact Su Dong has brought. As Mao Xiqing converses with her male colleague, she glances over at Su Dong, observing his fixation on the seized narcotics. Curious about his interest in such items, she cannot resist leaving her idle conversation to approach him. Su Zong, what are you still looking at? Is there something particularly noteworthy? Su Dong shook his head, pointing at the sealed evidence with a hushed tone. You may not believe it, but I find it quite remarkable. Each item possesses its own intrinsic factors that contribute to its formation. These objects are no exception. I can sense their essence and observe their hues, taste, and essence of color. Mu Xiqing was astonished. These pieces of evidence were entirely sealed in plastic bags and had been affixed with seals, rendering any contact with external air virtually impossible. How could Su Dong still claim to perceive them? Su Dong smiled faintly, noticing the skepticism etched on Mu Xiqing's face. It seems you harbor doubts, he remarked. Of course, I do. Before Mu Xiqing could voice her thoughts, a male police officer interjected, eager to dismiss Su Dong's assertions. Mu Xiqing had barely acknowledged his presence. Her attention was solely on the young man, leading the officer to develop an unfounded disdain for Su Dong. Though Su Dong bore no ill will towards him, he could sense the officer's animosity in his tone. He remained unfazed. His intent was to elucidate to Mu Xiqing, who had previously expressed disbelief regarding many of his extraordinary abilities. Now, an opportunity had arisen for him to clarify. The male officer sneered, with everything sealed so tightly. How could you possibly detect any scent? Spare us the nonsense, my friend. This is a police station. Let's adhere to some scientific reasoning, shall we? Su Zong Ziplit Gan Li. You may choose to believe or disbelieve. I do not require your faith in my assertions. Suddenly, Mu Xiqing's heart stirred. Su Dong's confident demeanor reminded her of his previous encounters. Although she currently dismissed his claims, she could not entirely rule out his potential capabilities. In the past, she might have been incredulous, but after witnessing Su Dong's actions, her stance had softened. After a brief contemplation, she glanced at her dismissive colleague and turned to Su Dong. Su Dong, could you provide a thorough explanation or perhaps a demonstration? Su Dong nodded, certainly. Nature is replete with wonders, and countless phenomena elude explanation. Every entity possesses its unique qualities. For instance, consider dogs. Their most formidable asset is their sense of smell. Take these narcotics, for example. Their essence is quite distinctive. And even if you believe they are completely sealed, specially trained dogs can still detect them. Some humans, with the right training, can achieve similar feats, which may seem extraordinary to the untrained eye, but is, in fact, entirely attainable. The male officer continued to sneer. How absurd. A dog is a dog, and a human is not. How could one possibly possess a dog's olfactory prowess? Animals have various abilities, but can humans change colors like chameleons? Emit sonar like dolphins? Soar through the skies like birds? This is utterly ludicrous. Su Dong replied placidly, do not dismiss this too readily. I assure you, is indeed possible. Regarding these items, he gestured to the evidence on the shelf. I shall demonstrate. If you package these items in boxes, I will use my sense of smell to prove my point. Very well. The male officer was eagerly seeking an opportunity to play tricks on Su Dong. When he heard Su spontaneously propose such an impossible task, how could he resist taking advantage of the situation? The evidence room contained numerous small boxes and containers, and he carelessly grabbed 3 or 4 small cardboard boxes. Casting a glance at Su Dong, Su, fully aware of his intentions, shrugged and said, "You hide them in the boxes, and I'll turn my back. Call me to turn around once you have concealed them." Naturally, the officer was skeptical, yet he fixed his gaze upon Su Dong, ensuring he had no chance to cheat. Once Su turned away, he focused intently on him while placing the various pieces of evidence into the small boxes, sealing them securely. After a moment's thought, he even turned the boxes upside down, resting them on the ground, and then instructed Su, "All right, you can turn around now." When Su turned back, he observed the 4 small boxes arranged in a straight line on the tiled floor. Without the need for meticulous scrutiny, he could already discern the differing emanations from each box. However, Su refrained from directly stating which substance was concealed within each one. Instead, he crouched down, feigning an act of sniffing, and spent a few seconds inhaling from each box before pointing to the first one, declaring, "This one contains methamphetamine, the second holds ketamine, the third is heroin, and the fourth is marijuana." The officer who had hidden the items, Mu Siqing, had watched intently as he did so, and was astonished that Su Dong had not made a single error. She was taken aback, exclaiming, "Wow, Su Dong, can you really smell them?" The male officer was equally stunned, not expecting Su to have guessed correctly. After a moment of surprise, he quickly flipped the boxes over and took out the evidence, sniffing them to see if they truly emitted any scents. However, he detected no unusual odors. The packaging was exceedingly secure, especially for such substances, which left no room for error. He sniffed the boxes vigorously, yet found no anomalies. Pondering over the 4 boxes, he wondered if this young man had merely stumbled upon the correct guesses. Logically, that seemed improbable. The officer turned to glance behind him to see if any glass objects were reflecting images or clues. However, there were no glass items behind him. Even the shelves were painted, offering no possibility for reflection. He could not help but wonder, how could this young man discern the differences? Was he truly able to detect the scents, or was it merely coincidence? If it were a matter of chance, it seemed unlikely. Given that there were 4 items hidden in 4 boxes, statistically speaking, the odds of guessing correctly were 1 in 4, while the probability of guessing one item was higher. Accurately identifying all 4 simultaneously was quite a challenge. Thus, he meticulously analyzed whether Su Dong had employed some trick, yet he could not ascertain the method by which Su had made his deductions. Chapter 49. The Frantic Aroma. "You were peeking." The officer, momentarily taken aback, suddenly pointed at Su Dong, firmly convinced in his mind that Su Dong had indeed been peeking. Otherwise, how could he possibly know the precise location of those 4 items concealed within the boxes? Unless he possessed the ability to see through solid objects, which was, of course, entirely implausible. What other explanation could there be but that of having stolen a glance? Su Dong merely smiled faintly, shrugging his shoulders nonchalantly and stating, "If you believe I was peeking, then let it be so." Seeing Su Dong's lack of defense, the officer's bravado swiftly deflated. The individual before him was not inclined to engage in a contest of wills or to retaliate in front of Mu Siqing. He felt averse to uttering any further harsh words. Mu Siqing, intrigued, regarded Su Dong with a curious gaze. She had clearly witnessed the wager he made with her colleague. Su Dong had not acted dishonestly, turning away as was proper, only to turn back once her colleague had spoken. There was absolutely no chance he could have peeked, for the wall he faced was directly opposite the iron rack holding the evidence, making any reflection impossible. Moreover, the room contained not a single shard of glass. From any angle, no reflection could occur. Thus, the notion that he had gleaned information from a reflection was utterly unfounded. Earlier, when Su Dong had uncovered the antiques hidden at the residential area of Huangfa Township, Mu Siqing had found it astonishing. To this day, she remained puzzled as to how he had made that discovery. Now, it seemed Su Dong was performing yet another feat akin to magic. Observing his mannerisms, she wondered if he truly possessed a canine-like sense of smell. Su Dong's current display piqued Long Qiuxing's interest, who approached and mused, "Su Dong, this trick of yours is quite impressive. I fail to discern any flaws. Would you care to demonstrate it again?" Indeed, he was eager for another attempt. He could hardly believe Su Dong could truly guess correctly. The officer, noticing Long Qiuxing's involvement, immediately began to gesticulate animatedly. Su Dong, aware that Long Qiuxing did not share the same thoughts as the officer, smiled and nodded. Very well, Long Lao. How would you like to proceed? Having thoroughly examined the various types of narcotics and their distinctive scents, he had committed to memory their colors, shapes, and features. No matter how they were concealed, he would easily discern them. A few boxes posed no challenge to him. This time, the officer was more vigilant and would not be careless. He raised his hand to instruct Su Dong. Turn your head again. Su Dong smiled, purposefully aiming to showcase his abilities in front of Long Qiuxing, and replied, All right, since you have a work hat, I shall simply place it over my face. The hat was made from thick cotton fabric, which the officer often wore. He knew well that once donned over the face, it would be impossible to see anything beyond it. Witnessing Su Dong don the hat and turn away, then cover his eyes with it while sealing the gaps tightly with his hands, the officer found himself at a loss for words. To this extent, he believed, was the best possible precautionary measure. Moreover, this time Long Qiuxing and Mao Xiqing stood by, intently observing, leaving Su Dong with no opportunity to cheat. The officer swiftly scrambled the 4 pieces of evidence, placing them back into the cardboard boxes. As he prepared to flip them over, he reconsidered and retrieved the K powder he had intended to conceal in the last box. With a sudden inspiration, he discreetly placed the substance into one of the other small boxes on the metal rack before turning to flip the 4 boxes on the ground. All right, now turn around and see if you can identify them this time, he instructed. Upon hearing his words, Su Dong turned, removed his hat, and focused intently on the 4 cardboard boxes on the floor. The officer, along with Long Qiuxing and Mao Xiqing, scrutinized Su Dong, eager to see if he could discern the contents yet again. The officer was particularly convinced that Su Dong was attempting to deceive them, certain that he had employed some method of trickery. Su Dong cast a glance at the 4 boxes and immediately detected the faint aura emanating from their surfaces. With a brief moment of discernment, he recognized what lay within. However, he noticed that the last box exuded no scent at all. A flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Was the box somehow special, or had the officer not placed anything inside it? Perhaps, he pondered, his abilities had not yet reached the point of unerring precision and had waned, rendering him incapable of detecting the scent of the evidence. Yet, this thought dissipated as soon as he lifted his gaze. To his astonishment, he spotted the telltale aroma of K powder wafting from the 3rd box among the 4 or 5 on the metal rack behind the officer. Clearly, the officer had concealed the evidence within the boxes on the rack, not in the one on the ground. Maintaining his composure, Su Dong feigned contemplation for a moment before closing his eyes and bending down to sniff around the boxes on the floor. After a brief inspection, he stood upright and began to sniff around other areas. The officer, coldly amused, thought to himself, this time he is bound to reveal his true colors. Only Mao Xiqing harbored a genuine belief that Su Dong might truly be able to detect the scents, particularly that of porcelain. Though how could porcelain possess any scent? Once the performance was complete, Su Dong finally opened his eyes and fixed his gaze on the 4 boxes on the floor. The officer chuckled inwardly, convinced that Su Dong had failed to catch a glimpse of the truth and eager to see how he would continue his charade. After a moment of contemplation, Su Dong pointed to the 1st box and declared, The 1st box contains heroin. The officer, who had been reveling in his perceived triumph, was taken aback by Su Dong's sudden and accurate revelation. Unable to contain his disbelief as he exclaimed, That's absolutely impossible. Su Dong opened the box, revealing a bag of white powder within, and calmly replied, What do you mean by impossible? The officer was rendered speechless as Su Dong proceeded to identify the contents of the 2nd and 3rd boxes, stating, The 2nd box contains marijuana, and the 3rd box contains methamphetamine. With each accurate identification, the officer stood dumbfounded, as if he were a mere statue. Mao Xiyu could not help but smile lightly, while Long Qiuxing stroked his chin with a grin. Su Dong's performance was truly remarkable. He had managed to conceal his methods from Long Qiuxing entirely. Believing his keen eyesight and observational skills to be far superior to those of the average person, Long Qiuxing was confident that no act of deceit could escape his notice. Yet he found himself utterly perplexed by the trick Su Dong had just performed. It was precisely because he had been outwitted that Long Qiuxing found the situation intriguing. Akin to appraising antiques, only those elements that eluded his discernment presented a challenge and a source of amusement. What significance was there in the obvious? Mao Xiqing, with a playful smile, inquired of Su Dong, I simply cannot comprehend how you claim that porcelain possesses a scent. This explanation indeed provided a splendid clarification of the earlier bewildering occurrence. Reflecting on it, Mao Xiqing suddenly recalled, the first time she met Su Dong was in the restaurant of the Copper City Grand Hotel, where the golden silkworm jade garment, sent across oceans for her engagement, was stolen. Su Dong had remarkably pinpointed its whereabouts on her uncle. How could he have possibly located the golden silkworm jade garment without his extraordinary olfactory abilities? The police officer stood there, momentarily stunned, before gradually coming to his senses, staring at Su Dong with a perplexed expression. He contemplated the possibility that Su Dong was once again resorting to trickery, but struggled to find evidence to substantiate his suspicions. Furrowing his brow, he pondered for a moment, his gaze falling upon the last unturned cardboard box on the ground. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, and he quickly pointed at the box, exclaiming, "And what about this one? You haven't yet guessed what lies inside the final box. Let's see you do that first." Su Dong Juka Sopti Vet Ponding Lai Su Kalia. There are only 4 pieces of evidence. I have deduced 3 correctly, leaving only K powder in the remaining box. It takes no effort to surmise what is hidden within, does it? The officer was taken aback, wondering if Su Dong had somehow discerned something from the expression on his face. Long Qiuxing and Mao Xiqing had certainly witnessed how the officer had concealed the items, and they exchanged glances of astonishment at Su Dong's bold assertion. Had he truly figured it out? With a serene smile, Su Dong remarked, "Have you forgotten? I rely on my sense of smell. I perceive scents. You may have hidden the items elsewhere, but to expect me to guess an empty box is futile." As he spoke, he confidently approached the iron rack without hesitation, directly opening the 3rd cardboard box to retrieve the K powder within and placing it on the central table. The 4th box on the floor remained untouched by Su Dong, as if he had already determined that it contained nothing of interest to him. The officer could not help but murmur in disbelief, "Impossible. This cannot be." To which Mao Xiqing, with a playful demeanor, interjected, "I find it quite plausible. You claim it's impossible. Why don't you don a hat to cover your eyes? And I will hide something while you attempt to identify it." The officer faltered, realizing that even without the hat, he would be unable to discern anything if he simply turned his back. Chapter 50. The Marvelous Sense of Smell. The officer mumbled for a moment, then turned his head and said, "Regardless, you must have cheated. I simply failed to notice it at first glance. If I take a little time to analyze, I can surely uncover your flaws." He was convinced that Su Dong's maneuver was a trick. Although he could not discern it immediately, he believed that, given time, he would certainly find the point of vulnerability. This officer, who had a penchant for playing mahjong and poker, was quite fond of gambling and possessed a modicum of cleverness. His skills in gambling were commendable, and with his understanding of the game, he was certain that to guarantee a win or possess absolute confidence in gambling, one could only rely on cheating. Su Dong replied nonchalantly, "There's no need for you to be upset. I merely jested. It shouldn't be taken seriously." The officer felt quite awkward. He glanced at Mao Xiqing, whose expression radiated joy, her smile like a blooming flower, captivating and vibrant. Her playful, crescent-shaped eyes were fixed on Su Dong, stirring a sense of discomfort within him, despite knowing he could never win her affection. Witnessing her interest in another man exposed his jealousy. Long Qiuxing stroked his beard and chuckled, saying, "Su Dong, your move is truly remarkable. Let me ponder and analyze further to see if I can discern the method behind your technique." Renowned for his keen perception, Long Qiuxing was vexed by his inability to uncover Su Dong's secret. The thought of not solving this mystery would likely rob him of sleep that night. In his mind, he too believed that Su Dong had employed some clever trick, albeit one so sophisticated that it eluded him for the moment. Su Dong smiled and shook his head, addressing Long Qiuxing. "Old Long, I assure you, I'm speaking the truth. There is no trickery involved. It is solely reliant on my sense of smell. Ever since I was a child, my nose has been exceptional. Even through multiple barriers or at a considerable distance, I can detect scents. Of course, this isn't a supernatural ability. It is merely a skill I have honed since childhood." Long Qiuxing was taken aback, exclaiming, "You truly trained yourself to achieve this? Such an acute sense of smell is indeed cultivated." Having a fair understanding of Su Dong, even with limited interaction, he could discern that Su Dong was an honest and diligent individual, incapable of deceit. His earnest expression earlier did not suggest falsehood. Could it be that he truly possessed such an extraordinary talent? Nonsense. The officer stubbornly refused to believe it, grumbling under his breath. Su Dong chuckled. "Old Long, do you think I am lying? Would you care to test me again?" "Certainly, I shall give it another try," Long Qiuxing replied enthusiastically, contemplating how he might further evaluate this astonishing olfactory ability. Previously, he had only recognized Su Dong's exceptional identification skills, unaware that he also possessed this peculiar talent. Indeed, he was a remarkable individual. Among the three, only Mu Siyu had the utmost faith in Su Dong's ability, for she had witnessed his miraculous feats on several occasions. She had always been puzzled by how he accomplished them, and now, with his assertion of such a formidable sense of smell, everything fell into place. At that moment, a powerful impulse surged within Miao Siqing. If Su Dong possessed such an incredible sense of smell, it would be nothing short of a miraculous tool for solving crimes. She harbored a selfish hope that the drug enforcement operation led by her team would yield no results that night. Then, when she showcased Su Dong's abilities, it would align perfectly with his recent demonstration of locating drugs. In an instant, Miao Siqing felt joy, Long Qiuxing was astonished, and the officers were envious, each displaying their own distinct expressions and mental states. Long Qiuxing pondered for a moment before asking Su Dong, "Do you believe that all substances have a scent? Are you suggesting that your sense of smell can detect any object?" One officer, contemplating this, retrieved a disposable lighter from his pocket, holding it up to Su Dong. "All right, let us see you find this lighter, but first turn around." Su Dong nodded, fixing his gaze on the lighter. The scent it emitted was quite unique, a mixture of 2 or 3 components. The lighter was composed of plastic with a small portion of metal, and it contained sealed natural gas inside. The mingling of these 3 substances produced a faint aroma, yet he could discern it clearly. "Come closer and take a whiff." Once he recognized the scent, Su Dong leaned in, capturing the essence of the gas emitted from the lighter, feigning a focused sniffing gesture, making it seem rather convincing. The ability to perceive such a treasure-like scent was truly inexplicable and astonishing. Su Dong was no fool. He understood that such a gift could not be disclosed to others. However, the notion of heightened olfactory perception was more palatable and could easily be construed as a developed skill, unlike the baffling ability to see treasure-like auras. Having memorized the lighter's scent characteristics, Su Dong turned away, taking the previous hat to cover his face, sealing any visible gaps. The officer, scanning around for a hiding spot for the lighter, suddenly thought it might be better to hold it himself and let Su Dong sniff it that way, ensuring there could be no deceit. But then, he reconsidered. What if Su Dong guessed its location? As his thoughts raced, he caught sight of the smiling Miao Siqing and gestured for her to take the lighter. Miao Siqing was even more eager to test Su Dong's abilities. With a smile, she accepted it, cradling it in her palm, and pulled her sleeve down slightly, concealing most of the lighter within her garment. Meanwhile, the officer created a diversion, clattering around on a nearby shelf, as if attempting to hide the lighter there. After a moment, he called out, "All right, you can turn around now." Su Zong, hearing his words, slowly lifted the hat and turned back. The first thing he noticed was the scent of the lighter wafting from Miao Siqing's left hand, while the officer deliberately averted his gaze, seemingly indicating that the object was concealed in that direction. Long Qiuxing watched the unfolding drama with a cheerful demeanor, intent on uncovering Su Dong's flaws. Should he fail to do so, he would indeed suspect that Su Dong possessed some extraordinary olfactory talent. Su Dong, wishing not to prematurely reveal his awareness of the item's location, refrained from focusing on the object in Miao Siqing's hand, instead scanning his surroundings haphazardly before closing his eyes to sniff. Miao Siqing, Long Qiuxing, and the officer all fixed their gaze on Su Dong, curious to observe his method. After taking several deep breaths, Su Dong initially tested the air to the left and right. Moments later, he abruptly ceased his actions and opened his eyes. Noticing Su Dong's prolonged silence, the officer inquired, "Have you found it?" Judging by Su Dong's expression, it seemed he had not succeeded. However, just as the officer reveled in his assumptions, Su Dong smiled and pointed at Miao Siqing's left hand, declaring, "The lighter is in her grasp." Instantly, Miao Siqing's smile broadened, her heart brimming with reassurance. It appeared that Su Dong's ability was indeed remarkable. Meanwhile, Long Qiuxing was taken aback, astonished by Su Dong's extraordinary talent. Could human olfaction truly be honed to such heights, akin to that of a dog? The officer, momentarily dumbfounded, struggled to comprehend this peculiar phenomenon. Could it be that this individual genuinely possessed such a unique sense of smell? It was a rare sight to witness human olfaction rivaling that of a canine. In a flash, Long Qiuxing envisioned Su Dong's ability being utilized for the discovery of ancient tombs or hidden relics. Although the officer felt a pang of jealousy towards Su Dong's rapport with Miao Siqing, he was undeniably awestruck by Su Dong's olfactory prowess. After a prolonged silence, his expression shifted, and he approached with a smile, exclaiming, "Impressive, truly impressive." Turning to Miao Siqing, he added, "Siqing, yes, remarkable." The officer extended his hand towards Su Dong, his enthusiasm palpable. "Oh, you must be Su. Your sense of smell is extraordinary. I have never encountered anyone with a nose as keen as yours. Even specially trained military dogs would likely pale in comparison to your exceptional abilities." The officer's assertion held merit. Military dogs are rigorously trained for specific tasks, often limited to detecting drugs or explosives. However, Su Dong's demonstration had already surpassed the capabilities of such canines. His sense of smell extended to any object. Could a military dog detect an ordinary stone or a common lighter? The answer was a resounding no. With colorless and odorless items, military dogs would be at a loss. Yet Su Dong had seamlessly identified the lighter with remarkable accuracy in such a brief span. Chapter 51. Competition. Despite his jealousy, the officer recognized that individuals with exceptional skills were highly sought after and often advanced within the police department. This young man, who had arrived alongside Miao Siqing, might very well be an officer from a local precinct. However, he was certainly not from the city bureau, as the officer was familiar with its personnel. The entire municipal bureau comprises 142 personnel, an ample yet not excessive number. It is akin to a classroom of 50 or 60 students. Even those with whom one shares a distant relationship are recognized. However, the officer had never encountered Su Dong. Su Dong harbored no intentions of forging any animosity with this officer. He was merely a transient figure of no significance in his life. His performance was solely aimed at convincing Long Qiuxing and Mao Siqing that his abilities stemmed from his keen sense of smell, rather than any supernatural powers as depicted in science fiction films. Long Qiuxing remained pensive for quite some time, struggling to discern any potential dishonesty on Su Dong's part. He could not help but appreciate Su Dong's remarkable olfactory prowess, which elicited a chuckle from him. Mao Siqing, in turn, felt a surge of joy, though she carefully concealed her thoughts from others. She retrieved her mobile phone and dialed the bureau chief, Hu Qingshan. "Boss, how did Captain Chen's operation fare tonight?" she inquired. Hu Qingshan replied tersely, "You little girl, are you hoping for Chun Xiufeng's failure?" Mao Siqing chuckled softly. "Not all. Captain Chun is your subordinate, and so is Captain Wu. Regardless of which team encounters failure, it would tarnish your reputation as the head. I sincerely hope for a flawless conclusion to his operation." Upon hearing that the operation had seemingly faltered, yet knowing that Chun Xiufeng's team remained intact, she felt a flicker of delight. However, she feigned nonchalance, saying, "Chief Hu, how about this? Since the mission is not yet concluded, may I go and take a look?" Hu Qingshan admonished, "What nonsense are you up to? Are you trying to create trouble for Chun Xiufeng? Stay put in the bureau." Mao Siqing huffed, "Chief Hu, therein lies your error. How is my presence at the scene a hindrance to Captain Chun? I intend to solve the case and alleviate your troubles. Please do not underestimate our intentions. We all strive for the bureau's reputation." While her reasoning was sound, Hu Qingshan retorted, "Enough of the grandstanding. I am quite vexed." He was about to end the call when Mao Siqing interjected, "Chief Hu, do not underestimate anyone. Have you forgotten the previous incident with Huang Fa?" Hu Qingshan paused, recollecting that it was indeed Mao Siqing who had discovered the hidden antiques at Huang Fa's rural residence when they were in a bind. "Do you have confidence?" he asked after a moment's silence, realizing he might have underestimated her. "I cannot claim absolute certainty," Mao Siqing replied, her tone light and playful. "I merely think that since Captain Chen's team has yet to unearth any evidence, my visit could yield beneficial insights." After a thoughtful pause, Hu Qingshan consented, "Very well. If you wish to go, then proceed. However, I must impose a strict condition. You're not to act as a substitute for the narcotics team, nor create any difficulties for Chun Xiufeng, and the command at the scene remains with the narcotics team." "Agreed. I shall abide by your terms." Without a moment's hesitation, Mao Siqing acquiesced to Hu Qingshan's request, suspecting that he was concerned she might confront Chun Xiufeng on behalf of Ohongxing. However, this was contingent upon her inability to procure evidence. As the saying goes, facts speak louder than words. Had she discovered physical evidence at the scene, her silence would still have undermined Chun Xiufeng's authority. Renowned for his dominance within the city's police system, Chun Xiufeng was poised for promotion to the position of precinct chief at the Nanka branch due to his exceptional capabilities. Mao Siqing harbored no personal grievances against him, yet his arrogance irked her deeply. Despite his undeniable proficiency, he wielded his influence to suppress others, most notably her superior, Wu Hongxing. Tucking her phone into her pocket, Mao Siqing beckoned Xu Dong, saying, "Xu Dong, accompany me to a certain location, Long Qiuxing inquired with surprise. Where are we headed, young lady? If it pertained to the appraisal of antiques, Long Qiuxing was eager to join, particularly to observe Xu Dong's evaluative skills, which consistently astonished him. Ma Xiqing chuckled and shook her head. Long Lao, you cannot come. I intend to take Xu Dong to observe a drug enforcement operation, and I also have some personal matters to discuss with him. Long Qiuxing waved his hand in mild frustration, his expression darkening in silence. Ma Xiqing, amused by Long Qiuxing's childlike demeanor, laughed gently and led Xu Dong out, leaving the evidence room officer momentarily taken aback. Once outside the evidence storage area, Ma Xiqing did not descend directly to the ground floor, but instead headed to the third-floor office of their criminal investigation team. Upon entering, she addressed a colleague, Xiang Zilong, who was approximately 25, of a stature similar to Xu Dong's. Xiang Zilong, change out of your police uniform. I have need of it. Xiang Zilong responded with confusion. What do you need my uniform for? Ma Xiqing replied sternly. Be quick. This concerns the reputation and future of our team. Realizing the gravity of her words, Xiang Zilong hurriedly retreated to change. In the criminal investigation team, Ma Xiqing held a significant position, not merely due to her connections with Hu Qingshan, but owing to her own formidable skills and, additionally, her striking beauty, which endeared her to her colleagues. Before long, Xiang Zilong emerged with a uniform and handed it to Ma Xiqing. Without awaiting his inquiries, she promptly handed the clothing to Xu Dong, instructing Xu Dong, hurry and put this on. Understanding the significance of wearing the uniform for the operation, Xu Dong did not question her further. The inner room served as a small conference area, its blinds drawn. After scanning the empty space, he quickly changed into the police uniform, which fit relatively well. Albeit, there was no mirror available. As he stepped out, Ma Xiqing could not help but admire Xu Dong in his uniform, exclaiming, Ah, splendid. What a gallant and upright policeman you make. Xu Dong chuckled, pleasantly surprised to hear such words from Ma Xiqing. With a frown of discontent, Xiang Zilong remarked, Xiqing, this is my attire. Are you implying that he is more handsome than I? Mao Xiqing chuckled heartily, replying, It is often said that a person's charm lies in their attire, just as a Buddha's radiance is enhanced by rich adornments. I believe it is a matter of both style and substance. Just look at how he dons your outfit, exuding an even greater air of grandeur and authority. Wouldn't you agree? Xiang Zilong huffed in response. Xu Dong, observing their exchange, discerned that the banter between Mao Xiqing and her colleague was merely light-hearted jesting. Had their camaraderie not reached a certain level, such teasing would not have been so casually exchanged. Let us go, Mao Xiqing declared, dismissing further frivolity with Xiang Zilong and beckoning Xu Dong to follow her. As they made their way to the Westport site, Mao Xiqing drove her Chevrolet Captiva, with Xu Dong seated silently in the passenger seat, refraining from conversation throughout the journey. Upon reaching Yangjiang Road, Mao Xiqing glanced at Xu Dong and playfully inquired, Xu Dong, why the silence? Astute observation. She commended him before continuing. Just remember the sense of the various narcotics you encountered in the evidence room. Once we arrive at the location, stay close behind me and indicate if you detect the hiding spots. Xu Dong had previously expressed his intent to remain inconspicuous, stating that regardless of the significance of the cases he assisted her with, the accolades should belong solely to Mao Xiqing. Thus, she refrained from further discussion. Mao Xiqing surmised that the contraband would likely still be concealed aboard the vessel, possibly within hidden compartments, or perhaps submerged below the waterline, secured with fishing lines akin to a clandestine operation. Xu Dong gazed out the window, noting the enveloping darkness as they ventured beyond the urban sprawl. With the absence of buildings and the diminishing glow of lights, he pondered the futility of discerning any sense in such obscurity, realizing dawn was still several hours away, complicating their quest. Unbeknownst to Mao Xiqing, she was resolutely confident in Xu Dong's olfactory prowess, believing darkness would not hinder his abilities in the slightest. At the riverside outskirts of Westport, the terrain was treacherous, characterized by steep rocks, rendering it unsuitable for docking. However, as Mao Xiqing approached the area, Xu Dong spotted a cluster of lights ahead, illuminating the roadside where dozens of vehicles were parked, their headlights cutting through the night like a multitude of searchlights. As they drew nearer, police officers halted their vehicle, announcing, case investigation ahead. All vehicles must deter. Mao Xiqing lowered her window, leaning out to call, Brother Huang, it's me. Mao Xiqing. The officer hesitated, shining his flashlight towards them, and upon recognizing her, he pondered briefly before inquiring, what brings you here? His tone and demeanor were tinged with caution. It was well understood that all operations within the police department were delineated by jurisdiction. Each officer was responsible for their designated area, and encroaching upon another S domain could be seen as an overreach and a breach of decorum. Chapter 52, Capital. Mao Xiqing continued to lean out of the window, her demeanor cheerful as she explained. I was merely wandering the area with colleagues, and thought I would stop by to see you all. There is nothing else at hand. The expression on Mao Xiqing's face was remarkably composed, revealing not a hint of awareness regarding her superior's knowledge of the situation. Brother Huang paused in contemplation, casting a glance over his shoulder at the busy colleagues before he nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, let us take a look, but let us not make a scene." Captain Shun is currently engrossed in solving a case. Mao Xiqing's background was well known among the staff in the bureau. Despite the fierce competition and mutual animosity between the two teams, both sides exhibited considerable tolerance towards her. This leniency stemmed from her unique status. She maintained a rapport with director Hu Qingshan that was neither overly formal nor too casual, which commanded respect from her peers. Additionally, her striking beauty endeared her to the male officers, a universal inclination toward attractive women. Had it been anyone else from the criminal investigation team, Brother Huang would have certainly barred them from the operational site. "Thank you, Brother Huang," Mao Xiqing expressed with a smile, just as she was about to drive off when Brother Huang suddenly raised his hand to halt her. "Wait, who is that?" He noticed an unfamiliar man in uniform seated in the passenger seat, prompting him to exercise caution and stop the vehicle again. Mao Xiqing promptly clarified, "Brother Huang, this is a relative of mine, recently assigned to intern at a grassroots police station. Given our relationship, I thought it beneficial for him to gain experience. Encountering you all while handling such a significant case is indeed a stroke of luck for him, allowing him to absorb the atmosphere." Brother Huang relaxed his demeanor upon realizing Su Dong's youthful appearance, suggesting he was indeed a fresh police academy graduate. Moreover, not recognizing him indicated he was unlikely to be from the criminal investigation team, and given his familiarity with the bureau personnel, he felt reassured. "Go on, but keep it quiet." Brother Huang nodded again, waving them through, and the surrounding officers naturally stepped aside. Mao Xiqing maneuvered the vehicle closer to the scene before parking alongside the roadside. She turned to Su Dong and instructed, "Su Dong, let us disembark and take a look. Remember, we must proceed as discreetly as possible, and if we uncover nothing, we shall leave quietly." "Understand." Su Dong nodded in agreement and silently followed Mao Xiqing after exiting the car. The area was bustling with at least 40 to 50 officers, and advancing another 20 to 30 meters revealed over 20 police personnel armed and surrounding 8 or 9 individuals who were handcuffed and crouched on the ground. While several officers scoured the rocky riverbank, Su Dong noticed a fishing boat over 10 meters long moored at the riverbank, flanked by police patrol boats and several speedboats, from which divers occasionally entered the water. Mao Xiqing furrowed her brow. Could the seasoned and astute Chen Xiufeng have overlooked what she was contemplating? The individuals in custody had undoubtedly undergone thorough searches, and the fishing boat had been meticulously inspected inside and out. Even the underwater areas had been examined by divers. Yet, given the current circumstances, it was evident that nothing had been discovered. Su Dong surmised that this person was likely the operational commander. Mao Xiqing, observing the situation, concluded that it was impractical to board the boat or search the water. Without certainty, she could not afford to confront Chen Xiufeng directly. "Su Dong, have you noticed anything?" After a moment of reflection, Mao Xiqing quietly inquired of Su Dong. Su Dong shook his head. From the moment he noticed the captured individuals, he had been particularly vigilant. However, no trace of narcotics emanated from them, nor was any such scent detectable in the vicinity. The fishing vessel bore no signs of hidden drugs, and a thorough inspection of the surrounding area yielded nothing. Su Dong furrowed his brow, concentrating intently on his observations. Indeed, there was no indication of any illicit substances near the fishing boat, leading to the inevitable conclusion that the divers would return empty-handed. Gazing into the distance, the river lay shrouded in darkness, obscuring any view. Patrol officers on the speedboat illuminated the area with their powerful searchlights, while some utilized night vision goggles for enhanced visibility. Upon spotting an object, Su Dong paused momentarily before whispering to Mu Xiqing, "Could you possibly lend me a pair of night vision goggles?" Mu Xiqing hesitated, glancing at the nearby patrol boats before nodding. "All right, I will see what I can do." This operation involved not only the drug enforcement team, but also personnel from various departments within the Bureau, including members of the Criminal Investigation Unit. Most of the patrol boat crew consisted of water police, which is why Mu Xiqing felt confident in her request. Just then, a patrol boat approached the shore, and 2 officers disembarked. One appeared to be heading toward Chen Xiufeng to deliver a report. Mu Siqing leaned toward another officer and quietly asked, "Excuse me, could I borrow your night vision goggles for a moment?" The officer was taken aback, momentarily taken in by Mu Siqing's striking presence in her police uniform. Initially poised to refuse, he found it difficult to utter the words. After a brief hesitation, he handed her the goggles, lowering his voice, "Just don't break them. Return them promptly." After all, they were all officers working collaboratively on this mission, so lending them to her posed no issue. Musikink similit biraitli. Epresink her gratitude. Thank you so much. I promise to take good care of them and return them shortly. Her implication was clear. Under different circumstances, her request might not have been granted. Su Dong chuckled softly, but remained silent as he accepted the night vision goggles, taking a moment to familiarize himself with their operation. Having only seen such devices in films, he had never encountered the real thing. Mu Siqing quickly guided him. First, turn on the switch, then adjust the focus as needed. Following her instructions, Su Dong activated the goggles. The previously impenetrable darkness was suddenly illuminated, revealing a unique landscape akin to a scene from a television screen. Distant objects were drawn closer, allowing him to discern minute facial expressions with clarity, a novelty that captivated him. Interestingly, the illuminated areas were less impressive. But when he turned the lens towards the pitch-black night, the true capabilities of the night vision goggles became apparent. Having found no signs near the fishing vessel, Su Dong gradually shifted the lens outward. Initially, he saw nothing unusual, but as he adjusted the view to about 300 to 400 meters from the shore, he was startled to suddenly recognize the very aura he had memorized. Su Dong's body trembled as he focused intently on a particular spot, scrutinizing the area closely. Within a radius of approximately 100 meters, he discerned at least 7 locations from which the vapor of methamphetamine was emanating. Judging by the density and volume of the vapors, Su Dong estimated that the quantity at this location surpassed that in the evidence storage room by several dozen times. With 7 such sites on the river surface, he was internally astonished. If this quantity were to escape, it could lead to the ruin of countless lives. "Su Dong, have you discovered anything?" Mu Siqing, observing Su Dong's prolonged silence while he peered through the night vision goggles, felt a sense of urgency and quietly inquired. Su Dong set down the goggles, contemplating how to respond. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Mu Siqing pressed further. "Have you found anything?" She believed Su Dong's abilities primarily relied on his sense of smell. This particular location was situated on a protruding rock at the river's edge, effectively a vantage point. Any scent carried by the air would likely be detected here first. If it were a matter of scent, Su Dong should have made some observations. After a moment of contemplation, Su Dong replied, "There seems to be a faint odor, but I cannot ascertain if it would permit me to approach the patrol boat for a closer look." Mu Siqing was momentarily taken aback. Initially intending to chastise Su Dong for his audacity, she felt a surge of excitement upon hearing him mention a faint smell. Even if it posed difficulties, the prospect of discovery overshadowed any concerns about Chun Xiufeng's potential anger. "All right, I will give it another try." Mu Siqing nodded and walked towards the officer who had borrowed the night vision goggles, who had been captivated by her stunning beauty since the beginning. As she approached, a smile spread across his face in anticipation. "Excuse me, could you allow my colleague and me to conduct a brief patrol on the river? Just for a moment." Observing the expression on the officer's face, Mu Siqing sensed a glimmer of hope. With gentle persuasion, she made her request once more, and the officer, visibly softened, glanced at his companion, reporting to Chun Xiufeng before nodding. "All right, but only for a few minutes." Realizing that the night's operation was likely to yield no results, he figured that Chun Xiufeng would announce a withdrawal. Therefore, taking Mu Siqing for a brief patrol on the river was not a significant issue. While non-officers would not be permitted, both Mu Siqing and Su Dong were in police uniforms and part of the operation. What other identities could they possibly assume? This mission was indeed a collaborative effort among several units, and having officers patrol the river was entirely within regulations. Of course, the primary reason was still Mu Siqing's beauty. Su Dong sighed inwardly, recognizing that beauty was indeed an asset. Once aboard the patrol boat, the officer handed over 2 life vests, saying, "Please put these on." Mu Siqing adeptly donned the life vest, having encountered such situations frequently, while it was Su Dong's first experience with such gear, making him somewhat clumsy. After finally managing to put on the life vest, Su Dong noticed Mu Siqing watching him intently, aware that she awaited his instructions. He promptly gestured in a direction and said, "Officer, let us proceed in this direction to investigate." As Mu Siqing grasped the handrail, she pointed toward the direction indicated by Su Dong, urging, "This way, this way." The speedboat roared to life, its headlights piercing the darkness, casting a straight beam of white light that illuminated the river's surface. The officer reduced the speed, while other companions piloted their boats nearby, none of whom noticed their vessel. However, after traveling about 200 to 300 meters, the others became aware, for Chun Xiufeng had issued orders for the Frogman team, part of their speedboat squad, to conduct a search around the fishing boats. The primary target was indeed the fishing boat, both inside and out. Mu Xiqing had instructed the officer to steer directly toward the location Su Dong had indicated. While mingling with the others, they went unnoticed. But once their solitary speedboat ventured far, it was immediately spotted. The speedboat carrying Mu Xiqing and Su Dong was piloted by Zhang Jinxue, and the voice from the walkie-talkie clearly reached his ears, as well as those of Mu Xiqing and Su Dong. The speed of the boat, already moderate, came to a halt at that moment. Su Dong peered intently ahead and spotted what seemed to be a fishing spear-like hook on the boat. He promptly picked it up and instructed Zhang Jinxue, "Brother, just to that spot ahead, right there." With Mu Xiqing's soft plea, Zhang Jinxue hesitated for a moment, glanced at the shore, and resolutely declared, "All right, just 2 minutes." As the speedboat reached the location Su Dong pointed to, Mu Xiqing felt a surge of anxiety. Unsure of what Su Dong had discovered, the river offered little visibility despite the bright lights, revealing only the illuminated surface, while the underwater visibility extended barely an inch or two. It wasn't until Su Dong noticed bubbles surfacing from the river that he commanded Zhang Jinxue to stop. He then lowered the 3-meter-long hook into the water, fishing about, seemingly snagging something. Mu Xiqing and Zhang Jinxue watched Su Dong closely, with Zhang Jinxue puzzled by the young officer's peculiar behavior. What could he possibly hope to catch in the middle of the river where visibility was non-existent? Was he expecting to haul up a few fish? What on earth was this? Zhang Jinxue, momentarily taken aback, couldn't help but inquire, wondering if perhaps a fisherman had placed a hidden net buoy in the river's depths. He then speculated that it might indeed be this young officer who had accurately pinpointed the location. "Let's see if there are any fish." Su Dong, without further ado, lowered the hook and began to pull up the buoy line with both hands. Observing Su Dong's vigorous tugging and the emergence of the line, Mu Xiqing felt a rush of excitement, although they had yet to ascertain whether anything substantial lay beneath the surface. It was clear that Su Dong had made a significant find. Perhaps his instincts had led him to something genuine. Caught up in the moment, she stepped forward to assist in hauling the line. The other end of the rope felt heavy, and as Zhang Jinxue strained to help pull, he couldn't shake the thought that it couldn't possibly be a large fish. More likely, it was merely a net. "We're doomed! We're doomed!" Zhang Jinxue exclaimed in distress, growing increasingly anxious as he continued to tug at the rope. At that moment, a sudden splash echoed, and a bundle emerged from the water, illuminated by the light. It was a large package meticulously sealed in a black plastic bag, resembling a quilt neatly folded into blocks. Mu Xiqing was instantly elated. Unlike Zhang Jinxue, who was unaware of Su Dong's extraordinary sense of smell, she had witnessed it firsthand. Her intention in bringing Su Dong here was purposeful, and now that they had made a discovery, it was highly likely that this package contained the very items she had been yearning for. "Help me. Pull it up with all your strength," she urged, as the package was quite heavy. Mu Xiqing instructed Zhang Jinxue to assist, and together with a third person, they managed to hoist the bundle onto the speedboat. She turned to Zhang Jinxue and asked, "Brother Zhang, do you have a knife?" Taken aback, Zhang Jinxue fished out a military dagger from his waist and handed it to her. Without further ado, Mu Xiqing used the dagger to slice open the plastic packaging. Layer after layer unfolded, totaling 6 or 7 in all. In truth, after the second layer, no water had penetrated, and the subsequent layers ensured absolute protection. The contents remained completely dry. Observing the meticulous packaging, Mu Xiqing's heart swelled with joy, when she finally tore through the last layer. What lay within were bags of a white powder resembling laundry detergent. Initially perplexed, Zhang Jinxue, having encountered such substances before, was momentarily stunned before stammering, "What is this?" With a wave of her hand, Mu Xiqing commanded, "Brother Zhang, report to Captain Shun that we have made a discovery and request a speedboat for assistance." Energized, Zhang Jinxue quickly retrieved his walkie-talkie to relay the message. "Captain, we have found a large suspicious package in the middle of the river, suspected to be heroin. Please send a verification team." Though initially anxious about potential reprimands, the discovery of the suspicious package alleviated his fears. Regardless of its authenticity, he would certainly avoid punishment. Moreover, if the package proved genuine, it would be a significant achievement. Upon hearing of the discovery in the river's center, Chun Xiufeng though puzzled, wasted no time and promptly boarded a patrol boat to investigate. Under Chen Xiufeng's direction, half of the accompanying speedboat followed his patrol craft towards the river's heart. Upon reaching Zhang Jinshue's speedboat, Chen Xiufeng's eyes lit up at the sight of the large bundle. His extensive experience in drug enforcement enabled him to recognize at a glance that this package contained illicit substances. Bring that package over to the patrol boat, Chen Xiufeng instructed as the speedboat neared. He signaled to the nearby inspector, prepare for examination. Several officers carefully transferred the large package onto the patrol boat, where the inspector, already prepared, commenced the bag-opening test. In just over a minute, after conducting several relevant tests, the inspector nodded at Chen Xiufeng, stating, "Captain, this is high-purity heroin." Elated, Chen Xiufeng turned to Zhang Jinxue and asked, "How did you manage to discover this, my friend?" Zhang Jinxue offered an awkward smile, gesturing towards Mao Xiqing, and said, "Captain Chen, this find is not mine. It was this beautiful junior sister who discovered it. She insisted that I come to this location." Chen Xiufeng cast a glance at Mao Xiqing, momentarily taken aback. He certainly recognized her. "Little Mao, is that you? What brings you here?" Chen Xiufeng's expression darkened. This package of heroin likely weighed around 50 kilograms. Judging by this quantity, the operation tonight was not entirely fruitless. However, it was infuriating that they had not made the discovery themselves. After toiling for half the night without success, it was rather disheartening that Mao Xiqing, upon her arrival, had made the find. Given her tone, it seemed she was dispatched by Director Hu, which felt like a slap in the face for him. With so many witnesses present, it would be difficult to conceal this, especially since tonight's operation involved several units. He realized that Mao Xiqing held a somewhat unique status, making it challenging to exert pressure on her. Mao Xiqing, unfazed by Chen Xiufeng's discomfort, turned to Su Dong and inquired, "How are things?" Su Dong understood her intent and nodded, replying, "Sister Mao, I have noted the location you indicated. I would appreciate it if Brother Zhang could lead us there." Zhang Jinxue was momentarily bewildered, unsure of Su Dong's meaning. However, both Mao Xiqing and Chen Xiufeng grasped the implication. Mao Xiqing understood that Su Dong intended to shift the credit onto her, preferring to remain in the shadows. And his words suggested another layer of meaning. There was likely more than just this package. Chapter 54, A Fruitless Endeavor. Su Dong's words were also clear to Chen Xiufeng. Yet his feelings were markedly different. Su Dong was evidently attributing the discovery to Mao Xiqing, which made Chen Xiufeng's situation all the more uncomfortable. If there were indeed additional items discovered by her, his embarrassment would only deepen. After a night of relentless effort, Chen Xiufeng himself felt certain they would return empty-handed. Although they had apprehended individuals, the absence of tangible evidence rendered the capture nearly meaningless. Now, with Mao Xiqing having uncovered dozens of kilograms of heroin, their narcotics team could claim a semblance of success, allowing them to report back to Director Hu. Yet, in the eyes of Hu Qingshan, the narcotics unit would undoubtedly lose face before the criminal investigation team. If only this quantity of material evidence were at stake, it would not draw excessive attention. However, should the haul prove to be even greater, the ramifications of the case would be significantly amplified. Thus, Chen Xiufeng harbored a strong desire for no further discoveries. Mao Xiqing was a capable subordinate of his rival, Wu Hongsheng, and the narcotics team had long suppressed the criminal investigation team. Under Chen Xiufeng's leadership, the latter had struggled to regain its footing over the years. Recently, he had received explicit directives from higher-ups. He was slated for promotion to the position of bureau chief. At this critical juncture, the greater the success of today's operation, the more significant the impact on him, especially since the discovery of evidence was made not under his command, but rather by Mao Xiqing, a member of the criminal investigation team, who had come here with the approval of Director Hu. Any attempt to negotiate with her would be futile. Chen Xiufeng pondered with a serious expression as he observed numerous subordinates aboard scattered speedboats, trailing Zhang Jinshue's vessel. Mao Xiqing and her companions wielded hooks, diligently searching the waters. At this moment, under the gaze of the crowd, Su Dong had restrained himself, refraining from taking action, instead subtly signaling to Mao Xiqing to proceed. Although Mao Xiqing could not discern what lay beneath the water surface, Su Dong's hint encouraged her to wield the hook in a haphazard manner. With a few strokes, she snagged a floating object from beneath the water, which resembled what Su Dong had previously retrieved. Gasping for breath, Mao Xiqing waved cheerfully for a few colleagues from the criminal police team, who were to assist in the operation tonight. They, fully aware of the situation, approached with smiles and began to tug at the rope. At this juncture, Mao Xiqing merely observed without intervening, while her colleagues swiftly pulled the submerged objects to the surface, revealing packages identical to those discovered earlier. Upon opening one on the patrol boat, the contents were confirmed by the inspector to be consistent with the previous findings. Seeing that no one was paying him any attention, Su Dong discreetly informed Mao Xiqing, "There are 7 more locations with items." Upon hearing this, Mao Xiqing's joy was palpable. Had it not been for the presence of so many colleagues, she might have been tempted to kiss Su Dong in gratitude. This man had indeed avenged their criminal police team in a significant way. With a total of 9 locations, if each contained a similar quantity, it could amount to nearly 500 kilograms, an astonishing figure that would undoubtedly make waves in national drug enforcement efforts. Chun Xiufeng found himself unable to suppress the situation. Given the multitude of other units present, he realized that concealing the matter was futile, and if the quantity were indeed, as Su Dong suggested, the operation tonight would send shockwaves across the nation. He was at a loss as to how to handle the accolades that would surely follow. Seizing the opportunity, Su Dong quietly pointed out the other 7 locations to Mao Xiqing, all within a short distance of a few meters apart. With this newfound knowledge, she smiled and addressed the contemplative Chun Xiufeng, saying, "Captain Chun, I have a few more discovery points. Could you assign some personnel to assist me?" "More?" Chun Xiufeng was both astonished and perplexed. What was happening with Mao Xiqing? This did not appear to be a mere accidental discovery of clues. It seemed more like a covert tip-off leading to a public unmasking of him. Despite his frustration, Chun Xiufeng reluctantly instructed his subordinates to assist Mao Xiqing. As a result, she successfully retrieved 7 more large packages, totaling 9, amounting to over 400 kilograms, an astonishing quantity that left Chun Xiufeng utterly speechless. Even after years of drug enforcement, the total amount of heroin he had seized over the years paled in comparison to this single discovery. Yet, it was infuriating that the discoverer was neither him nor any member of his command. In the shadowy expanse of the river, hundreds of meters from the fishing boat's docking point, Chun Xiufeng could hardly fathom that these traffickers had stealthily submerged the drugs in the river's depths before making their way ashore. This sensation is profoundly unsettling. Chun Xiufeng harbors an intense desire for substantial gains, yet he is unwilling to permit the outsider, Mao Xiqing, to bask in the limelight alone. Seizing all the accolades for the operation, how could he possibly feel at ease with such a situation? Moreover, the magnitude of this discovery astonishes everyone. Even his years of diligent effort pale in comparison to this singular achievement. Not to mention Mao Xiqing's concealed delight. Present at the scene was a captain from the criminal police unit, who usually extends Chun Xiufeng a degree of respect during such occasions. However, in this joint operation, he finds himself in a rather uncomfortable position, as the command authority lies entirely with the narcotics team, led by Chun Xiufeng. Any accolades from this endeavor would rightfully belong to him, a fact beyond dispute given Chen's evident capability. Nonetheless, tonight's operation undeniably falters, particularly with Mao Xiqing unexpectedly making a groundbreaking discovery. How could he not be displeased? Despite Chun Xiufeng's grim countenance, he retrieves his phone to call Hu Qingshan and report the situation. This action could be seen as overstepping his bounds. But Chun Xiufeng feels compelled to inform Hu Qingshan of the accomplishment, which he considers permissible. Hu Qingshan, of course, has been closely monitoring the night's operation. When Mao Xiqing approached him, he was already overwhelmed, as the large-scale operation yielded no tangible evidence, presenting a challenge to report to city leadership and even more so to higher authorities. Despite the apparent failure of the mission, there was no choice but to expedite the investigation. However, Hu Qingshan never anticipated that Mao Xiqing, who seemed to be whimsically insisting on visiting the scene to learn, would indeed unearth substantial evidence with an astonishing quantity, leaving him almost dizzy with disbelief. Mao Xiqing, whom he had always regarded as a mere ornamental figure, had unexpectedly garnered such significant merit. Mu Guanjing, her father, had long discreetly requested Hu Qingshan to assist by keeping Mao Xiqing out of harm's way and gradually easing her out of the public security system. As the Mu family must have a successor, with only 2 daughters, Mao Xiqing is the most suitable candidate, while her younger sister, Siyu, though capable, is too young to manage the vast Mu group at this stage. For the family legacy to continue, Mao Xiqing must undergo extensive training in various aspects. Yet, the crux of the matter is that Mao Xiqing currently lacks the ambition for such a path, leaving Mu Guanjing feeling helpless. Now, Hu Qingshan begins to reconsider. How could one's fortune be so consistently fortuitous? The discovery made by Mu Siqing during tonight's operation seems 100 times more fortunate than winning a first-class lottery. Hu Qingshan inquires further with the deputy captain. Has the evidence found at the scene been examined? The confirmation is unequivocal, with a total exceeding 400 kilograms. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiufeng, though aware of the truth, cannot help but furrow his brow, grappling with an indescribable discomfort and unease. Undoubtedly, Mu Siqing's actions tonight were premeditated. Otherwise, how could she have been so precisely positioned to make such a significant seizure? Perhaps behind this, there lies the covert orchestration of Wu Hongsheng, with the intent of bringing him great embarrassment. Suddenly, Chen Xiufeng's once fervent aspirations were somewhat dampened. If Mu Siqing's actions tonight were indeed under Wu Hongsheng's clandestine direction, then the prospects of his elevation would certainly become uncertain. The position of branch director is not solely contested by him, Chen Xiufeng, although he currently holds the greatest assurance and strength. If Wu Hongsheng were to claim credit for tonight's monumental achievement, it would significantly enhance his standing. Thus, all of Chen's arduous years of toil might be overshadowed by a single operation tonight. Having successfully accomplished her mission, Mu Siqing said no more and cheerfully instructed Zhang Jinxue. Brother Zhang, could you kindly take us ashore? I truly owe you a debt of gratitude tonight. Let me treat you to a meal another day. Chapter 55. The warmth and coldness of human hearts. As Mu Siqing disembarked, though Chen Xiufeng felt a pang of discontent, the triumphant outcome of the case compelled all operatives to engage in the ensuing bustle, leaving him no choice but to join in, hardly affording himself a moment to inquire about Mu Siqing. He found himself bewildered by her sudden involvement, yet he firmly believed that Mu Siqing had come prepared, aiming to bring honor to the criminal police team, and she had indeed succeeded. With over 100 operatives from various units involved, who among them could remain unaware that the substantial drug haul was discovered and tracked down by Mu Siqing? After Mu Siqing and Su Dong reached the shore, and noticing that no one was paying her any mind, she quietly slipped away, beckoning to Su Dong. The two ascended the rugged path and drove off after reaching the road. As Mu Siqing drove, her visage was adorned with a smile, and she refrained from calling Hu Qingshan to report on the evening's events, for she knew that others would undoubtedly relay the information to him. Siqing, you rascal. Always pulling off surprise attacks. I must commend you for this one, Hu Qingshan exclaimed over the phone, laughing heartily before allowing her a chance to speak. All right. Hu Qingshan had initially harbored doubts regarding the simplicity of the situation. Logically, Mu Siqing lacked the depth of cunning and capability. He suspected that this operation was orchestrated by Wu Hongsheng. The competition between the criminal police team and the drug enforcement unit had always been fierce, and the latter had consistently overshadowed the former in recent years, with Chen Xiufeng being regarded as the most capable. In terms of age, Chen Xiufeng held an advantage. At 40, he was significantly younger than Wu Hongsheng, who was 54. The higher-ups had also shown intent to promote Chen Xiufeng, yet in light of today's operation, his advantage had notably diminished. This case, drawing immense attention due to the nearly 500 kilograms of narcotics involved, was amongst the rare significant cases nationwide. Therefore, it would be difficult for Wu Hongsheng, as the orchestrator behind the scenes, not to receive a promotion. Nonetheless, Hu Qingshan felt relatively satisfied. Hearing Mu Siqing's account suggested that Wu Hongsheng was considerate, not wishing to stir conflict with Chen Xiufeng. If personal grievances were to dictate, he would have seized the credit on the spot, ridiculing Chen Xiufeng, but Wu Hongsheng had not even shown his face, demonstrating a commendable magnanimity, which Hu had underestimated. Regardless of whether it was Wu Hongsheng or Chen Xiufeng who achieved success, the contributions of their leader, Hu Qingshan, cannot be overlooked. The thoughtful consideration of his subordinates has allowed this director to navigate smoothly, avoiding any internal strife. Truly a commendable situation. All right, Miao Siqing responded with a chuckle before ending the call. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to the ever-quiet Su Dong and inquired, Su Dong, will you accompany me to the office? After a brief drive, Miao Siqing mused aloud. It is quite peculiar. Who doesn't he aspire to stand out? Who doesn't he desire to bask in the limelight? You are indeed an anomaly, effortlessly discarding monumental achievements, leaving me to reap the benefits. This unexpected windfall has nearly left me dazed. With a smile, she continued, Su Dong, I have come to realize that your keen sense of intuition is remarkably sharp, a veritable tool for solving cases. My intention is not to burden you with the weight of accolades. Rather, I aim to unravel more cases to serve the community effectively. Miao Siqing paused momentarily, glancing at Su Dong before playfully scoffing. You are truly something else. Reflecting on Su Dong's previous remarks about his lack of ambition for fame or fortune, she acknowledged that expecting more from him might be unrealistic. Pushing him too hard might lead him to withdraw entirely, so it would be prudent to take a gradual approach. As long as he agreed to assist and could be relied upon during critical moments, that in itself was not a disadvantage. Standing outside the pawn shop for a considerable time, Su Dong watched as Miao Xiqing's vehicle disappeared from view before retrieving his keys to enter. The frequent exertion of his abilities left him feeling utterly fatigued, and he collapsed onto his bed without even taking a shower. The following morning, while still ensconced in slumber, he was roused by a voice. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to find his boss, Niu Xiangdong, standing before him. "Uncle Niu, is it already morning?" "Su Dong et glim, sitting o patsti." Niu Xiangdong glanced at his watch and replied in a serious tone, "It's already 9:30. Is it still morning? Get up quickly. I have a guest." Su Dong was taken aback. How had he slept until 9:30? Clearly, he had been exhausted the previous day, sleeping so soundly that it warranted Niu Xiangdong personally waking him. Embarrassment flushed his cheeks as he hurried to rise. Niu Xiangdong nodded and stepped outside, allowing Su Dong to dress with a sense of urgency. He rushed to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth, completing his routine in under 2 minutes before heading out to prepare tea. As Niu Xiangdong had not mentioned the number of guests, Su Dong poured 2 cups of tea and carefully carried them into the room. There, he found Niu Xiangdong engaged in conversation with a visitor. Hastily, Su Dong placed the tea on the coffee table, saying, "Please enjoy your tea." When he raised his gaze, he was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the guest, his uncle, Zhou Qianqi. Zhou Qianqi, fully aware of Su Dong's presence at Niu Xiangdong's place, accepted the tea without a flicker of emotion, taking a delicate sip. Su Dong stepped back, standing to the side, observing his uncle's serene demeanor, which stirred a sense of discontent within him. Niu Xiangdong took a sip of tea before smiling and saying, "Brother Zhou, regarding the song you jade vase I showed you last time, I've kept it safe for you while you considered it. Since you called today to take another look, please do so with care. I propose a price of 250,000. You are well versed in this field, so I need not elaborate. The market value is well over 400,000. I see you as a worthy friend, thus I offer it to you for 250,000, regardless of the higher offers from others. No need to discuss money between us." Niu Xiangdong waved his hand casually. "Take it with you. We need not concern ourselves with finances. Whenever it is convenient for you to retrieve it from the bank, that is fine. I trust your character." As he spoke, Niu Xiangdong rose and went to the inner room to fetch the jade vase. Su Dong had yet to see this vase in store. It was not particularly large, resembling a Coca-Cola bottle, its body a milky white with a blue aura emanating from it. Clearly a remarkable piece. If it were any other customer, Su Dong would remain silent. This was Niu Xiangdong's business, and he was merely an employee tasked with ensuring that Niu Xiangdong did not suffer losses. However, the customer in question was Zhou Qianqi, someone he despised. Niu Xiangdong was selling a genuine item to him, and judging by the richness of its aura, the price was certainly not exorbitant. Su Dong understood that the antique trade was strictly cash-based, as it relied heavily on discernment. Credit could lead to disputes if the buyer reneged, which would only create unnecessary complications. This business was akin to banking. Once the transaction left the counter, they bore no responsibility. Yet Niu Xiangdong had agreed to allow Zhou Qianqi to pay only 100,000 in cash, with the remaining balance to be settled at a later time. Was this not an unwarranted favor to Zhou Qianqi? Upon hearing this, Zhou Qianqi smiled broadly and nodded, taking a briefcase from beside him and unzipping it. He pulled out 10 bundles of banknotes, each wrapped in paper, totaling 100,000. Unable to contain himself, Su Dong exclaimed, "Uncle Niu, Su Dong." Without allowing him to finish, Niu Xiangdong raised his hand and said, "Go tidy up the store, both inside and out. There is quite a bit of dust accumulating." Su Dong was taken aback. He had kept the store impeccably clean, nearly spotless. Where could there possibly be dust? Niu Xiangdong's implication was unmistakable. He was displeased by Su Dong's presence. A wave of sorrow washed over Su Dong as he realized he had overestimated his standing with Niu Xiangdong. He was merely an inconsequential figure. Even if Niu Xiangdong treated him with some kindness, he could not elevate himself in importance. The business of the store was no place for him to voice his opinions. Chapter 56. A Windfall from the Heavens. A pang of heartbreak and a sense of loss engulfed him, even tempting him to leave altogether. However, after some contemplation, Su Dong resolved to remain and work diligently. After all, Niu Xiangdong had taken him in during his most desperate times. and he had no right to demand that Niu Xiangdong refrain from engaging in business dealings with his uncle, Zhou Qianqi. Moreover, Niu Xiangdong did not expel him. Rather, he allowed him to remain there in good health. One must be grateful and reciprocate kindness. Naturally, enmity must also be avenged. To repay kindness for kindness and enmity for enmity is the essence of clarity in relationships. With these thoughts in mind, Su Dong silently immersed himself in his work, refraining from engaging in any conversation between Niu Xiangdong and Zhou Qianqi. When Zhou Qianqi departed, he hardly noticed Su Dong's forlorn and indifferent expression, as his mind was solely preoccupied with the prospects of his business deal. Once Zhou Qianqi settled into his new Malibu, he carefully placed the box containing the jade bottle on the seat cushion. He held high expectations for this transaction, having spent over 2 years in the pawn business. He possessed only a rudimentary understanding of various items, yet his knowledge of jade was notably deeper. The jade bottle from Niu Xiangdong was indeed a fine piece. He could discern its excellent quality, and with the inscription dating back to the Song dynasty, it was not a renowned artifact. Yet it was likely worth 300,000 to 400,000. Regardless, a price of 250,000 seemed quite reasonable. Today, Niu Xiangdong had invited him to the store not necessarily to sell this bottle, but upon seeing it, Zhou Qianqi was immediately intrigued. To his surprise, Niu Xiangdong readily agreed to sell it for the modest sum of 250,000. Initially, Zhou Qianqi had anticipated that Niu Xiangdong would ask for a price of at least 400,000, so he was quite taken aback by the significantly lower figure. On this day, he had brought nearly all the cash flow from his shop, amounting to 100,000 yuan. Zhou Qianqi's business primarily provided for his basic needs, barely keeping him afloat. The purchase of the new Malibu was made possible by utilizing 38,000 from Su Dong. Otherwise, he would not have been able to fulfill his dream of acquiring a respectable new vehicle. From the 38,000, Zhou Qianqi allocated 25,000 for himself, spent 15,000 on the car, arranged a portion as an auto loan, and retained the remaining 10,000 as working capital for the shop. Additionally, he gave his daughter, Zhou Lin, 80,000 to buy a new sail, while his wife received 50,000 as a gesture of goodwill, thereby distributing the 38,000 entirely. When Zhou Qianqi visited Niu Xiangdong's shop, he had not anticipated needing the cash immediately, but he brought the full 100,000 to showcase his liquidity. Driving the new car was indeed exhilarating, although he did not need to drive, as his pawn shop and Niu Xiangdong's establishment were merely 500 or 600 meters apart, just a few minutes on foot. This Malibu represented his status, making even a short walk feel like a drive. This realization somewhat dulled Zhou Qianqi's excitement. Even when the traffic light turned green, he momentarily forgot to proceed, only to be jolted back to reality by the impatient honking of vehicles behind him. He hastily restarted the car and continued on his way. Upon parking in front of his pawn shop, Zhou Qianqi exited the vehicle, cradling the box containing the jade bottle, and closed the car door with his knee. He elegantly pressed the lock button, relishing the sound of the locking mechanism as a source of pride. Inside the store, his nephew Zhou was on duty. Without even glancing at him, Zhou Qianqi called out, "Zhou Wu, please tidy up the coffee table. I need to arrange some items." Zhou Wu sighed softly. Yet instead of tidying up the coffee table, he hurriedly approached and whispered, "Third uncle, we have guests." Zhou Qianqi was taken aback and, upon glancing up, noticed 2 elderly gentlemen seated on the sofa by the coffee table, both in their 50s or 60s. One of them was instantly recognizable. It was Long Qiuxing. "Long Lao, is it truly you?" Zhou Qianqi stammered, momentarily flustered. He quickly placed the box on the counter, then donned a beaming smile and hurried over, turning to instruct Zhou Wu. "Wooer, quickly prepare some tea." Indeed. Zhou Qianqi nodded eagerly, then inquired of Long Qiuxing, "What brings you to my humble shop?" With a chuckle, Long Qiuxing introduced the other gentleman. "This is my friend from the capital, Mr. Wu Jiren, a prominent figure in the world of antiques. During his visit to Tongcheng, I thought it best to show him around the antique shops and pawn shops, allowing him to purchase whatever catches his fancy." Mr. Wu, greetings. I am Zhou Qianqi." Zhou Qianqi exclaimed, hastily shaking hands with Wu Jiren. Given Wu Jiren's association with Long Qiuxing, his stature was undoubtedly far superior to Zhou Qianqi's. Wu Jiren displayed a faint smile and replied coolly, "Good to meet you, Boss Zhou." His words, though neutral, carried an air of superiority, yet Zhou Qianqi bore no offense. Those of wealth and status naturally possessed a degree of arrogance, and he would likely behave similarly in the presence of those less fortunate. "Very well," Long Qiuxing responded, donning his reading glasses as he observed the jade vase Zhou Qianqi had placed on the table. Zhou Tianqi felt a surge of anxiety. Although he had some knowledge of jade, he was hardly an expert, especially when compared to someone of Long Qiuxing's caliber. If Long Qiuxing declared the vase a counterfeit, it would spell disaster for Zhou Tianqi, despite not having settled the remaining 150,000 yuan owed to Niu Xiangdou. He would be left at a loss of 100,000 yuan, intensifying his unease. Long Qiuxing's expression was serious, indicative of his meticulous scrutiny, and this further heightened Zhou Tianqi's trepidation. Meanwhile, Wu Jiren, seated beside him, suddenly exclaimed upon inspecting the jade vase, "Old Long, I have a look at that vase?" Only then did Long Qiuxing smile and cautiously pass the vase to him. Observing Long Qiuxing's demeanor provided Zhou Tianqi with a slight sense of reassurance, yet he dared not fully relax until a definitive conclusion was reached. He felt uncomfortable directly asking Long Qiuxing whether the vase was genuine, as such a question would reveal his lack of discernment. Patience was essential. Silence was indeed golden in this moment. Wu Jiren scrutinized the vase with an intensity that seemed even greater than Long Qiuxing's, and his expression suggested a favorable impression. After a prolonged silence, Wu Jiren finally lifted his gaze to Zhou Tianqi and inquired, "Boss Zhou, what can you tell me about this jade vase?" Zhou Tianqi was momentarily stunned, his heart racing with trepidation. He stammered, "It couldn't possibly be a fake, could it? Please speak candidly." Wu Jiren waved his hand with a smile and said, "Just tell me how much you are willing to sell it for. Business is about mutual agreement, so please state your price directly." After much contemplation, Zhou Tianqi restrained himself from quoting a price. He decided to let Wu Jiren make the offer first, thus keeping his own bottom line concealed. Wu Jiren, after a moment of reflection, finally said, "Very well, Mr. Zhou, I shall offer you 450,000. Does this price seem acceptable to you?" 450,000? Zhou Tianqi was taken aback, but quickly masked his surprise with a calm facade, responding, "I believe 450,000 is still somewhat on the low side. I think it should be no less than 500,000. Hearing Wu Jiren's initial offer of 450,000, Zhou Tianqi felt both astonished and delighted, though he managed to suppress his excitement and boldly added another 50,000 to the bid. Since the offer exceeded his expectations, why not push for more? The price offered by Wu Jiren was indeed exhilarating. Having purchased the item for 250,000, it had nearly doubled in value within an hour, promising a profit of 200,000. Such an opportunity was rare. No wonder his left eye had been twitching all morning. Clearly, the saying about the left eye indicating wealth and the right eye indicating disaster was accurate. Chapter 57, A Major Deal. Zhou Tianqi, with a determined resolve, raised the price to 500,000. If Wu Jiren did not agree, he would retract to 450,000, as he would still be making a substantial profit. After all, negotiation is inherent in business. Why not strive for more? Wu Jiren pondered briefly, glanced at Long Qiuxing, chuckled, and nodded. "All right, 500,000 it is. I shall purchase it." As he spoke, he retrieved a sleek, ultra-thin netbook from his bag, opened it to access the banking website, and asked Zhou Tianqi, "Mr. Zhou, could you kindly provide me with your account number?" Zhou Tianqi was momentarily stunned. The happiness was overwhelming. Wu Jiren had accepted the price of 500,000 without haggling, and he felt his hands tremble as he fumbled in his pocket for his wallet, struggling to extract his bank card. After handing the card to Wu Jiren, he watched as the latter adeptly entered the account information for the transfer. Suddenly, Zhou Tianqi regretted not having asked for 600,000, or even 70 or 80,000. Judging by Wu Jiren's enthusiastic response, he was undoubtedly a person of means. He might have accepted an even higher offer simply for the sake of liking the item. Or perhaps the jade vase was intrinsically worth that much. Adding just 50,000 now seemed a miscalculation, but it was too late to retract his words. Zhou Tianqi dared not act unscrupulously with someone of Long Qiuxing's stature. After all, with a mere flick of a finger, Long Qiuxing could easily extinguish him using his resources and connections. The transfer was executed swiftly. Within a minute, Zhou Tianqi's phone chimed, and upon checking, he found the notification of the bank deposit. 500,000, not a cent less. Though Zhou Tianqi felt a tinge of regret for the hasty sale, he had nonetheless reaped an astonishing profit of 250,000. A sum that represented nearly the entirety of his annual earnings. In the span of a mere hour, the profits eclipsed a year's worth of toil, filling his heart with unrestrained joy. This exquisite jade vase had scarcely been examined before he sold it for double the purchase price. The ease with which he had acquired this wealth left him somewhat dazed. Wu Jiren promptly transferred the funds, secured his laptop, and then handed Zhou Tianqi a business card. Boss Zhou, it has been a pleasure doing business with you. Here is my card. Should you come across any noteworthy items in the future, do not hesitate to call me. I assure you that I will offer prices superior to those of my competitors. Absolutely, absolutely, Zhou Tianqi responded eagerly. The numerous titles inscribed on Wu Jiren's card were impressive. Prominently displayed was his title as the president of the Capital City Collectors Association, followed by various honorary titles, such as vice president of the Overseas Chinese Cultural Relics Association. Regardless of the specific designation, Zhou Tianqi sensed that Wu Jiren was indeed a person of considerable stature, especially given his association with Long Qiuxing. Brother Long, I am pressed for time. With a few hours left before my flight, could you take me to explore other venues? Wu Jiren suggested, having concluded the transaction and sensing that Zhou Tianqi had exhausted his offerings. Certainly, I shall see you off, Zhou Tianqi said, hurriedly assisting with the jade vase box. He had intended to drive his Chevrolet Malibu to transport Wu Jiren and Long Qiuxing. Yet at that moment, a man clad in a black suit was already holding the rear door of a black Rolls-Royce open, waiting expectantly. He held back the words of farewell that had risen to his lips, while he felt a significant elevation in his status. Having effortlessly earned a sum of 2 to 300,000, Zhou Tianqi was acutely aware of the chasm that lay between himself and the likes of Long Qiuxing and Wu Jiren. They existed on an entirely different plane, one that rendered any comparison futile. After relaying instructions to Zhou Wu, Zhou Tianqi hurried to the bank, withdrawing the full sum of 500,000. The bank staff, recognizing the substantial amount, escorted him to an office to ensure discretion and avoid attracting unwanted attention. Having never before withdrawn such a hefty sum in one go, Zhou Tianqi felt a mix of exhilaration and anxiety. Upon exiting the bank, he quickly made his way to his vehicle, locking the doors and windows behind him before allowing himself a sigh of relief. He then cautiously peeled back a corner of the gift bag to glimpse the neatly bound stacks of 100 yuan notes, his heart racing. As he gazed out at the towering skyscrapers, a surge of ambition coursed through Zhou Tianqi. Copper City was his domain. With one success came another, and soon there would be countless opportunities for profit. Having earned 25,000 with such ease today, he believed that there were boundless possibilities ahead. Once he had entered this circle, once he had ascended to this echelon, making money would become a mere formality. In the future, I aspire to acquire a luxurious Rolls-Royce akin to that of Long Qiuxing, for a life steeped in opulence is indeed one to be embraced. Previously, my lack of wealth and status held me back, but now, as I ascend to the ranks of a prosperous entrepreneur, such a lifestyle will be indispensable. My long-suffering spouse can finally be confronted, and I shall generously allocate funds for her indulgence each month. After all, he is now in his 50s. And if he does not revel in life now, when will he? What once seemed satisfying in the new Malibu now feels rather pedestrian. Zhou Tianqi, driving with purpose, heads directly to Neo Xiangdong's pawnshop, bypassing any meandering routes. He parks at the entrance and alights with a gift bag in hand. At this moment, Neo Xiangdong is leisurely sipping tea within the shop. Upon Zhou Tianqi's entry, he jovially remarks, "Boss Neo, you seem quite relaxed," setting the bag upon the coffee table. He plops onto the sofa and continues with a grin. "Boss Neo, I've just withdrawn 500,000 from the bank. You still owe 15,000 for your jade vase. And I brought some extra for spending." As he speaks, Zhou Tianqi opens the bag. Outside the bank, he refrained from displaying the substantial amount of cash. But here with Neo Xiangdong, he feels emboldened enough to showcase it, a subtle declaration of his financial prowess. He counts out 15 bundles of cash, sliding them across the table towards Neo Xiangdong. "Boss Neo, please verify this remaining 15,000. Without even glancing at the money, Neo Xiangdong casually brushes it aside with an amused smile. "Verify what? Do you doubt my trust in Brother Zhou? I must admit, I did not expect you to bring the funds so swiftly. Dealing with someone like you is truly delightful. Come, let us enjoy some tea." Zhou Tianqi, with a sense of pride, replies, "Indeed, in business, trust is paramount. Without it, what dealings can one pursue? Hey, Boss Neo, let's look out for each other in future endeavors." "Certainly." Neo Xiangdong nods with a smile, suddenly recalling something as he glances toward the entrance, seemingly wary of eavesdroppers. Zhou Tianqi, sensing the shift, inquires in a hushed tone, "Boss Neo, what is it?" Lowering his voice, Neo Xiangdong leans in closer to Zhou Tianqi and whispers, "Brother Zhou, I have a remarkable item here, entrusted to me by someone in our circle to facilitate a sale. I have yet to find a buyer. But since you are here and I sense your straightforward nature, do you have any potential buyers in mind?" Zhou Tianqi is momentarily taken aback. a wave of tension washing over him as he asks quietly, "What kind of item?" With a serious countenance, Niu Xiangdong replies, "It is a Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain vase, crafted in the official kiln of Jingdezhen." Zhou Qianxi is momentarily stunned, his heart racing with excitement. And after a brief pause, he queries, "Yuan blue and white?" Although not particularly knowledgeable about porcelain, Zhou Qianxi was well aware of the value of blue and white porcelain among antiques. He had witnessed a remarkable auction in Tongcheng a few years prior, where a Ming and Qing dynasty floral porcelain vase fetched an astonishing price of 24,780,000. This experience left him both exhilarated and curious when he heard Niu Xiangdong mention blue and white porcelain, igniting a sense of excitement within him, albeit accompanied by doubts regarding the authenticity of the piece. "Brother Zhou, come with me to take a look." Niu Xiangdong rose and beckoned Zhou Tianqi to enter the inner chamber, calling out to Su Dong in the process. "Su Dong, come out and keep an eye on the shop. I need to discuss something with Brother Zhou." Su Dong responded quietly and emerged, while Zhou Tianqi, enveloped in excitement, paid no mind to the desolate expression in Su Dong's eyes. Today's fervor had rendered Su Dong's presence inconsequential, especially since he no longer resided in Zhou's home. Upon entering the storage room, Niu Xiangdong illuminated the space by turning on all the lights, then locked the door securely before accessing the safe. From within, he retrieved a blue-patterned porcelain vase, approximately 1 foot tall. Zhou Qianxi's eyes widened as he fixated on the vase. Although he was not well-versed in blue and white porcelain, the piece before him emanated a sense of serenity. Adorned with a four-clawed dragon, its small head, slender neck, and elongated body were embellished with densely arranged scale patterns, all while its powerful form exuded an aura of ferocity. How much must one pay to acquire this? After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Qianxi inquired softly, instinctively lowering his voice even within the confines of the private room. Niu Xiangdong sighed. "Brother Zhou, to be candid, this is a consignment from an old supplier of mine. I desire it, but funds are tight, and I cannot muster that amount. The supplier has promised me a 15% commission if it sells." Zhou Qianxi felt a growing sense of urgency, as Niu Xiangdong's words painted a picture of flying banknotes in his mind. What price did he set? Niu Xiangdong gestured with his right hand, forming a sign for 6 million. Although Zhou Qianxi anticipated a high price, the figure still stunned him momentarily. After a brief pause, he shook his head in regret. "That price is exorbitant." Niu Xiangdong chuckled nonchalantly. "No worries, I'm merely stating possibilities. I only mention lucrative opportunities to you. I'll inform another friend shortly. This item, will certainly find a buyer. You know, if it weren't from the underworld, people would be clamoring for it, even at 12 million. No witties, no witties." Zhou Tianqi understood that if this blue and white porcelain were genuine, it would undoubtedly be worth over 10 million. However, how could he possibly assemble 6 million? An astronomical sum? As he pondered, Niu Xiangdong's phone suddenly rang. He checked the caller ID and answered, "Boss Qin, hello. I was just thinking of giving you a call regarding a business deal this afternoon." At this point, Niu Xiangdong covered the phone with his hand and smiled at Zhou Tianqi. "Brother Zhou, please wait here in the storage room while I take this call." "Of course. Go ahead with your call." Fully aware that Niu Xiangdong's call pertained to the business of the blue and white porcelain vase, Zhou Qianxi found himself powerless, compelled to let him continue, for he could not muster the 6 million required. Niu Xiangdong's voice resonated loudly, his jovial tone echoing through several rooms, indicating a conversation that seemed to stretch on for an eternity, lasting no less than 30 minutes. With nothing to occupy his mind, Zhou Qianxi's gaze fixated on the exquisite porcelain vase before him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Why not take some photographs or send a message to the esteemed guest, Wu Jiren, whom Long Qiuxing had introduced? After all, he had left his contact number with Zhou Qianxi. The mere thought of it sent a wave of warmth coursing through his body, as if he could envision a flurry of banknotes swirling around him. Prompted by this inspiration, Zhou Qianxi swiftly retrieved his Samsung S5, capturing the vase from various angles, and ultimately snapped a photo of its base. The entire process unfolded rapidly, not exceeding a minute. He felt a twinge of guilt, akin to that of a thief, and once he tucked his phone into his pocket, he listened intently. Niu Xiangdong remained engrossed in his conversation, showing no signs of ceasing. After sending the message, Zhou Qianxi hastily concealed his phone again, wary of being discovered by Niu Xiangdong, who continued to chatter away. Left to ponder the virtues and peculiarities of the vase, Zhou Qianxi found himself at a loss. Several minutes elapsed, and Niu Xiangdong showed no intention of concluding his call. Bored, Zhou Qianqi stifled a yawn, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. Suddenly his phone vibrated, followed by the ringing tone, startling him. Regaining his composure, he quickly pressed the answer button and, lowering his voice, inquired, "Boss Wu?" However, before he could articulate more, Wu Jiren hung up. Yet, the clarity of Wu Jiren's words lingered in his mind. There was undoubtedly interest. Elated, Zhou Tianqi promptly followed Wu Jiren's advice, taking numerous close-up photographs to send. Then, he awaited a response, pondering how Wu Jiren might react. If he were interested, how much would he be willing to offer? Should the amount exceed 6 million, it would undeniably be a lucrative venture. But how should he proceed? Should he collaborate with Niu Xiangdong on this business? Or venture forth alone? A partnership would mean splitting the profits, yet a concern loomed. Would Niu Xiangdong act in self-interest? After all, he was merely introducing clients and lacked the capital to invest. Why couldn't Zhou Tianqi undertake the venture independently, reaping the entire profit for himself? Moreover, Niu Xiangdong was more familiar with Long Qiuxing than Zhou Tianqi was. If he were to make a simple inquiry to Long Qiuxing about potential buyers, the opportunity might swiftly slip from Zhou Tianqi's grasp, leaving him with nothing. The only surefire method to secure profit would be for him to purchase the blue and white porcelain vase outright. Yet, where could he possibly gather 6 million? Currently, he possessed a mere 350,000, and even if he were to borrow nearly 100,000 from his wife, he would still fall short at 450,000, a significant distance from the required 6 million. However, one cannot ascertain whether Wu Jiren would indeed desire this item. After all, he has merely perused the photographs that were sent and has yet to behold the object in person. Who can guarantee that he would be compelled to commit? Were it myself, I would not arrive at a decision so readily. Zhou Tianqi took a deep breath, steadied himself, and then spoke in a calm and composed tone. "Boss Wu, what do you think?" Wu Jiren did not mince words over the phone. "Boss Zhou, this is indeed authentic Yuan blue and white porcelain. I will take it. However, I must inquire. This piece holds considerable significance. So I need to clarify. Can you provide a formal sales contract, or is it merely a private transaction?" Zhou Tianqi was taken aback, realizing that his counterpart was a seasoned veteran who immediately posed the pivotal question. "Understood," Wu Jiren continued. "I need not elaborate on the value of Yuan blue and white porcelain. As the owner, you are undoubtedly aware. I shall be straightforward. Without proper documentation, the price would plummet by more than half. With formal procedures, I can offer 16 million. However, if it is a private deal, while I would typically extend a maximum of 8 million, given our amicable rapport, I can offer 9,500,000. What do you say? 95 million? Zhou Tianqi stammered, his voice trembling. If Wu Jiren were to extend such an unfathomable sum, how much profit would that yield? Subtracting 6 million in costs would leave him with a staggering 350,000 in profit, an amount he had never even contemplated. Even if he were to split it with Niu Xiangdong, he would still net 175,000. 175,000. This figure was far beyond his savings over the past decade. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Tianqi resolved that he must gather 6 million at all costs. He would even resort to high-interest loans if necessary, for he only needed to borrow for a day or two. Even with interest, securing 500,000 should suffice, leaving him with 3 million remaining. With 3 million, Zhou Tianqi's status would elevate significantly. How about it, Boss Zhou? Do you find the offer lacking? I can extend up to 10 million, as it is a private transaction, hence the maximum I can provide is 10 million. Very well, 10 million it is. Zhou Tianqi replied, pondering. When would you like to view this vase? When shall we finalize the transaction? Upon learning that Wu Jiren required a 1 million deposit front, Zhou Tianqi was instantly elated. This alleviated a substantial portion of his financial burden. It seemed that fortune was smiling upon him, granting him the chance to acquire a significant windfall. Truly, when luck arrives, it cannot be thwarted. Wu Jiren offered a few more instructions before concluding the call. Zhou Tianqi, clutching his phone, was engulfed in a euphoric daze, his heart nearly bursting with joy. Just then, Niu Xiangdong unexpectedly entered, grinning as he asked, "Brother Zhou, what has brought you such delight?" Suppressing his smile, Zhou Tianqi responded, "Am I smiling? You can hardly contain it." Niu Xiangdong gestured with a broad grin. "Your face is about to split in two. How is that not happiness?" Despite his attempts to suppress his inner expression, Zhou Tianqi could not help but laugh. With no alternative, he chuckled and said, "Brother Niu, no more jokes. Let us discuss a serious matter. I desire this blue and white porcelain vase. However, I implore you to reconsider the price and lower it a bit more." Chapter 59, 1 million. All right. 5 million it is. I shall acquire this blue and white porcelain. Zhou Tianqi clapped his hands, gritting his teeth as he made a resolute statement. At that moment, a notification pinged on his phone. Curiosity piqued, he discreetly glanced at his device, wondering if Wu Jiren had transferred the funds. Upon checking, he discovered a message confirming a bank deposit of 1 million, without a single cent missing. In his gift bag, there was also 350,000 in cash, which he had brought in while inspecting the porcelain. With the additional million in his bank account, he now possessed a total of 135,000 in cash, still lacking 365,000. Although this remaining amount was astronomical, Zhou Tianqi felt a surge of confidence, dismissing the deficit as he was determined to gather the funds swiftly. When Wu Jiren arrived in Tong City from the capital in 3 days, Zhou Tianqi would transform into a millionaire. 5 million. This was a dream figure reserved for lottery winners. Yet, Zhou Tianqi found himself seemingly on the verge of obtaining this sum with ease. Even more astonishing, Wu Jiren had transferred 1 million to him without hesitation. This sum was unfathomable for an ordinary person, yet it had effortlessly landed in his bank account. If he were to deny this business transaction or abscond with the money, without any signed contract or receipt, Wu Jiren would be powerless against him. Zhou Tianqi had considered this, but he was not tempted by the 1 million. For Wu Jiren's subsequent profits would amount to a full 5 million. Only a fool would settle for 1 million when 5 million was within reach. At this moment, Niu Xiangdong, wearing a broad smile, remarked, "Brother Zhou, you are quite forthright. However, I cannot provide the necessary funds for this porcelain, as it does not belong to me. Nevertheless, I have significantly reduced the price for you." Zhou Tianqi nodded in understanding. I know. Brother Niu, there is no need for further explanation. Since you have assisted me, I shall not be ungrateful. Here is my proposal. Grant me 3 days to arrange the funds. At any time within those 3 days, I will be ready to complete the transaction. Does that work for you? Niu Xiangdong eagerly nodded his agreement. Very well, Brother Zhou. I shall reserve this item for you. There were indeed others interested, but since we have come to an agreement, I shall disregard any higher offers from them. In this world, what matters is a sense of camaraderie. Niu Xiangdong carefully returned the blue and white porcelain to the safety of his vault, locking it away. With a smile, he reassured Zhou Tianqi, "Rest assured, this piece is yours for 3 days. If you do not claim it by then, I will seek other buyers." Ha. Please do. Niu Xiangdong returned the greeting with a cheerful smile, but he quickly reminded Zhou Tianqi, "Brother Zhou, I must mention something. The owner of the blue and white porcelain has informed me that, since this is private merchandise, all transactions must be conducted in cash, without bank transfers." Upon exiting the storage room, Zhou Tianqi noticed Su Dong meticulously cleaning the countertop with a towel, leaving it spotless. At the sight of Su Dong, he felt no anger. Instead, he waved his hand with a smile, instructing, "Work diligently. Boss Niu is a good man. If you apply yourself here, you shall not suffer loss." Su Dong lowered his head in silence. Zhou Tianqi was in an unusually good mood and overlooked Su Dong's slight rudeness, bidding farewell to Niu Xiangdong once more. As soon as he got into the car, the first thing Zhou Tianqi did was place the gift bag on the passenger seat. Unlike Wu Jiren, who would have hastily paid a substantial deposit, Zhou was well aware of Niu Xiangdong's trust in him, allowing him 3 days to finalize the deal, which he intended to savor to the fullest. Upon returning to his residential community, he parked by the roadside and hurried upstairs. Living in a 5th-floor walk-up without an elevator left him breathless as he climbed, and he thought to himself that once this business was concluded, he would promptly purchase an apartment in a building with an elevator. His current dwelling no longer befitted his status. Zhou Tianqi placed a bag filled with cash on the coffee table and proceeded to boil a kettle of water, preparing a pot of tea. After pouring himself a cup, he finally sank into the sofa for a moment of respite. The living room was somewhat disheveled. Since Su Dong's departure, the household chores had been neglected. His daughter, accustomed to a life of ease, contributed little to the household, while his wife, possessing a rather strong temperament, had been accustomed to directing Su Dong. With his absence, Zhou Tianqi found himself unaccustomed to the change. Chores piled up, and his wife and daughter were not so easily commanded. The floor was covered in dirt and footprints, and even Zhou Tianqi found it displeasing to behold. Yet, despite his distaste, he would not lift a finger. Instead, he took out the bag of money, stacking the crisp bills neatly across the coffee table. 35 bundles, a vibrant red display that was undeniably pleasing to the eye. Huang Xiyu, initially lost in thought, was taken aback upon entering the room and seeing the table covered in cash. She could not help but exclaim in astonishment at Zhou Tianqi. Zhou Lin, a bank employee, recognized the authenticity of the money at a mere touch. A quick count confirmed its sum. Each bundle contained 10,000, totaling a substantial 350,000. Zhou Tianqi lifted his teacup and savored a sip before gleefully shaking his head and declaring, "I earned this. Today's transaction netted me a clean 250,000 in cash." 250,000? Both Huang Shuyu and Zhou Lin, mother and daughter, were incredulous, exclaiming in unison with disbelief. Zhou Tianqi, noticing the shock in his wife and daughter, chuckled heartily and produced a bank card, placing it on the coffee table. He exclaimed, "Not only do I have this much cash, but there's also 1,000,000 in my bank account. It is just as good as cash since I can withdraw it at any moment." 1,000,000? At this revelation, Huang Shuyu and Zhou Lin jumped in astonishment, exclaiming in unison. Zhou Lin, still in disbelief, pressed further, "Dad, where on earth did you acquire such a fortune? You didn't rob a bank, did you?" Of course. This was said in jest, as Zhou Lin was well aware that her father possessed the ambition but lacked the audacity for such acts. Zhou Tianqi retorted playfully, "Do you truly have so little faith in your father? I must tell you, this morning I made a business deal that netted me a pure profit of 250,000. After settling the expenses from Su Dong's money, I still had 100,000 in liquid cash. Now, with the additional 250,000, I currently hold a total of 350,000 in cash. My dear wife and daughter, do not be alarmed. I am poised to earn 5,000,000 in pure profit from my next business venture within 3 days." Zhou Lin stood dumbfounded by her father's words, grappling with the reality of whether it was true or not. While the 5,000,000 figure might be a mere illusion, the 350,000 before her was undeniably real. Zhou Tianqi waved his hand, instructing Zhou Lin, "Daughter, please open the computer and check my bank account to see how much I really have." "All right." Zhou Lin was well aware of her father's online banking details. Upon accessing the account, she recalled that there was not much money left. The 38,000 from Su Dong had provided the family with a substantial cash influx. She had purchased a new car, and her mother had retained 50,000, leaving her father with just 100,000 for operational funds, while the account had barely a few thousand. However, upon checking the account balance, Zhou Lin gasped in shock. "There truly is 1,000,000? Father, where did you acquire such wealth?" Just moments ago, when he had mentioned a profit of 250,000, Zhou Lin had found it hard to believe. The notion of a single transaction yielding over 1,000,000 was unfathomable. Robbing a bank entailed risks, and even if successful, one might not live to enjoy the spoils. Thus, she was left questioning the origin of that 1,000,000. Chapter 60. The Temptation of 5,000,000. Zhou Lin and her mother, Huang Shuyu, suspected that Zhou Tianqi was involved in something dubious. Otherwise, how could he procure 1,000,000? After years in business, the majority of his earnings amounted to only a few hundred to 1,000 a day, and the most he had ever profited in a single transaction was merely over 4,000. The claim of earning 250,000 in one day was already alarming, and now he revealed 1,000,000 in his bank account. After a moment of stunned silence, Zhou Lin suddenly fixated on her father, saying, "Dad, could it be that the bank made an error and mistakenly credited you with extra funds? If this money is indeed a bank error, you must not touch it. Money erroneously given by the bank is protected by law, and using it could lead to imprisonment. Such incidents are not uncommon, and I, being in banking, am acutely aware of this." Zhou Tianqi spat with a chuckle. "My dear daughter, your words are quite amusing. Allow me to enlighten you. The 100,000 I possess is merely a deposit given to me by someone else." "Deposit?" Both Zhou Lin and Huang Shuyu exclaimed in astonishment. "What kind of item warrants a deposit of 100,000? Are we purchasing a villa in Tongcheng?" However, they soon recalled that no one in the Zhou family was affiliated with a real estate company. Thus, it was unlikely that anyone would sell them a villa. Pointing to the 35 bundles of cash on the coffee table, Zhou Tianqi declared, "This money has been earned through legitimate means. What absurd thoughts are you entertaining? Let me clarify. This morning, I visited Niu Xiaodong's pawn shop and saw a jade vase available for transfer. Having been in the pawn business for over 2 years, I can assure you my discerning eye is quite capable. Upon inspection, I realized that vase is worth at least 300,000. I inquired about the price, and Niu only quoted me 250,000, so I promptly paid him a deposit of 100,000. Huang Shi was taken aback and quickly asked, "You paid him 100,000 just for a vase? Wasn't that all the money you had? How could you be so audacious? What if you incur a loss? Is it truly that easy to make money?" Hearing this, Huang Shuyu and Zhou Lin sighed in relief. If that were the case, then the money was earned legitimately, and there was nothing to worry about. Yet they were still perplexed by the notion of profiting 25,000 from a mere vase. Zhou Qianqi sought the approval of his wife and daughter. Otherwise, he would struggle to gather the remaining 365,000. He pouted and admonished his wife. What do you know? The study of antiques is profoundly intricate. It is not unusual for even a trivial item to yield profits of 30,000 or even millions. As he approached Niu Xiangdong to settle a debt of 150,000, he intended to hint at future considerations for good items. To his surprise, Niu immediately mentioned a friend who had left a piece with him, a blue and white porcelain. Seeing that his wife and daughter were listening intently, Zhou Qianqi couldn't help but take a sip of tea, swelling with pride, and continued, "This blue and white porcelain is an invaluable treasure. I recognized its worth at over 10 million at first glance. When I asked Niu for the price, he quoted 6 million. After much negotiation, I managed to persuade him to lower it by 1 million, settling at 5 million. 5 million? Both Huang Shuyu and Zhou Lin erupted in disbelief. Just moments ago, they had been elated at the prospect of earning 25,000, and now Zhou Qianqi was contemplating purchasing an item priced at 5 million. Had he lost his senses? Huang Shuyu could no longer restrain herself and began to scold him. Well, Zhou Qianqi, if you wish to squander your money, do so at your own peril. But do not drag me and Zhou Lin down with you. 5 million is more than what your entire family is worth. Enough. Zhou Qianqi, enraged, glared and shouted, "Silence. You, woman, are more of a hindrance than a help. What are you wailing about? I find myself at a loss for words to greet you. Allow me to share my experience." I discreetly sent photographs of the exquisite jade vase to a potential buyer, who promptly called to express his desire to purchase the porcelain vase for a staggering 10 million. He immediately transferred 1 million in cash as a deposit. Do you comprehend the significance of that sum? 1 million as a mere deposit. The esteemed Huang Shuyu and her daughter were left astounded, eventually stammering, "Old Zhou, did that buyer truly offer 10 million? Zhou Qianqi, somewhat disgruntled, replied, "What do you think? The buyer has already transferred 1 million in cash to my account. Would anyone frivolously part with 1 million? If you were to back out of the deal, that million would be forfeited, a gift to us. Do you truly believe he is not serious about the purchase?" Huang Shuyu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, 1 million. I would never jest with such a sum. If he offers 10 million, and considering that Niu Xiangdong's price is 5 million, doesn't that mean we stand to gain 5 million effortlessly? What do you think? Zhou Qianqi retorted enthusiastically. Huang Shuyu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I apologize, old Zhou. Upon hearing you spent 5 million, my mind became overwhelmed. Our family merely wishes to do what is best for our home. Please do not hold it against me." As Zhou Qianqi spoke, he glanced at his wife and daughter, furrowing his brow, and continued, "My dear wife and daughter, I am currently facing a formidable challenge. Niu Xiangdong demands 5 million, and I originally had only 100,000, having made a profit of 250,000. My total now stands at 350,000 plus the 1 million deposit from the buyer, giving me a total of 1,350,000. However, I still owe 3,650,000. What should we do?" Upon hearing her father's words, Zhou Lin felt a stir of concern. The money her parents earned was essentially being saved for her future. She realized that her father's business acumen was sound. No one would casually throw away 1 million. Reflecting on the wonders of antiques, she understood how quickly they could transform the fortunes of the impoverished. A profit of 5 million is a sum most ordinary individuals would never see in a lifetime of toil. Old Zhou and Huang Shuyu exchanged glances, and she said, "Did you not give me 50,000? Over the years, I have managed to save a bit, and together it amounts to 130,000. I will give it all to you." Zhou Qianqi, upon hearing his wife mention the accumulated 130,000, felt an urge to scold her, but managed to restrain himself. This was not the time for reproach. How could she keep such a substantial amount a secret? Believing she had spent it all? Nonetheless, having an additional 130,000 was better than being short. "So, you have 130,000? Good. Adding that to my 1,350,000 gives us a total of 1,480,000. We still require 3,520,000. We must devise a plan. We will borrow from anyone we can, even if it means resorting to high-interest loans. We only need 3 or 4 days, and if I offer 500,000 in interest, surely we can secure the funds." Zhou Lin pondered for a moment, casting a glance at her father, and then hesitantly spoke, "Dad, I can use our property deed and our vehicle registration to secure a loan, which could yield around 5 to 600,000. However, the bank's approval process is quite cumbersome, even with connections. It would take at least 3 days to access the funds. I do have some acquaintances in private lending, and if I pledge the property and vehicle as collateral, I could acquire up to $3,500,000. The interest rates for such short-term loans are indeed steep, starting at a minimum of 10%, with typical rates around 15%, and some even soaring to 20% for urgent loans. Zhou Qianqi waved his hand dismissively. Child, spare me the details. I cannot comprehend this. Just explain it in simpler terms that I can understand. Zhou Lin nodded in agreement, saying, All right, Dad, let me clarify. I work at a bank and am acquainted with individuals involved in underground lending, which is rather common even within a banking sector. The higher-ups engage in borrowing at low interest rates from the bank and then lend it out at exorbitant rates to clients. Short-term lending refers to loans that must be repaid within a week, where the interest on $1 million could range from $100,000 to $200,000. If I were to borrow, I could secure a 10% interest rate, meaning a loan of $3,500,000 would incur an interest of $350,000. Zhou Lin, now slightly apprehensive, inquired, Dad, if we pledge both the property and vehicle for the $3,500,000 loan, I worry about the business failing and our inability to repay. We would then be left with nothing, burdened by high-interest debt. Zhou Qianqi mocked his daughter. So what do you think? Are we going to seize this opportunity for $5 million? If not, I shall return the $1 million deposit to the other party. Chapter 61. A Grand Performance. In truth, Zhou Lin harbored a greater ambition than both her father, Zhou Qianqi, and her mother, Huang Shuyu. The concerns she expressed were merely superficial. In her heart, she had already resolved to pursue this venture. In this era, fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. She had witnessed many such instances at the bank. Those who dare thrive, while she lacked the resources to act. Without resources, who would freely bestow financial support upon you? Within the bank, she remained an ordinary employee, unable to take the reins or reap the rewards, as benefits invariably went to the superiors. This monumental business opportunity, promising a profit of $5 million, had already crossed Zhou Lin's mind. With her father's previous earnings of $250,000, they could amass a total of $535,000. After deducting the high-interest loan of $350,000, they would still net $5 million. With this sum, Zhou Lin could open a bank account and stand tall among her colleagues, perhaps even securing a promotion, even if it were just a nominal title of client manager. Despite her trepidation, she had resolved to support her father. Zhou Lin beamed, gently patting her father Zhou Qianqi's hand with a smile. Zhou Qianqi chuckled heartily, nodding in agreement. Very well, my dear daughter. Once we secure this $5 million, I have plans. We shall sell your few thousand worth of sale, and you shall drive my Malibu. Since we are expanding, we must also drive a vehicle that commands respect and stature. I have considered it. Let us spend $500,000 on a BMW X3, retain $1,500,000 as working capital, and use the remaining $3 million to purchase a new home, while depositing half in the bank for peace of mind. Zhou Lin pouted in dissatisfaction, expressing her thoughts. Dad, while I intend to buy a new car with the money I earn, I do not wish to acquire your Chevrolet Malibu. You desire a BMW X3, and I, too, yearn for a BMW 5 Series sedan. Zhou Qianqi, immediately incensed, retorted, My dear child, I need the BMW X3 to uphold my dignity. At my current standing, driving a Malibu is simply unacceptable. It invites disdain. If they look down upon me, they would hesitate to conduct business with me. You are unaware that Niu Xiangdong drives an Audi Q5. My vehicle must not fall short of his. You work at a bank, and a Malibu suffices for your status. Especially as a young woman just starting her career. Having a car itself signifies status. The sale was adequate. Yet look, you've already swapped it for a Malibu. This time, Huang Shuyu, who usually defended her daughter, sided with her husband, Zhou Qianqi. Indeed, dear, your father's business has grown, and he does require a certain image. Allow him to upgrade to a better car. He can always get you a new one when he earns more. Zhou Qianqi felt a swell of pride. When it came to spending, his wife Huang Shuyu rarely indulged him. After the costly mistake of losing $38,000 to Sudong, he had struggled to persuade her to agree to the Malibu. Now, to his surprise, she was supporting him, showing no objection to a car worth $500,000. Clearly, his financial prowess spoke volumes. True strength begets status. Had the $5 million been earned by his wife, and he suggested a $500,000 BMW, she would have likely slapped him across the face. Zhou Lin pouted again, addressing her parents. Though this business is yours, consider this. Dad, you still owe $350,000, a sum I am capable of securing. Shouldn't I, therefore, claim a larger share? Even if we divide the $5 million equally among the three of us, I would still receive $166,000. leaving me with over 100,000 after purchasing a 50,000 BMW. Zhou Qianqi was left speechless, gasping in frustration as he pointed at Zhou Lin. Huang Shuyu, who had been defending her daughter, was now equally enraged. She scolded, "You ungrateful girl, have your father and I scrimped and saved for nothing? Everything we earn is ultimately for you. Now you demand to split things so precisely? I swear I could just smack you." Seeing her mother, who usually defended her, now fuming, Zhou Lin softened, retreating and mumbling, "Fine, the Malibu it is. I was only joking. Oh, that hurts, Mom. You really hit me." In truth, Huang Shuyu had not struck her with any real force. It was merely Zhou Lin's playful retreat. Huang Shuyu was well aware of her gentle touch, and upon hearing her daughter's outcry, she relented, turning to Zhou Qianqi. "Old Zhou, our daughter is just being willful. She was merely joking. Let us proceed as you suggested. You are the head of our family, and you shall make the final decisions." With a hearty laugh, upon hearing his wife refer to him as a parent, Zhou Qianqi felt a rush of flattery and admiration, and naturally, he was not angered. When he learned that everything would proceed according to his previous proposals, satisfaction enveloped him. The prospect of acquiring a prestigious luxury vehicle, alongside a substantial sum of 1,500,000 in cash and an additional 1,500,000 to deposit in the bank, along with the opportunity to relocate to an upscale neighborhood, elevated his social standing significantly. How could he not be delighted? It just so happened that his wife, Huang Shuyu, did not drive. Had she possessed the ability, he would have been compelled to purchase a vehicle for her. As it stood, her lack of driving skills saved him a considerable amount of money, and even more surprisingly, she relied entirely on him. Delighted, Zhou Lin gathered 2 notebooks and prepared to leave, eager to earn that money herself. Just then, Zhou Qianqi called out to his daughter, "Zhou Lin, remember, all transactions must be in cash. The other party insists on cash dealings without any bank transfers." "I understand." Zhou Lin nodded, as she preferred to avoid leaving a paper trail with bank transactions. The advantage of cash dealings was the complete absence of recorded information. After Zhou Lin departed, Zhou Qianqi shared a joyful exchange with Huang Shuyu, both beaming with delight. Huang Shuyu inquired, "Old Zhou, are you hungry? Shall I fry you a couple of eggs and cook some noodles?" "That sounds good. I didn't realize I was hungry until you mentioned it." Zhou Qianqi waved his hand, allowing his wife to prepare the noodles. Watching Huang Shuyu, who quietly and cheerfully went into the kitchen, filled him with an immense sense of achievement. Indeed, one must possess wealth in life. At the pawn shop, Niu Xiangdong observed the desolate and aloof Su Dong and, after a moment's contemplation, beckoned him over. "Su Dong, I can see you don't seem to be in good spirits. I'll grant you a day off. Go out, clear your mind, visit a supermarket, and indulge in some leisure activities. What do you think?" Su Dong was momentarily taken aback, and after a prolonged silence, replied, "Uncle Niu, if you wish for me to leave, you need only say so. I wouldn't hold it against you. You owe me nothing. Send you away?" Niu Xiangdong exclaimed in astonishment. "Why would I want to do that? You are doing perfectly well here. I am not insane enough to drive you away." Su Dong was also taken aback and asked, "Then, Uncle Niu, is it not because of my Uncle Zhou Qianqi? I wouldn't want to impede your business. You know my uncle's family does not hold me in high regard." "What is Zhou Qianqi, really?" Niu Xiangdong scoffed, followed by a chuckle. He then stood up, patted Su Dong on the shoulder, and sighed, "Su Dong, in my eyes, 100,000 Zhou Qianqis do not compare to a single Su Dong. Life is fleeting, and one must live with dignity. Living without emotions or righteousness is a life wasted. Remember what Uncle Niu says today. You can stay here comfortably and live well. If you wish to leave, it is not out of the question, but wait until you can do so with pride and honor. At that time, wherever you wish to go, Uncle Niu will not stand in your way." Upon hearing this, Su Dong's eyes brimmed with tears. Niu Xiangdong was unaware that Su Dong already possessed a wealth of 10 million, earned from the dealings he had made alongside Mu Siqing with Qin Fang's money. In his moment of vulnerability, Niu Xiangdong's words reassured him that he was indeed not being cast aside. However, judging by Niu Xiangdong's tone, he harbored no fondness for his uncle, Zhou Qianqi. Yet, why did he choose to associate so closely with him and even engage in business dealings? A sudden thought struck Su Dong, and as he contemplated all he had witnessed, a significant question arose in his mind. Niu Xiangdong casually retrieved a substantial stack of cash from his pocket and, without counting, handed it to Su Dong, saying, "Here, take a few thousand yuan. Buy whatever you wish. It seems there's nothing pressing today, so I'll grant you a day off to leisurely explore." Su Dong accepted the money without hesitation, stowing it away in his pocket. Since Niu Xiangdong intended to put on a show, he resolved to observe the performance to its conclusion. In terms of repaying Neo Xiangdong, given his current capabilities, it would certainly pose no challenge. Not only could he assist Neo Xiangdong, but ensuring that the pawnshop flourished should also prove manageable. With several thousand yuan in hand, Su Dong wandered aimlessly down the street, finding no particular desire to spend it. Spotting the friendship building ahead, he decided to enter and explore the supermarket within. The friendship building boasted 7 floors, primarily comprising a combination of supermarkets, jewelry, clothing, and dining establishments. The first floor featured apparel and accessories, while the second floor showcased electronic communication products. Upon seeing the sign for the second floor, Su Dong was struck by the realization that he still lacked a mobile phone. For convenience's sake, it seemed prudent to purchase one. As the elevator ascended slowly, he beheld the scene at the entrance of the second floor, where 4 prominent characters greeted him. Samsung Electronics. Upon entering the second floor, Su Dong was greeted by an expansive area filled predominantly with brand-name mobile phone stores, Samsung, Apple, Sony, HTC, among others. The most prominent spots were occupied by internationally recognized brands, while domestic brands occupied the periphery, perhaps due to his unkempt appearance, dressed and faded, worn clothing, and appearing quite young while navigating alone. The enthusiastic sales staff, typically eager to greet customers, hardly acknowledged Su Dong. He felt an unexpected sense of ease. He despised the overzealous sales pitches that were as irksome as insurance sales. He preferred to choose what he liked and what suited him best. Regarding mobile phones, Su Dong had few demands. He merely required the ability to make calls and check the time. However, modern phones were predominantly smart devices, with many focusing on functions such as photography, internet access, and pixel quality. At a nearby counter, he observed a Samsung store, its glass display illuminated to exude opulence, showcasing a variety of smartphones clearly. The section he scrutinized featured mid-range Samsung models, yet the female staff behind the counter were engaged in conversation or absorbed in their phones, showing no inclination to assist him. In their eyes, a customer like Su Dong hardly qualified as one. He was merely a passerby, merely indulging in a momentary gaze. No matter how long he lingered or how closely he examined the products, it was evident he would not make a purchase due to a lack of funds. The elegantly dressed female attendants adorned in vibrant attire, each resembling a picturesque vision, captured Su Dong's attention. He glanced at the 2 attendants engaged in conversation behind the counter and inquired about the price of a particular mobile phone. Su Dong pressed further, asking if there was any possibility of a discount. The attendant, increasingly convinced that Su Dong lacked the means to purchase a phone, deemed further conversation futile, regarding him merely as someone seeking a fleeting thrill for his eyes and ears. When he attempted to haggle, she pursed her lips and averted her gaze, continuing her chat with her companion, who mirrored her indifferent demeanor. Su Dong easily discerned their disdainful expressions. Contemplating his next move, he cast a glance at the store directly across from the Samsung outlet, separated by merely 3 or 4 meters. Without hesitation, Su Dong turned and approached the counter opposite. The attendant there greeted him with a warm smile, asking what type of phone he was interested in and what style he preferred. Before he could respond, he overheard the Samsung attendant remarking, "Awan, I bet this guy has no money. He won't buy any phone." Another voice chimed in, "I think he can't afford one either. Look at his clothes. They're tattered, not fashionably distressed. They're just worn out." Su Dong sugop in wali, reflecting that such venomous remarks were truly distasteful. Fortunately, he had no personal ties or animosity towards them. He chose to let their petty insults slide, although he felt a certain satisfaction in the idea of confronting them indirectly. The attendant at the counter promptly introduced the iPhone 6, iPhone 6, and iPhone 6 Plus, declaring them to be among the finest smartphones currently available. She explained the distinction between the 2 models, one with a 4.7-inch display and the other with a 5.5-inch screen. "Which one do you prefer, sir?" she inquired. Su Dong replied with a smile, "As long as it's functional, please go ahead and tell me more." Upon hearing this, the 2 women behind the Samsung counter erupted in laughter, mocking, "He can't even afford a basic Samsung worth 1,000 yuan. And yet he wants to look at the iPhone 6. Doesn't he fear losing face?" Su Dong feigned ignorance, contentedly examining the phones on display. Although the attendant suspected that Su Dong might not be a genuine buyer, she maintained her professionalism and politely continued her presentation. The differences in hardware and software between these 2 models are not substantial. However, the 6 Plus offers slightly faster processing and higher display resolution due to its larger screen. If you prefer a bigger screen, this model is ideal. If you favor a more compact design, the 6 is equally commendable. Su Dong smiled and inquired, What phone do you personally use? Pointing to the 5-inch iPhone 6 Plus, he asked, how much is this model? The attendant nodded and elaborated. The iPhone 6 Plus comes in silver, gray, and gold. Currently, color does not affect the price significantly. It's primarily based on storage capacity. The base model with 16 gigabytes retails for 6,088 yuan, while the 64 gigabytes version is priced at 6,888 yuan. We also have a 128 gigabytes variant, but it is out of stock at the moment. That sounds good. Su Dong pointed at the iPhone 6 Plus and said, I would like 2 units of the 64 gigabytes model. And please assist me in acquiring a mobile number as well. The female sales clerk was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, you want 2 units? Su Dong's request not only astonished her, but also caught the attention of the 2 Samsung sales clerks behind him, who were equally bewildered. Was this man intending to commit robbery or engage in deception? He was not only asking for the most expensive model, but also requesting 2 at once. While purchasing 2 phones at a time is not an uncommon occurrence, especially among the affluent who might buy for family members, it was indeed surprising to witness someone like Su Dong making such a request. Typically, sales staff in mobile phone and jewelry stores are trained to discern customers based on various criteria: age, gender, attire, expressions, and demeanor, to identify whether an individual is wealthy or merely ordinary, allowing them to tailor their sales approach accordingly. In essence, they judge by appearances, yet, as the saying goes, appearances can be deceiving, and one cannot accurately gauge a person's worth solely by their outward appearance. The 2 Samsung sales clerks were incredulous at their misjudgment, intently observing Su Dong to discern whether he was jesting or truly intent on making a purchase. Initially, he had merely intended to buy a phone and select a number casually, but the reaction of the 2 clerks stirred a sense of annoyance within him. He waved his hand dismissively at the number book presented by the sales clerk, instructing, do you have any numbers ending in 4 8s or 4 9s? Or perhaps 5 8s or 5 9s? The sales clerk was momentarily stunned, replying, such numbers? A sequence of 3 identical digits can cost several thousand. 4 identical digits can reach tens of thousands, and 5 identical digits start at over 200,000. Without hesitation, Su Dong declared, then select a 5-digit sequence for me. The prospect of investing several hundred thousand for a number seemed trivial to him. After all, he would inevitably engage with numerous business associates, and a unique number would serve as his calling card. Given his exceptional capabilities, what was several 100,000 yuan to him? Earning 10 million from Qinfeng was merely a warm-up. More millions would follow. The sales clerk, completely unprepared for Su Dong's status as a high-value customer, called a colleague to assist in selecting the number, ultimately choosing a 5-digit sequence ending in 5 9s, with a prepayment of 30,000 for call time, a transfer fee of 250,000 for the number, and a contract requiring a monthly expenditure of 2,000. The 2 Samsung clerks were utterly astounded. They had never imagined Su Dong possessed such wealth. The cost of a number alone was sufficient to purchase numerous iPhone 6 models. Once all the paperwork was completed, the sales clerk cheerfully informed Su Dong, sir, the invoice has been prepared. The total for 2 iPhone 6 Pluses and the cost of the 5-digit number comes to 293,776 yuan. Please take a look. Su Dong, without glancing at the bill, produced his bank card and replied, I do not carry such cash. Please process the payment by card. The young saleswoman was hardly surprised. After all, who would walk the streets with hundreds of thousands in cash? With a cheerful demeanor, she took the bank card, processed the payment, and asked Su Dong to confirm before entering the password and signing. Once the transaction was completed, she placed the 2 phone boxes into a gift bag. Smiling as she said, sir, the phones and the receipt are all in the bag. Thank you for your purchase. Su Dong accepted the bag and extracted one of the phone boxes, placing it on the counter and pushing it toward the young lady with a smile. Taken aback, she asked with a hint of confusion, sir, do you wish to try the phone? Su Dong shook his head and replied with a smile, not to try, but to gift it to you. Otherwise, why would I buy 2? A gift for me? The saleswoman thought she had misheard, pointing to herself as she questioned him. Indeed, it's a gift for you, Su Dong said, waving his hand in a gesture of gratitude. You've been so warmly welcoming, and after such a lengthy introduction, you must be tired of talking. So, here, as a phone is a token of my appreciation. This act of Su Dong not only astonished the saleswoman, but also left her several colleagues and the numerous saleswomen across the street at the Samsung store utterly astonished. Particularly, the 2 saleswomen from Samsung, witnessing that Su Dong not only purchased a phone, but also acquired a mobile number worth over 200,000, felt a pang of regret. What truly astounded them was that Su Dong had gifted a phone worth 6,000 to 7,000 to the saleswoman who assisted him. It's not uncommon for men to shower gifts upon women they pursue, but to casually give an expensive iPhone to an unfamiliar saleswoman in a store was beyond imagination. The saleswoman who had bet earlier regretted so deeply that she felt like pulling out her hair. Had she been a bit more enthusiastic, that iPhone 6 Plus might have been hers. Amidst the myriad expressions of astonishment, envy, and jealousy from the female staff at the phone store, Su Dong elegantly departed with his bag. At that moment, Su Dong was still the same person who had entered the store, clad in his faded, worn-out clothes. Yet, as countless saleswomen gazed at his retreating figure, none could perceive him as a mere pauper. He unmistakably appeared as a wealthy and carefree scion. What nonsense! He truly has taken a liking to me. Su Dong found it amusing, yet he felt a genuine sense of satisfaction. The dark clouds that had loomed over him due to Niu Xiangdong's close association with his uncle, Zhou Qianxi, dissipated. He suspected that Niu Xiangdong's closeness to his uncle might be intentional. Whether it was a trap or a deep pit, he didn't wish to ponder deeply. Deep down, he seemed to relish the thought of witnessing his uncle's family fall into a pitiful predicament. In a serene section of the free park located in the city center, Su Dong chose a quiet patch of grass to sit and admire the park scenery. He recalled having visited this place before, but had never noticed its beauty. For some reason, everything appeared pleasing to his eyes at that moment. Children played gleefully on the lawn, elderly folks read newspapers, and couples whispered sweet nothings to each other. Yet amidst this harmonious scene, an incongruous moment unfolded. Approximately 10 meters to the left of Su Dong, a middle-aged couple was intently searching for something, the woman's expression fraught with panic and urgency, while the man's face was a mask of anger. Su Dong, noticing their distress, overheard the irate man muttering, "You are exceedingly careless. The diamond ring I gifted you yesterday cost over 10,000. How could you misplace it here?" Instantly, Su Dong grasped the source of their anxiety and focused his gaze. Just 4 to 5 meters behind the couple, a faint blue glimmer of the diamond's aura emerged from the ground. With considerable experience, Su Dong recognized it as the aura of a diamond, albeit one of inferior quality, likely the very ring the couple had lost. The grass in that area was particularly dense, making it virtually impossible to spot the fallen ring with the naked eye. And the couple's frantic search through the grass was in vain. Even if they were searching the correct spot, finding the ring would still be a challenge. Its small size and the thick grass rendered it difficult to discern. Had Su Dong not possessed the ability to see the aura, he too would have been unable to locate the ring. However, it would be inappropriate to simply run over and disclose its whereabouts. Contemplating this, he approached them slowly. The couple, wary, lifted their eyes to scrutinize him, clearly apprehensive that he might surreptitiously take the ring upon finding it. Su Dong smiled and reassured them, "Take your time. No need to rush. Since you lost the ring in this very spot, it must be here. A little more patience will surely yield results." Upon realizing Su Dong was there to offer comfort, the man's demeanor softened, and he nodded, expressing gratitude. "Thank you. We were just a bit anxious." Su Dong, still smiling, encouraged him. "There's no need for haste. It's definitely here. Allow me to assist in the search." The woman, still anxious that Su Dong might secretly take the ring after finding it, kept glancing at him while continuing her search. Su Dong lowered his head, meticulously scouring the lawn, deliberately taking a circuitous route before arriving at the location of the ring. He gently parted the grass, and, as the dazzling light caught his eye, he feigned a surprised exclamation, "Oh, what's wrong?" Both members of the couple jolted, their attention fixated on Su Dong. He extended his hand, retrieving the ring from the grass, and held it up, inquiring, "Is this it?" The man rushed forward, trembling as he accepted it, and upon a mere glance, joyously exclaimed, "Yes, this is my ring." The woman hurried over, eagerly taking the ring from her husband's hand to examine it closely, turning it over and over before trying it on her right hand. It fit perfectly, evoking a smile as she declared, "Darling, it's my ring. We truly found it." At that moment, her expression relaxed, and she turned to Su Dong, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Young man, thank you so much. We searched for quite a while without success. Had it not been for you, we would have remained in distress. We are truly grateful." The man, who had previously been so irate, now radiated joy at the recovery of the ring, clasping Su Dong's hand with a beaming smile. "Brother, thank you. Allow me to treat you to a meal. Come, let us celebrate. Please, no need for formality." Su Dong promptly declined, stating that he had not truly assisted, merely aiding them in locating something. It was merely a stroke of fortune for them. What was rightfully theirs would always remain so. Even if he had not been the one to discover it. They would undoubtedly have found it themselves, albeit with a bit more time expended. Come, come, let me treat you to a meal and a drink. The middle-aged man, noticing Su Dong's firm resistance, quickly added, I really cannot go, my friend. I have matters to attend to. How about this? You leave me your phone number, and we can gather when I have some free time? After a moment of contemplation, seeing Su Dong's resolute expression, the middle-aged man acquiesced, nodding, that sounds good. Please give me your number, and I shall arrange a meeting. Su Dong hesitated, initially intending to provide his own number as a polite evasion. But the man's eagerness caught him off guard. Reluctantly, he relayed his newly acquired phone number. As the middle-aged man entered the digits into his device, he paused, astonished. The sequence was notably smooth, the last 5 digits being nines. He recognized the value of such a number, easily exceeding 250,000. This seemingly modest young man was undoubtedly a person of considerable standing. Such a phone number was beyond the means of the average individual. Far more valuable than a mid-range vehicle. Chapter 64. The Transaction. The middle-aged man then presented Su Dong with a business card. Su Dong glanced at it, noting the name, Xiao Wei Huan, manager of the Hanyuan Calligraphy and Painting Framing Company. Su Dong pondered the potential for intersection between their fields, as he had recently ventured into the antique trade. Collectibles, including antique paintings and jade carvings, fell under the vast umbrella of this industry. Cultivating connections was essential for someone just beginning his journey. At that moment, Xiao Weihuan's wife grew notably warmer towards Su Dong, smiling as she inquired, Young man, what is your name? What do you do for a living? Xiao Weihuan appeared somewhat surprised. Brother, you work at pawn shop? Young people rarely take up such jobs nowadays. They find it unfashionable. His wife, clearly less knowledgeable about the industry, shifted the topic, cheerfully stating, Xiao Su, your eyesight is remarkable. I searched the grass for my ring for ages, but you found it in an instant. My husband was just scolding me. Thank goodness for you. Whenever the subject of eyesight arose, Su Dong grew somewhat sensitive, quickly clarifying, it was merely coincidence. When I approached that spot, the light caught my eye, and upon brushing aside the grass, I indeed saw it. Xiao Weihuan was genuinely grateful, and, seeing Su Dong engaged in conversation with his wife, urged, Brother, I insist we go for a meal. We seem to have a great rapport. Su Dong hastily shook his head. Thank you, Mr. Xiao, but I truly have pressing matters. Perhaps we could discuss this further at a later date. Xiao Weihuan expressed mild disappointment, sighing, If you're busy, so be it. We shall converse another time. Su Dong was not particularly adept at conversing with strangers, though he was aware that he would have to navigate such interactions in the future. He was presently quite resistant to the notion. Time was indeed at his disposal, yet he preferred solitude. After taking a refreshing shower, he settled onto his bed, feeling relaxed yet bored, without a television to occupy his mind. Suddenly, he recalled the new phone he had purchased that day and promptly took it out to play with. This device was essentially a miniature computer, and before long, Su Dong found himself engrossed, his enthusiasm growing with each passing moment. He saved the phone numbers of his closest acquaintances, such as Miao Xiqing, Long Qiuxing, and Niu Xiangdong, and proceeded to download several video streaming applications to watch movies. He lost track of time, eventually drifting off to sleep in a daze well past midnight. However, drawing from a previous experience, Su Dong had set an alarm for 6:30 in the morning. The alarm rang precisely at the designated time. Su Dong had no habit of lingering in bed. He swiftly got up, washed his face, brushed his teeth, and tidied up the shop, finishing just in time to open at 7 o'clock. By 9, Niu Xiangdong had still not arrived, and Su Dong made no effort to call and prompt him. He remained at the shop, and by 10 o'clock, he ordered a fast food meal to be delivered. Throughout the day, Niu Xiangdong did not make an appearance at the shop. Su Dong closed the doors at 9 that evening, and the following day unfolded in a similar manner, with Niu Xiangdong absent yet again. The shop had seen little business. Occasionally, 1 or 2 individuals would enter to browse before leaving. In 2 days, not a single transaction had occurred. However, Su Dong was not particularly surprised. He had grown accustomed to such occurrences since childhood. In the pawn and collectibles trade, it was not unusual for a business to go a week or even longer without a sale, as one successful transaction could equate to numerous sales in other industries. On the 3rd morning, after rising, Su Dong continued with his routine of cleaning the shop. Upon stepping outside, he heard someone knocking at the door. When he opened it, he was taken aback to find his uncle Zhou Qianqi and cousin Zhou Lin standing there, each carrying a large, bulging travel bag that appeared quite heavy. In keeping with their previous interactions, Zhou Lin would typically ask Su Dong to help carry such burdens. However, today she made no such request, even though she seemed slightly out of breath from the effort. As Zhou Qianqi peered inside, he inquired about Niu Xiangdong's whereabouts. Well, hurry up and call him. Just let him know I've arrived, he exclaimed, setting his travel bag down and plopping onto the sofa, catching his breath. Su Dong took out his phone and called Niu Xiangdong. Zhou Lin, with her keen eyes, noticed that Su Dong was using an iPhone 6 Plus, and she exclaimed, "Oh, you have that phone? Where did you get the money to buy it? Did your boss buy it for you?" Su Dong replied nonchalantly, "I earned the money myself." Zhou Lin was naturally skeptical. She had desired that very model, but was currently short on funds. She had planned to wait until her father secured a lucrative deal before purchasing one herself, never imagining that the person she looked down upon the most, Su Dong, would acquire such a phone before her. Little did Zhou Lin know, her father had never mentioned to her or his wife that they would be visiting Su Dong, so she was entirely unaware of his presence here. In pursuit of this venture, Zhou Lin sought the assistance of an acquaintance who engaged in usury, securing a loan of 3.5 million yuan as collateral. Zhou Qianqi and Huang Shiyu contributed every available resource, collectively amassing a total of 5 million. Zhou Lin, anxious about her father's involvement and the substantial loan she had taken, felt compelled to witness the transaction herself, harboring ulterior motives to ensure her father did not have complete control over the funds. With the latest and priciest Apple phone in his possession, Zhou Lin was skeptical that Su Dong had acquired it through honest means. Perched on the sofa, clutching the travel bag strap, she ridiculed Su Dong, questioning the legitimacy of his earnings, whether they stemmed from theft or the sale of a kidney, playfully referring to the infamous kidney machine. Su Dong, undeterred by her mockery, dialed Niu Xiangdong's number. Upon answering, Niu's voice was calm. "All right, I understand. Have him wait a moment. I will be there shortly." Zhou Qianqi, hearing Su Dong utter his name without a hint of respect, felt a surge of irritation and chastised him. "You lack manners. If it weren't for my kind words to Boss Niu, he would have dismissed you long ago. You show no gratitude." Su Dong merely chuckled coldly, refraining from retaliation, as he suspected the dealings between Niu Xiangdong and Zhou Qianqi were complex. He wished to avoid jeopardizing the transaction, even if it bore no inherent traps, believing that restraint was a form of wisdom and gratitude. Noticing Su Dong's indifferent demeanor, Zhou Lin turned to her father. "Dad, why is he here?" Fearing his daughter's suspicions, Zhou Qianqi hastily replied, "Yes, just a clerk here. Boss Niu is unaware of our connection. I felt pity for Su Dong, so I asked Niu to keep him on for a bit of sustenance." Zhou Lin scoffed, "That insufferable wretch. Just have Boss Niu send him away when he arrives. His presence is utterly displeasing." Zhou Qianqi quickly urged, "Zhou Lin, today we are here for business. Do not create unnecessary trouble. Once the deal is concluded, I will ensure that Niu gets rid of him." Su Dong remained stoic behind the counter, silently amused. He recognized that he was no longer at Zhou Qianqi's mercy. In terms of both connections and finances, he had surpassed him significantly, and he was certain that Zhou Qianqi would never reach his level again. As for the nature of their transaction with Niu Xiangdong, whether it was legitimate or a grand deception, Su Dong had no definitive assurance but was eager to discover the outcome. Niu Xiangdong had promised to arrive shortly, yet half an hour passed without his appearance, leaving Zhou Qianqi and Zhou Lin visibly anxious, frequently checking their phones. Finally, unable to contain his impatience, Zhou Qianqi dialed Niu Xiangdong. "Brother Niu, are you close? I've been waiting at your shop for quite some time. I trust you haven't forgotten about that matter." Today marks precisely the third day, still within the time frame we agreed upon. Niu Xiangdong chuckled heartily. "Rest assured, Brother Zhou. Niu Xiangdong, may lack in many areas, but my integrity is unwavering. Indeed, several long-standing acquaintances inquired about this matter, yet I promised you, Brother Zhou. Hence I shall wait until after today to discuss further. If you are prepared, then others shall be disregarded." Zhou Qianqi, feeling anxious, interjected, "Indeed, Brother Niu. We had an agreement from the very beginning. Your trust is matched by my honor. Look, I have brought 5 million in cash, not a cent more, not a cent less. 5 million. Niu Xiangdong laughed again. "Do not fret, Brother Zhou. I was caught in traffic, but it has cleared now. I shall arrive in 5 minutes. Reassured, Zhou Qianqi hung up the phone and nodded at Zhou Lin, signaling that everything was under control. At that moment, both father and daughter were wholly engrossed in the grand business deal, their disdain for Su Dong cast aside, as they eagerly awaited Niu Xiangdong's arrival. This time, Niu Xiangdong was punctual, arriving before 5 minutes had elapsed. Upon seeing him, Zhou Qianqi excitedly rose to greet him, beaming, "Brother Niu, I've been waiting for you." Niu Xiangdong nodded in acknowledgement and then waved to Su Dong, instructing, "Su Dong, please close the shop. I have important matters to discuss with Brother Zhou." This request aligned perfectly with Zhou Tianqi's intentions. Closing the door would ensure they were undisturbed, especially for such a substantial and discreet financial transaction. The fewer outsiders privy to it, the better. Chapter 65, Wishes Fulfilled. Su Dong quietly closed the shop door, and Niu Xiangdong further instructed, prepare some tea, specifically my box of Longjing. Zhou Tianqi waved dismissively. Brother Niu, let us dispense with the formalities. Please bring a counting machine to verify the cash. I have 5 million in whole numbers here. As he spoke, he unzipped 2 large travel bags, revealing stacks of banknotes, each bundle unmistakably containing 10,000. Su Dong served the tea and then busied himself with minor tasks at the side. Zhou Tianqi and Zhou Lin were entirely focused on the transaction, their attention diverted from Su Dong, whom they considered an insignificant figure unworthy of their notice. As Zhou Tianqi continued speaking, he pushed the bag of cash towards Niu Xiangdong, urging him to promptly count it. Niu Xiangdong waved dismissively. Count? I have complete faith in Brother Zhou. If you say it's 5 million, then it is indeed 5 million. No need to count. He then carefully retrieved a delicate blue and white porcelain vase from the inner room. Upon seeing it, Zhou Tianqi's eyes lit up with excitement as he quickly took it, placing it on the coffee table before him, studying it meticulously. Though he believed Niu Xiangdong would not present him with a counterfeit, the value in the hundreds of millions warranted utmost caution. Zhou Tianqi, ever vigilant, recalled specific subtle features he had noted during his last inspection. As he examined the vase closely, he confirmed that those details remained consistent with his previous observation, thus assuring himself that this was indeed the same item he had seen before. This business involves illicit goods and clandestine transactions, distinguishing it markedly from conventional antique dealings. In typical transactions, documentation akin to identification is mandatory, as each antique bears its own provenance, including its date of origin and intrinsic value, with proof of transfer accompanying each exchange. However, within the realm of collectors, clandestine transactions account for more than half of all dealings. The rationale behind this is that such covert trades allow for tax evasion, while legitimate transactions necessitate tax compliance. Although taxation may have a negligible effect on minor trades, it becomes significantly burdensome on larger sums. Even a small percentage can result in tens of thousands in taxes for transactions exceeding several hundred thousand. Furthermore, legitimate dealings incur additional costs for labor and auction house commissions, particularly since premier auction houses may charge commissions exceeding 20% of the final sale price. Zhou Tianqi is acutely aware of this. Should this transaction adhere to conventional standards, disregarding the issue of the item's dubious origins, a price of 5 million would entail approximately 150,000 in taxes and commissions, rendering the deal exceedingly unprofitable. Zhou Lin, lacking any understanding of antiques, felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety at the thought of having spent 5 million on what appeared to be a modest blue and white porcelain vase. Her hands trembled as she clutched the box containing the vase, fearful of dropping it and damaging its precious contents. Zhou Tianqi, anxious that Niu Xiangdong might reconsider, promptly rose after confirming the item was indeed the one he had seen previously. He exchanged pleasantries and stated, Brother Niu, I ought to treat you to a meal to celebrate this successful transaction, but I am quite busy today, so I must take my leave. Once outside Niu Xiangdong's shop, both Zhou Tianqi and Zhou Lin were trembling with a mix of excitement and anxiety. After getting into the car, Zhou Tianqi sat still, striving to calm his breath, while Zhou Lin remained unable to settle, shaking as she held the box containing the vase in the passenger seat. Zhou Tianqi extracted a cigarette, struggling to light it before taking several deep puffs and exhaling swirling rings of smoke, which gradually eased his nerves. Zhou Lin, we have struck gold. We made a profit of 250,000 on this deal, and then 5 million on the next. Can you believe it? In a single day, I have transformed from a person of modest means into one of considerable wealth. Zhou Lin reveled in her thoughts, contemplating the 5 million gained. Regardless of how the profits would be divided, this cash was destined to be deposited into her bank account. This was her mission, with 5 million as her financial backing. Her prospects for advancement and salary increase this year were all but secured, as promotions and raises in her field were directly linked to performance. There was a girl in her organization with similar limited experience who, despite never having attended university, had secured the position of assistant manager, buoyed by her father's ability to bring in tens of millions in deposits. The neighbors, oblivious to the significance of the box she held and disinterested in its contents, paid no heed to her excitement. This residential complex comprises entirely of older units devoid of elevators. The The Zhou family resides on the 5th floor, and the father and daughter ascend the stairs, breathless from the exertion. Zhou, panting, voices her complaints. Dad, we really need to expedite our search for a better home. I believe the properties at Meishin Garden are quite appealing. Spacious 4-bedroom, 2-living-room layouts, with upscale amenities throughout the community. Each building is equipped with dual elevators. We still need a garage, but I think you could accompany me to take a look shortly. Zhou beams as she nods enthusiastically. Exactly. Meishin Garden has a selection of exquisitely renovated model homes, and the larger units are priced reasonably at around $1,300,000. I accompanied a colleague from work to view one, and she purchased a unit there. The quality of the homes is truly commendable. Zhou Tianqi merely nods in response. Although his daughter enjoys flaunting and comparing, her taste is undeniably refined. Everything she admires is indeed stylish and sophisticated. As this residence has captured her appreciation, it is certainly not lacking in merit. Indeed, the urgency to replace both car and home has become paramount. While frugality can be exercised in many aspects, one's dignity cannot be compromised. Moreover, the profits accrued this time are substantial. The total expenditure on both the house and car will not exceed $2 million, leaving over $3 million remaining. He plans to allocate half for the store's operational funds, while still retaining around $150,000 to $60,000 in the bank, an extraordinary turn of events that he had previously scarcely dared to imagine. Meanwhile, Huang Shuyu waits anxiously at home, her nerves fraying with anticipation. Upon hearing her daughter's call, she swiftly rushes to open the door, observing her daughter clutching a box, her face alight with joy, and her husband, though exhausted, sporting an expression of sheer delight. Her heart instantly relaxes. Once both her daughter and husband are inside, Huang Shuyu firmly shuts the door and locks it with a decisive click. After testing the handle to ensure it is secure, she turns to sit beside her husband. Old Zhou, was everything smooth? Although she can ascertain the outcome from their expressions, Huang Shuyu cannot resist asking. Zhou Tianqi, with a cheerful wave, instructs his daughter, Zhou, open the box for your mother to see. However, he quickly adds the cautionary note. Be careful not to damage it. This is a treasure worth $10 million. Zhou opens the box, and Huang Shuyu, initially intending to take it into her hands for a closer inspection, hesitates at her husband's words. Her hands trembling and daring not to touch the porcelain vase, choosing instead to gaze at it intently, while asking, Old Zhou, is this little vase really worth $10 million? Indeed, Zhou Tianqi replies, his face brimming with pride. This very vase is worth $10 million. You've seen it yourself. Boss Wu from the capital did not hesitate to offer me $100,000 as a deposit for it. The mother-daughter duo finds unwavering belief in this assertion, as no one would casually part with such a sum. I'll call Boss Wu in the capital now. Zhou Tianqi chuckles, retrieving his phone. He navigates through his contacts until he finds Boss Wu and proceeds to dial. Chapter 66, Prelude. After dialing the phone number, Zhou Tianqi heard the incessant busy tone, followed by a recorded message stating that the number he dialed was switched off and to please try again later. Huang Shuyu and Zhou harbored no doubts whatsoever. Huang Shuyu instructed Zhou to cover the box and securely lock it away in the room. Such a valuable item was not something she dared to touch, fearing the consequences of any damage. However, while she refrained from handling the item, the two women engaged in lively discussions about houses and clothing. Huang Shuyu naturally favored fine residences, yet previously, even if she desired them, her financial means were lacking, relegating her aspirations to mere fantasies. Now, with newfound confidence, both Zhou Tianqi and his daughter wished for a home, which was undoubtedly a positive development. All right, let us go and view some properties, Zhou Tianqi exclaimed with a flourish, brandishing the car keys with a casual elegance. With just a day left to wait, though, strictly speaking, it was merely a matter of hours. By 8 or 9 o'clock the following morning, Wu Jiren would likely arrive in Tong City by plane. At that moment, his bank account would soon swell by $9 million. As he descended the stairs, Zhou Tianqi indulged in daydreams of how much cash that would amount to if displayed in full. Upon the fund's arrival, he truly intended to withdraw the entire $9 million in cash and showcase it at home for a day, capturing a few photographs for posterity. Zhou also planned to drive, but Zhou Tianqi waved the keys and said, Zhou here, take my car. It will be yours tomorrow. This car carries more prestige, so you should quickly sell yours. Zhou smiled and nodded. The Malibu would suffice, although both vehicles belonged to the Chevrolet brand. The Malibu was of a much higher caliber than the Sail. She had initially contemplated upgrading to a luxury vehicle, but seemed her parents would not agree at this time. For now, it was best to put that thought aside, especially since her father's Malibu was still practically new, having been acquired just a week or two prior. Driving the automatic Malibu was a pleasant experience. The car was significantly larger than her sail, yet handled with remarkable agility. After a few minutes, she became increasingly adept at maneuvering it. Machine Garden represented a pivotal development in the new district of Tong City and was a key focus in a municipal investment plan, comprising a large-scale residential and commercial area. Although property prices in Tong City were still far from those in first-tier cities, the upscale residential units in the new district had already crossed the 10,000 mark, a significant threshold. In truth, many new developments existed in the area, and Machine Garden was merely one among them. Zhou Lin had her heart set on the properties at Machine Garden. Yet Zhou Tianqi was reluctant to settle on that location alone, urging Zhou Lin to explore all the new district's offerings. Remarkably, Zhou Lin had no complaints, as driving rather than walking made the endeavor much more pleasant. Furthermore, buying a house was not akin to purchasing groceries. One must thoroughly inspect and consider before making a decision. Indeed, after touring all the properties in the new district alongside Zhou Lin, Zhou Tianqi and Huang Xu ultimately found Machine Garden to be the most agreeable choice. Machine Garden, the largest residential community in the new district, boasts superior planning and facilities compared to other neighborhoods. The layout of the units is also more appealing, and unlike other complexes that offer bare shells requiring extensive renovations before one can move in, Machine Garden provides fully furnished model apartments, complete with kitchen appliances, allowing for immediate occupancy. After much discussion, the family of three decided to purchase a property in Machine Garden. They set the transaction for the next day, intending to make payment upon Mr. Wu's arrival, with plans to buy new furniture and settle into their new home by the afternoon. A beautiful new chapter in their lives was about to begin. Zhou Lin glanced at her father with a smile and suggested, "Mom, why tire yourself so much? Let us just go to a restaurant for seafood. Surely, we're not concerned about a few hundred yuan." Zhou Tianqi chimed in, "Indeed, let us treat ourselves to a nice meal. It will save you the effort. That small amount of money is insignificant." After a brief pause, Zhou Tianqi quickly added, Yes, eating at home ensures our precious belongings remain safe." Zhou Lin had initially wanted to dine out. After all, her mother could never replicate the flavors of a fine restaurant, but she reconsidered. Indeed, a priceless blue and white porcelain vase was at stake. It would be regrettable to lose such a treasure over a mere meal. As her father had mentioned, it was smuggled property, and reporting its loss could lead to serious trouble. Upon returning to the community, the family was laden with bags, panting from the exertion. The first thing Huang Xiu did upon entering their home was to lock the door securely. The trio then hurried to the bedroom to check on the porcelain vase. To their relief, upon unlocking the cabinet, the box remained safely inside. As they opened it, the vase lay quietly within. Huang Xiu felt a wave of relief and smiled at her husband and daughter, saying, "You two can watch television and enjoy some fruit while I prepare dinner." Zhou Tianqi readily agreed. As his daughter planned to acquire a luxury vehicle, he was unconcerned about purchasing small items. Huang Xiu poured her heart into preparing the meal, taking over an hour to complete a feast that filled the dining table to the brim. Earlier, while grocery shopping, she had also purchased 2 bottles of red wine specifically for this evening's dinner. To be honest, Zhou Tianqi had never tasted it before. When his wife poured a glass and he took a hearty sip, he found the flavor peculiar and somewhat bland, wrinkling his brow as he exclaimed, "This stuff is a bit sour and rather unpleasant." Zhou Lin, however, swirled her glass and took a small sip, proudly stating, "Dad, you're just out of touch. Red wine is made from grapes, so it naturally has a slight acidity. Its flavor isn't weak. It simply has a lower alcohol content compared to white spirits. But don't be fooled, it can still intoxicate. Many people, like you, underestimate it, drinking it as if it were water, only to find themselves thoroughly inebriated when the effects hit." Huang Xiu was persuaded by Zhou Tianqi to drink several glasses. Although she felt a slight dizziness as he became intoxicated, she was not yet at the point of inebriation. Moreover, she observed that her husband was undoubtedly drunk, and their daughter was also quite tipsy, extending her hand to ask for money to purchase bags and clothes. Having shopped with her daughter previously, Huang Xiu recalled that the last bag her daughter coveted cost over 4,700 yuan. She had been astonished at such an exorbitant price, pondering how a designer bag, slung over one's shoulder, could possibly be worth that much. Many individuals on the streets carry designer bags. Yet Huang Xiu was well aware that at least 90% of those bags and garments were counterfeit. Genuine items were exceedingly rare. If one were to carry a fake bag or wear counterfeit designer clothing, no one would likely accuse them of owning inauthentic goods. Conversely, even if one were to purchase genuine items, few would believe them to be authentic. Therefore, Huang Shiyu had always deemed spending a fortune on branded products to be an unwise investment. However, her daughter, being of the younger generation, naturally held different views. In times of financial struggle, such expenses were forgivable, but now that they were affluent, spending a few thousand on a bag or clothing for her daughter seemed trivial. As Zhou Qianqi succumbed to the effects of alcohol, he collapsed onto the sofa, soon snoring heavily in deep slumber. Although Zhou Lin was somewhat better off, she too was intoxicated, and both father and daughter lay sprawled on the sofa. Huang Shiyu called out several times, urging them to retire to their rooms. But neither Zhou Qianqi nor Zhou Lin stirred. Reluctantly, she resigned herself to their fate. After all, it was not cold, and she was not overly concerned about them catching a cold while sleeping on the sofa. Huang Shiyu, however, was too apprehensive to sleep, fearing that with both her husband and daughter in a deep drunken stupor, a thief might enter and steal the precious porcelain vase, which was far too valuable. After tidying up the leftovers and cleaning the dining area, Huang Shiyu washed her hands and sat in the living room to rest. She glanced at her husband and daughter, helped them remove their shoes, and covered them with 2 thin blankets. Alone and alert, without any company for conversation, she turned to the television, where numerous soap operas were being rebroadcast late into the night, providing her with the perfect opportunity to indulge in her favorite shows. Chapter 67. A Fiasco. Zhou Qianqi and his daughter Zhou Lin had indulged in their excitement and drunk excessively, becoming utterly inebriated, while Huang Shiyu remained sober, her mind preoccupied with the priceless treasure worth millions resting at home. As she sat in the living room watching television, her spirit remained tense and alert, preventing her from falling asleep. Thoughts swirled in her mind until dawn broke, while her husband and daughter continued to slumber soundly. Zhou Qianqi, possessing a greater tolerance for alcohol than Zhou Lin, was the first to awaken, suffering from intense thirst. He turned over, climbed up, and poured himself a large glass of cold water, which provided him with some relief. Noticing that his daughter was still fast asleep on the sofa, and his wife Huang Shiyu was dozing with her hand propping up her face, he checked the time, exactly 8 o'clock. He refrained from waking his daughter and wife, instead pondering for a moment before retrieving his phone to look up Wu Jiren's number. He yearned to make the call, but hesitated, fearing that calling so early might irritate Wu Jiren. After a brief internal struggle, he could no longer resist the urge and dialed the number. Moments later, a recorded voice echoed through the phone. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Zhou Qianqi was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether Wu Jiren had yet risen, for who among the affluent would awaken at such an early hour? Fortunately, Wu Jiren's phone was switched off. Otherwise, making a call to him at this hour might provoke his ire. It was imperative not to ruffle his feathers now, as jeopardizing this business deal would spell disaster. However, the deal was unlikely to falter, for even if Wu Jiren hesitated to proceed with the purchase, he would certainly not forfeit the 1 million yuan deposit. 1 million is not a trifling sum. It's not like tossing away 1,000 or 100. It represents a fortune that an average person might never encounter in a lifetime. Thus, Zhou Qianqi decided to wait for Wu Jiren to awaken and return his call. Of course, it was also possible that he was already en route to Tongcheng, as mobile phones cannot be used aboard an aircraft, rendering his attempts to connect futile. In this state of restless contemplation, sleep eluded him, prompting him to brew a pot of strong tea while the morning news played on the television, perfectly complementing his tea-drinking ritual. Huang Shiyu and Zhou Lin were in a state of repose, one dozing upright, the other sprawled out in slumber, oblivious to the cacophony emanating from the TV. Zhou Qianqi continued to mentally tally the funds required for purchasing a BMW and a home, calculating how much would remain thereafter. As he indulged in these daydreams of lavish spending, a shaft of sunlight pierced through the window, yet he remained unaware, lost in his reverie. It was Zhou Lin, however, who upon being touched by the sunlight, stirred awake, rubbed her eyes, and checked her phone, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh dear, it's already 9:30. Fortunately, she had taken leave yesterday and today to manage her father's loan and transaction matters, totaling 3 days off. Dad, have you called Boss Wu in the capital?" she inquired, suddenly aware of the time. Zhou Qianqi retorted, "What's the rush? Boss Wu assured me he would call. Besides, for someone of his stature, this is merely a small transaction. He wouldn't be overly concerned. If we keep pressing him, it will only irritate him further. He has already paid a 1 million yuan deposit. Do you truly think he won't reach out?" "Oh," Zhou Lin replied, somewhat dismissively, before heading to the bathroom to freshen up, with Huang Shiyu following suit. The mother and daughter engaged in hushed conversation while washing their faces and brushing their teeth. Emerging 20 minutes later, just shy of 10 o'clock. Zhou Qianqi checked his phone. Only minutes remained until 10. The phone remained silent. So he verified that it was indeed on silent mode. It was indeed set to ring normally, with no missed calls. Noticing her husband's growing restlessness, Huang Shiyu reassured him, "Don't be anxious, sit tight. I'll prepare a bowl of noodles. We can eat and wait. There is plenty of time." As her mother retreated to the kitchen, Zhou Lin sat in contemplation for a moment before pulling out her phone to check the flight information from the capital to Tangshan. There was only one flight today, departing at 4:55 a.m., and the journey took merely 2 hours. This meant that if Wu Jiren had indeed flown from the capital today, he would undoubtedly have arrived by now. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Lin cautiously inquired of her father, "Dad, there's only one flight from the capital, arriving at 4:55 a.m. Under normal circumstances, even with disembarking and traveling to our town, we should have arrived by 8:30. It is now 10 o'clock. Do you think Mr. Wu might not have come? Could he be delayed by other matters?" Zhou Qianqi paused, stroking his chin in thought, before retrieving his phone to dial Wu Jiren's number. However, once again, it remained switched off. Zhou Qianqi fell into deep thought, imagining the possibilities for Wu Jiren's absence. Could he be in a meeting? As a prominent figure in a large corporation, he might be engaged in an urgent conference, perhaps still asleep or occupied with other affairs. In any case, he had yet to turn on his phone. After a few minutes, Huang Shiyu emerged with several bowls of fragrant, steaming stir-fried egg and shredded meat noodles, cheerfully announcing, "Old Huang, dear daughter, hurry and eat your noodles. You'll need your strength to continue house hunting." Indeed, a full stomach provides energy. Zhou Lin laughed, eagerly taking a bowl of noodles and urging her father, "Dad, hurry and eat. Only then will you have the strength to look at that BMW." "Haha, quite right." Zhou Qianqi chuckled, easing his furrowed brow as he dug into the meal. Once they finished their noodles, the trio animatedly discussed their plans for purchasing a car and a home, only to glance at the clock and realize it was already noon. Why hasn't Mr. Wu called yet? Zhou Qianqi pondered, once again dialing Wu Jiren's number, but the phone remained off. An inexplicable tension gripped Zhou Qianqi's heart, accompanied by unwelcome thoughts that he tried to dismiss. He firmly believed that there could be no adverse circumstances. Wu Jiren's absence and lack of communication must have a reasonable explanation, perhaps other commitments holding him back. As they sat waiting for Wu Jiren's call, 2 o'clock came and went, yet there was still no word from him. Not only had he not called, but his phone continued to be switched off. Zhou Qianqi began to feel a sense of urgency, repeatedly attempting to reach Wu Jiren while allowing his mind to wander, questioning whether he had erred in some way. Unable to contain his worry any longer, Zhou Qianqi decided to call Long Xiuxing, as Wu Jiren was a friend of his and had come to the shop with him. "Hello, is this Mr. Long? I have a matter to discuss with you." At last, the call connected, and Zhou Qianqi hurriedly began to speak. Long Xiuxing's voice responded. "What is it? Is this Zhou Qianqi, the owner?" "Indeed, I must discuss this with you. I almost forgot due to my aging memory." Long Xiuxing, while expressing his apologies, continued. "Boss Wu mentioned that he had consulted with an expert friend regarding the photograph of your blue and white porcelain vase that you sent him. It turns out that while your vase is indeed authentic, it is not the highly valued Yuan Dynasty blue and white ware, but rather a product of an ordinary folk kiln with a true worth of merely around 200,000. Consequently, he has decided to forego the purchase. Naturally, he will not demand the return of the 1 million deposit. He intended to call you personally to discuss this, but due to the urgency of the matter, he didn't. He must be in Australia by now." "What?" Zhou Qianqi exclaimed, feeling a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly losing his footing. How is this possible? After pausing for a moment, Zhou Qianqi almost screamed in desperation. This Yuan blue and white porcelain is genuinely a masterpiece, worth 10 million. How could it possibly be valued at only 200,000? Moreover, how could Boss Wu simply decline the purchase? "Long Lao, you must be jesting with me, surely." Long Xiuxing replied coolly, "Zhou Qianqi, do you truly think you are someone I would joke with? I have conveyed the message. Whether you choose to believe, it is up to you. Furthermore, do not call me again." With that, Long Xiuxing abruptly ended the call. Zhou Qianqi stood there in shock. Was Long Xiuxing's statement genuine? How could it be? Wu Jiren was willing to forfeit 1 million? To simply discard 1 million without a second thought? However, if it were untrue, Long Xiuxing had clearly stated during their phone conversation that the item was not worth that amount, and he would not be returning the deposit. It was reasonable for him to refuse the deposit if he was backing out of the deal. There was nothing unusual about it. The law does not mandate the enforcement of a deposit in private transactions, which, to put it bluntly, could be considered illegal dealings. As these thoughts raced through his mind, sweat began to bead on Zhou Tianqi's forehead. Good heavens! Wu Jiren's refusal to return the 1 million deposit was a minor issue. The major concern was that Zhou Tianqi had failed to close the deal. Losing the 25,000 profit was one thing, but having Zhou Lin borrow 350,000 at high interest was a far more serious matter. What's more, that 350,000 was secured against their home and vehicle. If they could not repay the loan, both their home and car would be seized. The loss of their home and vehicle was one thing. They would also be left with a debt hanging over their heads. The property was only worth 300,000 to 400,000, and the 2 cars were valued at around 200,000. The collateral would not even be assessed at that high of value. Estimating it at half would be generous. In Chapter 68, the tension escalated. If Zhou Tianqi were to be burdened with 300,000 in high-interest debt, he was acutely aware that life would become utterly unbearable. A few million in debt would plunge his family into a living hell, making it impossible to escape such overwhelming financial burdens, no matter how hard they might strive. The interest alone, compounded monthly, could crush their family. According to their calculations, a 350,000 loan could balloon to 2 or 3 million within a year. In an instant, Zhou Tianqi felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Zhou Lin, still smiling, inquired, "Dad, should we look at the car first or the house?" As Zhou Tianqi witnessed the unsettling situation, a torrent of expletives escaped his lips, his visage darkened with despair. He clutched his hair, murmuring, "How could he possibly refuse? How could he possibly refuse?" Zhou Lin, taken aback by her father's distress, leaped up in astonishment, inquiring, "Dad, what do you mean by refuse? It can't be that Boss Wu from Beijing has turned us down, right?" Ignoring his daughter, Zhou Tianqi continued to mutter, "How could he possibly refuse? How could he possibly refuse?" In that moment, he appeared to age a decade, slumping despondently onto the sofa and weakly stating, "I called Long Qiuxing about Boss Wu, but he informed me that Wu Jiren has gone to Australia. Before leaving, he specifically left a message saying that after professional appraisal, our blue and white porcelain vase is only worth around 200,000 to 300,000, and that he has chosen to decline it." Zhou Lin gasped, hastily asking, "Dad, what did you just say? Boss Wu from Beijing has turned down the blue and white porcelain vase?" With a mix of disbelief and resignation, Zhou Tianqi replied, "Long Qiuxing said Wu Jiren has declined, and now I can't even reach him by phone." Zhou Lin's complexion turned pale as she exclaimed, "Dad, if he refuses it, what about our 350,000 in high-interest loans? We wrote down a 4-day deadline. If we don't repay by tomorrow, not only will we be homeless, but we'll also be burdened with that debt. My job will surely be lost." In that instant, Zhou Lin felt the crushing weight of impending doom, a pressure so intense it threatened to drive her to madness. Working at a bank, she had witnessed countless harrowing tales related to underground money lending. She understood that carrying such debt would lead to a fate worse than death. Only Huang Shiyu remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Tentatively, she suggested to her husband, "Old Huang, let us have another discussion with Long Lao and see if he can persuade Boss Wu, or perhaps we could lower the price. We don't need 1 million, 700,000 or 800,000 would suffice. Selling it cheaply to Long Qiuxing is still an option." Anguish coursed through Zhou Tianqi, and with a glare at Huang Shiyu, he finally erupted, "You know nothing." Wu Jiren conveyed through Long Qiuxing that the blue and white porcelain vase is only worth 200,000 to 300,000. Do you honestly think he would pay 700,000 or 800,000? Do you take him for a fool? Suddenly, Zhou Lin interjected, "Dad, they are all in cahoots. Long Qiuxing, Wu Jiren, and perhaps even Yo Xiaodong. They've set a trap to ensnare you." As the realization dawned upon her, Zhou Lin could no longer contain her thoughts. Zhou Tianqi paused, then slapped his thigh in sudden enlightenment. "Indeed, that scoundrel Yo Xiaodong. He initially lured me with a sweet deal, allowing me to profit 25,000, thus gaining my trust. The second time, however, was a trap." Reflecting on Yo Xiaodong, who had feigned familiarity, Zhou Tianqi recognized his own naivety. He had merely been the bait. Breathing heavily, Zhou Tianqi sprang to his feet, declaring, "I shall confront Yo Xiaodong and demand repayment. If he refuses, I will report him to the authorities. We might as well sever ties and face the consequences. Father, I shall accompany you to demand a refund, or else we shall take legal action against him." Zhou Lin exclaimed, unable to contain her fury. Zhou Tianqi and his daughter, Zhou Lin, stormed forth, their spirits high, as if they had already seized control over Yo Xiaodong. "Wait for me. I must bring this bottle along to return it to him." Huang Shiyu hurriedly grasped the box containing the bottle and joined them. The trio drove their Chevrolet Malibu with fierce determination, heading directly to Niu Xiaodong's pawn shop. Inside the shop, Niu Xiaodong was leisurely sipping tea, while Su Dong tidied up nearby. Since their business transaction 3 days prior, Niu had shared no further information with Su, who, in turn, chose not to inquire. Niu would speak if he wished to, and if not, no questions would elicit a response. Thus, Su remained silent, patiently awaiting developments. Upon their arrival at the shop, Zhou Tianqi stormed in, his anger palpable. Spotting Niu Xiaodong enjoying his tea, he called out, "Boss Niu." Initially intending to confront him without restraint, Zhou hesitated upon perceiving Niu's calm demeanor. Instead, he faltered and inquired, "Boss Niu, what exactly did you sell me?" "Long Xiaoxing claims it's worth only 200,000 to 300,000. Niu Xiaodong replied nonchalantly, "Mr. Zhou, are you new to this industry? Do you not grasp the basic rules? In the realm of antique collecting and trading, it is a matter of personal discernment. Payment is exchanged for goods, and profits and losses are borne by the individual. If I purchase something worth only a few dollars for 10 million, it remains a legitimate business transaction, clearly priced, with both parties consenting." Utter nonsense. Zhou Tianqi seethed, his anger igniting further at Niu's dismissive tone. "Niu Xiaodong, I'm trying to resolve this amicably out of respect for you. You sold me your private goods, and have ensnared me so deeply, and you dare utter such words? Father, why waste breath on him?" Zhou Lin, entering in a fit of rage, pulled out her phone. "I'm calling the police. People like him listen no matter what you say. They only understand force." Niu Xiaodong raised his hand with a faint smile, saying, "Do as you wish." Zhou Lin, infuriated, called the police, casually relaying a few details before informing the operator of their location. The response to such disputes was indeed swift. Within 5 minutes of hanging up, the sound of a police siren echoed, and a police car soon parked outside Niu's pawn shop. 3 officers entered, 2 young men and a woman. The male officers appeared to be around 23 or 24, youthful in appearance, while the female officer, dressed in uniform, exuded a striking presence, almost like a painting. Inside, Su Dong was momentarily startled. The female officer was none other than Mao Xiqing. Upon entering, Mao Xiqing scanned the room and, upon catching sight of Su Dong's face, did not linger, as if she did not recognize him. Instead, she addressed the others, who called the police. "What seems to be the issue?" Before Zhou Tianqi could utter a word, Zhou Lin interjected, declaring, "Officer, I am the one who reported this incident. The owner of the pawn shop, Niu Xiaodong, has unlawfully sold cultural relics and antiques, deceitfully selling a 20,000 yuan item for 5 million. He is now refusing to return our 5 million cash. I intend to file a lawsuit against him." Mu Xiqing, maintaining a stoic expression, inquired of Niu Xiaodong, "Are you Niu Xiaodong?" He nodded affirmatively. "I am indeed Niu Xiaodong. However, given the nature of the investigation, she may have wished to conceal her recognition of him from outsiders, to prevent Zhou Tianqi and his daughter from suspecting favoritism. Yet, Su Dong found it curious that Mu Xiqing, a member of the criminal police team, was present. Typically, those who respond to reports are local police officers from the precinct. Zhou Lin, for reasons unknown, harbored doubts about the capabilities of the female officer, especially one as attractive as she. She turned to the 2 male officers flanking Mu Xiqing and implored, "Officers, you must advocate for us. This Niu Xiaodong is a fraud. You must apprehend him and conduct a thorough investigation." Zhou Lin and her companions were taken aback, stealing glances at the striking and formidable Mu Xiqing, who they had not anticipated was the deputy director. Chapter 69, Retribution. Zhou Tianqi glanced at Mu Xiqing, perplexed, and asked, "Deputy Director Mu, is this the Qingwan police station?" "I recall the deputy director being Fang Yang." Su Dong quickly grasped the situation. Mu Xiqing's feigned ignorance revealed her prior knowledge. After several commendable performances, she had likely risen through the ranks and, upon hearing the report concerning the pawn shop, had taken the initiative to come. Recognizing her pretense, Su Dong refrained from engaging her further to avoid revealing too much. Zhou Lin, upon learning of Mu Xiqing's official capacity, though initially distrustful of beautiful women, now found herself with no alternative but to seek assistance from the police. "Deputy Director, let me explain." Zhou Lin, more articulate than her father, seized the opportunity to elaborate, pointing at Niu Xiaodong. "It is he, Niu Xiaodong, who in collusion with others has ensnared us, defrauding us of 5 million and selling us illicit goods. I wish to press charges against him." Mu Xiqing scanned Niu Xiaodong and solemnly queried, "Are you Niu Xiaodong? Is what this complainant has stated factual?" Niu Xiaodong smirked, replying, Certainly not factual, Officer Mu. I have a few clarifications to make. As he spoke, he retrieved a document from his briefcase on the coffee table and presented it to Mu Siqing. Officer Mu, please take a look. This is the tax receipt for the yuan blue and white porcelain I sold to Zhou Tianqi, reflecting a transaction amount of 5 million. Additionally, this document verifies the sale of the yuan blue and white porcelain. This is not illicit merchandise, but rather a legitimate trade of ancient ceramics. Mu Siqing accepted the documents for thorough examination, scrutinizing them for authenticity. She then looked up at Zhou Lin and Zhou Tianqi with a serious demeanor, stating, "May I see your identification? I need to register your information." Zhou Lin and Zhou Tianqi promptly produced their identification cards and handed them to Mu Siqing. Zhou Lin added, "Officer, please make a note of our phone numbers as well. We kindly ask for your expedited handling of this matter. This fraud must be severely punished, and we urgently require the return of our 5 million cash." Mu Siqing paid no heed to her, lowering her head to take notes before looking up again to address Mr. Zhou and Miss Zhou. "You are both implicated in defaming Mr. Niu and in making a false report. Given that the repercussions are not excessively severe, I shall issue a verbal warning. Furthermore, regarding your slander against Mr. Niu, it would be prudent for you to resolve this matter privately. Should reconciliation with Mr. Niu prove elusive, you will face detention and investigation. I believe this to be merely a civil dispute. Thus, I advise you to settle amicably, to avoid escalating matters. After all, harmony fosters prosperity." Zhou Tianqi abruptly sprang to his feet, his face flushed with indignation as he exclaimed, "Reconciliation? This matter cannot be resolved. Niu Xiangdong either refunds my money or serves time for his fraud. There is nothing left to discuss." Mu Siqing replied coldly, "My suggestion for reconciliation pertains to Mr. Niu. It remains uncertain whether he is willing to negotiate. Why the hostility? Do you have grounds for your accusations?" Zhou Tianqi, panting and hands on his hips, shouted, "What accusations? They conspire to defraud me, and now you say I am slandering them? I see you all as colluding, a nest of cops and robbers." With a stern expression, Mu Siqing raised her hand and commanded, "Enough. Since you show no remorse, I have nothing further to say. Cuff him." 2 male officers promptly advanced to restrain him, applying the handcuffs with a bit too much force, causing Zhou Tianqi to cry out in pain. Zhou Lin and Huang Shuyu immediately panicked. Zhou Lin urgently inquired what Mu Siqing intended to do, while Huang Shuyu lamented loudly, displaying the dramatic flair often seen in women. Mu Siqing raised her hand and asserted, "Stop. If you continue this ruckus, I will have you all detained for obstructing justice, a charge that carries a detention period of 1 week to 1 month." Mu Siqing's cold demeanor left Zhou Lin and Huang Shuyu frozen in shock. They dared not escalate the situation further, especially Zhou Lin, who understood that even if she were wronged, entering detention would have dire consequences. Her career would be irreparably damaged. The prospect of newfound wealth was now dashed. Without it, she would have to return her job and ensure she did not lose her current position. Seeing that the mother and daughter had quieted, Mu Siqing spoke in a measured tone. "I present to you these 2 documents, and I can now assure you that they are both authentic and valid. This signifies that the blue and white porcelain vase sold to you by Mr. Niu was obtained through legitimate channels, and all taxes were duly paid. Your accusations are unfounded. Hence my suggestion to minimize this issue. How you choose to proceed is now in your hands. If you cease your baseless claims, you may sign here. However, should you persist in your slander, the only option left will be detention." Zhou Lin and Huang Shuyu exchanged glances, utterly at a loss. Zhou Tianqi, momentarily stunned, then shouted, "Even if the items and documents are genuine, Mr. Niu sold us something worth 200,000 for 5 million. That is still price fraud." Mu Siqing responded calmly, "Mr. Zhou, given your background in this industry, do you not understand that the trade of collectibles relies on discernment? Legally, there is no stipulation preventing an item valued at 200,000 from being sold for 5 million. If someone sells it for 10 million or even 100 million, that is their prerogative. As for whether it is purchased, that is the buyer's affair. Price deception does not pertain to this scenario." Zhou Tianqi was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Upon reflection, he realized that Niu Xiangdong had dealt in a genuine article. After the transaction, with taxes duly settled, he had essentially dug a deep pit for Zhou Tianqi to stumble into, leading him to suffer substantial losses, akin to a mute consuming bitter gall without the ability to express his distress. The thought of wanting to retract his decision, yet being unable to hold Niu accountable, and knowing that reporting it to the authorities would be futile, left Zhou Tianqi momentarily dazed, gazing at the self-satisfied Niu Xiangdong. uncertain of how to proceed. Mao Xiqing inquired again. I ask once more, do you wish to resolve this privately with Mr. Niu, or shall we intervene? With a pained expression, Zhou Qianqi reluctantly admitted, I am willing to reconcile with Mr. Niu. Mao Xiqing waved her hand, instructing her two subordinates, remove the handcuffs. They are willing to reconcile, so let them sign the record. The two male officers promptly unlocked the cuffs and presented the record for Zhou Qianqi and Zhou Lin to sign, after which they departed. Once Mao Xiqing and her team had exited, the Zhou family appeared as if they were carved from wood, lost in a stupor within Niu Xiangdong's shop. The previously fiery emotions had dissipated entirely, leaving their hearts icy. After a considerable pause, Zhou Qianqi, gazing at the nonchalant Niu Xiangdong who continued to sip tea in silence, suddenly felt his legs weaken, collapsing before him. With a mournful expression, he pleaded, Brother Niu, I implore you, show mercy and return my money. I can refund you the 250,000 you earned from selling me that porcelain vase. Every penny, if only you would return my funds. Niu Xiangdong merely scoffed, responding coolly, return the money? That concept doesn't quite exist, does it? Tell me, is there anyone in this world who would willingly regurgitate a delectable morsel once consumed? Huh. Forget about me. Consider yourself. Previously, Su Dong sold something to Long Lao for 380,000, and you swallowed that without so much as a word of protest. Didn't you? Humans are inherently greedy. Do you truly believe I would willingly relinquish this substantial profit? Zhou Qianqi and his family were taken aback, exchanging startled glances towards Su Dong, who was silently tending to items nearby. Suddenly, the implications of Niu Xiangdong's words struck them ominously. Zhou Qianqi, both alarmed and fearful, questioned Niu Xiangdong, so, you were aiding this rascal Su Dong? Niu Xiangdong replied coolly, I am not defending him. I am merely a businessman with an eye for profit, seeking to earn money. Isn't this world governed by the law of the jungle, with a strong prey upon the weak? Zhou Qianqi felt a deeper chill settle in his heart, while Zhou Lin, upon hearing the connection to Su Dong, could not help but glare at him, exclaiming, Su Dong, you wretched creature, you have dined and stayed in our home, yet you show no gratitude and conspire with others to defraud us? This is your own aunt, and I am your cousin. How could you commit such an egregious act? Su Dong cast a cold glance at Zhou Lin, his eyes sharp as daggers, making her involuntarily recoil. He replied icily, you still recognize that you are my cousin? That you are my aunt? 2 years ago, my parents passed away, and the assets of our family fell into your hands. What has become of them? In these 2 years, I have seen my meager funds for education vanish. I do not mind the poor quality of food and clothing, but I cannot tolerate your attempts to slander my parents. If your intention is to swallow my 380,000, then state it plainly. Why must you falsely claim that my father borrowed money from you? Reflect on your own circumstances back then. You are well aware that you could not have lent my father such a sum. Even now, can you truly claim to possess 380,000 to lend? Zhou Lin was momentarily at a loss for words. She was aware of her parents' dealings, yet having grown accustomed to bullying Su Dong, she had developed a habit of hurling insults at him, expecting him to endure silently. Who would have thought he would dare to resist? Zhou Qianqi and Huang Shiyu were equally cognizant of the truth and realized that since Niu Xiangdong had stood up for Su Dong, he must also be privy to the details. How could they fail to understand the situation surrounding Su Dong? Zhou Qianqi was rendered speechless, while Huang Shiyu found himself at a loss. Zhou Lin gasped for breath. The three of them were filled with both fear and astonishment, chilled to the bone. The possibility of recovering that 5 million had evaporated, and contemplating the perilous situation they were about to face left them utterly bewildered. At that moment, Niu Xiangdong stood up and addressed Zhou Qianqi. I have just 2 words for you. Retribution. Now, hurry along, I must close the door. As he spoke, he turned to Su Dong and said, Su Dong, close the door. We have matters to attend to. Zhou Qianqi immediately panicked and rushed to plead with Niu Xiangdong. Brother Niu, let us speak calmly, shall we? I would be content with returning 5 million. But if you could just return 385,000, that would suffice. I only require this amount to settle my high-interest debts. Please, do me this favor. Niu Xiangdong shook off Zhou Tianqi's grasp and replied coldly, what brotherhood are you speaking of? Are we that familiar? Whether you borrowed high-interest or low-interest loans, it is of no concern to me. Whether you ascend to heaven or descend to hell, it has nothing to do with me. Moreover, he added with a chilling smile, the money is no longer in my possession. It has already passed into someone else's hands. Even if I were willing, it would be of no use. Zhou Qianqi felt a frost settle in his heart, and the terrifying prospect of high-interest loans sent tremors through his body. Zhou Lin, pale as death, was even more afraid of facing bankruptcy and being pursued for debts. But what could they do now? Their father, begging like a dog before Niu Xiangdong, was entirely dismissed. At this point, Niu Xiangdong did not even spare Zhou Tianqi a glance. He reached for Su Dong and spoke to him with a gentle demeanor. Su Dong, let's go. As Zhou Tianqi observed Niu Xiangdong's demeanor towards Su Dong, a sudden realization struck him. Niu Xiangdong. So all of this was for that little brat Su Dong? Niu Xiangdong cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, Zhou Tianqi, does it matter for whom I act? Do you still not grasp the principles of humanity? Zhou Tianqi opened his mouth to curse, but upon reflection, he felt deflated. Even if Niu Xiangdong was acting on behalf of Su Dong, what difference did it make? Whether motivated by Su Dong or by money, he could not compel Niu Xiangdong to return his funds. Su Dong remained silent, while Niu Xiangdong glared at him with a fierce expression. The Zhou family, consisting of Zhou Tianqi and his relatives, dared not linger in the store any longer and reluctantly stepped outside. With a swift motion, Su Dong pulled down the rolling shutter and locked the door. Niu Xiangdong opened the door of his Q5 parked by the roadside and beckoned Su Dong to join him inside. Su Dong chose to ignore the distraught expressions of his uncle, aunt, and cousin, settling into the car as Niu Xiangdong drove away. Niu Xiangdong drove leisurely until they turned a corner, leaving the shop and the Zhou family behind. It was then that Su Dong, tears welling in his eyes, expressed his gratitude. Uncle Niu, thank you. Niu Xiangdong nodded in acknowledgement, replying, no need for thanks. It is Zhou Tianqi's actions that were excessive and malicious. Speaking of which, he added, reaching into his jacket pocket to retrieve a bank card, which he placed on the dashboard before continuing, Su Dong. This card contains 5 million from the sale of the blue and white porcelain, Zhou Tianqi's money. It now belongs to you. Take it. Zhou Tianqi has taken money from your family, and now he must return it. With interest, tears streamed down Su Dong's face as he choked out, Uncle Niu, I appreciate your kindness, but I cannot accept this money. Although my uncle and his family are despicable, I do not wish to live off their ill-gotten gains. I believe I can thrive through my own abilities. Niu Xiangdong replied gently, Su Dong, I firmly believe in your potential to prosper in the future. However, this money is rightfully yours. How you choose to use it is entirely up to you. Consider this. Zhou Tianqi has wronged your parents, and he must repay what he has taken. Wiping his tears, Su Dong contemplated the situation and ultimately nodded, accepting the bank card. Since it was his parents' money, he felt compelled to accept it. Niu Xiangdong continued, Su Dong, you must also thank Old Long. I discussed your situation with him, and it was Old Long who orchestrated this plan. The loan sharks at the bank were set up by his acquaintances, and the funds also came from him. Old Long is indeed shrewd. Had I followed my initial instincts, even if we had ensnared Zhou Tianqi, his wrath could have led to our downfall. However, Old Long cleverly sold him genuine goods and arranged for a friend to bait Zhou Tianqi. After the successful transaction, he also had a friend handle the tax documentation, ensuring everything was above board, all while keeping Zhou Tianqi in the dark. Su Dong felt a renewed wave of emotion wash over him. Old Long and Niu Xiangdong were not even acquaintances for long, yet they offered their help selflessly, unlike his own relatives. The depth of his gratitude was beyond words. Niu Xiangdong, sensing Su Dong's emotional turmoil, chuckled in surprise, good lad, I knew you were no ordinary person. Just once, and you've made 10 million. Your earnings from this small venture surpass my entire fortune. Truly, I am delighted for you. After a moment of contemplation, Su Dong replied, Uncle Niu, I have something on my mind that I wish to discuss with you. Niu Xiangdong was in high spirits, laughing as he said, whatever the matter, feel free to share it gradually. Su Dong, I find it quite curious. When I first interacted with Zhou Tianqi, you seemed quite displeased. I worried that your lack of composure might jeopardize my plans. Yet, you remained silent and allowed the plan to unfold perfectly. What were your thoughts back then? With a hearty laugh, Niu Xiangdong continued driving and added, by the way, you mentioned earlier that you had something to discuss with me? Su Dong blushed slightly, feeling a bit shy. Uncle Niu, I wish to invest 5 million in your shop. I want to co-manage this establishment with you, expanding the business into antiques and related areas. I wonder if you would be open to this. Niu Xiangdong chuckled, saying, of course, I would be delighted. It's precisely my ignorance of antiques that has deterred me from entering this field. The world of collecting is quite profound. Even seasoned veterans tread carefully, let alone someone like me with limited knowledge. However, with your expertise at the helm, I feel reassured. Yet noticing a hint of hesitation in Niu Xiangdong's voice, Su Dong quickly interjected, Uncle Niu, if you think 5 million is insufficient, I can increase my investment to 10 million. I only require a 30% stake. Would that be acceptable? Su Dong's proposal stemmed from a desire to repay Niu Xiangdong's kindness. In fact, given his current skills in identifying treasures, he could easily venture out on his own without issue. Niu Xiangdong pulled the car over to the roadside and said earnestly, Su Dong, do not perceive me as overly greedy. While I aspire to make a profit, I will not act unethically. Moreover, money is only valuable when it suffices for one's needs. I harbor no grand ambitions. I wholeheartedly support your desire to invest in my shop, but whether it's 5 million or 10 million, that is excessive. The entire worth of my establishment is barely 50,000. If you wish to invest, let it be 200,000 to expand our scope. You shall hold 70% of the shares, while I retain the remaining 30. I shall relinquish management to you, as I am rather lazy and have been seeking a way to step back. Your involvement aligns perfectly with my wishes. Su Dong was taken aback and hastily shook his head, saying, that won't do, Uncle Niu. The amount of investment is flexible, but having only 30% of the shares is absolutely unacceptable. First, I cannot overshadow you. Second, I cannot possess 70% of the shares. Third enough with the conditions. Niu Xiangdong interjected, raising a hand to stop Su Dong. I'm not blind. Given your capability to run this shop, even a 30% stake is generous. Look, I currently earn a maximum of 500,000 to 600,000 a year, while you, managing the shop, would surely surpass 1 million in annual profits. Even with a mere 30% stake, conservatively speaking, I would receive over 300,000. Isn't that sufficient? I would be enjoying the benefits without much effort. If you insist on further conditions, then I'll continue my humble existence alone. Su Dong was momentarily stunned, observing Niu Xiangdong's resolute expression. After contemplating, he recognized the validity in his words. As long as he remained committed, he could always distribute more of his earnings to repay Niu Xiangdong in the future. After a moment's hesitation, Su Dong finally agreed and added, Uncle Niu, there is one more favor I would like to ask of you. Niu Xiangdong smiled. Speak freely. Whatever it is, as long as I can assist, there will be no problem. With me, there's no need for formalities. Just say it. Very well, I shall speak candidly. Su Dong nodded and declared, Uncle Niu, I wish to assume the burden of the 3,500,000 in usurious debts owed by my uncle's family, transferring the obligation to myself. Niu Xiangdong was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow and replied, Su Dong, do you intend to resolve their debts? Have you forgotten their contemptible actions towards you? Su Dong slowly shook his head, letting out a sigh before articulating, Indeed, they're despicable, yet I do not wish to witness their complete ruin. It is sufficient cruelty to see them stripped of their wealth. The usurious loans will only drive them to despair. By relieving them of this debt, I can find solace. True satisfaction lies in watching them struggle through their hardships. If my uncle and aunt were to perish under the pressure of these loans, it would not bring me any sense of vindication. Hearing this, Niu Xiangdong nodded in agreement. You are correct. What satisfaction is to be found in driving someone to death? Observing their arduous struggle is far more gratifying. Very well. I shall speak with Old Long about transferring the debt to you. Without hesitation, Niu Xiangdong retrieved his phone and called Long Xiuxing. After a brief conversation, he ended the call. Su Dong fixed his gaze upon him and inquired, Uncle Niu, did Old Long consent? Niu Xiangdong sighed. His expression laden with meaning, he agreed. If the debt is to be transferred to you, he will only require the principal of 3,500,000. But do you truly believe this is the most satisfying course of action? Chapter 71, Pain. In truth, Niu Xiangdong had taken Su Dong out for no pressing matter, merely to indulge in food and drink, initially intending to celebrate Su Dong's revenge. However, Su Dong did not exhibit much joy, which left Niu Xiangdong feeling somewhat regretful. Su Dong understood that as long as his unique abilities remained intact, this was merely the beginning. Feeling bewildered, Su Dong, still youthful and inexperienced, found himself at a loss. As he looked up, he was startled to realize he had unknowingly arrived at the entrance of his former school. Perhaps it was a subconscious pull or a sense of familiarity that guided him to this place. Students were streaming out, evidently finishing their evening classes, and in the shadowy recesses, Su Dong went unnoticed, yet he caught sight of his once familiar classmates. In the past, Su Dong had excelled academically, but after the tragic loss of his parents in a car accident, he endured immense suffering, driving him to work even harder in hopes of escaping his plight, until he left the Zhou family home. Now, he stood as a member of society, while his classmates toiled in preparation for the imminent college entrance examinations, rendering the notion of being a student a distant memory for him. See, wait for me. Suddenly, a familiar female voice called out his name. Turning towards the sound, He saw his former classmate, Xiang Shui, hastily making her way towards a group of other girls. Upon catching sight of the pure and beautiful face of Mu Si, Su Dong's heart skipped a beat, his steps faltering as he found himself rooted to the spot. When together with Ma Siqing, Xu Dong occasionally found himself mistaking her for Ma Si. However, upon encountering Ma Si in person, he discerned the notable differences between the two. Ma Siqing possessed a more spirited demeanor and a contrasting personality, coupled with a slightly taller stature. Although they bore a resemblance to each other, Ma Siqing's features appeared more mature, while Ma Si retained a youthful innocence. For those familiar with them, their distinctions were unmistakable. The girls accompanying Ma Si were her closest friends, whom Xu Dong had met before. Despite Ma Si's somewhat reclusive nature, she had a few friends. Xiang Shui, breathless, rushed forward, and as she stood alongside Ma Si, she playfully wrapped her arm around Ma Si's waist, cheerfully exclaiming, "Si, come with me to Wanjia. I have something to attend to." Ma Si blushed slightly, waved goodbye to her classmates, and then departed with Xiang Shui in another direction. Xu Dong initially believed he would not need to employ any disguises, for Wanjia was merely a shopping plaza. Upon their arrival, Ma Si and Xiang Shui did not venture into the supermarkets, but instead entered a 24-hour KFC. Xu Dong discreetly followed them, watching as Ma Si and Xiang Shui ordered their meals at the counter before taking a seat at a nearby table to wait. After they settled, he casually ordered a few items and chose a seat behind them, merely a step away, yet facing away from them. Soon, the server delivered their meals, and upon hearing the sound of straw slurping a soda, Xiang Shui said to Ma Si, "The person you like, I've gathered some information. His name is..." The sudden mention of this name plunged Xu Dong's heart into despair. Although he was acutely aware of the vast chasm separating him from Ma Si, he had gained newfound confidence from his ability to perceive hidden treasures. Yet, hearing such words pierced his heart like a sudden, sharp thorn. Unrequited love is precisely that. Unrequited love signifies disappointment and anguish. The name is Wei Jin, 28 years old, the general manager of a company dedicated to the dissemination of classical culture, a person of Chinese descent. As Xiang Shui continued to eat and converse, her speech became somewhat fragmented. New things classical culture? What sort of company is that? I'm not quite sure. I've heard it deals with collectibles and film culture. It's all rather complex, really. After a while, Ma Si quietly inquired, "Does this Wei Jin have a girlfriend?" Xu Dong, holding a mouthful of soda, felt a chilling wave wash over him upon hearing the exchange between Xiang Shui and Ma Si. He lost all desire to continue listening, pushed his meal aside, stood up, and silently exited the establishment. Outside, the night breeze was warm against his face, and pedestrians flowed by endlessly. Yet Xu Dong felt as though the world had suddenly receded far from him. Observing a young couple with a lively toddler approach, he momentarily regained some clarity. However, he suddenly wished to envelop himself completely, yearning to avoid any further contact with others, choosing instead to live in solitude. The once brilliant moon has vanished, leaving the night sky shrouded in oppressive black clouds. A stifling darkness envelopes the atmosphere, as sweat trickles down Su Dong's forehead, yet he remains oblivious, staring blankly into the inky void above. The shops lining the street have long since closed, and the streetlights appear feeble amidst the profound darkness, akin to the faint flickers of fireflies amidst a tempest. Suddenly, a flash of lightning pierces the night like a sharp blade, illuminating the sky with such intensity that Su Dong can scarcely discern anything. This is followed by a thunderous roar, resonating with a ferocity that seems to shake the very ground beneath him. Su Dong gazes upwards, unable to see anything, but droplets of rain begin to pelt down, stinging his face, though he hardly registers the sensation. Initially, the rain falls lightly, but within seconds, it transforms into a torrential downpour. The cacophony of thunder and lightning continues unabated, although the latter rumbles with less terror than the first. Soaked to the bone, Su Dong remains impervious to the deluge, sitting on the steps as the rain cascades over him. His mind is a blank slate. He neither contemplates nor wishes to think, as if the ferocious storm could wash away the discomfort festering within his heart. The rain, akin to a raging river, obscures his vision, and he loses track of time, feeling a chilling draft penetrate his nostrils, prompting a series of uncontrollable sneezes. The downpour diminishes slightly, yet it remains relentless. Without an umbrella, one would still find themselves thoroughly drenched within a minute. Su Dong steadies himself against the steps and rises, only to be struck by a sudden vertigo. collapsing back to the ground in a daze. After catching his breath, he struggles to stand again, but his legs feel like lead, and even lifting a foot seems beyond his strength. Frustration wells within him. Over the past 2 years since his parents' passing, he has endured countless hardships. No adversity has toppled him. He considers himself robust, immune to the common ailments of colds and headaches. Yet today, he feels inexplicably weak. He has weathered storms before, emerging unscathed. So why is it now that he can scarcely move? Gasping for air, he shakily retrieves his keys, intent on entering. But as he takes a step, darkness engulfs him, and he tumbles into the muddy rainwater, his face pressed against the cold, wet ground, unable to muster the strength to rise. Never has he felt such helplessness. Resigned, he ceases to struggle, contemplating that perhaps death would be a welcome release. After all, he had once harbored the desire to join his parents in the afterlife. In a haze, he hears the distant honking of car horns and sees bright headlights. But his eyes can barely open. A woman's voice pierces through the fog. Sudong, what has happened to you? Chapter 72. The Leader Alone. Upon regaining consciousness, Sudong opens his eyes to the sterile surroundings of a hospital room, instantly recognizing his predicament. As she lay beside the bed in slumber, Mu Siqing presented a vision of exquisite beauty, her profile illuminated by the soft glow of the morning light. The moment Sudong shifted his body, she stirred, her eyes fluttering open to meet his gaze, which wore a semblance of a smile. With a playful pout, she chided, "You of all people have succumbed to the rain like this? Had I not thought to seek you out for a discussion, you might have perished in that deluge." Sudong gazed out the window, where the sun shone brightly amidst a canvas of azure skies and fluffy clouds. Recalling the tempestuous night, the oppressive darkness, the torrential rain, the deafening thunder, and the blinding lightning, he felt as though those moments had merely flickered by. Rubbing his eyes, he inquired of Mu Siqing, "Is it truly morning? Has the weather cleared? Have I been asleep all night?" "All night," Mu Siqing retorted, her tone laced with exasperation. "You truly are a piece of work, utterly lacking in self-care. After collapsing in the rain, I took you to the hospital, and you have been in a stupor for 2 days, not just 1 night." "2 days?" Sudong echoed, astonishment crossing his features, followed by a rueful smile. "I apologize, Officer Mu, for burdening you once more." Mu Siqing nodded, then reassured him, "Fortunately, the doctor has examined you and confirmed that you have merely caught a chill, compounded by your weakened state. Though you have yet to awaken, there is no cause for alarm. With proper care, you shall recover soon." Sudong smiled faintly, shaking his head as he sat at the edge of the bed, lost in thought. Knowing he was not in serious danger, Mu Siqing refrained from summoning a doctor or nurse. However, her expression shifted, and she leaned closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Sudong, I overheard the doctor mention your self-destructive tendencies. You are a good person, full of life and youth. Why harbor such thoughts? Is it related to the troubles with your aunt and uncle?" Sudong shook his head. The day his aunt and uncle had called the police, it was Mu Siqing who had responded. Given her demeanor at the time, she likely understood the complexities of his family's discord. Regardless of whether she followed protocol or not, she had undoubtedly leaned in his favor. With connections to Long Qiuxing and Niu Xiangdong, she could easily glean insights into his situation. Thus, her awareness was hardly surprising. Yet, the roots of his self-destructive affliction had nothing to do with his aunt and uncle. Mu Siqing would never suspect that it stemmed from his feelings for her sister, Mu Siyu. Strangely enough, while a faint bitterness lingered in his heart, Sudong found that this illness had dulled his infatuation for Mu Siyu considerably. In Mu Siqing's presence, his spirits felt somewhat brighter. "Officer Mu, your visit seldom heralds good tidings. Speak plainly. Have you encountered another insurmountable case?" Sudong, sensing her curiosity regarding his self-destructive tendencies and its possible connection to his family, deftly diverted her thoughts. At the mention of a case, Mu Siyu's demeanor transformed, though her brow furrowed in frustration. "Every time the topic of cases arises, it incites my ire." Sudong chuckled, teasing, "Oh, have you been promoted, only to find yourself mired in frustrations?" "Promoted to a ghost," she retorted. Mu Siyu hummed, stating that although she had been promoted to the position of deputy director, the 7 police officers and 5 security personnel at the Qingwan police station were all under the authority of Director Wang Daohua. As law enforcement personnel, one should ideally remain impartial and avoid forming cliques. It was evident that they regarded her merely as a decorative figure. Wang Dahua completely withheld her from engaging in substantive matters, assigning her trivial tasks instead. During her brief tenure, she was given 3 assignments: The first involved an elderly woman in the West District whose cat had climbed a tree and refused to come down. The second pertained to the villagers of Songjia village digging holes in search of treasure, resulting in a landscape riddled with pits, a situation she felt utterly powerless to manage. The third task was in response to a report filed by her uncle, Zhou Qianqi. Although this was not originally her assignment, upon hearing the name of the complainant, she instinctively volunteered to take it on, surmising that it didn't directly intersect with Wang Dahua's vested interests. Hence he did not obstruct her. Su Dong couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "Oh, so you haven't come here to solve a major case, but rather to find me for a leisurely chat, correct? You dare to laugh?" Mu Siyu glared, feeling a surge of irritation. "If it weren't for my idleness and the desire to seek you out, you would have turned into a rotting corpse by now." Su Dong offered an awkward smile, genuinely expressing his gratitude. "Officer Mu, I am eternally grateful for your timely intervention. I will remember this. You may claim my 120 pounds of flesh whenever you wish. Do you truly think I would covet such a thing? I am a beautiful and elegant lady. With just a word, a throng of handsome and talented suitors would rush to my side. Besides, I find you rather too youthful and inexperienced." Su Dong's face flushed. His sincere gratitude had inadvertently been misinterpreted, leading Mu Siyu to perceive an alternative meaning. While he could discuss various topics without hesitation, any reference to romantic matters rendered the bashful and inexperienced Su Dong quite shy. Noticing his embarrassment, Mu Siyu decided to relent. Smiling as she said, "Blushing is enough. Let me treat you to some kanji. It is best for someone recovering from an illness." Su Dong stretched his arms and legs, chuckling, "What illness? I hardly had any ailment at all." In truth, his affliction was a matter of the heart. He had harbored feelings for Mu Siyu in silence for years, plagued by insecurities. In the past, Mu Siyu had been pure and aloof, and he had cherished a quiet admiration for her. However, upon hearing her express an interest in someone named Wei Jin, he was suddenly overwhelmed by feelings of loneliness, self-pity, and disappointment. The stormy weather only exacerbated his emotional turmoil, making his heartache feel all the more acute. After a significant bout of introspection, once he released the burden of his unrequited feelings, he found himself recovering swiftly. Engaging in light-hearted banter with Mu Siyu lifted his spirits immensely. Despite the circumstances, he was not expected to remain hospitalized for long. Even if discharge procedures were necessary, he was accustomed to leaving on a whim, paying no mind to the formalities. Mu Siyu had been the one to handle all the paperwork and expenses during his previous hospitalizations, bearing the brunt of the burdens. After leaving the hospital, Miao Siqing couldn't help but exclaim in exasperation, I am both spending money and exhausting my mind, lifting a stone only to crush my own foot. Perhaps you should obtain a driver's license. Then, when I am upset, you can take the wheel. Look at me now, even when I am angry. I still have to drive myself. I have no outlet for my frustration." Su Dong chuckled heartily and replied, "Such is your fate." Miao Siqing sighed, "Indeed. I once thought that by riding on your coattails to a promotion, I would be uplifted, only to find that the promotion has ensnared me in a predicament. I have become a solitary vice director who cannot mobilize a single soldier. Truly, what a fate. Su Zong di that, Miss Miao, why not revel in being a cherished vase held in the palms of many? Why wear yourself out like a man?" Miao Siqing huffed and suddenly made a sharp turn with the car. Su Dong, caught off guard, leaned awkwardly and banged his head against the door, feeling a sharp pain on his right temple. Just as he was about to express his irritation, Miao Siqing swiftly turned off the ignition, pulled the handbrake, and exited the vehicle in one fluid motion. Before Su Dong could react, she called out from outside, "Get out, it's time for porridge." Rubbing his forehead, Su Dong stepped out of the car and was taken aback by the vast, open square before him. This was the area on the outskirts of Chengwan Town, formerly known as Songjia Village. It had evolved from a farming machinery school to a driving school. Su Dong had visited once before, but the Songjia Village teaching grounds had changed significantly since then. Due to budget constraints, although the area was expansive, it remained underdeveloped, with the square still featuring a muddy surface instead of a paved one. On sunny days, it was manageable, but after rain, it turned into a quagmire, leaving both people and vehicles muddied. Today, however, the sun shone brightly after a downpour 2 days prior, making the square surprisingly dry. The square was bustling with activity, but not with driving lessons. There were no instructor vehicles in sight. Instead, dozens of people, young and old, male and female, wielded shovels and hoes, digging the ground and creating a patchwork of holes. The entire area resembled a battlefield of craters, making it impossible for any car to navigate through. Observing the array of diggers, Su Dong couldn't help but inquire, "Are we reclaiming land for forestry? Did you bring me here to drink porridge or to dig holes and plant trees?" Watching the fervor of the workers, he genuinely wondered if they were indeed planting trees. Miao Siqing pointed to another side and said, "Over there, can't you see?" Following her gesture, Su Dong noticed a restaurant at the edge of the teaching grounds, with a sign prominently displaying the words, "Snake porridge." Snake porridge? Su Dong froze, harboring an innate fear of snakes, akin to his aversion to rats. This was the restaurant's specialty, and Miao Siqing, clearly familiar with the menu, began to walk towards it while sharing her recommendations, which included shrimp porridge, crab porridge, and of course vegetarian options like plain porridge, pumpkin porridge, and glutinous rice porridge, all reputed to be quite delicious. As Su Dong heard that there were other types of porridge available, he felt a sense of relief. He certainly did not wish to consume snake. Outside the kanji shop, the ground was spacious, adorned with numerous iron cages and several water tanks. The iron cages contained a variety of animals, such as chickens, ducks, and snakes, while the water tanks were filled with fish, shrimp, and crabs. Just as Mu Siqing arrived at the entrance, a woman in her 30s greeted her with a cheerful smile, exclaiming, "Ah, Director Mu, you are here again and seem to have some free time. Welcome." Su Dong couldn't help but chuckle silently. It was evident that this woman was likely the proprietress. It is said that women who run shops possess a silver tongue, and indeed, this was true. Her initial words were intended to be "you're back," but she quickly realized that was inappropriate, swiftly altering her phrase to "you seem to have free time." He couldn't help but admire her quick wit. Chapter 73. Yuan Dainaikai. The exterior of the kanji shop appeared modest, but upon entering, Su Dong discovered a hidden paradise. The shop had only a 2-room facade, measuring merely 7 or 8 meters in width, yet it extended an astonishing 20 meters in length, lined with private dining rooms. Behind the front counter, there was even a staircase leading to a second floor. In the private room, a cacophony of voices resonated, indicating the establishment was bustling with customers. Observing that the guests in the first row of private rooms had just finished their meal and were settling their bill, Mu Siqing promptly informed the proprietress, "We would like that room." The proprietress immediately summoned a server to clean and prepare the area. After a few minutes, the room was ready, and Mu Siqing and Su Dong were invited inside. Upon entering, Su Dong noted that the room was rather compact, approximately 8 or 9 square meters in size. It featured a rotating round table at its center, surrounded by 8 wooden chairs adorned with cushions. On the inner wall hung an air conditioning unit, and a full glass wall adorned the front, although the curtains were drawn for privacy. Mu Siqing's first action was to draw back the curtains, revealing a view of the crowd digging in the square. It appeared that the number of diggers was increasing. Even those who had just settled their bills had joined the excavation efforts. Su Dong inquired, "What are they doing? Are they planning to plant trees in the square?" Mu Siqing chuckled softly, gazing contemplatively at the diggers. Su Dong also observed the square, noting the absence of any treasures. It was evident that there was no hidden wealth beneath the surface. What, then, were they truly digging for? As a server entered with the dining utensils, she remarked while arranging them, "They dig all day, yet none of them have unearthed anything of significance." Intrigued, Su Dong asked her, "Did anyone find something previously?" The server pointed towards the edge of the square, saying, "A villager over there was preparing to plant a osmanthus tree when he dug a pit over a foot deep. He unexpectedly discovered a package of Yuan Dainaikai, which ignited a treasure-hunting frenzy, or so they say." As she spoke, the server instinctively lowered her voice, adding, "It is rumored that beneath the grounds of Songjia village lies the vast treasure of the pre-liberation landlord, Sang Wanjing. Mu Siqing pautud, Appraisal hersikeptigism. I think they have all lost their wits in their quest for fortune." Su Dong was aware that the waiter referred to the Yuan Dalao as the Yuan Shirkai silver dollar, a silver artifact. His father had once dealt with many such coins, familiar with their characteristics and market value. A common Yuan Dalao was worth around 7 or 800 RMB, while the commemorative coins featuring the flying dragon were valued at over 5,000, and those commemorating the Republic exceeded 6,000. However, the majority of existing specimens were merely ordinary Yuan Dalao coins. Yet, if a substantial quantity had indeed been unearthed, as the waiter suggested, it would amount to at least a dozen coins, representing a fortune of several tens of thousands for an ordinary person. Who wouldn't desire such unexpected wealth? In his youth, Su Dong had indeed heard of the renowned figure, Sang Wanqing, one of the most famous historical characters of Tongsheng. He was the foremost landlord before the liberation. It was said that the police force in Tongsheng numbered only around 300, while Sang Wanqing commanded a personal militia of over 1,000. equipped with more than 800 of the most advanced firearms of that era. Due to this private armed force, provincial officials regarded Sang Wanqing with great importance, always inviting him to meetings that pertained to eliminating enemies and bandits. As liberation approached, Sang Wanqing, recognizing the inevitable change, buried his immense fortune in a secret location before taking his own life. Allegedly, he did not even disclose the treasure's secret to his own son, Sang Chunfang. After liberation, Sang Wanqing's descendants fell into the ranks of ordinary citizens. Yet rumors surrounding the Sang family's treasure persisted, though no one had ever truly discovered it. This time, however, someone had unearthed a significant cache of Yuan Dalao coins in the Sang family courtyard, now known as the Sang family schoolyard, reigniting fervor about the Sang treasure. Once the waiter exited, Mao Xiqing turned to Su Dong and remarked, "They're all a bunch of fortune seekers. Where's the treasure?" Su Dong countered, "How can you be so certain there is no treasure?" He fell into deep contemplation. There must be some truth to it, especially regarding someone like Sang Chunfang. If his father had confided the secret to him, why would he remain silent until death? The Sang family schoolyard, once the grand Sang estate, was now dotted with countless depressions, evoking a sense of profound desolation. Su Dong surveyed the disarray and pondered deeply. He could clearly see this expanse of land. Yet not a single hint of treasure emanated from any spot, which should indicate the absence of riches beneath the surface. Otherwise, such treasures would not have escaped his keen eye. However, his view was limited to this open area. The surrounding old structures were obscured from his sight. He could not discern whether treasures lay hidden beneath those ancient buildings. Mao Xiqing, observing Su Dong's contemplation of the structures surrounding the schoolyard, surmised his thoughts and chuckled. "Do you think there might be secrets beneath those old houses?" "Huh, forget it." After liberation, the Tongqing government excavated nearly every inch beneath those foundations, digging 3 meters down without any discoveries. Su Dong was somewhat taken aback and nodded slowly after a while, contemplating that after some porridge and breakfast, he would stroll nearby to see if any discoveries awaited him. Mao Xiqing felt a dull ache in her head, furrowing her brow as she sighed. These individuals were digging recklessly, and Wang Dahua had unceremoniously handed her this headache-inducing task, which only added to her distress. The Sang family's training ground belonged to the villagers and was not classified as state property. Whether they chose to dig or not was solely their affair. Previously, a villager had unearthed a Yuan Datu, which did not qualify as a cultural relic and could not be nationalized. Furthermore, it had been excavated right outside his own doorstep, leaving no room for external oversight. Currency, such as the Yuan Datu, was not deemed contraband or a cultural artifact. Thus, it was permissible for circulation and trade in the private market. Wang Dahua, dismissive of the newly appointed deputy director, assigned her trivial tasks akin to the wrapping of elderly women's feet, tiresome, tedious, and thankless, which exacerbated her irritation. Just then, the server arrived with a steaming pot of congee. Su Dong had already declared his aversion to snake, prompting Mao Xiqing to order shrimp and crab congee instead. The server presented each of them with a bowl of congee, which Mao Xiqing placed before her, but then neglected, her gaze lost in contemplation outside the window. Su Dong, feeling a pang of hunger, paid no mind to whether Mao Xiqing would eat and dived into his bowl. The congee was indeed exquisite, and Su Dong had never dined at this establishment before. In recent years, he had been fortunate to have enough to eat, even if it was merely leftover cold rice and dishes. The congee was still scalding hot. Su Dong blew on it as he consumed it. After polishing off 2 bowls, he glanced up at Mao Xiqing, only to find her untouched bowl still before her. He contemplated seizing her now cold congee, but shook his head, muttering, "Oh right, that one tea do. You've just recovered. Medical wisdom dictates you should only eat sparingly now, or it may be detrimental to your health." Su Dong dismissed her concerns, continuing to eat while asserting, "Not eating enough is what is harmful. My legs are trembling from hunger, and you're not letting me fill my belly?" At the sight of Su Dong's vigorous spirit, Mao Xiqing smiled, disregarding the notion of moderation, and allowed him to enjoy his meal. In no time, Su Dong had emptied the large pot, leaving only the bowl in front of Mao Xiqing. With a playful smile, she pushed her bowl toward him, saying, "Why not finish this one too? I don't feel hungry yet. I could forego it, or we could order another pot." Su Dong patted his belly and shook his head. "No, I'm quite full. You should eat that bowl yourself. I truly am satisfied." Mao Xiqing then took her chopsticks, sampling a bit of the now-cooled congee, chewing thoughtfully as a strand of hair slipped from her forehead, partially obscuring her eyes and brow, a sight that was undeniably breathtaking. Su Dong couldn't help but admire her silently. It must be said, Mao Xiqing was truly beautiful. He didn't harbor romantic feelings for her, but anyone confronted by such an ethereal beauty would find it a delight. Beautiful things are indeed a feast for the eyes. It was no wonder such expressions as a feast for the eyes were popularized. They held a kernel of truth. Today, Mao Xiqing eschewed her uniform, opting instead for a simple ensemble of short shirt, denim jeans, and white sneakers, exuding a refreshing charm. Su Dong mused that the adage people are adorned by their attire was not entirely accurate. At least for Mao Xiqing, she looked splendid in whatever she wore. After finishing her porridge, Mao Xiqing summoned the waiter to settle the bill. Shortly thereafter, the proprietress cheerfully entered, exclaiming, "No need to pay. Officer Mao is our esteemed guest. The meal is on the house." Mao Xiqing shot her a fierce glance. "What? Are you attempting to bribe me? Trying to drag me into your schemes?" The proprietress, taken aback, quickly resumed her cheerful demeanor and said, No. The total is 125 yuan. Just give me 120, and we'll call it even." Mao Xiqing nodded, her expression softening as she replied, "That is precisely how it should be. One should pay what is due, neither more nor less. I neither wish to gain an advantage nor suffer a loss." Yes, indeed," the proprietress eagerly agreed with a broad smile. Turning her gaze towards Su Dong, Mao Xiqing instructed, "You handle the payment."